Almost 2 years ago, he was diagnosed with an incurable terminal illness that numbered his days. Since then, he had been playing his favorite game over and over. And now, after 2 years, his time to die had finally come. But before that, he wanted to finish the game one last time. So he started a new game and customized a character for himself. Choosing more than one genius trait came with a cost. His character would also have to inherit a negative trait. He chose 2 genius traits, and in return, his character would be terminally ill. Shin didn't regret it. He was terminally ill himself. So was his character. As soon as he was done with character creation, the next thing he knew, he was being pulled in. No warning, no loading screen, just sucked right into the damn game. And that's how he ended up inside. He opened his eyes in a luxurious bedroom. He was confused and wondered where he was, and when he had last felt this strange sense of déjà vu, he walked around the room and looked into a mirror. Fear crept into his heart. What if he had become the worst possible character? In this game, his name was Nox. He didn't understand why that name appeared, only that the beginning felt like a crash landing. Here, his full name was Nox von Rienhofer, a member of the Inner Lunatic's third dark renown family. This family had deep ties to the world's most dangerous criminal organization, Lunatic. He was the youngest of 5 siblings in the Rienhofer family. This bloodline had produced gifted children in both magic and swordsmanship for generations. Unfortunately, Nox was the only one born without talent. Our boy had come to resent the world for his lack of ability. In desperation, he made a forbidden pact with the devil, and thus became the most notorious villain in the Inner Lunatic story. Our hero was stunned to realize he had become Nox. He questioned whether this was just a dream. As this character, he was merely 14 years old. His elemental affinity was darkness. But when he opened his status window, he felt a flicker of happiness, until he noticed that his stamina was only at level 2. He then looked at his negative traits: void revelation, terminally ill, curse of the weak, and frequent sickness, which included symptoms like cold hands and feet. He was shocked. This was the very character he had customized earlier. He shouted in frustration. He had been terminally ill in real life, and now, in the game, he was dying again. This time, the character had only 1 year left to live. He couldn't remember why he had chosen that trait. But after thinking for a while, it came back to him. He had wanted to make a character like himself, a terminally ill one. He remembered sitting at his messy desk, dying with no one to lean on. At that moment, he had no idea that he would become the character he had created. Suddenly, a notification appeared. There was one unread mail in the mailbox, and it asked if he wanted to check it. He quickly opened the message. In the mail, someone addressed him by his real name, Chan, and also by his game name, Nox. He was shocked. Someone knew who he really was. Yu Chan, the name given to him by his parents, whose whereabouts were unknown. He fell into deep thought. Whoever brought him here, they must know about the part of his past he could no longer remember. The message read, "You did well over the last 2 years. You deserve to be here. Welcome back to the game." Our boy sat still, staring at the screen, confused and curious about one line in particular. Welcome back. Our boy wonders if the messenger is trying to tell him that he is no longer in his old world, and that this place is now his new reality. The messenger responds, saying that while there is much about his identity he cannot reveal, he advises him to join the Eldane Academy. From there, he should build his strength and do his best to follow the main story as closely as possible. Once he does, the complete truth will naturally unveil itself to him. The boy is completely confused and finds himself needing time to sort through his thoughts. He remembers that he has been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic. But he is expected to follow the main storyline, and no matter how he interprets that, it always ends the same. He dies. He questions whether, even if Inner Lunatic has become his new reality, it still doesn't mean he should give up on regaining his memories. He makes up his mind that no matter what it takes, he will stick to the main storyline and, along the way, recover his lost memories. He wants to understand what he's doing in this world, and most importantly, survive. And if survival means becoming a true villain, then he is ready to take that path. Now that he reflects on it, not much has really changed from his old life. 2 years ago, he lost all of his memories, and he had been terminally ill. Every moment he lived pushed him one step closer to death, and he spent each day haunted by the fear of dying. The only difference now is the setting, the world he knows best. He asks the system for today's date, and the system replies, "It's the 4th of February, 1812. Once he hears the date, he immediately understands that he doesn't have much time left. He wonders why not begin his 28th clear attempt now. As he reaches to open the door, an intense pain shoots through his wrist. When he checks the system, it informs him that one of his negative traits has been activated. Due to the effects of constant illness, he has developed wrist inflammation, level 1. The system advises him to rest properly and allow himself time to heal. This makes him angry. He mutters to himself, questioning what's wrong with his body. How can it be so fragile? While lost in his own condition, he bumps into a young female housemaid. She falls to the ground and immediately apologizes to the young master. He tries to recall her face. Her brown hair and light orange pupils seem familiar. He wonders if she is Rona. She begs for his forgiveness, insisting she has committed a grave offense by harming him. The only thing he remembers about her character is that she used to talk behind Knox's back. That's all he can recall. Still, he finds it hard to believe that such an innocent-looking girl would gossip about Knox, even if Knox is a villain. He forgives her, but he warns her not to make the same mistake again. For a brief moment, he forgets the personality he's supposed to play and smiles at her. But it doesn't take long for him to realize he is supposed to be insane. He falls in his silence, pondering the life he has chosen for himself. The maid timidly asks where her young master is planning to go so early. The young master replies that he's headed to the practice hall. All of the nearby servants are shocked upon hearing this. He then tells Rona to come along with him. Rona becomes excited, but at the same time worries whether her master intends to beat her. As they walk toward the practice hall, Knox reflects on his situation. After experiencing what it feels like to die, he now knows for certain he doesn't want to die again. If he wants to survive, he must adapt to this new world quickly. That doesn't mean he has no chance. As someone who has played the game 27 times, he already knows most of the hidden mechanics. He quickly glances at the status window to check the details of the game. The system explains that Inner Lunatic features a storyline that pits angels against demons alongside the Empire, and it has a massive fandom worldwide. The unique aspect of the game lies in its vast number of customizations, allowing players to explore a wide range of playstyles. While lower-ranked traits, such as Ordinary and Talented, can be assigned multiple times, Genius traits are typically limited to only one per player. Our boy thinks to himself that genius traits allow one to reach the peak of their field with ease, and yet somehow he possesses 2 of them. He knows that this game includes a concept called trait penalties, penalties that occur when a character is assigned traits beyond their limits. But by taking advantage of a system which tries to analyze and compensate for these traits, it becomes possible to assign 2 genius traits. His assigned traits are Swordsmanship Genius and Combat Genius. These provide him with superior sword skills and allow him to reach the highest levels of sword mastery. On the other hand, he also has Mana Sensitivity Genius. This boosts his ability to detect magical energy and makes his spell casting more efficient. Now Knox is aware there are plenty more traits that can be useful. He continues reading the system's details. As a perk of being the main character, he can view the status windows of other characters. He also has a trait called Master of Acting, which lets him perform convincingly in any scenario, a skill he knows will be crucial in his current situation. Another trait is Steel Mentality. When activated during combat, it allows the user to maintain mental strength and stay calm in high-pressure situations. However, the real issue lies in the negative traits. Among them, the terminally ill trait stands out as the worst, but it's not the only one he needs to worry about. He finds it almost amusing that he's practically a walking hospital. The system adds that for individuals with cold hands and feet, entering icy areas without a warming skill is nearly impossible. Additionally, The frequent sickness trait means he will faint from illness at least once every chapter. He sighs and tells himself that he has no choice. So he decides to face things one step at a time. Suddenly, Rona comes to a stop and informs him that they are nearly at the practice hall. She asks if he truly plans to go inside. The young master remains quiet for a moment, then opens the door. The system immediately informs him about a new obstacle, Curse of the Weak. It explains that this curse was placed on him at birth. As a result, his growth rate is reduced by 50%, and he has twice the vulnerability to enemy debuffs. The young master makes up his mind. Before anything else, he must find a way to remove the Curse of the Weak. While he practices inside the training hall, he keeps thinking that no matter how many times he goes over it in his head, he can only come to one conclusion. He's doomed. Just like reading the beginning of the story, that's the final thought he ends up with after thinking it through. After reading all of it, he suddenly feels weak and collapses onto the floor. Now he knows his limit. He can't even swing his sword more than 10 times. He had no idea the Curse of the Weak would make things this hard for him. After resting for a while, he slowly gets back on his feet and starts looking around. He notices a large collection of weapons nearby. The system informs him that this is due to the origin of the Rainhafer family and suggests that he start with the sword. It also explains that when it comes to the Rainhafer lineage, there are many sayings that describe them well. But the most fitting title is the High House of the Blade and Darkness. They earned that title because of their unique sword skills that involve channeling dark attribute magic into their blades to cut down enemies. And it's all thanks to the Commander's Blade, also known as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. That very blade has been passed down through generations, from one family head to the next, and the tradition continues even now. Our boy starts wondering what all of that has to do with him. Aside from swordsmanship, there are many benefits to being born into a noble household, and one of the most obvious is wealth. Nox understands the true value of money, and he's honestly thrilled to have it. The Rainhafer family stands as one of the greatest noble families in the entire story, and that also means they're filthy rich. Even as their useless youngest son, Nox still has enough wealth to live the rest of his life without ever working a single day. And it's highly likely that his father Teo doesn't care whether he spends that money wisely or not. It's also true that Nox isn't someone who fits the image of a wasteful noble heir. His character archetype is already clear, but he's made up his mind to use every bit of it, all of it, until Rona finishes what he asked her to prepare. Still, he's a little worried that she might turn down his strange request. A few minutes earlier, Rona had come to him carrying a wooden sword, a towel, and some water. She handed them over and asked if he was seriously planning on exercising. He asked her if anyone else was nearby and then told her to come closer to him. Nervously, she stepped back, wondering if he was about to hit her. He quickly calmed her down and told her to bring her ear closer. He had something he wanted to whisper. After he finished whispering, Rona looked stunned. She told him that every one of his ideas was complete garbage, but he simply told her to shut up and figure it out. She agreed, but warned him not to yell at her again. Then she ran out of the training hall, saying he hasn't changed at all. Now, in the stillness of the training hall, he wonders how fast Rona will be, but he's fairly sure it should arrive by tomorrow. He drinks the tea she brought him and reflects on how he desperately needs a solution for this curse and his stamina issue. He never imagined it would be this overwhelming. Suddenly, the head butler, Robwell, walks into the training hall and greets him politely. For some reason, the sight of him takes our boy by surprise. The system immediately informs him that Robwell is one of the main managers of the Rainhafer estate and isn't someone he can handle carelessly. He's also the advisor to Nox's father and the family head, Teo. Our boy understands that dealing with Robwell might be difficult. He's aware that, in most situations, his father wouldn't pay attention to him, but now he wonders whether Robwell has sensed something off. He knows exactly how to approach this. Nox looks at Robwell and asks why he's here when he should be attending to his father instead. Instantly, he activates his trait, Master of Acting. Robwell responds, saying he's here on the family head's orders and has something to report. He informs our boy that he's been instructed to attend tonight's dinner. Our boy is confused. He hardly knows anything about this family, so it's strange. He looks at Robwell and asks if he's joking. It's genuinely surprising that his father suddenly wants to have dinner with him. Knox flat out refuses the invitation. The manager pauses for a moment, clearly wondering why the family head would issue such an instruction. Robwell then explains that a guest from the style and her family has arrived. She has come to receive night training, and if the young master doesn't attend the dinner, it will anger his father. That's when our boy understands. It's not a request. It's a direct order. Robwell narrows his eyes and asks if something seems different about him today. Our boy hesitates and tries to read between the lines, wondering if Robwell is hinting at anything. The butler clarifies that Knox never used to pick up a sword, yet today he entered the training hall on his own. He calmly asks what led to this sudden change. Annoyed, our boy raises his voice and tells him not to ever dare overstep his bounds as a mere butler. Whatever he does, and for whatever reason, is none of Robwell's business. He emphasizes that he's in full control of his own choices. Robwell bows slightly and offers his apology. After that, the young master leaves the training hall, still thinking whether Robwell had noticed anything suspicious. Meanwhile, the butler quietly decides to report the incident to the family head. Knox, not expecting such a tense encounter with the head butler, feels anxious. He wonders what consequences might follow and glances over his shoulder to check if Robwell is still watching him. He tries to push away all the negative thoughts and begins thinking about the young lady from the Stilliner family. What could her true purpose be in coming here? That night, inside the grand dining hall, his family members mock him as soon as he enters. One of them calls him an idiot and jokingly tells the others that he actually showed up, saying they won't be able to enjoy the meal now. They even taunt him, asking if he still has regrets about this family, especially the twin brothers. Hart and Allen, they don't hold back. One of them says he never imagined Knox would show his face here again, and even now, he still can't believe it. They gossip openly about how he looked at one of the maids and call him a lost case. Our boy sits quietly and thinks to himself, he hasn't even done anything. Suddenly the door opens and his father enters, casually saying that it looks like everyone's here. Our boy turns his gaze toward him and thinks, there he is. That's the father of this character, Knox, and the head of the Reinhafer family. Alongside him walks a young and stunningly beautiful girl. She steps forward, introduces herself as Talia, and greets everyone with a composed smile. Tao then informs the family that Talia has requested night training and will be staying at their estate for a while. He tells everyone to feel free to welcome her warmly. The system instantly notifies Knox. She is the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the character destined to oppose the future version of Knox. She is the one who, eventually, will drive a sword straight through his chest. Tao notices that Knox decides to make an appearance too. Our boy becomes slightly uncomfortable at his father's remarks, and even Talia picks up on it. The family head tells everyone to begin eating. The twins continue taunting him from the opposite side of the table. One of them brings up to their father that they should make the decision now regarding who will be the next to enter Eldane Academy. Tao becomes curious about their decision and believes it's about time such a choice is made. The system informs him about Eldane Academy, stating that it is the most important location within Inner Lunatic. Within that academy, students face various situations and fight demons. This being the core storyline of Inner Lunatic. After understanding all of this, our boy also makes the decision to attend the academy. And while sticking to the overall structure of the story, he understands that he must now gather allies of his own. Their father announces that, as everyone likely knows, Eldane Academy only allows 3 individuals from each family to attend. This restriction is in place to limit the influence of nobles. Since he has already used the first 2 spots on his first and second sons, the Reinhafer family has only 1 remaining entrance ticket for the academy. Our boy is determined. Before he begins forming alliances, he knows he must do whatever it takes to obtain that final entrance ticket. Tao declares that this is why he has decided to follow their family traditions. Knox becomes excited and tells his father that it sounds like he's suggesting a battle between brothers. Their father is caught off guard, surprised that Knox is the first to react. Tao affirms the suggestion and mentions the date. It will take place 1 month from now. He continues by stating that they will determine their next academy attendee through a duel held in the practice hall. One of the twins tells him to keep quiet before he humiliates himself. The other mocks him, saying that weak fools like him, who've never even wielded a sword, stand no chance against them. Surprisingly, our boy remains calm and composed. He tells them they can talk all they want after they win. The twins grow furious and demand to know if he genuinely believes that someone like him can defeat them. Yet our boy stays focused. To him, this duel is simply another trial that he must overcome in order to secure the entrance ticket. He has no intention of letting their taunts distract or discourage him. Knox confidently declares that he will be the one to attend Eldine Academy. Tao watches his son's interactions, a little confused by what he's seeing. Talia, on the other hand, is visibly impressed by the young master's confidence and starts showing interest in him. This catches the attention of the twins and sparks a bit of jealousy. Knox quickly realizes that he has drawn the attention of someone he probably shouldn't have. After dinner, Tao sits in his office reading through Robwell's reports. He tells Robwell that, just as he had reported, it indeed appears that something about Knox has changed. Robwell agrees with this assessment. Tao reflects that had he not witnessed today's events for himself, he wouldn't have believed them. He wonders what exactly has caused this sudden change. He even begins to suspect that Knox might have been possessed by a demon. Whatever the reason may be, Knox has caught his full attention. The family head comprehends the situation and instructs Robwell to monitor Knox closely. Early the next morning, the young master is already in the practice hall. The maids gossip about the upcoming duel in 1 month. They also wonder aloud why running is the only thing he ever seems to do. Knox tries to grasp what the maids are talking about, but quickly realizes he doesn't possess the intuition for reading between the lines. The system then notifies him that his stamina stat has increased by 0.1%. He is shocked by the minimal improvement. He chooses to run because his greatest weakness lies in his stamina. The system informs him that in order to unlock the use of swordsmanship and combat genius, his stamina stat must reach level 4. He notes that if someone weren't as weak as he currently is, they will be able to use it without any issue. He tires quickly due to the curse of the weak still being in effect. He discovers that it took him an entire month just to raise his stamina by 1.9 points. The system reminds him that the curse of the weak is a debilitating curse that cuts his growth rate in half. It becomes obvious why, despite running so much, he was only able to raise his stamina by 0.1%. Adding to that, his terminally ill trait also halves his growth rate. He realizes that to keep up with others, he will need to exert 4 times the effort. He wonders to himself why everything is so difficult for him. The system then informs him that his stamina has reached 15 and his mana has hit 30. However, because of his terminally ill trait, 15 is the maximum stamina he can reach. He decides to put that worry aside for now. Rona arrives, bringing all the supplies he had requested the previous day. Our boy is impressed. She's faster than he expected. He feels glad, believing this will allow him to make some real progress now. The only question remaining in his mind is how to break past the limit and reach stamina level 4. He looks over all the supplies Rona brought. He feels confident that using his own knowledge, he can resolve this. He mixes the ingredients together and pours the contents into a bottle. Rona, watching curiously, asks why he needs all of these items. The poison is difficult to handle. The ingredients are those most people avoid, and they are quite expensive. Knox tells her it's because most people don't understand how to use them properly. Rona is visibly surprised by this explanation. Knox then drinks the mixture he just created. Rona immediately becomes alarmed, knowing that it contains poison. The system notifies him that he has consumed the poison of the 3-headed gorgon. and as a result, his health will temporarily be increased by 1.5 times. At the same time, the system initiates a death counter. He has only 10 minutes left. Rona becomes frantic and wants to call the head butler, but Nox stops her. He then eats the core, something clearly not meant to be consumed, and Rona panics further, frightened by what she's witnessing. The system confirms that he has ingested the core of a golem, and warns that his body will now begin to slowly petrify. Suddenly, another notification appears. The system announces that a hidden piece has been activated. The poison of the three-headed gorgon is reacting with the golem's core. Our boy feels satisfied, knowing that everything is proceeding just as he planned. The system explains that normally, the golem's core is used to petrify individuals, rapidly boost defensive stats, or construct artificial golems. However, when combined with the poison of the three-headed gorgon, a special reaction occurs. The gorgon's poison becomes diluted. Then comes the most critical message. The curse of the weak has been lifted. Nox is overjoyed to see this change. Rona, however, is still frightened and thinks her young master might die at any moment. But Nox knows there is still one more step remaining. He begins to unbutton his shirt, an action that terrifies Rona even more. Rona feels both anxious and curious, eager to understand what he plans to do next. To her surprise, he takes the poison and pours it over his head. The system promptly notifies him that he has used the dew of the Remembering Fairy, and the petrification effects caused by the golem's core have now vanished. It also reports that the dew is currently reacting with the core of the golem. To our boy, the entire process feels like an unusual kind of healing. The system goes on to explain that a hidden piece has been activated, and the user will temporarily receive the trait called Blessing of Growth. Everything unfolds just as Nox had planned. The system then displays the positive blessings he has just acquired. Now only one item remains for him to use, the Rapid Stamina Growth Scroll. He tears it apart without hesitation. The system confirms the action, stating that the scroll has been successfully used, and from now on, his stamina growth rate will be doubled. Our boy thinks to himself that he has finally eliminated the curse, with the blessing of growth suppressing the debuffs caused by the terminally ill trait. And with the scroll in effect, he knows that his current growth rate should be twice that of most individuals. This means he should be able to raise his stamina stat significantly faster. Suddenly, he grabs Rona and kisses her. Shocked, Rona stares at him and questions internally whether the young master is truly all right. She yells at him, saying that when he suddenly began taking off his clothes, she thought something was seriously wrong with his head. Nox then orders her to bring him a towel. Still confused and overwhelmed, she stands there, curious to understand what is actually happening to her young master. Nox considers that since the curse has now been lifted, perhaps he should go easy on her. He tells her that he is fine. Rona asks him if he's absolutely sure he'll be okay, even if she doesn't call the head butler, and wonders aloud if he shouldn't be resting instead. He assures her that everything is fine now. Still puzzled, she asks once again what he intends to do next. Our boy calmly responds that he's just going to run. In the garden, our boy starts running, and Rona chases after him while carrying the towel in her hands. From her window, Talia watches the scene unfold, puzzled about why someone as weak as him would accept a match against his brothers. Her maid, Emma, gently reminds her not to stare so openly at the youngest son of Rainhafer, explaining that it's considered inappropriate. But Talia remains confused. He doesn't even carry a sword. He just runs around all the time. She recalls that even the other knights of Rainhafer have offered to train him, but he turned down all of their offers. She's convinced that in 1 month he'll be beaten, and that will be the end of it. Despite herself, she feels concerned about the young master. Unable to suppress her feelings, she tells Emma that she'll be right back and head straight to Nox. Our boy is taken aback and wonders why she came looking for him. He bluntly asks what she wants from him. Talia, slightly offended by his cold attitude, wonders what's behind his behavior. Still, She tells herself he's simply too stunned by her beauty to respond properly. She then questions him, asking if he's really certain he can defeat his brothers. And is that the reason he accepted the match? Does he truly believe that, just by running around like this, he has a chance? Rona silently agrees with Talia's doubts. Talia offers to help him, but only if he's willing to accept it. He rejects the offer outright and tells her to get lost, saying he has no interest. Furious, she asks if this is how he treats someone offering assistance. Rona advises him gently that if he talks like that, girls are bound to dislike him. Annoyed, Talia snaps that he can forget her offer and just do things his own way then. Rona sighs, saying this just makes things unnecessarily complicated. Our boy proceeds to check Talia's information using the system. He reads her traits in detail. No matter how he analyzes them, he realizes that she possesses incredible talent. In Inner Lunatic, most grown men have a stamina stat of around 4, but hers is remarkably high, although it may not yet compare to the 3 sword masters on the continent, or with the potential held by one of the 4 great mages. He sees that at the very least, she has the capability to reach such levels in the future. He concludes that she should be capable of killing several demons, especially with her fire attribute. He's also aware that the fire attribute Magic Talia uses will eventually awaken into white flames. Flames that are used to burn the demonized Nox in the future. He reflects on the consequences. If he manages to make Talia his ally now, the story of the future will be altered far too much. So he resolves to find a way to stick to the original storyline while avoiding death. Still, he wonders if it's even possible to get along with someone destined to kill him. 1 month later, inside the training hall, Nox's twin brothers admire Talia's sword skills and compliment her on how quickly she learns. Alan comments that this is exactly what he expects from a member of the Stillrainer family. Hearing her family name brings back memories of her sister, who is far stronger and more skilled than she is. Talia remembers the time her sword broke during a match. She questions whether she can truly become a knight. Her thoughts drift to the lessons ingrained in her. A knight must never be driven by greed, must live modestly, and must be ready to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Above all, a knight must master the sword and its form to become worthy of the title. Talia also wonders whether Nox can realistically defeat his brothers, who've trained for years, just by doing cardio exercises. In her mind, it's not possible. The next day, a crowd gathers to watch the match. Our boy and his brother stand face to face. Their father, along with other elders and Talia, takes a seat on the balcony to witness the duel. Tao turns to Rodwell and asks what he thinks the outcome of this duel will be. But before Rodwell can respond, the referee steps forward and formally announces that the duel to determine who will gain the right to enter Elden Academy is now beginning. Both brothers stand tall, ready, swords in hand, prepare to fight. A few moments earlier, when Tao asks Rodwell about the possible outcome of the duel, Rodwell tells him that, considering young Master Alan's past performances, he thinks it's a given that Alan will win. Tao agrees with him. The head butler then wonders if Tao is expecting something else, because while he acknowledges that it's true young Master Nox has changed, he still doesn't believe Nox will win. To him, that would be outrageous and impossible. The head butler himself once walked the path of a knight beside the patriarch. He knows the art of the blade can at times be ornate, but other times it's very simple. How long one is trained and how seriously they've pursued their craft determine their level. And there is only one way for someone to completely overturn the odds and make a person who is ahead of them on the path kneel before them. That is a wall that cannot be climbed. Overwhelming talent. He also wonders if young Master Nox was born with such a gift. Tao tells him that the possibility isn't zero, and at the very least, if Nox was born with Reinhafer blood, then there is a chance. That the youngest son was born with the talent of Sword Emperor. Suddenly, the system notifies him that his traits, swordsmanship, and combat genius are inactive. Our boy wonders why he's so unlucky when his luck stat is so high. Now he's confused. Could his luck stat actually be in the negatives? He knows that in the end, he wasn't able to reach a stamina stat of 4. The system then updates him regarding the activation of trait effects. He remembers that during his training, his stamina stat increased by 0.1. He feels slightly relieved knowing that his stamina is now 3.8. While he's running to improve his stamina, Rona asks if she really has to keep running with him. He smiles at her and says that it wouldn't be fun if she didn't, and who would take care of him if she didn't. Nox then returns her towel and tells her to rest for now. She stays quiet and looks at him with anger. Nox gazes into her eyes and tells her that she just cursed him in her mind. She denies it. In truth, our boy is impressed by her stamina. He looks at her details in the system and confirms his suspicion. Her stamina is 4.5. He's surprised to see that a maid is stronger than the average man and wonders what's going on with the Rainhafer family. He feels somewhat happy knowing that her starting stamina stat is higher than his, even though he's been training his ass off for a month just to improve this one stat. Still, it's a little upsetting for him. Rona informs him that it's already evening, and since the duel is tomorrow, he should get some rest. Now, inside the training hall, both brothers stand facing each other. His brother taunts him, saying, why doesn't he just give up? Even if he is the shame of the family, he's still his younger brother, and Alan can't beat him up too hard now. Our boy responds that his brother doesn't look like someone who wants him to give up. Alan tells him that he's right, and to be honest, he wants to impress the daughter of the Stillreiner family, and he believes Nox will help him with that. Nox tells him he's not sure if that's a good choice. Our boy knows that Alan's stamina stat is 8. Alan then asks if he has a crush on her too. Our hero knows that he can't defeat Alan using ordinary methods. The referee announces that the duel for the admission ticket to Eldine Academy is about to begin. He also informs both brothers that they must accept whatever the result may be and that objections will not be tolerated. Our boy feels a little nervous because he knows it's all over if he loses here. He needs to find his memories, and he still has to figure out who the person was that sent him the letter. He also knows that after the 1-year grace period, he will die. The referee asks them both if they are ready, then signals them to begin the fight. Alan is the first one to attack, and our boy defends himself so well that even he appreciates his own defensive skill. To Nox, this is the only consistent thing in the damned interlunatic game. Both strike at each other with balance and skill. Our hero knows that if he loses here, he'll have to give up everything. But if he wins, he can have it all. During the fight, the system informs him that his stamina stat has increased by 0.1%. Alan taunts Nox, suggesting maybe he hit his head too many times, and says perhaps he'll feel better once he hits him some more. Facilia, who is watching the duel from the balcony, thinks to herself that worrying about how the youngest had changed was pointless. She simply wants the last child from this family to enter Eldin Academy to be her son, Alan. She dismisses Nox's skills as pathetic. Tao tells Rodwell that he was looking forward to seeing how Nox had changed and now wonders, is this all he can do? The head butler asks if he should stop the duel. He explains that if they let it continue, young Master Nox will take a long time to recover. Tao replies that Alan and Hart's talents are good, but not that good, especially when compared to his first son, Garen. They lack the ability to put everything beneath their feet, to dominate their opponents with the overwhelming power of the dark sword of domination. He wonders who that power will be passed down to. That thought saddens him, and he instructs the head butler to stop the duel. During the fight, the system once again informs Nox about a rise in his stamina stat. Suddenly, the system confirms that his traits, swordsmanship and combat genius, have been activated. Our boy is already exhausted, but he's happy to have regained his traits. Alan asks if he's lost his mind. Nox immediately activates his skill, the Hour of the Genius. Our boy remembers hearing somewhere that geniuses and the talented each have their own hours during the day. He's glad that this is the genius hour. To him, everything appears to slow down. Thanks to this skill that alters his perception, the world seems to move in slow motion. He understands that perceiving an enemy's movements as slower and him moving faster are two very different things. He knows it will be difficult to fully utilize this skill. But now that his traits, swordsmanship, and combat genius are active, it's over for his opponent. With a quick and powerful swing of his sword, Nox knocks Alan's weapon to the ground. That one move proves his unwavering determination to win. Alan's sword falls to the ground, and Nox appears victorious. The young master shouts that it's fun. Alan remains frozen in shock. The swordsman knows he still can't afford to lower his guard. Not yet. He's well aware that the duration of the skill is only 5 minutes, and he must finish this within that time frame no matter what. He tells his brother that he had been going easy on him until now, but says it's gotten boring and suggests they end this as quickly as possible. He then challenges him to come at him with everything all at once. Nox turns to his father and asks for permission to face both of his brothers simultaneously. Not only his father, but everyone observing the duel is taken aback by his confidence. Talia watches in confusion, wondering what he's doing right now. Their father notices a shift in his energy. It's clear his vigor has changed, and it feels like he's hiding something. Choosing to observe a little more, he allows the 2-on-1 spar to proceed. But just then, Facilia yells out, demanding they stop. However, Tao steps in and orders them to begin. Alan picks up his sword again. Hearts, seething with anger, growls about how dare this brat humiliate them in front of their father. He warns Nox to be ready. Both twins launch their assault together. At first, the young fighter focuses on defending himself, but soon he switches to offense. Alan quickly urges his twin to move closer to his left side, but Hearts, blinded by rage, refuses to listen. The system notifies the swordsman that, thanks to the special effect of Hour of the Genius, the proficiency of the Dark family's low-grade swordsmanship has increased. He's pleased to hear it. Now, he can even track their sword movements. With his incredible speed and relentless attacks, he lands a hit on Alan's shoulder. Talia is stunned by the sheer speed and wonders how on earth he managed to pull that off. Alan looks at him in disbelief, thinking that even the shame of the family could evolve this much. All those watching wear that same curious expression. Hearts scolds his twin, telling him not to get distracted in the middle of the spar. Soon, both brothers begin to tire, and then the young master unleashes his full power. He thinks to himself that even though this is just a spar, there's something significant at stake, and simply swinging the sword feels exciting. Before long, he sends both brothers crashing to the ground. At that exact moment, the system informs him that Hour of the Genius has ended. He's relieved that it wrapped up already. Facilia, fuming at her two sons, shouts furiously at them. Nox turns to the referee and asks whether the winner has been decided. The referee responds affirmatively and declares that the victor is young Master Nox. Everyone watching the duel rises to their feet, even their father. Nox expresses his gratitude for their appreciation and politely requests permission to take his leave. As he walks out of the training hall, Talia thinks to herself that she must speak with him immediately. After leaving, he feels extremely tired and then notices blood on his hand. He quickly realizes that it must be because he pushed the skill a bit too long. He knows that Hour of the Genius carries a major flaw. If the time limit is exceeded, it triggers a debuffing effect called recoil. The system informs him that, due to the recoil of the skill Hour of the Genius, his lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. He recognizes this as the worst kind of debuff. It permanently cuts his lifespan and also makes him more susceptible to illness. Though he's already terminally ill, he's glad that the recoil didn't activate in front of others. He worries that if anyone had witnessed it, his acceptance into the academy might have been revoked. Suddenly Talia runs after him and asks if he got injured during the spar. He isn't thrilled to see her. He is not happy to see that she has found out, and he wonders why it had to be her when so many others were present in the hall. He cannot let Tao discover his skill rebound. She quickly asks him how he managed to win a fight between siblings with that broken body of his. The young master wonders what she is planning, but she simply explains that she has misunderstood him. She clearly seems impressed by his performance. What she witnessed over the past month was that Nox never once wielded a sword on the first day, and all she saw was him swinging a wooden sword clumsily. The fact that someone like him could win proves he is talented. Now she wants to know how he awakened such talent and how he trained it. But after seeing the duels end and watching him when he is alone, she is confused and wants to know what is truly happening and why he is in such a state. Many questions fill her mind, such as whether he overwhelmed his siblings with his genius and talent. There are also rumors that Nox was good for nothing. She also noticed that he simply worked hard to achieve victory no matter what. When she notices him coughing, she asks if he is all right and tries to support him. But he rejects her hand and tells her never to touch him. He acts that way because he has been obsessed with gaming for the past 2 years, making it difficult for him to get along with others. He also knows that she is a character who will kill him in the future. She apologizes and tells him she did not know he was that serious about the sword, and she had heard that his body was weak from birth. Now she understands why he was only doing stamina training. She tells him she is sorry for misunderstanding him, and that acting like a good-for-nothing was probably not his intention either. She also mentions that Emma told her people could make mistakes like that. The swordsman feels slightly confused and thinks about how to respond because she is so honest, just like he is seen in the game. Even though he knows she possesses the traits of a knight, he also thinks that as the daughter of a proud, reputable duke family, it must be hard for her to admit when she is wrong. He tells her that if that is what she thinks of him, then please do not tell others about the bleeding. She agrees to keep it secret. While looking at her, he thinks he probably does not need to worry about others finding out about this matter. He tells her to keep her promise and leave. She feels sad because Nox did not pay any attention to her. That night, in Teo's office, he tells the head butler that it seems his guess was correct, and asks what he thinks of Nox's talent. Rodwell replies that at first, he could not understand why Nox allowed himself to be beaten up, but among the children around his age, and including all the other young masters, he believes Nox is the best. Teo agrees with him, but admits he still thinks Nox has talents he is hiding. He orders Rodwell to monitor all of his movements and do nothing but observe, no matter what he does. He also wonders if Nox has enough talent to inherit the supreme black sword. Teo tells him that he does not have much time left, and what Rodwell is doing is important. Rodwell assures him that he will do his best. Now, it is late at night, and the system informs the young master that he has completed the tutorial quest and cleared his first fight. Nox knows this is a sword that becomes reality, but the game-like system is still present. The status window remains as well. The system tells him he will be given rewards and that he has received free stat points. He knows it is a jackpot for him. However, he is not very happy because he ran for a whole month just to increase his stamina by 2, and they could have just given this to him earlier. He sits in his room, looking at his status window. He points at his luck stat and increases it from 7 to 10 because it is not a stat that can be raised through hard work. In Inner Lunatic, luck is the most valuable stat. After completing the process, he decides to check its value right away. The system informs him that he has received the benefit of mass clear 27 times. He is surprised to know the benefit system is still here as well. It is a relief for him. He decides to do the gacha immediately, and a huge machine appears in front of him. He laughs, thinking that seeing this in person feels so alien. He recalls that when the luck stat is at its highest, the chance of an intermediate rank or above appearing was 95%. He looks at the different ranks, seeing 3 of them, with the advanced rank being gold and the highest rank being rainbow. He wants to get gold or above. The machine starts its process, and a gold rank is delivered into his hands. It is a gold letter. The swordsman opens it, and the system congratulates him for obtaining an advanced trait. The supreme ruler's awe. He cannot believe he actually got it. The system shows him the complete information of the skill. It is a super jackpot for him to think he would get a debuff skill, but he still has another reward. It is a one-time use skill confirmation voucher, and the system asks if he wants to use it now. He thinks that the skill he will obtain from this is already decided. It is one of the hidden pieces that can be obtained in the Rainhafer family. And in order to get it, he needs that skill. He knows Teo will soon gather all the siblings at the estate, and that is when he will use it. He wonders if it is almost time for him to return to the Rainhafer estate, since it has been a while since the graduation ceremony of Eldine Academy ended. Vaughn, the second son of the Rainhafer family, should be traveling around to train as a knight. He suddenly remembers that he needs to find the hidden piece and handle grain. There is no time to rest at all. The only fortunate thing is that he probably does not need to worry about Talia anymore. He is confident she is not the type of character to break her promise, and there is no reason for her to approach him either. In the morning, he reaches the training hall and finds Talia already there waiting for him. He had already thought about this last night. He asks her if they did not settle everything yesterday already, and what she wants from him. She wants to know how he became so strong so quickly. He asks her if she has been secretly watching him train for a month, and she begins walking away from there. She pleads with him for at least a spar and insists that he could at least tell her how he trains. He remembers that Talia was a character who always wanted to be recognized by her sister. Turning back to her, he tells her that before asking him something like that, or thinking about how she should train, she should first consider the talent she possesses. The young swordsman has never comforted anyone before, and he wonders what else he should say to her. After a brief pause, he advises her not to compare herself to others. Then he leaves the training hall. She feels sad and is almost in tears because he just walked away. While walking outside the training hall, he wonders if she will come after him or if she will stay where she is. He also thinks there is no need to let her witness him earning the hidden piece when she might end up killing him. As he continues walking, he reaches the Reinhafer family barn and sees a large number of horses gathered there. He knows that this place is famed for raising the best horses on the continent. There, his father and twin brothers await him, and the head butler welcomes him. His father tells them that he is sure they all know why he has called them there. He tells them that from now on, they will each choose the horse they will be with forever. The young master already knew this and had been waiting for this moment. He remembers reading that horses are considered the holiest animals both on the continent and within the Reinhafer family. If they have decided to become a mage or a knight, they choose a horse when they are young to have as a lifelong companion. He knows that Eldane Academy teaches horse riding and that the later parts of the game include many large-scale wars. If the horse he has dies, he will have to raise a young horse again. Plus, transportation magic is extremely expensive. He is not happy that horses are such an important mode of transportation in this game, but now he decides to choose the best horse. Their father tells them that since Nox won the duel, he can choose first. Teo warns him that he will give him just one chance. As Nox walks towards the horses, his father wonders which one the youngest will choose. He notices that all the horses are quite cute and good ones. After observing them, he finds one horse that is a different color from the others. He points at the horse and tells his father that he will choose this one. Everyone goes quiet, and his father tells him that he will give him another chance. The young swordsman wonders why he is being given another chance and thinks it shows just how bad of a decision they think he is making. Actually, he is loading the target stat window. After some time, the system activates and provides him with all the details about his chosen horse. He notices that its rank is high and most summoned creatures are divided into ranks. Depending on their growth, they can rise more than one rank. He knows this means the horse can at least become the highest rank, and on top of that, it is an obsidian. His system tells him it is the rarest kind among the many out there. The name refers to the type of igneous rock. He thinks if the patriarch knew this, he would have taken this horse himself. He also knows that right now is not that tempting because of its negative trait. The system displays all of its negative traits, and he knows that from some perspectives, it is an even more annoying trait than the terminally ill trait. He tells his father that he will not change his mind and that he will go with this horse. He knows that with his knowledge, he can save this horse. His father wonders why he would make such a choice and thinks he might be projecting himself onto the horse. In the end, he thinks his son is just an emotional and weak person. Teo calls his choice a disappointment and makes it clear to Nox that he hopes he will not regret this decision. After advising him, their father leaves. The twin brothers want to stop him, and the young master feels confused, thinking his decision really was disappointing. The head butler tells the twin brothers that he will watch over Nox and requests them to choose their horses. Rodwell comes to Nox and asks him to choose a name for the horse. He agrees with the idea and names him Carl. The young swordsman tells him that he will go with Carl. He used that name when clearing Inner Lunatic, and it is a meaningful name to him. He takes the horse to his bedroom because he cannot let others see what he is about to do. He notices that the horse's eyes look determined to live, just like he is struggling to live. He notices that Rona is present in his room, so he calls her name and warns her that if she does not answer right now, she will face consequences. She understands his warning and shouts that she is here. She asks him how he knew she was there. He orders her to look after his horse. She is surprised to see a horse on his bed because she is the one who has to clean it. He laughs and tells her that it is a sick horse and she has to do her best. She has no other option but to obey him. He knows this is a bit problematic, and what is about to happen next is going to be quite a shock. The real question was whether Rona would be able to deal with it. 3 days later, Carl dies and Rona cries for him. Her tears make the young master feel sorrowful. He knows that Rona puts a great deal of effort into taking care of Carl, and he feels slightly bad for her. He already knew that something like this would happen. He orders her to stop crying because she is distracting him. He reassures her and tells her not to worry because Carl will return to his side again. She stands there confused, wondering if something is wrong with his mind. He simply smiles and instructs her to get behind him now. He takes the scroll out from his jacket. Placing his hand on the scroll, he infuses it with his mana. Something magical begins to occur, and she becomes surprised to see that he can use mana, immediately warning him that this is illegal here. The first time, he is unable to control his mana properly. So he tries again and warns her that if she keeps distracting him, Carl will die once again. And this time, it would be her fault. He explains to her that he has become someone who has not yet awakened his trait of genius of mana detection. In this empire, using mana below the age of 15 is forbidden unless one is from the imperial family. Because of this, compared to other students who begin learning mana control later, the descendants of the imperial family are several times more proficient in magic. The only thing he can do right now is pour as much mana as he can into this scroll. At this moment, he begins to feel a faint energy emanating from his palms. He knows that this is mana. You find it interesting because this scroll is a one-time use energy voucher. And this time, he cannot afford to make any mistakes. From now on, the magic he will be using is black magic. The system confirms that the skill Book of the Dead Necromacron has been obtained. The system also informs him that the target, Carl, can be revived as an undead. He remembers reading from the system that within Inner Lunatic, there are two types of beings possessing the trait of an undead. The first type are beings brought back to life through black magic or dark mana. And the second type are those revived without an ego, reborn as stronger beings. He also knows that such beings would remain blindly loyal to their master, almost to a fault. However, the problem is that there is only one family known to revive corpses as undead, and that is the dark family, the Marva's family. While Rainhafer is also a dark family, it is a night family, whereas the Marva's family are black mages who control the undead. In that case, he wonders, shouldn't players who do not belong to the Marva's family be unable to use their skills at all? He knows the answer is no, because of the one-time use skill selection voucher he obtained. From it, he received the Necromacron, also known as the Book of the Dead. Rona becomes shocked when she sees dark blood begin to flow from the young master's mouth. But he wants to push it a little further. Suddenly, he notices that his mana is running out. At that moment, Carl comes back to life. The system confirms that he has activated the skill successfully. Carl is now stronger than before. The system informs him that his pet Carl has been revived as an undead. He feels delighted to have achieved this skill successfully. Now, he looks at Carl's traits within the system. He is surprised to see that Carl is much more improved than before. However, Carl has some negative traits as well. He tells Carl that he will be his master from now on, and Carl behaves in a way that shows he completely understands his master. Rona becomes emotional and hugs the young master tightly, telling him that she thought something bad had happened to him, wondering how he can use mana so recklessly. She even scolds Carl, asking how he can also be so reckless. She shouts at Carl, telling him that she cared for him so much and orders him to spit out the carrot she fed him. Now the young master shifts his focus onto the hidden piece. A few days later, he goes out at night, looking at the map and thinking that the road is not much different compared to the game. He searches for the second hidden piece of the Reinhafer family, determined that he must obtain this item. It is the key that would help a little in compensating for his terminally ill trait. He wonders if he is being too sensitive, but this is not a game anymore. This is reality. He reaches a point where he sees a notice board with a warning written on it, stating that this is Mia's forest, and if young children enter, they may get lost and die. So please do not enter no matter what. He thinks to himself that he does not want to die a second time. The system warns him that he has entered the missing child's forest and that failure to clear this place will result in death. In reality, the missing child's forest lies within Reinhafer's territory, a forest where entry is prohibited. Due to the darkness and thick fog, no matter how skilled a ranger or pathfinder is, they would still have trouble finding their way around here. He discovers that it is just like its name suggests, a place that causes everyone to get lost like a child. But he also knows there is a different meaning to it. Even if a fully grown adult kills a monster in this forest, they will not be able to obtain any artifacts. Additionally, the difficulty of the monsters increases if the intruder is an adult. He remembers that he died a few times here while trying to find the right way to clear it. That is why the difficulty rating of the missing child's forest is at least 2.5 stars, with 5 stars being the maximum. Since this is a game where the difficulty is the worst, he recalls how hard he tried to clear it without knowing what items would appear. Now that he thinks about it, this is the perfect place to find an item suited for his terminally ill trait. Lighting his torch, he begins searching the forest. He knows that the crucial key to clearing the missing child's forest is the direction of the smoke. To be precise, it is the opposite direction from where the smoke is heading. He shouts loudly, asking how long the person intends to keep hiding and suggesting that they reveal themselves now. Looking around, he finds no one there and wonders if the person is planning to hide until the very end. Right now in the palace, Talia is still thinking about him and cannot believe that her beauty had no effect on him. She is completely unable to understand this at all. Suddenly, her maid Emma requests her to please stop following young Master Knox around. Emma also tells her that if she keeps doing this, she herself will end up getting scolded. Talia calms her down and guarantees that she will make sure Emma does not get fired from the family. Emma explains to her that this is not what she means. Emma thinks that young Miss Talia is already talented enough for everyone to respect her as the next matriarch, and if only young Miss Chell was not around. She also wonders why Talia feels so inferior to her own sister and is being so impatient. Emma leaves her room, hoping that Talia has probably given up and is sleeping now. However, when Emma checks her room, Talia is already gone. Emma wonders if she went to find young Master Knox. Quickly, Emma wakes everyone up in the palace. Talia actually manages to find Knox in the forest, which shocks him. He asks her what she is doing here. Suddenly, the young swordsman senses danger and tells her to get behind him. Both of them are startled to see a gray wolf approaching. He wonders if this forest is part of the gray wolf's territory. Talia realizes that she only has a dagger with her right now. The wolf begins circling around them and signals others to join him. Suddenly, the gray wolf charges at them. She feels terrified, but he remains confident. Staring at the charging wolf, he steps forward and with a single swing of his sword, kills it instantly. She is deeply impressed and thinks that although it was only one wolf, he managed to defeat it so cleanly. Nox looks at her calmly and says that he will ask her again what she is doing here because he thought his brothers would be the ones to follow him. She simply smiles, and when she notices a night stroll in his hands, she wonders why he has it. He demands her answer and threatens to leave her alone here if she does not respond. Walking towards him, she grabs his hand and tells him that she is not doing anything strange. Actually, it is just that he suddenly became so strong, and she thought about wanting to become strong like him. She explains that she looked out the window and saw him there, and she was curious about where he was going. As expected, she believed he had some kind of special training method. She tells him this is why she followed him, and upon seeing this forest, she jumped into it without thinking. Nox becomes certain of 3 things now. First, she thinks extremely highly of him. Second, she is not hostile towards him, which is a relief. And lastly, she is just a kid who does not understand how dangerous it is to follow others late at night. The young swordsman smiles at her and thinks that since she is one of the core characters, he cannot just leave her here. He tells her to follow him for now. However, he makes it clear that he is not trying to help her, but is simply resolving this situation so that his family does not end up in a bad spot. She accepts her mistake and apologizes for it. He hopes that she probably will not do anything dangerous again. She thanks him for saving her life. And just as she is about to say something, they notice a large number of wolves staring at them. The young master orders her to get away from him and hands the burning torch over to her. He instructs her that she should be on her way home as he swings his sword at the wolves. He considers that there are some unexpected variables he needs to focus on again. He knows this place exists before the scenario begins. And since it is an area within the prologue, there will not be any boss monsters. However, an elite monster, one rank below a boss, will appear here, and it will be an evolved form of the gray wolf he just cut down, the elite gray wolf. But simply knowing who his enemy is does not mean things will go smoothly for him. He slashes at the wolves and starts killing them. The wolves continue their attacks against him, and he continues cutting them down. He recalls the words he always repeated in times like this, back when he was Sean and played Inner Lunatic. Was he really the weakling? Talia watches him killing countless wolves and wonders if he has yet to reveal his full strength, since his sword technique had looked even more amazing when he fought his brothers. She also questions whether he has killed gray wolves before. Meanwhile, Nox considers that she is still very weak. A very large gray wolf appears before him, and he recognizes it immediately as the elite gray wolf. Soon, many people from the palace head into the forest to search for them. They find their footprints near the forest, and it becomes clear to them that Nox and Talia have entered. Emma is among the search party and urges them to go in immediately. However, Rodwell rejects her idea and calls it foolish. Emma demands to know why he does not want to go in. Rodwell explains to her that it is a forest not even Rainhafer has managed to clear. The system shows that the missing child's forest is ranked as one of the highest within the Rainhafer family territories. And while the Rainhafer family is known to be the strongest dark family in the South, the fact that there is still a forest they are unable to clear is basically like saying they are incompetent. Furthermore, the reality that only children who have not become adults can enter the forest, and that the forest can only be cleared successfully by children has not been made known to them yet. The head butler wonders why the young master entered the forest. He does not think the boy was bewitched by a mind-controlling monster. Observing the tracks, he notices that Nox definitely moved with care. There are also no traces of anyone getting past the strongest mana barrier of this estate, which means the young master entered the forest intentionally. He admits to himself that he was wrong and can no longer deny that Nox is not the same weak and frail young master as before. Rodwell informs Emma that there is only one way for the two of them to return. The young master has to use his wisdom and find a way out of the forest. Emma becomes emotional, tears filling her eyes as she blames herself for causing her young miss to die. On the other side, the young swordsman continues killing the wolves. He notices Talia pulling out her knife, and he thinks she has not lost her focus despite being scared. He advises her not to attack unnecessarily since she might get hurt and tells her to just stay out of this. He also instructs her to save her strength and use it to run away if she gets attacked, as only then can she slightly increase her chances of survival. He knows that killing an elite wolf is not particularly dangerous since it is only rated at 2.5 stars. He simply wants Talia to remain vigilant and able to react to her surroundings. Looking at her, he observes that she has learned well, even though she is not yet at the level where he can trust her to cover his back. He quickly activates Hour of the Genius. He intends to use this skill to kill it in a single strike. As the elite gray wolf leaps at him, he manages to slay it instantly. He then notices that the other wolves have stopped, but suddenly they start attacking him one by one again, and he continues cutting them down. This time, the wolves are so ferocious and aggressive that Talia becomes worried for his safety. She thinks that even though Nox did tell her to run away if it became dangerous, she cannot bring herself to do that now. So she climbs up a tree. Finally, he asks her if she plans on helping him. Talia asks if he is injured. He knows it's pointless to call her for help, so he assures her that he's fine. Yet he understands this is not the time to be careless. She feels relieved that Nox isn't hurt. He grows uneasy, realizing he just showed her his pathetic side and the recoil from his skill has already arrived. He knows it's not over yet. He notices the elite wolf finally rising to its feet. At first, the elite wolf circles him, observing his every move. Then all of a sudden, it charges at Nox at full speed. But the elite wolf employs a strange technique. First it runs away, then abruptly reappears, leaping onto him and injuring his shoulder before retreating again. The second time, it repeats its attack in exactly the same manner. The young master thinks it's supposed to be a 2.5 star monster. But the elite wolf is far more intelligent than he expected. He realizes he needs to revise his approach. He also notices that this elite gray wolf is smarter and more cunning than in the game. He knows it is hiding now, watching him, waiting for another chance to strike. The last 2 attacks took him completely by surprise. He regrets not recognizing its intelligence earlier when it was commanding the other wolves, and to think it would even exploit the terrain and geographical advantages. He knows he needs to raise his guard first. Suddenly, the elite wolf attacks again, and this time, Nox lands a hit, but it has no effect. It seems like the wolf had been waiting for him to attempt a large swing and reveal an opening. The elite counters immediately, and the swordsman fails to predict it. He wonders if he got too excited just because he has cleared this game multiple times. He knows that was a foolish judgment. Then, out of nowhere, Talia's dagger pierces its eye. He thinks that if the elite wolf can create openings, then so can they. The person who created that unexpected variable was Talia. Seizing the opportunity, he slays the elite gray wolf with a single swing of his sword. Talia notices 2 other wolves observing their battle, and when Nox manages to kill the elite, they retreat. Watching this, she descends from the tree and runs toward him. She wants to know if he is all right. He tells her he survived only because of her and thanks her for it. After expressing his gratitude, he wonders if he just thanked the enemy who will kill him in the future. But for now, it's not his concern. She asks if he got injured just now, having noticed some large wounds on his shoulder. He replies that it's only a slight wound and there is nothing to worry about. She feels relieved that he isn't hurt elsewhere. Suddenly, a tiny spider jumps on her shoulder and she screams that it's another monster. She quickly leaps into his arms and clings to him tightly. She tells him there's a spider and clings to him tightly. The young master wonders how long she intends to hang on to him. He is also curious whether she is truly afraid of the spider or if she simply wants to hug him. He casually flicks the spider away and questions her, asking if something like a spider scares her. Then why on earth did she follow him into the forest? She asks if he isn't scared of spiders. The swordsman responds that with fear like that, she definitely won't be able to become a knight. Upon hearing this, she becomes angry and steps back from him. He smiles, thinking that finally she let go of him. He knows he survived only because of her, but he feels hesitant to say this since she might suddenly scream. Now, they just need to get out of the forest. It is morning now, and the search party is still waiting outside the forest. Emma is worried, wondering whether they survived or not. She feels anxious, thinking that Miss Talia's disappearance could create problems between both families. Rodwell reflects that since many children in this area go missing within the missing child forest, there are people who secretly claim that the Reinhafer family is incompetent. Suddenly, Emma points towards the forest and informs the others that the fog of the forest is beginning to lift. Now they see that the missing child forest has been cleared. She does not know for sure, but that is what she thinks it is. The fact that the miasma is being lifted. Rodwell confirms her observation and tells her she is right. He explains that it means the forest has been cleared and the only possibility they were thinking of has turned into reality. Now all of them enter the forest, and Emma tells the others that it means their young Master Knox did it. Suddenly, they notice the young master and Talia coming out of the forest. One servant remarks that to think he could really clear the forest is hard to believe, and that he is coming out as if nothing happened. Rodwell thinks he can't help but smile. Now he is certain that the hierarchy of the descendants within the Reinhafer family is about to experience great turmoil. Knox looks at the search party and wonders why everyone is gathered here. Emma runs towards Talia and hugs her, telling her they were so worried about her. Rodwell informs the young master that the family was worried about his disappearance as well. Knox finds it hard to believe that the family would worry over a good-for-nothing like him, thinking it is only because their dark family's reputation is at stake. Emma wants to remind Talia about the 7 rules of the Stillreiner family again and urges her to follow her. Talia apologizes once more, repeating that she is sorry. Emma laughs and tells her that, as a lowly maid, how could she dare blame Talia for it, adding that the patriarch will be teaching her the rules personally. Knox thinks that it looks like this maid has extraordinary stamina too. When he checks her status, he sees her stamina is 4.5. Emma approaches the swordsman and thanks him for protecting their young miss. Talia thinks that she did not even have the intention of going with him. He tells her that she pulled her own weight and advises her not to beat herself up too much. After that, they all return to the palace. The young master goes to his bedroom, thinking that it is over for now. He reflects that Rodwell, waiting outside the forest with the knights, was totally unexpected. He wonders if it was because of Talia, but even so, he obtained the hidden piece. The system confirms that he has obtained a new artifact. It is an accessory called the Black Flame Ring. The system informs him about its basic information in detail. He reads about its special effect, which states that when he defeats a target while equipping it, he will steal a very small amount of their life force and convert it into his own. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the target defeated, the more life force he will steal. Now, he knows that the only artifact capable of stealing someone else's life force is this Black Flame Ring. However, he also understands that having this ring does not mean he will gain a longer life, because one's life cannot be extended infinitely, considering that only a very small amount of life force can be stolen. He realizes it will not be easy to overcome his terminal illness. Still, he believes that as long as he can struggle and progress, it is far better than living a hopeless life on the verge of death. He slips the ring onto his finger. Now, he can definitely feel his life force and mana rising. He calls Rona to come in for a short while, knowing she's just outside his room. Within seconds, she enters and wonders if he is able to see through things. He tells her that maybe he can. That thought scares her, and she asks him if he can see her naked body too. The young master becomes angry and shouts at her, demanding to know what on earth she is talking about, then flicks her forehead with his finger. She tells him that it hurts and wonders why his finger flick feels even more painful than usual. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and offers to arm wrestle again. She asks him if she wins again this time. Will he really increase her salary? He agrees and asks her what if she loses. She also bets 20% of her salary. Both agree to the bet. This time, however, he defeats her within a second. She is surprised to see this outcome. After losing, she asks if he really thinks it is befitting of a reputable family's son to reduce a servant's already pitiful salary by 20%. He smiles and agrees with her, saying that, as the rumored good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, he has decided not to care about trivial things like honor. She bows before him and gives her apologies. The system informs him that the effects of his frequent sickness have been activated and he has obtained wrist fracture level 2. He becomes annoyed by these negative traits. He tells Rona that he will cancel her salary reduction, and in return, she must go and bring him some ice and a wet towel. She is worried, thinking that her young master does not look too well. The swordsman thinks that for now, he will be satisfied with obtaining a ring. Now he just needs to get some rest. Time passes by, and the two hidden pieces, Carl and the black flame ring, remain with him. It has been 6 months since he obtained them, and regretfully, there has not been a chance to use either. Then came the decision that Nox has been grounded. It is not as though he got into any trouble. He even cleared the missing child's forest. He cannot believe he is grounded when they should be rewarding him. It feels unbelievable to him. He turns to Rona and asks if she agrees with him. She simply responds that she is a maid belonging to the family and that her salary would be reduced if she spoke poorly of the patriarch. Nox swears upon his hand that her salary will be reduced if she does not act according to his preferences. Hearing his threat, she quickly tells him that the patriarch is way too harsh on him. She also mentions that he could not even understand how she felt. He thinks about how he has been working hard to adapt to this life, living a pretty productive life while watching Carl's growth. However, he knows he cannot carry on like this because his life is being shortened even now. The system shows him the remaining life he has left due to terminal illness is 147 days. He thinks that this darn system seems more interested in his life than he is. He sarcastically thanks the system for explaining it so nicely. Finally, he decides that he cannot take it anymore and must go to his father and get permission to go out somehow. Rona knocks on his door and tells him that she has just warmed up more bathing water for him. Suddenly, Rodwell enters his room and informs him that the patriarch has summoned him. His father sits in his office, thinking about the night of slaughter and how he killed countless monsters and demons. He remembers the time when demons were swarming everywhere and the humans who were caught among them during the night of slaughter. He recalls that it was like a disaster. He hopes that someday one of his sons will probably learn the supreme black sword. Yet he knows he cannot rely on probabilities. He needs talent that is certain because one of them will have to kill him. Rodwell enters his office and informs him that the young master will soon be here. Teo thinks to himself that Nox is late and tells Rodwell to send him in right away. He thinks about how the missing child's forest is a place that not even he knows how to clear, and to think Nox was able to clear that place, it would be appropriate to reward him. Teo tells his son that he had summoned him to discuss his reward, and that he can have just one request. He will fulfill just one request, no matter what it is. The young swordsman thinks about it and wonders what one thing he should ask for. It is the first time his father has ever asked him for a request for a reward. He also knows his father is usually authoritative and stern. He even doubts this is a trap. He feels as if someone just shot him in the head, or as if someone just slashed him from behind. He asks his father if he can ask for anything. His father repeats that he will grant him anything, and as the patriarch of Reinhafer, he promises to grant him anything, swearing it upon the long-standing history of the Black Sword. At first he did not think his father was serious, but now he guesses he is right. His father explains to him that in the case his request is too ridiculous, his evaluation of him will change. Teo shows his trust in him, believing he will not do something that foolish. The offer was so sudden that he requests his father for some time to think it over. His father agrees and also permits him to leave the estate, but warns him not to get into trouble like he did previously. Nox obediently accepts his father's words. His father reminds him to always keep in mind that he is of the Reinhafer family. The next day, Talia and her maid are about to leave the palace. Talia tells Knox to meet at Eldine Academy the next time they meet. He says nothing and shows no emotions, but she insists on seeing him again. The head butler, Rodwell, tells Knox that he ought to answer when a lady asks him a question. The young master unwillingly replies to her that it will be if she becomes a full-fledged knight before then. Talia becomes emotionally charged and agrees with him, but he taunts her by saying, as in not getting all scared even after seeing a super huge spider. That remark makes her sad and angry, and she punches him in the belly. She tells him that she will return after becoming a full-fledged knight, and that he must prepare his head for her. He wonders what she means by his head and doubts she intends to kill him. Emma thanks everyone for their hospitality, especially young Master Knox. The swordsman very rudely asks Emma what a maid of the Stilliner family has to thank him for. She thanks him again for saving her young miss, Talia. He explains to her that it is not as if he saved her intentionally and tells them to stop bothering him and leave already. Finally, Talia and Emma depart from the estate. Knox feels relieved that one person is gone now. He wonders why he feels like he is slowly getting used to this weird life. He cannot find the exact reason, but he is kind of enjoying it. The system informs him that the remaining life he has left due to terminal illness is 146 days. He decides that he has no time to rest now. A few days later, when the young master is getting ready in his room, Rona tells him that he needs to get a new maid and new servants. He gets surprised to hear that, and as he is thinking about why she said that, Rodwell enters the room and greets him with a good morning. He asks Rodwell the purpose of his visit. Rodwell informs Knox that Eldon Academy has sent a maid in training to assist him, and from today onwards, she will be serving him, so he has come to introduce her. She greets him and tells him that she is his exclusive maid from today onwards, and that her name is Levalia. The young master quickly checks her details on the system. A few important things he finds out about her are that she has a perfect housework active skill and that she is monitoring him based on orders from Teo. This information about her makes him feel a little conscious. Suddenly, the system informs him that the remaining life he has left due to his terminal illness is only 140 days. He observes that when one's time is limited, it feels like it goes so darn fast. The only good thing for him right now is his positive stats. He reflects that despite having such a severe penalty, he is actually growing pretty fast. Soon he will also be admitted into Eldon Academy. Rona tells him that after 2 months he will finally start attending Eldane Academy and wonders if he feels nervous. Knox questions whether she is that happy about the fact that he will be leaving this place for the academy. At this, Rona starts crying and tells him that she is already starting to miss him. He stops her from overreacting and remarks that he is not going to reduce her salary. After hearing that, she becomes happy. The young master thinks that he does not even have time to bully her. Within the next 2 months, if he does not increase his stats even a little, he definitely will not be able to survive inside the academy. He knows Eldane is the Empire's best academy where monstrously strong cadets from all over the country gather. And after surviving that place and entering the main story, he must play the role of the villain. Right now, everything is so tough for him. Rona tells him again that he needs to get a new maid and new servants. Levalia assures him that she will do her very best to support him. The young master realizes that they will not let him leave this place comfortably. In truth, Theo von Rienhofer is one of the greatest villains and among the strongest beings in the world. When people wonder how he rose to his current position, many ask if it was solely from his swordsmanship. He is so skilled that few doubt this to be the case. However, the main reason Theo was able to take his place at the top of the Rienhofer family was because he remained suspicious of everything and everyone around him. Theo tells Levalia that he has great expectations for her this time. He also mentions that he heard she was pushed back in the line of succession within the Levalia family and states that if she does well this time, the Rienhofer family will spare no efforts to support her in the succession. She assures him that she will assist young Master Knox with all her heart. Theo, however, tells her this is not what he wants. She then confirms to him that she will monitor Knox strictly and report every single thing to him. Teo reminds her to never forget who her master is. She comes out his office and decides that from this point onwards, she must not waver any further. On the other side, the young master is lying on his bed thinking about Levalia, a spy. He knows Teo probably wants to confirm whether the person within Nox is really Nox or not, since demon possession is something that happens quite frequently within the inner lunatic. Nox is a character whose body was stolen by the number one demon, Ball, in the original storyline. He realizes it is alright as long as Teo does not find out who he really is. Still, he knows Levalia is the problem. While she is not involved in the main storyline, it would be a waste to throw her away like this. Originally, she was supposed to become the next head of the Levalia family. But her father and mother were killed by her uncle, and she lost her position as the next head. What happened next is obvious. In the end, she became a maid of the Rheinhafer family and managed to escape from her family. She looks cheerful on the outside and is always smiling, but inside she is so jaded and rotten, a character on the verge of breaking. Her final decision was that before the first part of the main story started, she would commit suicide. Now, he wonders what he should do to create a change in the storyline. He thinks that saving someone who ought to be dead might be the correct decision, despite knowing that doing so would mean placing a noose around his own neck. The next day, he informs both his maids that from today onwards they will be hunting monsters within the forest in the territory, and both of them will accompany him and assist him. Levalia stays confident and says nothing, but Rona is shocked to hear this and tells her master that she is going to take a leave of absence because she is sick. However, Levalia agrees to obey her master. Rona warns her that she cannot just agree to everything so easily. The young master observes their reactions very closely, knowing it is normal for a maid to be scared of hunting monsters because it is a ridiculous request after all. Levalia's immediate answer makes him curious. He tells Rona that he knows she has used up all her leaves. Rona starts crying and asks if she is not allowed to take a sick leave today, questioning how he can do that. Nox asks if she forgets that he is good for nothing and warns that if she does not follow what he says, he will reduce her salary. For starters, he will go easy on her, maybe about half her annual salary. Rona keeps crying and asks whether he wants her to bring along a boss with a bow or a sword. Levalia asks him if she should inform Sir Rodwell that he will be leaving the estate before she starts preparing. He suddenly remembers that from now on, his top priority will be increasing his lifespan, and since he is now free to go anywhere, he intends to act on that. Afterwards, all three of them mount their horses and ride into the forest. Mr. Teo watches them leave from his office window. A few days later, in the missing child's forest, which now looks like an ordinary forest after being cleared, Nox slays another gray wolf. The system notifies him that he has absorbed a very small amount of the wolf's life force. It is almost 2 hours of life that he gains. After killing countless wolves in the forest, he begins to wonder if he has exterminated all the wolves in this area. Since he obtained 2 hours of life from a single hunt, this could be considered quite a successful hunt. Countless dead wolves are lying scattered on the ground. Levalia mentions that it has been 1 hour since he started hunting and questions if he is not tired, offering him water. The young master realizes he forgot to activate Hour of the Genius, causing the hunt to take a long time. This means he has earned only 1 hour. He knows the calculation never balances out perfectly, but this is far too off. Besides, it is not as if he can go around killing monsters every single hour. His biggest concern is that there is a limited number of monsters. Since he has been hunting continuously for the last few days, he has already slain most of them. At this rate, he understands that his plan of living a great life is in danger of completely falling apart. He considers that the current lack of monsters in this vicinity is also a significant problem. Levalia remarks that she cannot believe he thinks having no monsters is a problem, and if other people heard what he just said, they would think he had become strange. He informs his maids that it cannot be helped and tells them to return to the mansion for today. Lavilia asks if she should prepare warm bathwater for him and promises to set it at a comfortable temperature. The swordsman was expecting such consideration from a support genius. He orders her, saying he wants to bathe before dinner, so she must make sure the timing is correct. Rona reminds him not to forget about her, adding that she will clean his room. He simply tells her to do as she pleases. Before leaving the forest, Nox wants to ask Lavilia something. He asks who she serves. She's surprised to hear this. The young master thinks that no matter how beautiful and great a sword is, if he cannot use it, he will not hesitate to throw it away. She remains silent. The swordsman comments that her silence is her answer. She quickly responds that she has not said anything yet. Before she manages to say anything further, he tells her that he already knows what she wants to say and assures her that she does not need to worry, as he does not intend to interrogate her any further. The young master also adds that he is actually thankful towards her, at least for not lying. He informs her that no matter who she serves, he will still think of her as one of his own. He also allows her to make use of him if she ever needs to. He thinks that rather than having mutual trust, it is sufficient for them to simply make use of each other. After all, that is the kind of relationship he has with her. That night, in Rona and Lavilia's bedroom, Rona asks if young Master Nox is just too much. She tells Lavilia that during training, he would say to them that if they did not run together with him, it would not be fun for him to train, and it happens every single time they train. Lavilia says nothing and lets out a small laugh. She thinks about the rumors she has heard countless times since her days at the family palace. Rumors that young Master Nox has changed. She had believed those rumors were probably fabricated, since it is rare for someone to change this much. However, they said that he defeated the twins in one move and obtained the right to attend the academy. He is also someone who should solidify his standing within the family, completely different from her, who had fallen all the way down despite being a legitimate successor. She wonders what he meant by what he said to her today. Shortly after that day, a groundless rumor begins to spread within the Reinhafer family. The rumor claims that Lavilia was expelled from her family and no longer deserves to be a maid of the Reinhafer family. She receives a letter calling her an incompetent family head who sold out her own family, stating that she will be held accountable for her sins, and she has been stripped of all rights as a direct line descendant. Now she understands that she will not be able to stay within the Reinhafer family for long. It is to be expected. The Reinhafer family is one of the top dark families after all. It is clear she is only being used as a maid for a good-for-nothing son and as a commoner who has lost her family. She no longer has the right to serve him. It is obvious she will soon be cut off and forced to serve someone new. She enters the kitchen and greets the other maids. Everyone looks at her with surprise. From their reactions, it seems everyone has heard the rumors, but she is already used to these looks of disdain. Suddenly, Rona calls her name and tells her that she had been looking for her everywhere. Lavilia wonders whether Rona does not know about the rumors, is simply messing with her, or truly thinks of her as a friend. Whatever the case is, she feels Rona is doing something foolish now. Soon she realizes that she, Rona, and young Master Nox are all doing foolish things, and the end is imminent. The young master sits inside his room, thinking not just about Lavilia, but also about Teo, who probably received the letter as well. He knows that all the crimes framed upon her father were fabricated. However, he is also aware that he is unable to help her because there is no way to predict what butterfly effect would be caused just by him helping her survive. They go into the forest again, and he keeps killing the monsters there. Lavilia turns to Rona and asks if she doesn't think the young master seems a little harsher today. Rona responds that he used to be a little more merciful in the past, but today he is angry. Lavilia feels uneasy about this change. It seems like Nox is waiting for something, and he wonders if it should be about time for it to appear or if it is not going to come out today as well. He knows that in the missing child's forest, there's a monster that appears randomly when only about 20% of the monsters remain, and it is called the Hidden Boss Monster. Nox thinks about killing it because he believes it would help him increase his stats, but he remains doubtful, thinking it might not work. Suddenly, he notices some movement in the forest. Its speed is on a completely different level. He assumes that must be what a hidden boss is like, but then he gets shocked to see that it is an elite king wasp. The sight scares the young master because he knows this is a troublesome one, but it is not at the level that he cannot kill it. Suddenly, Lavilia jumps between Nox and the wasp and gets stung by it. The swordsman knows that even without her help, that was an attack he could have either dodged or blocked, so he questions internally why she chose to save him. He wonders how many people would be able to run towards a monster that appeared so suddenly. He decides to make use of this situation for the sake of saving her. He quickly activates Hour of the Genius. Lavilia remembers her mother telling her father about how their daughter is always falling down and how there has never been a day when the wounds on her knees are completely healed. That is what her parents always said, that her wounds are never fully healed. However, that does not apply only to her knee wounds, but also to the wounds in her heart. She wonders if they were prophesying over her back then. She also remembers the time when Nox asked her whom she served, but she did not reply, and she thinks about the murder of her parents and the question in her mind about who she should serve. All the words Nox told her that day come back to her. Nox and Rona run towards her after he kills the monster. The system confirms the defeat of the monster and details the rewards he will receive. Lavilia is badly injured, and the young master tells her to hold on, saying it is all over and he will take her back now. In her mind, Lavilia knows that he is lying to her, and she wonders if that is what the expression of someone who is just trying to make use of her would look like. She also wonders why there is a slight tremble and anger in his voice. Back in the palace, Teo says that this is indeed troubling after reading the letter. Rodwell informs him that based on their investigation, the contents of the letter are true. The Lavilia family has decided to completely cut off Miss Lavilia. Mr. Teo thinks about how the reason he brought her here in the first place was for the sake of taking over the Lavilia family, and since they have lost their previous head of the house and are in an unstable state, he thought this would be the perfect chance to take them over. For example, if the situation within the family is so unstable that the successor's position in the family would be shaky, then, with the involvement of Rainhafer, they should be able to bring them into submission somehow. But what if she is expelled from her family? Because it is written in the letter that she has been stripped of any rights she had as a direct line descendant. He knows that before any plans can even take place, this changes everything. He tells Rodwell that this cannot be helped then, and asks him what he thinks they should do with her. Rodwell advises that while it is regretful if they place a maid who does not belong to any family beside young Master Nox, they will be looked down upon within Elden Academy, and they ought to deal with this quietly on their end. Teo agrees with him and confirms that he had similar thoughts. Suddenly, a servant enters the office and Rodwell asks him why he is barging in without permission. The servant apologizes and informs them that the young Master Nox carried back a maid who had been injured during his hunt, and the maid has been poisoned and is in a very critical state. He also tells them that Nox has used a very expensive antidote without permission, so he is here to report that to him. Rodwell asks if Nox used the Mandrake Purifying Potion. The servant confirms the potion. Teo wonders if he already grew attached to the maid so quickly. He feels worried, because no one knows what result could come out of personal feelings like that. In the hospital, Lavilia finally wakes up and Rona gets emotional upon seeing her regain consciousness. After gaining her senses, Lavilia wonders what happened to her and if young Master Nox is safe, and also questions internally why she did what she did back then. Rona tells her that the young master used an antidote on her, the Mandrake, which is supposed to be very effective. Rona also tells her that he completely ignored the doctor's refusal to use it and told him to use it on her unless he wanted to die. Rona guesses that the good-for-nothing side of him is still around. Lavilia wonders why he saved her life and wasn't he going to make use of her. Rona tells her that she needs to rest more, but Lavilia says she wants to see young Master Nox right now. Rona explains that he went to look for the Chamberlain, and he asked her to update him when Lavilia woke up. Rona tells her that she will be back soon and leaves the room. Lavilia gets up and starts packing her bags because she thinks that she should not be here, and the truth is she knows that she doesn't deserve to be anywhere. While packing her bag, she looks at her parents' picture and leaves a note for Knox. In that note, she writes to the young master that she heard he used a potion for her, and she thinks this pendant should be able to pay for the cost of that with some excess money. She places a gold pendant on top of the letter. As she walks away from her room, Knox stops her on the way and asks where she thinks she is going. Young Master Knox recalls the time when he brought the injured Levalia to the palace hospital and argued with the doctor, stating that someone was dying while all the doctor cared about was how precious that medicine was. The doctor requests permission from the head of the family. He questions the doctor, asking whether he holds a higher rank than him in this family. The doctor apologizes to him. The young master threatens to report this matter to his father personally and forces him to administer it immediately. Finally, the doctor complies. Rona inquires if her friend will be all right now. He informs her that since the poison has been neutralized, she will be fine. Before leaving the room, Knox instructs Rona to report to him personally once Levalia wakes up. From there, he proceeds straight to his father's office. Teo is surprised to see him there and remarks that it's rare for him to come looking for his father, wondering if this visit is because of that maid. Knox's system notifies him that Master of Acting has been activated. The young master reminds his father that he once said he would grant him a wish. He demands his father to give Levalia to him, she who has been exiled from her family. The swordsman considers it a beautiful effect that will influence the main story. She was Teo's spy, but he understands that such problems no longer matter. Because today, when he saw her trying to save him, he realized something. The answer she hadn't spoken before. She had shown with her actions. His father tells him that he understands, and if this is what he wants, he will make it happen. As Knox is about to leave, he tells his father that this unworthy son of his has just one more thing to say. Teo permits him to speak. However, as Knox begins, he receives a warning from his system that the efficacy of Master of Acting is dropping due to his agitated state, preventing him from finishing what he was about to say. Teo stops him. At present, Knox stands in front of Levalia, demanding answers to his questions. She informs him that she is about to leave. She explains that she doesn't think there is any place for her here anymore and thanks him for everything he has done for her. Knox questions her again, asking where she plans to go instead of assisting him as his maid should. She responds that he already knows the answer. She tells him that she was ordered by his father to surveil him, and that included deceiving him as well. She wonders why he is trying to hold her back when she has already deceived him. She explains that she wouldn't have anything to say even if he chased her out right now, and asks why he is doing this. The young master gazes at her calmly and reflects on whether this is what she is like behind her acting. This side of her feels far more like a living person, someone who would choose not to give up and would struggle even when times are dark and harsh. He tells her that people deceive each other all the time to begin with. She bursts into tears and says that she has committed a grave offense against him. He replies that's precisely why. After committing a grave offense against him, she wants to leave without repaying him for it. He asks her who said she could leave. She looks confused and wants to know what he really means. He explains to her that she is staying here. He doesn't care what his father thinks because he doesn't need that Levalia family name of hers. What he needs are her talents, and so he wants her to assist him by his side until she repays the offense of deceiving him as his maid. She agrees to stay and tells him that she will remain by his side until the end and assist him. She recalls that he asked her this previously, asking whom she serves. He confirms that he did. She then asks if he knows whom she serves, and he replies that he actually does. The next morning, while Rona is mopping the floor, she tells the other maids that the young master threatened the doctor, saying he would kill him, and the doctor became terrified. Suddenly, Knox appears behind her and orders her to refrain from insulting him in front of him. She is startled to see him there and wonders if he was listening to everything she said. He mocks her, stating that she has given up on trying to wriggle out by claiming she didn't insult him. Rona suddenly turns to Levalia and asks if she is all right, telling her not to overwork herself and that she will handle the laundry. The swordsman wonders why she is always causing trouble. He asks Levalia if she knows that she will be going to Eldine Academy with him in 2 months. She tells him that she has already made quite a few preparations for that. He wants to know what kind of preparations she has made. She explains that she has prepared basic tools he will need: books, medicine, emergency items, clothes, and a cadet uniform for external trips. He notices that she no longer has a job and notices that she no longer forces herself to smile in front of him. The reason is that last time she decided she was tired of acting and admitted to herself that she was no good at it anyway. The young master knows that he feels more comfortable with her being like this because they don't have to give unnecessary compliments to each other or engage in meaningless small talk. But in a situation where they are driven into a corner, even when their backs are facing each other, they won't betray one another. That is good enough for his relationship with her. Levalia enters his study and asks if he is truly all right. She also mentions that some negative rumors about him have been spreading recently. The young master grows curious about these rumors. He wonders if it isn't just one of the already existing ones, because it's quite impressive that there could be worse rumors than those that are already circulating. She tells him that people are saying the reason he continues to hire her as his maid is because he likes her. He smiles, thinking he would feel such a sense of shame for playing the role of Nox. He apologizes to her, saying he is sorry that she got implicated because of him. She explains that isn't why she told him about it. Actually, she was just thinking he might feel uncomfortable because of such rumors. The young master reassures her there is no need to worry and asks if she must have heard about his previous rumors. That he is the good-for-nothing, idiotic, incompetent youngest son of this family. She quietly says it's not that bad. He threatens to fire her if she lies to him. She quickly admits that she did hear those rumors, and on top of those, there were also rumors that he was perverted. She then asks if it is true. Nox covers his face with his hands, feeling ashamed. He thinks his image is actually better now, because previously he was just a reckless good-for-nothing despite being so weak. While nowadays he is merely a brat who acts up even though he is quite capable. Still, he knows he needs to strike a balance. He understands that Nox is a villain in the end, and he must remain a villain to let the protagonist shine, because he is not the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. He tells her to forget it and stop talking about the rumors, then mentions that he has a task for her. He informs her that as she already knows, in order to survive at Eldin Academy, she won't be the only one who needs to prepare. He will need to prepare as well. She wonders what kind of preparations he is referring to. The young master knows Levalia's single-minded trait, refers to how she absolutely trusts a certain person. He also thinks it won't be an issue, even if he shares a little bit of his plans with her. In fact, he thinks he needs her to know more about him so that it will be easier for him to get her to do things. So he tells her that he is intending to study magic before joining the academy and wants her help with that. She looks surprised and asks if he is thinking of doing that despite knowing it's illegal in this empire. He responds positively. She tells him that he is acting so brazen. He smiles and says that he is a good-for-nothing after all, and a lustful one at that. She says that he sure holds grudges, and she is certain there is a reason behind his decision. She tells him that she will look for basic books that could be of help to him. The swordsman feels happy and thinks she is competent as expected. Suddenly, they hear Rodwell ordering the servants to be quick and get prepared. He wonders what is going on at the palace entrance. The head butler warns the servants that they will be in trouble if they mess up the preparations. He announces to them that young Master Grain has returned. That news surprises Nox. He thinks Grain has come back after graduating from Eldine Academy. He almost forgot about such an important event. They look out the window and notice a large number of horse carts carrying Grain's luggage. The chance to extend his life is finally here. He tells his maid that it seems he will need to go on a faraway mission for the time being. She asks him what he is up to now. At night, in the palace dinner hall, Tao appreciates Grain for doing a good job graduating from Eldine. Grain thanks his father for his appreciation. Actually, he is Tao's second son and one of Nox's older brothers. The young master quickly checks his details on the system. He finds out that Grain is 16 years old. His main element is dark achievements, and his skill is precise detection. Grain is a lustful man who brightens up upon seeing materialistic women. He also looks at Grain's traits in detail. Knox knows he is an opportunist. He remembers what the professor at his academy said. The only reason Grain's true colors had not been exposed was because Knox was a worse good-for-nothing. Grain is someone very good at getting along with others in the world of politics. He used his talents in political maneuvering to easily graduate from the academy. It is true that Eldine is very famous, but also very hard to graduate from. And in its admission exams, fewer than 1,000 people would pass, and only half among those who were admitted would graduate. Their father asks Grain if the date for his departure to Chitaires is decided. Grain confirms that he will be departing to the south for Chitaires in 3 days' time. Tao informs him that if he is going there at this time of year, it should be a monster hunting mission. Actually, Chitaires is a little outside the Rhine-Hafer territory, a neutral territory of the south. It is also on the borders with Tajulan in the east, which uses an undeveloped desert as its borders. Not only is it barren, but it is also swarming with monsters, making it the worst kind of wasteland. The mission that Grain received from the imperial family is to stop the monster wave in Chitaires. Because the rule of the Archaim Empire is that one must complete the first mission given to them by the Empire in order to become a knight recognized by the imperial family. Grain tells his father that when winter comes, Chitaires is always filled with monsters, and it seems the imperial family wants to take some initial measures against them. Tao tells him that while the land is barren, other areas will also suffer if that place falls. He also advises him to never bring shame to the Rhine-Hafer name. Grain replies affirmatively. The young master knows that this Chitaires mission is not just a simple monster hunting one, and it doesn't just end as a sub-story. It is involved in several complicated storylines, and so there's a lot to gain from it. Knox asks his brother Grain if he's going to Chitaires, and he replies positively. The young master knows it is natural for him to gain those things he wants. Knox requests his brother to bring him along, because he has decided that he will have to participate in the Chatter subjugation himself. Grain wonders what he is talking about, and asks if he knows what kind of place Chitaires is. Knox tells him that he has heard it's a neutral area where monsters attack suddenly on an intermittent basis, and also a place where bandits are secretly increasing their forces. Grain tells him that he has been hearing a lot about him recently. Knox knows about the skill Grain has precise detection. Grain asks if it is true that he cleared the missing child's forest together with the second daughter of the Stillreiners. The young master confirms that it's true. He knows that Grain's skill allows him to figure out why someone is restless, and if his target stats are lower than his, then he can find out the reason for it quickly. Simply put, that is the skill that made Grain an expert at living in the world and playing politics. Grain tells him that in that case, it must also be true that he defeated the twins and took in a commoner maid. The swordsman quickly activates his steel mentality and affirms that it's all true. Grain says he gets it. Knox has accomplished a lot of great feats recently, but he can't let someone who has not even been admitted to Elden Academy come along with him on the mission. He also tells him that he would prefer not to be the one to collect his corpse. Things grow heated between both brothers, and they stand up from their chairs. Their father quickly interrupts and tells Grain that he thinks he can be the one to guarantee that won't happen and orders Grain to bring his brother on the mission with him. Grain protests, but Tao tells him it is an order. Tao then informs them that their family will provide the necessary supplies for the mission and orders both of them to make the necessary preparations for departure in the next 3 days. Knox wonders what just happened, thinking about how his father gave permission so easily. He grows curious, wondering if Tao is up to something. His brother asks if he has really lost his mind. The young master replies that no matter how crazy he is, he couldn't be any crazier than he used to be. Grain gets angry at him for joking and grabs his collar. The swordsman warns his brother to watch himself. Grain tells him it would be a real pity if he got injured after getting the rare chance to go to Chatters. Suddenly, Lavilia enters. Lavilia spills tea on Knox's jacket and immediately apologizes to him. She offers to wash it for him right away and requests that he heads to his room first without her. Grain finds the situation slightly awkward. The young master apologizes to his brother for his maid's mistake and takes his leave from there. While leaving, he tells his brother that he will see him in 3 days on the departure day for the Chitair subjugation. On their way back, he thanks Lavilia, saying that thanks to her, he was able to get out of something troublesome. She remarks that he truly has a talent for getting into trouble. She asks him if he will be all right since Chatters is dangerous. He informs her that he will be fine and she does not need to worry about it. Now she wants to know where he just said he would go. He wonders if she has forgotten that he is her young master. He simply says that everything has already been decided. He thinks to himself whether the news of Good for Nothing joining the Chitair subjugation is really that shocking. She tells him that this time, she agrees with Rona as well, and she believes the Chatters region is far too dangerous because the number of monsters and bandits there ranges in the hundreds. The young master thinks that is precisely why he is going there in the first place, as it is his chance to extend his life. He tells her that it is okay and he knows what he is doing. He informs them that he will be going on the subjugation mission without both of them, and so he wants the two to remain here. Lavilia apologizes to him, saying that she cannot let him do that. As his exclusive maid, she has a duty to assist him no matter where he is, so she will be going with him as well. He warns her that she could get hurt. She agrees with that, but argues that the same applies to him as well. She tells him that she heard from Rona that he is very weak and prone to illness. She asks if he will be able to make such a long-distance journey without her. She continues, mentioning that he frequently forgets his belongings and also needs his clothes washed. She questions if he can manage all that by himself. The young master thinks that what she says does make sense. These are the trivial details he never worried about when it was just a game. But this world is reality now. He also knows that if he dies, her position in the Reinhafer family would be in danger as well. He concludes that Lavilia has no choice but to follow him. Finally, he agrees and tells her that she must listen to his orders and she will also need to learn how to ride Carl. She agrees and tells Rona that she has already gotten much closer to Carl. This surprises Rona, who wants to know how she managed that. Lavilia explains that she used half of her salary to buy top-grade sugar cubes for horses, and he opened up to her pretty quickly. Rona recalls how she tried to befriend Carl, but the horse never listened to her. The young master tells Rona that she will stay in the palace. While leaving his room, he tells Lavilia that since she will be coming along, he will need her to make thorough preparations to assist him. He notices that Rona seems so concerned just now and wonders if she will be all right. Suddenly, Rodwell enters his room and informs the young master that the patriarch has an item he would like to pass to him. He suddenly remembers Tao telling them that their family will be providing the necessary supplies for the mission. He wonders if this is one of those supplies, and he does not know why. But Tao took his side during dinner just now. He is sure that Tao is up to something. The young master quickly reaches his father's office and tells him that he heard he has something for him. Tao tells his son that whether he can obtain this item or not will depend on him. Tao shows him a sword and tells him that this is the sword of Rian Hafer's first patriarch. This surprise is completely unexpected for him because this item never appeared in Inner Lunatic before. Even as a veteran player who cleared the game 27 times, he does not know about this sword. Rox wonders why his father would give that to him. He is unable to understand the current situation, and now he wants to put his hands on it. His father says that it probably looks worn out to him, but this sword accompanied the first patriarch for his entire life and remained with him always. He requests his father to tell him the test that he must go through for this. Tao tells him to try holding up the sword. He moves forward and takes it in his hands. Suddenly, he feels his mana being absorbed and notices the blade's color changing. Tao tells his son that, as expected, he has already started to sense mana. Tao praises him, saying it is just as he had thought, and informs Nox that the sword absorbs the mana of its master and releases its severalfold. This surprises Nox, and he says to his father that he guesses this will not be an easy sword to use. Suddenly, the sword begins absorbing his mana at a rapid rate. The system notifies him that due to the abrupt change in condition, the Master of Acting trait is unstable. He quickly realizes that if his mana is being absorbed this quickly, it will get dangerous for him. His father warns him that if he wants to receive that sword, he just needs to last 10 minutes while holding it. 10 minutes feels like a long time for him to waste his mana continuously. Tao tells him that the name of that sword is Stormbringer. It becomes harder and harder for him to hold the sword in his hands. He quickly checks its complete details in the system. The system also notifies him that after it has absorbed a large amount of the player's mana, it will discharge it and unlock its power. He understands that this kind of information isn't important right now. The system informs him that his mana has been completely exhausted, and it is now changing the source of energy. It is forcefully converting the player's life force into mana. That terrifies him completely. The system states that his life is being depleted quickly. The young master reaches a point where he no longer cares about his father anymore, knowing that he has to give up now. He attempts to throw the sword away, but notices that he cannot let go of it anymore. He curses the sword while his father continues to watch him silently. In truth, Stormbringer is a magic sword that grants one tremendous power because it harms the person who holds it. The first patriarch used this sword to build up the family. However, while Rainhafer rose to become a reputable dark family, his descendants were unable to properly wield this sword. It is also true that 9 out of 10 people would collapse immediately from exhaustion as soon as they held it, and to be able to last more than 10 minutes is already considered a long time. Even he can only hold it for barely an hour. But Teo orders his youngest son, who has not fully learned how to control mana, to hold this sword, including the recent incident of him saving the maid and all sorts of huge incidents that happened within the family. Nox was always involved, and none of this is a coincidence. Teo notices that he is growing more than expected. Or perhaps Nox is as talented as a sword emperor. That is why he decides to test Nox. If he is able to last 10 minutes while holding the sword, it means Nox will be able to become the greatest patriarch in their family's history. And he will surpass Teo, eventually succeeding in killing his father. Teo remarks that, as he thought, Nox was hiding his strength. The young master wonders what he is talking about. Teo informs him that this sword is now his. After saying that, Teo leaves his office. But Nox wants his father to give back his life force before leaving. 3 days later, on the departure day for the Chitair subjugation, Lavilia sits behind the young master on his horse. She tells him that there were a lot of things to bring along, and she is glad that the dimensional pouch can hold all of them. She glances at him and wonders why, although he had been waiting to go for this subjugation. He looks like he is in a bad mood. While he wonders if Teo did give another item to bring along other than Stormbringer, he does not feel thankful at all after seeing his life force being taken away. He glances at Grain and thinks that he really brought quite a lot of things. Among the monsters that he has learned about at the academy, it seems a little too much since Grain made it a condition for him to carry these things in return for letting him tag along. But it is all right since he will be making use of him. Suddenly, he notices 2 servants starting to argue about the direction they have to choose. One of them is certain about one way, and the other is convinced about another route. The young master wonders if they have already lost their way. Grain becomes angry and questions his servant, asking didn't he say that he would be able to get them there for sure. Ron apologizes and explains that it is because he has never taken this route before. In truth, Ron is the Night Order captain hired by Grain. Nox becomes furious with Ron and the other servants, calling them idiots. Lavilia thinks he is angry at her, but he clarifies that he is not speaking to her. His words are meant for those incompetent buffoons. He moves forward and remarks to his brother that it seems they have gotten themselves into a situation. But Grain very rudely rejects his comment, saying that it is none of his concern. Nox tells him that they have lost their way, but his brother insists it is none of his business. The swordsman offers that he can get them there. His brother thinks to himself that despite having only lived in the mansion all his life, he claims to be able to get them there. The young master requests his brother to hire him as the Pathfinder because he is quite talented, and even their family vassals complimented him for it. Grain wonders if the vassals really said that. He doubts Knox, thinking he is blatantly lying now. But he also considers that arriving late could become a problem, and what if Knox fails to get them there? He thinks he might be able to bring down that confidence of his. In that case, it might not be such a bad idea, even if it means taking a little detour. So he tells him that since he is so confident, he will let him take the lead for now. He confidently leads them in the right direction. At night, they set up their camp in the forest. Grain becomes curious and asks how he managed to find the right path so quickly. He questions his guides, stating that this is the south, which has not yet been explored, and even trained guides have a hard time finding their way around here. He yells at them, demanding answers. He doubts his captains for supporting Knox, and asks if they expect him to believe that Knox managed to find the way so quickly on his own. The young master listens to their conversation while hiding behind a tree. Knox already knows the way, as it is an easy task for a veteran player. And since the Chatteris area is a strategic hub, he has visited it more than a few hundred times. Finally, Levalia asks her master how he found the way so quickly. He asks her if she saw what was on the ground. When she looks down, she notices some footprints and feathers of an owlbear. He explains that it is a monster with a bear's body and an owl's head that lives in the south, and their habitat is on the southern Chatteris border. She further elaborates that if they just follow the direction of those tracks, they will be able to easily find their way to Chatteris. She quickly asks if it is all right for them to set up an overnight camp in the habitat of the owlbears. He explains that since they are afraid of fire, they won't enter a camp where there are so many people. In the camp, the servants talk about young Master Knox and how he has changed a lot. Ron asks the other servants if he isn't much better than the second young master who studied at the academy. Unfortunately, Grain appears and tells him to shut up. He asks him if he said that Hearts and Alan lost to Knox. The servant confirms that it is true. Grain tells his servants that he needs to see just how strong Knox really is. Grain's butler tells him that he happens to have the perfect item for that. The butler hands him a small pouch. Grain laughs and thinks that it looks like it will be a long night for Knox. On the other side, Levalia and Knox are busy setting up their tents. Now, it is late at night, and everyone goes to sleep. Even the guard on duty falls asleep. Suddenly, a monster approaches their tents. The swordsman, always vigilant, gets up in his tent and grips his sword. He wonders if it has already begun. Levalia also wakes up. He orders his maid to wait inside the tent and steps outside alone. Brave Knox steps out his tent and sees 4 enormous ogre monsters standing before him. Within a second, he realizes the likely cause. The soil in this area has been mixed with a female ogre's pheromones. He instantly understands that Grain has taken advantage of the fact that it is currently the mating season for ogres and has used this to lure the male ones here. Grain's intention must have been to use them as a threat to intimidate him. But the young swordsman simply smiles at the creatures and refers to them as his life force. Without wasting a moment, he activates his Stormbringer, and the system promptly confirms that the weapon is responding to both his mana and will. All 4 monsters charge at him, and with a calm, yet confident smile, he launches himself toward them. His attack is executed with such speed and precision that, within just a few seconds, he manages to kill 2 of the ogres. As he examines his sword, he comments that it's quite a good weapon and admits he was concerned it might recklessly consume his mana, the same way it did when he faced Teo. After taking down another one, he notices that the sword seems to be moving smoothly in whatever direction he intends, almost as if it's attuned to his intent. Now, with only one left, he feels a sense of pity for the final monster. The last ogre, clearly terrified, stares at him for a moment before throwing away its weapon. Then, turning to flee, it begins to run. Knox quickly notices that the creature is attempting to escape, but he knows he cannot allow that to happen. He mounts his horse, Carl, and together they ride after the fleeing beast. Very soon they catch up and he kills the last ogre. The system then informs him that he has earned 1 day and 9 hours of additional time after defeating the group of monsters. From inside the tent, his maid peeks out, concerned for her master's safety. She runs toward him, and the young master questions whether he didn't tell her to wait inside the tent. She hesitates, but then expresses her confusion, asking how it's possible for ogres to appear right at the entrance of the forest. She asks if they should call the night watch and wake the others, just in case something more happens. Nox calmly tells her that the ogres were deliberately lured to this location. She appears slightly confused, clearly unsure of who could have done such a thing. He explains that Grain manipulated the ogre's behavioral instincts, and that's the reason why he intentionally set up his own tent farther away from the rest of the group. She wonders aloud if this means young Master Grain is trying to keep him under control. Nox then tells his horse Carl that he can go and rest now. Quietly, he reflects that Grain probably assumes he doesn't understand how to position himself as a candidate for succession within the family. That's why he decided it would be better to test Nox's capabilities in advance. But Nox knows that when compared to the eldest son, Grain isn't as strong. He had no choice but to come up with such a cowardly tactic to gather information about him. However, Nox intends to make it clear that such a strategy won't work against him. He sits down near the corpses of the fallen ogres. Levalia, curious, asks him what he plans to do now. He asks if she knows how one could lure even more ogres to this place. Then, taking a small bottle, he collects some of the ogre's blood and tells her that the idea is to make use of the monster's own blood. According to him, these beasts are similar to humans. They seek vengeance for their fallen kin. Meanwhile, inside Grain's tent, he notices a glowing crystal. He stares at it with a puzzled expression, recognizing it as a mana detection crystal, and wonders why it's reacting right now. It's a mana tool designed to detect the presence of monsters in the area. He questions whether it might be malfunctioning. It's a brand new device his father recently gave him, considering they are still positioned at the forest entrance. It seems impossible that a monster powerful enough to trigger the crystal could be nearby. Suddenly, his butler rushes into the tent and urges him to evacuate immediately. Grain, alarmed, demands to know what's happening. The butler informs him that ogres have launched an attack on their tents and that they've arrived in large numbers. Shocked, Grain becomes frightened and mutters that this isn't the area where ogres are supposed to be appearing. When daylight comes, disaster has unfolded across the camp. People are shouting orders, some calling to bring the injured over, others rushing to deal with urgent tasks. In a fury, Grain yells at his butler and calls him an idiot. He accuses him of planting the tainted soil on top of his tent. The butler, clearly panicked, insists that things aren't what they seem and something strange is going on. He's certain that he had planted it on top of young Master Nox's tent instead. Later that morning, both Nox and Levalia awaken from their deep sleep. The young master comments that the morning feels refreshing. Levalia, now hungry, says they should eat breakfast. He invites her to join him and take a seat. However, she declines, saying that she is a maid and cannot eat alongside her master. He explains to her that, given their current mission, it would be troublesome if she had to prepare her meals separately. Besides, if monsters were to appear again, it would be dangerous. Tens of ogres could show up here, just like they did at his brother's camp. She begins to ponder something, and when the young master asks what's on her mind, she responds that she was just thinking that the master she's supposed to serve is a little shameless. He laughs and tells her to get used to it. Elsewhere, Grain orders his men to tear down the tents and dispose of the ones stained with blood. He mutters that this is probably the reason they keep getting chased by ogres. Levalia asks her master what he intends to do next and wonders if they should help Grain and his group. Nox refuses to offer any help to his brother and questions why he should. She comes to the realization that they will continue to be attacked by ogres, and that even if they move from this location, the monsters will likely keep pursuing them. Nox doesn't respond to her remark, because that's exactly what he wants. He also knows that if he told her, she'd probably start nagging him. and right now, he needs more ogres to appear in order to extend his lifespan. After they finish their meal, he tells her it's time to pack up and get ready to depart. As they begin to move out, he spots an ogre not far away and kills it. On the second day, Nox and Lavelia ride on Carl. And by now, Carl has successfully memorized and adapted to the terrain of the entire area. Nox reflects that Chouters is still quite far away, which had caused him a bit of concern earlier. But now, realizing their current position, he feels reassured. His brother rides up beside them and questions what Nox intends to do about the ogres that are still on their trail. He also asks whether Nox believes he can manage to shake them off. Nox answers with calm confidence, saying that while they could attempt a large-scale subjugation operation right here, doing so would definitely attract the attention of other monsters lurking in the area. Therefore, instead of risking that, they'll focus all their efforts on getting out of the forest as quickly as possible. He assures his brother that as long as they escape the forest in time, there won't be any problems. Grain, however, silently questions whether things will truly be that easy. He also notices how every soldier is now turning to Nox for advice and protection. He finds himself wondering how, without anyone realizing it, command of the troops has suddenly shifted into Nox's hands. Meanwhile, the captain of Grain's unit asks, with a puzzled expression, since when Nox had studied so much about ogres. A young soldier then turns toward the young master and curiously asks why he keeps tapping the ground with his stick. Nox replies that he's doing it because monsters might appear at any moment. Hearing this, all the soldiers grow uneasy and tense, but the young master simply smiles at their reaction. Just then, a massive worm monster bursts out from beneath the ground. The sudden appearance causes everyone to panic and cry out in fear. But the young swordsman appears delighted to see it. The creature before them is a worm, a monster that resembles a fusion of a snake and an earthworm. Within Inner Lunatic, it's known as a malformed dragon, a beast that never managed to fully evolve. Nox knows that the worm cannot cast any magic, but despite that, it remains well known for its overwhelming strength. Even if 10 or more ogres charged them together, this worm would still be a tougher opponent to defeat. But Nox had been waiting for it. In fact, he had deliberately lured it out. He knows that if the soldiers realized he had been tapping the ground specifically to provoke the worm into appearing, they'd be stunned. The thought makes him chuckle. Still, he's confident. They can't stop him. He orders everyone to prepare for battle and take cover in the bushes. The soldiers, still in panic and confusion, wonder aloud if they're seriously going to fight the worm. But Nox doesn't plan to do that directly. He intends to let their enemies take care of each other. His maid anxiously asks whether he's referring to the ogres. Nox nods and tells her there won't be any problems as long as they get out of the forest quickly, because from the beginning, he never had any intention of shaking the ogres off. At that moment, Lavelia warns him that a large number of ogres have already caught up. Nox gently calms her down, assuring her there's no need for concern. He has a plan. He then turns to her and asks if she knows which monster the worm both loves the most and hates the most at the same time. Lavelia, startled and unsure, can't answer. She hides behind him nervously. Nox answers the question himself. It's the ogres. He explains that worms treat ogres as one of their main food sources. But the two species are constantly locked in revenge-driven conflict. They are, in essence, natural enemies. That's why experienced adventurers know how to exploit this hatred. And exactly as he predicted, the moment the worm spots the ogres, it immediately begins devouring them. The ogres in turn retaliate and begin attacking the worm. It's a perfect outcome for the humans. Both threats are now locked in combat with each other. Everyone, hiding in the bushes, watches in stunned silence as the two monsters clash. Grain, overwhelmed with envy, wonders to himself how Nox knew such specific information. Lavelia then asks her master if all they need to do now is wait. At the same time, Nox casually picks up a few stones and throws them at the ogres. His frightened maid urgently asks what he's doing and questions whether provoking the ogres might cause them to attack the humans instead. As the battle continues and the worm slaughters more ogres, the system updates Nox, informing him that his strength stat is steadily increasing. Eventually, the system notifies him that his life has been extended by 8 hours as a reward for defeating the ogres. He quietly apologizes to his mate, explaining that in order to earn experience points, he needs to damage the enemies at least once. The system continues to inform him of further increases in both his strength and lifespan. Even his older brother, now, seems impressed by the strategy, thinking to himself that while it was brilliant to use the ogres this way, they still lost in the end, and now they have the worm to deal with. He wonders what they're supposed to do next, considering how difficult the worm is to kill. Grain then gives an order to his men, telling them to prepare for an attack, but no one moves. The soldiers remain frozen in fear. It's at that point the young master steps forward and suggests that they should either fire arrows or throw spears into the worm's mouth, its most vulnerable spot. Suddenly, the soldiers regain their resolve. The captain rises, rallies his men, and commands them to follow young Master Nox. The troops surge forward and begin attacking the worm with their spears and arrows. Then, without any hesitation, Nox rushes toward the beast and strikes it with his sword. With one powerful swing, he slays the monster. The system immediately alerts him that his life has now been extended by 10 full days as a result of defeating the worm. His total remaining lifespan increases to 122 days. He hadn't expected to gain such a large extension, 10 days just from that kill. The worm was a mid-sized monster, and they wouldn't have stood a chance without the ogres softening it up beforehand. The system also shows him an increase in his traits and stamina. He's pleased to see that these gains also affect the curse of the weak and the hidden piece, the blessing of growth that he had previously used and which has now disappeared. At last, he reaches stamina level 5. He turns to the soldiers and encourages them to keep fighting with bravery. In response, they begin chanting his name in unison. He humbly tells them it was nothing and advises everyone to reorganize and prepare for what's next. Suddenly, the ground breaks open again and another monster emerges. Nox quickly commands the soldiers to get into formation. All eyes turn to the young master for guidance. But before he can act, a young man unexpectedly leaps at the new worm and kills it with a single strike of his sword. Even Nox is stunned by what he just witnessed. It's the sword genius. The young master knows that he is the strongest character in Inner Lunatic. He is one of the 3 sword emperors, alongside Teo and the student of Celsus. This man is Paracelsus. He looks at them and remarks that he just saved their lives, then wonders aloud whether he won't even get a single word of thanks. Nox knows that Paracelsus also despises nobles down to his core. The butler scowls and calls him an impudent bastard, asking sharply if he even knows who he's speaking to. The stranger lowers his head slightly and apologizes, introducing himself as Paracelsus. He tells them they can simply regard him as a mercenary. Nox understands. It's easy to grasp Paracelsus' hatred for nobles when one considers the kind of treatment he must have endured in his youth. But what concerns him more right now is the fact that their first encounter with Paracelsus was supposed to take place at Eldine Academy. He's played this game countless times, and not once has Paracelsus appeared before the academy begins. The captain, still skeptical, insists on checking his identity, and Paracelsus agrees to show it. After that, the group continues their journey, with the mercenary now among them. During the travel, Grain turns to the mercenary and asks if he is also headed toward Chitairs. Paracelsus answers affirmatively, saying that it's his first stop. He adds that he heard this region is an excellent place to hunt monsters around this time of year. Nox keeps thinking about the monster hunt. He already knows that Paracelsus is pursuing this journey as part of his training. He had traveled extensively throughout the Empire before the academy term started. Nox wonders if he deliberately chose random locations to train in. Grain, looking him over, comments that he seems quite young and questions whether he travels alone. He also points out that the man appears to have considerable confidence in his skills. He then offers Paracelsus a handsome reward and extends an invitation for him to serve under his command in subjugating the monsters. Paracelsus responds that, as the son of one of the Sword Emperors, Teo, he is indeed curious about the two brothers. The butler becomes angry and rebukes him for speaking so rudely to his master. Grain, keeping his composure, tells the butler to calm down and instructs him to give Paracelsus some time to think it over. Grain has already seen what Paracelsus is capable of. He watched him take down a worm in a single strike. That display convinced him to recruit this warrior and use his presence to draw the soldiers' attention away from Nox. Eventually, they reach their destination, and Nox informs his brother that this is Chitair's. He takes a look around and immediately senses something is wrong. It feels even more deserted than it ever did in the game. As they enter the town, they're met with a dismal sight. The area is a mess. People are starving and desperate. Suddenly, a child approaches and begs for food. Everyone is shocked by the dire condition of the people. A man soon appears to greet them. He introduces himself as Taigen, the security chief of this village. He recognizes Grain, who graduated from Eldine Academy, and his younger brother, Nox. He tells them that he was informed ahead of time about their subjugation mission and had been expecting their arrival. The mercenary reflects on the encounter. For one of the Sword Emperor's sons in a noble house like the Reinharfers to personally take on a mission in Chitair's that had stirred his expectations. But although Grain did handle the worm with respectable swordsmanship, they're still just pampered young lords from a noble lineage. He finds it disappointing. He also observes that this town is clearly falling apart. The Night Order is corrupt, misappropriating funds just to fill their bellies, while the citizens are powerless to withstand the approaching monster wave. The fact that they will be satisfied just to have food is heartbreaking. Taigen informs them that since it's already quite late, he'll brief them on the mission details tomorrow. He gestures toward the nearby inn, apologizing for its poor state, but hoping they'll find some rest after their long journey. The soldiers begin unloading supplies and gear from their horses. Paracelsus walks up to Grain and mentions the offer Grain made to him earlier. With calm politeness, he turns it down. Grain, slightly irritated, questions what he intends to do then. He asks if Paracelsus is seriously planning to fight the monster wave alone. The mercenary replies that, first and foremost, he plans to proceed as originally intended and wishes Grain a safe subjugation. Grain scoffs and calls him an obnoxious commoner. Paracelsus simply responds that in this world, those with true skill will always find their place. And that's just how things work. He adds that competent individuals are always followed by rumors. Nox watches the mercenary and quietly thinks that they may end up meeting again much sooner than expected. Later that night, Nox tells Levalia to rest up as they'll be heading out again the next day. He gazes out his window and notices a family sitting in the street around a small fire. Moved by the sight, he steps outside and approaches one of the children, gently asking if she needs food. He begins distributing bread to the hungry children. Overwhelmed, the kids start crying. He thinks to himself that he wants to build a future where no child ever has to beg for food again. But for that dream to begin, they first need to survive here in Chatters. As he hands out food to the poor children on the streets, Levalia secretly watches from behind a nearby wall. She is always known in her heart. He truly is a good man. Tegan explains to both brothers that, as they already know, the Southern Chasers region is usually swarmed with monsters during the winter. That's why they have always requested funds and reinforcements from the Imperial family. Grain glances at the wooden walls and questions whether this is all they have to protect the village. Tegan admits that the structure has been around for a very long time and is in need of repairs. From Nox's point of view, the defenses are pitiful. Once the monster wave begins, he estimates the village won't last even an hour before being wiped out. Since this is just a subchapter for him, it's entirely up to him whether or not he wants to save the village. And most of the time, he does choose to help the Chasers region. The reason is obvious. The land holds high value. In the future, Chasers will become a tremendously expensive piece of territory. Tegan remarks that something feels different about the monsters this year. The number of rampant beasts has increased significantly compared to previous winters. Through their conversation, Nox realizes something these people don't understand yet. The rise in rampant monsters might actually benefit them in the future. Tegan then adds that the worst part is that some villagers have even seen a griffin. Grain reacts immediately, stating that a griffin definitely makes the situation far more severe. He questions Tegan about where the sighting took place. Tegan replies that it was in the wilderness. The young swordsman knows that one of the most critical elements of the Chitair subjugation will be whether they can drive away the griffin. Griffins are, in fact, the kings of the wilderness. They were designed to be halted, never truly defeated. But Nox fully intends to defeat one. Tegan then leads them outside the village and shows them the vast, endless horizon of the wilderness. He explains that the area stretches all the way to Tahalan in the east, which is a neutral zone, and it's widely known as barren land. The young master recognizes the landscape, but notices that something feels off. He informs the others that griffins don't typically dwell near Chitair's village. They usually stay closer to Tahalan. He asks them if they understand why the creatures are here now. Everyone looks at him in silence, and from their facial expressions, he picks up on something. Now, he has a strong suspicion about who the traitor is, the one who will eventually betray them during the subjugation. And just like that, the subquest begins. He decides the first move should be to eliminate the most rotten part of the village. Inside the village office, Grain's butler pores over the records. Initially, he wasn't the least bit concerned about Nox, having heard that the boy was just a useless brat. But now, to think that he himself had fallen for the swordsman's scheme and lost Grain's favor, that infuriates him. He had gone to great lengths to win Grain's approval, and now he's determined not to let Nox off so easily. As he descends the stairs, he spots Levalia and shoots her a filthy glare. He's well aware that she's a commoner. Without warning, he grabs her hand and yanks her toward him. She asks sharply if he has any business with her. He stares at her and replies that he has plenty of business with her. Then, with a twisted smile, he tells her it's nothing serious. He just wants to have a little chat. The moment hangs heavy between them. She immediately pulls her hand away and says she doesn't believe there's anything they need to discuss alone. He regrets his haste for a moment, but justifies it to himself, thinking that even though he's a knight serving a master, he still deserves to enjoy himself. This time, he places his hand on her shoulder and asks if she really thinks the same way. Levalia shouts for him to let her go, but in that moment, she hesitates. If she outright rejects him now, her young master Nox might fall out of favor with young Master Grain. That could bring him trouble or attract unwanted attention from the family. She doesn't want Nox to suffer because of her. The butler growls that, thanks to her master, he has lost more than 10 years of hard-earned progress, and now she's going to pay the price for that. Suddenly, Nox appears and slices off his arm. Coldly, he asks the butler if he wants something, then he'll pay for it. He follows up by asking him again, with a deadly calm, how he'd like to pay. The butler collapses in pain, screaming, and demands to know what Nox thinks he's doing. He insists that not even Nox can get away with something like this. He threatens him, asking if he really believes that young Master Grain will stand by and let this happen. The swordsman glares at him and asks if he's seriously threatening him with his brother. Without another word, he severs the man's other hand. The butler wails that this is all wrong, and even though Nox has his family behind him, this is going too far. But Nox tells him that he's not the one acting out of place because of family backing. Then, without hesitation, he steps forward and kills the butler. Levalia is clearly shaken. She looks at him in horror and asks what he just did, warning him that Grain won't let this go. At that moment, Grain arrives with his guards and surveys the scene in disbelief. He asks his brother if he truly killed Schultz, the butler. Nox answers plainly that he did. Grain's fury explodes. He accuses Nox, someone he considers good for nothing, of daring to claim that he cut down his knight. Knox explains that Grain has the sequence of events wrong and questions why he's not first asking for the details of what happened. Grain grabs him by the collar and demands to know why he killed Schultz. If there isn't a justifiable reason, he warns, Knox won't escape punishment. Knox responds that he overheard Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid. As her master, how could he possibly stand by and let that happen? But Grain shouts back that it was over something so minor. After all, she's just a commoner. Knox stares at him and asks if he realizes what he just said. Can he take responsibility for that? Suddenly, a massive surge of mana bursts out from Knox's body, and it startles Grain. He wonders in shock if this is really Knox's power. Could this so-called good-for-nothing younger brother actually be that talented? Knox smirks and reminds him. Has he forgotten that he's their family's famed disgrace? Grain stumbles back, visibly shaken. Knox tells him that he isn't the kind who reports or waits for permission. He suggests they leave the resolution of this matter to their father once they return to the estate. Grain agrees, albeit reluctantly, to let their father decide how to handle the situation. Knox instructs Levalia to leave with him, and the two of them walk away. Left behind, Grain stares at his retreating brother and wonders, since when did he become so powerful? That sword he was holding, he's sure he's seen it somewhere before. With narrowed eyes, he resolves not to underestimate Knox during the subjugation mission. Both Knox and his maid step outside to the well, and he reflects silently, thinking there will soon be quite a ruckus among the soldiers. The military ranks are already fractured into different factions, and now they've reached a critical juncture, a point where they must make a decision. He wonders whether they'll choose to follow his brother or side with him instead. He turns to Levalia and asks if she's all right. She responds with a firm nod, confirming that she is. Then, with concern in her voice, she asks if her master will be okay and wonders aloud why he did what he did. If this incident gets blown out of proportion, it will only result in more enemies being added to his list. And if that happens, he'll find himself in danger once again. In response, he questions her. Does she even know what kind of person the master she serves truly is? He is the so-called good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family, which means, no matter where they are, she must never bow her head. She acknowledges this and assures him that she will keep it in mind. That night, Grain lies in his bedroom, brooding. He thinks about his younger brother. How dare that worthless brat attempt to rise above him? Back when their father first placed Knox under his care, he'd thought of him as nothing more than an annoying responsibility. But now that they're out here, involved in this mission, Knox is proving to be completely different from the weakling he imagined. His thoughts shift to the sword Knox wields, and he considers the possibility that its resemblance to their father's blade might just be a coincidence. Even so, he understands he must stay vigilant. And now that Schultz is gone, he wonders to himself, who can he trust now to keep a close eye on his brother? A servant enters the room and announces that the situation on the first floor has been taken care of. He also mentions that young Master Knox is not at all like the rumors they've heard. Grain, who is clearly drunk, slurs his words as he responds. He tells the servant that Knox isn't the only one who's different. He himself has changed as well. Then he looks at the man and questions him. Wasn't he supposed to be the captain of a night order that's operated in this area for a long time? Grain even conducted a background check to confirm it. So how could someone like Knox, who has only studied books all his life, be more familiar with this place than he is? He accuses the servant of incompetence and reminds him that he didn't pay such a hefty sum for such a sloppy job. Thinking to himself again, Grain notes that since the monster wave hasn't even started yet, he may as well put this night order to some use. He orders the servant to make sure all the bandits and monsters in the surrounding area are wiped out. And if Knox begins acting suspiciously or behaves strangely, he is to be informed right away. The servant respectfully obeys his master's command and leaves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Levalia turns to her master and asks him about his actions during the day. She wants to know whether he inspected the village walls. He responds that he did take a look and remarks that they're barely holding together. She wonders how they could possibly defend against a monster wave with such poor fortifications. He instructs her to follow him. As she trails behind him, she grows puzzled, thinking about how they're moving in the opposite direction from their in. She asks where they're going. Knox explains that he's thinking of recruiting a new person into their team. Even in a small village like this, he says, there's bound to be at least one genius. He reveals that the person's name is Alina. She's a character he makes sure to recruit every time he comes to Chitairs, a genius potion maker. In essence, she becomes his potion shuttle. As they walk through the dimly lit streets, Levalia turns to him and asks if there could really be a genius potion maker hidden in such a shabby and remote place. He replies without hesitation that there is. She frowns and says she doesn't understand. If Alina is truly so talented, then there shouldn't be any reason for her to be hiding out in a place like this. He tells her that Alina has her own reasons. In truth, he knows that the reason is tied to the hidden route required to clear Chitairs. Because in the future, Alina will end up working for someone else instead of the Archive Empire. And if one doesn't clear Chitairs through the hidden route, they'll never have the chance to recruit her. As they approach a turn, he warns Levalia to keep her eyes on the path so she doesn't trip. She listens carefully and continues following close behind. They enter a small, run-down building. Inside, they find a young woman sitting in a chair, sipping wine. She mutters to herself, clearly annoyed, saying that she can't believe she's stuck in a place like this. Then she looks up at Knox and asks how she ended up like this. He gazes at her and says, "I found you, my potion maker." Alina's eyes widen in surprise, and she quickly asks him who he is. Levalia is stunned and turns to her master in disbelief, saying that the genius potion maker he talked about is a drunkard. Alina stands up and apologizes, explaining that she didn't realize they were from a reputable family. Knox assures her that it's fine and that aside from that, he's here because there's something important he wants to discuss. He urges her to stay focused. In his mind, he already knows who she is. At this point in the story, Alina is a genius character with the highest potential for growth, a rare talent in potion making. He must recruit her, even if she does come with a few flaws. He quickly checks her full information through his system and feels a little disappointed, but it's not surprising. After all, the kinds of genius characters that someone like the Rheinhafer family's disgrace can recruit aren't always the most perfect. Still, she's far from ordinary. She's a truly valuable potion maker. Turning to his maid, he tells her that Alina may be a bit of a problem, but they don't have any better options right now. Levalia, clearly uneasy, whispers into his ear that she knows it may be out of line to say so, but she doesn't think recruiting a drunkard is a wise decision. He calmly explains to her that he's well aware of that, but at this point, they have no other choice. She sighs and replies that she guesses it must be more complicated than she thought. Suddenly, Alina stands up and questions Knox. Why has he come looking for her? He decides to be direct. "I'll get straight to the point," he says, and offers her a place by his side. He tells her that if she chooses to follow him, he will give her exactly what she needs the most. He observes her reaction and sees that she's confused. Alina declines his offer politely. She explains that there's something she must do here, and for that reason, she can't leave. She apologizes sincerely. He asks her whether that something is related to her friend, Mage. That visibly startles her. She asks how he knows that name. Knox then reveals a crucial truth. In the near future, Mage will be executed. But if Alina accepts his offer, there's a chance he can save her. He asks her if that possibility has changed her mind, even just a little. Alina's friend raises her voice publicly against the government's taxes. She openly tells the establishment that people are dying here. And although the imperial family is already sending soldiers and funds, the walls have still not been repaired. She publicly calls out Tegan, demanding answers. She was Alina's only friend, and Alina would have preferred that it had been her who was dragged away instead. She admits to herself that she cannot rescue her friend alone. Even so, she doubts whether Knox will be able to save her either. The thought of her friend lingers, and it becomes hard for her to forget her for a long time. At the bar, some soldiers are talking about Grain. One of them asks who he is, and another replies by calling him an idiot. He goes on to say that Grain actually believed they were a legitimate night order, even though they were only pretending. He accepted it all without the slightest suspicion. Another soldier remarks that the whole situation came about by coincidence, but turned out well for them. He says it was worth ransacking the raw night order's quarters, as they even managed to get their hands on gold badges. With those badges, they can now go after even bigger jobs. He adds that if they show this badge to the Rainhafer family, the family will assume he's the captain of the Raw Night Order and will grant him benefits fitting someone of that rank. Yet another man comments that while things did happen by coincidence, it's quite amusing that their names are exactly the same. The first soldier grins and suggests that if they take Grain hostage, they could probably get a sizable ransom for him. They turn to one of the quieter soldiers, the one who usually keeps to himself, and ask him what he thinks, reminding him that this involved a member of the Rainhafer family. The quiet soldier hesitantly asks if it's really okay to do something like that, since they're talking about the most powerful among the 3 dark families in the region. He also wonders aloud if there are any bandit groups that ever survived after crossing them. The other 3 soldiers stare at him. One of them scoffs, calls him an idiot, and says that's exactly why everyone calls him a coward. He then demands to know if he even understands where they are. He explains to him that this is Chatters, an area so forsaken that even the imperial family has given up on it. Now, they make up their minds. They agree that they'll take Grain hostage, collect the ransom, and then flee to the east. One of them remarks that no matter how influential the Rainhafer family may be, they won't be able to do anything here, in an enemy nation surrounded by sand. He tells his comrades that all they have to do is seek asylum, and then they can enjoy a life of luxury. The others agree, having expected such a plan from their captain. Then, the anxious soldier nervously brings up Nox. He reminds them they'll have to deal with him too. The captain agrees and acknowledges that Nox is indeed a dangerous individual. He says Nox has a persistent personality and instructs the others to warn the rest of the group not to get involved with him until they've wrapped things up here. One of the soldiers laughs and tells the captain that Nox is just a kid, and he thinks worrying about him is unnecessary. The rest laugh along with him and start drinking. Suddenly, someone extinguishes the lamps in the bar. Everyone immediately tenses, wondering what just happened. The captain tries to calm his men, but then he suddenly feels blood splash onto his face. They all notice that one of their comrades has been killed. Panic sets in as they assume it's an enemy raid on the village. The captain freezes in shock when he notices a man standing right behind him. That man asks why he's speaking so rudely. It's Nox. The young swordsman has just killed one of the soldiers. He demands to know why they're hiding in this hole like rats, and how they dare try to rob the Reinhafer family. He tells them that they've clearly overestimated themselves. Captain Vermin quickly tries to defuse the situation, insisting that Nox must be mistaken about something. But Nox cuts him off and declares that he already knows about the various crimes they've committed, including the misappropriation of funds alongside Tegan. He also reveals that he's aware of their plan to use Grain for their own gain. Captain Vermin asks him what he wants, urging him to think carefully. He proposes that if Nox allows them to get rid of Grain, it would actually benefit him. He would gain a better position within his own family. He tells Nox that all he has to do is look the other way this one time, and advises him not to take any unnecessary risks. The soldiers all draw their swords, and the captain accuses Nox of pretending to speak nobly, while clearly harboring murderous intent. Nox strikes again, killing another soldier. He turns to the rest and asks if they really think anyone would be foolish enough to believe such lies. One of the soldiers shouts for the others to kill him, and they all charge at once. But the young swordsman is far faster and more skilled than any of them. Within seconds, he slaughters every last one. The captain is stunned. He wonders whether Nox has been hiding his true abilities all along. Realizing how dangerous he is, he decides this must end now. He draws his sword and warns Nox that he's only dying because of his own arrogance. He then unleashes the Southern sword technique, exclusive to the captain. But Nox is unfazed. He tells the captain that he's more simple-minded than expected. The system immediately confirms that Nox, as a genius swordsman, has completely nullified the enemy's attack. The captain is shocked and demands to know how Nox managed to stop the shader sword technique. Now it's Nox's turn to mock him. He calls the captain a lowly vermin and asks how he dares question him about what he wants. As the battle intensifies, Nox successfully learns the Southern sword technique for himself. The system confirms it, and it's exactly what he was after. A question comes to his mind. What does it mean to be a genius? He remembers himself walking alone and wonders, does being a genius just mean that one is more exceptional than others? And if that's not it, then does it mean someone who has proven that they can reach a level that most people cannot reach? In that moment, as he risks his life, he keeps asking himself that same question over and over again. What does it mean to be a genius? Compared to the sword techniques that he will be learning in the future, this might not seem like much. But even so, this much would be enough. For now, it would be enough for them. It's about the shader's Southern sword technique. The captain thinks about how this sword technique had taken him more than 10 years of his life to master. He wonders how a kid like him knows it. Now Vermin is on the ground, on his knees, terrified, scared of death. He warns our boy that if he kills him, Tegan won't let him get away with it, and he might have already heard about what he has done. Our hero tells him that there aren't any witnesses who have seen Nox kill him. Vermin shouts that everyone here who is still alive will see it. Nox tells him to listen carefully, that he is simply assassinating them, guys. And he says that it seems like he still doesn't get it, that if no one lives to tell the tale, then this will only look like an assassination. And that's what the world will believe. And he kills Vermin. In the jail, Tegan asks May if she is saying that she doesn't want to work and that she doesn't want to be sold off to the other nobles. And after taking so much beating, she replies to him that there is no way she will listen to people like him. He tells her that there is nothing she can do right now, and that the only thing someone as lowly as she is can do is to struggle on the ground. Her arms and legs are chained to the wall of her prison cell. But even then, she tries to struggle, and he wonders what she thinks she is doing. He slaps her across the face and asks her if she wants to be sold to the Black Mage. May remembers her childhood when her teacher tells her that she did her best. But she got the mixture wrong this time as well. And this is a matter of aptitude. She also tells May that she thinks she doesn't have any talent in this area, and she was confused about how to do it. She had zero talent from the start, not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship, nor in anything else for that matter. And Alina was totally the opposite of her. Their teacher tells Alina that she no longer has anything else to teach her and wonders how could they have someone as talented as her in the countryside. Her teacher tells Alina that if only she was not a war orphan, but from a noble family, even if it was a low-ranked one, and if she could at least get out of the orphanage. She remembers that Alina was an alchemy genius, and she seemed like someone who did not belong in this place from the start. She had a sparkle around her and was constantly shining, despite that she was her best friend, and Alina was always nice to her. She remembers that her bright smile had caused her to feel helplessly envious of her, and that's why she had decided to sacrifice herself instead of her, because she was certain that Alina could accomplish way more than someone like her ever could. She knows that struggling on the ground was the norm for her all her life. May tells Tai Jin that whatever he wants to do after her death is none of her business. She even sticks her tongue out to taunt him. She doesn't want to become Alina's burden. Tai Jin gets angry and slaps her so hard that her mouth starts bleeding and calls her a bitch and tells her to stop trying to harm herself. Suddenly, our hero enters there and tells him that if he makes it out of this place as a corpse, Alina will be sad. Tai Jin asks the young master here. Nox tells him that by the law of the imperial family, he will be executed. Nox informs him that his partner, Ron Vermin, is also dead and advises that it would be in his best interest to surrender now. Tai Jin reacts with a flicker of sadness and calls it an unfortunate mishap. He then asks the young master whether he came here alone. The swordsman responds with a firm nod of affirmation. That answer brings a twisted smile to his face. He tells him that it seems the noble family's young heir has severely underestimated him. He questions whether Nox truly believes he can defeat him single-handedly. The swordsman replies without hesitation, saying he doesn't see why not. Drawing his sword, Taijin remarks that events are unfolding faster than he anticipated, but insists that it no longer matters. He calls for his soldiers, and within seconds, countless troops surround the lone warrior. Taijin then gives a cold command: kill Nox. Analyzing the situation swiftly, the young master activates the hour of the genius skill. He now has exactly 5 minutes to eliminate them all. He moves at such blistering speed that in just 2 seconds, he slaughters every last soldier, and in the following instant, he knocks Taijin unconscious. The system notifies him that 4 minutes and 55 seconds remain. Without wasting a moment, he makes her drink a potion as he speaks his name to her. He assures her that when she awakens from her slumber, everything will already be over. Taijin regains consciousness, only to realize they've been utterly defeated. As he glances around, he sees the bodies of all his soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Nox tells him not to expect death to come so easily. With chilling precision, he severs both of Taijin's legs from the knees. Taijin stares up at him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend whether this is truly happening. That he, the great Taijin, was defeated by a mere boy. In that moment, Nox once again reflects on the question that haunts him. What does it mean to be a genius? He tells Taijin that it's not him, but the character Nox, who is the true genius. Taijin stares up at him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend whether this is truly happening. That he, the great Taijin, was defeated by a mere boy. In that moment, he once again reflects on the question that haunts him. What does it mean to be a genius? He tells Taijin that it's not him, but the character Nox, who is the true genius. Taijin remembers his father. He was the most outstanding person in the village. Every man aspired to be like him, and everyone showed him respect. He recalls a moment when his father was beating his mother. During that violent act, his father looked at young Taijin and asked if he knew why the people in the village followed him. At the time, Taijin, still a child, had no idea. His father grabbed him by the hair and told him it was because of his strength. He claimed that if someone possessed overwhelming strength, then they could do anything they wanted and still get away with it. That, he said, was the law in a city located on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Young Taijin asked him if he was the strongest person on the continent. His father let go of his hair and answered that he was not. He told him that even he was merely one of the countless nobodies scattered across the continent. He explained that there were numerous swordsmen across the land, unbelievably strong ones, and that there were also many children around Taijin's age who were far more powerful than him. They were geniuses, prodigies that surpassed him even at a young age. That, he said, was the reality of a continent consumed by war. The reason he had managed to survive, he told his son, was simply because he chose not to fight those monsters. Now, Taijin looks at Nox and tells him that he must be one of those unreachable geniuses his father spoke of, so incredibly talented that no one else could ever reach his level. That, he says, is what it means to be truly gifted. And then he tells the young master that the only reason he is dying now is because he chose to fight him. After hearing that, Nox kills Taijin. Alina is sitting alone in her laboratory, looking sad and angry, when she sees her friend Mage walk in, accompanied by Levalia. At first, Alina is shocked to see her. Then she suddenly jumps out of her chair and runs to hug her. Both Alina and Mage begin crying. Alina tells her that she was terrified. She genuinely thought that Mage had left her for good. Mage holds her and gently comforts her, telling her that it's all right and that she's sorry for everything that happened in the past. She admits that she had left her for good. May holds her and gently comforts her, telling her that it's all right and that she's sorry that she had been selfish and wrong to think she could go through everything on her own while leaving Alina behind in this place. May then glances at Levalia and begins to think about the young master. She wants to thank him properly. Levalia tells them that her master should be wrapping up the situation right now and is probably having a conversation. Alina tilts her head and wonders aloud what she means by conversation. Levalia responds that she thinks he's taking a moment to have a heart-to-heart talk with his brother. However, she also knows this might not be his true intention. Grain sits in his office waiting for Vermin. He glances at the clock and wonders how much longer he's going to keep him waiting. He's visibly irritated and hopes that nothing bad has happened. Suddenly Knox walks in and asks if he is available for a moment. He says he needs to talk and emphasizes that it's important. Grain asks him why he would want to talk to him specifically. Knox repeats that the matter is important. At that moment, Grain notices what he said on Knox's shirt. After a brief pause, Grain finally tells him to take a seat. A few days later, Rodwell reads out a letter to Teo. He informs him that they've received a message stating that young Master Knox has purged the corruption within the chatters. The letter also says that Knox has administered appropriate punishment to those involved. Rodwell then tells Teo that Knox has submitted a request for a separate reward for completing that task. However, he apologizes and admits that he is unable to figure out what the request truly means. Teo takes the letter from him and thinks about the situation. He reflects on how the corruption in that region had worsened day by day, but no one had ever bothered to intervene. The reason, he concludes, is simple, because there was no profit to be made. However, he also knows it's not that simple. That region has always been a major headache for the imperial family. The eastern part chatters, he thinks, is the final line of defense. If that region were to fall, the monsters would start marching toward the central territories. He knows that the central government has already allocated a large amount of funds, troops, and even hired mercenary corps to protect the surrounding regions. Chatters may be a useless wasteland in terms of value, but it cannot be completely abandoned. That, he believes, is what kind of place Chatters really is. A territory with no one inherent value, but one they cannot afford to lose. Teo then tells Rodwell that all the bandit groups in the area, including Vermin and Tegan, are extremely dangerous. Even someone like Grain would have trouble dealing with them. Rodwell nods in agreement with his master. He then asks what would happen if Vermin's bandits launched an attack. In that case, the situation would likely spiral out of control. He adds that if they can't overcome a situation of that level, then they don't deserve to be called part of the Rheinhafer family in the first place. He reminds Teo that he had already stationed the Black Sword Knights with them, not only to prevent their deaths, but also to ensure they had proper protection. Then, Rodwell circles the conversation back to Knox. Teo says what he finds hard to understand is why Knox would purge that corruption without any personal gain. He doesn't believe Knox has a generous heart. He's not the type to do something so extreme without a motive. The same applies to his request concerning Chatters. Knox is seeking authority over that wasteland, and Teo knows it. Teo then wonders aloud what Knox could possibly hope to gain from a place like that. He points to the letter again, highlighting the line where Knox writes that if he cannot deliver results, then he will willingly give up his rights as the youngest son of the Rheinhafer family. Rodwell asks if Teo intends to reject the proposal. Teo replies that he will accept it. He explains that if Knox is truly able to defeat all of those enemies, then he deserves to be granted jurisdiction over the territory. He believes that this might actually be a good opportunity to see how capable Knox is when it comes to managing a region. Rodwell listens and nods in understanding. He tells his master that he will send a letter to the Empire and begin the negotiations to acquire control over the Chatters. Teo instructs him to proceed. Then, Teo looks down at the letter again, deep in thought, and wonders just how far ahead Knox is planning. At the Chatters estate, Grain asks Knox if what he's saying is true, that Ron and Taigen intended to kill him, and that Nox was once their underling. The young master replies that unfortunately, it's the truth. Grain grows upset, troubled by the thought that their family had already verified their identities. What infuriates him even more is the realization that they tried to leech off him by deceiving the Reinhafer family. Nox notices the way Grain is looking at him and questions him about it, wondering if he's scared of him. Grain finds it almost amusing that Nox genuinely wants to provoke him. But he chooses to restrain himself for now. He knows that if he fails this test, he cannot become a knight. In the end, he has no choice but to accept his brother's proposal. He reins in his anger and asks what it is that Nox wants. Nox, unsurprised, comments that Grain is quick to weigh the pros and cons. He then informs his brother that he doesn't want much. The first thing he wants is command over all the soldiers under Grain's authority. Grain agrees, knowing that even if he refuses, his life is already in Nox's hands. Though he doesn't want to admit it, he still doesn't know exactly how strong Nox really is. Grain makes a condition in return. Nox must guarantee his life and yield the outcome of this conflict to him. Nox immediately points out that guaranteeing his life and yielding the outcome are two entirely separate demands. After hearing that, Grain changes the offer. He will hand over the mineral rights and artifact from his large mine instead and advises Nox to make sure everything is handled properly. Nox tells him it's a small price to pay in comparison to his life and warns him not to think of it as too much of a waste. Grain wonders silently if, while Nox stays in Shaders, he'll be under his care. He hopes his brother won't do anything reckless. Meanwhile, in Alina's laboratory, Alona and May are reading some papers. Alina tells them that she has never made a metallization potion or a corroding potion before, but she believes it's possible. Nox is satisfied with her answer. Levalia, however, expresses her concern, questioning whether everything will truly be all right since his plan is incredibly dangerous. She admits that, as an ordinary maid, it might not be her place to ask, but wonders aloud if there's a real reason why he needs to kill the Griffin. May agrees with her, adding that they cannot afford to lose their hero in vain. Nox tells them not to be afraid. If it were impossible, he would never have brought it up in the first place. Deep down, he understands their fear, but since he cannot reveal that there's something vital he needs to acquire after slaying the Griffin, he has no choice but to lie. He simply tells them that he's thought everything through and asks them not to question it any further. Levalia assures him that she'll do her best to prepare everything he needs. He reflects that killing the Griffin and Shatters at the beginning of the game is practically impossible, and no one has succeeded in doing so. At least, that's true when they exclude him. With that in mind, he begins to explain the plan to the girls. He makes it clear that he won't repeat himself, so they must listen carefully to the plan. He reveals to them the hidden route and explains that defeating the Griffin through normal play isn't possible. The path is concealed, only revealed to so-called stagnant water gamers, and he is one of them, a veteran who has cleared Inner Lunatic 26 times. After outlining the entire strategy, he asks if they all understand. All three respond affirmatively. He concludes the briefing and tells them they'll move forward with the plan tomorrow. After the briefing, he tells them that they'll move forward with the plan tomorrow. The next day, while feeding his horse, Nox reflects that unless he's willing to stake his life, he won't survive because Inner Lunatic, the world he's transmigrated into, is just that kind of place. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters charges toward the village's outer wall. Nox climbs up to the ramparts to observe the incoming horde and commands everyone to prepare for battle. He reminds his soldiers that they only have one chance. Grin, he tells them that they'll move forward with the plan tomorrow. The next day, Grin, watching the scene unfold, finds the moment strangely refreshing. Nox, meanwhile, acknowledges that he has become not just Nox, but the sole strategist. His mate asks if he'll truly be all right. Nox tells her to trust her master. He's not going to die. With that, he draws his sword and leaps from the wall like a superhuman. hurling a potion at a large monster. The system announces that he has slain the Iron Golem, and his proficiency in the Chitair's Southern Soul has become, and the Chitair's Southern Sword technique has increased. He reminds himself that without that promise anchoring him, he might actually die. That's why he's determined to turn these monsters into stepping stones. With that thought, he charges at the horde, and his soldiers rally behind him. Suddenly, he spots the griffin among the monsters. A thrill runs through him. He thinks to himself, "Shall we get started?" Griffin locks his eye on the young master and heads straight toward him. The swordsman wonders if he has been able to do anything to help him. He tells Grin that the swordsman wonders if he is dreaming. Alina tells the others that she has never seen any knight capable of fighting like that, and she questions whether such feats are even humanly possible. May responds that although she didn't expect him to be good, to think he's so fast that their eyes can barely keep up with his movements is shocking. She also wonders aloud what kind of place the Rheinhafer family truly is. Levalia explains that it's a family famous for its swordsmanship, and also known as a place where internal battles are held to determine who is worthy of inheriting the Black Sword. That, she emphasizes, is the nature of the Rheinhafer family. They all stand on the top floor of the castle, watching the battle unfold below. Levalia adds that one could also say her master, Nox, is the most talented among all the candidates. All this talk gives Master Grin a headache as he stands alongside them at the top floor of the fortress. She reflects that she still doesn't understand why Master Nox refuses to address the negative rumors surrounding him. Yet, she feels certain he must have his reasons. May speculates that not all the rumors are true and observes that it seems like he has his own reasons. Reasons that require him to act like a good-for-nothing. She admits she has no idea what those reasons might be. Levalia agrees with her and asks her to please play along because she's confident there's a good reason behind his behavior. After all, she says, he's a wise person. Alina then asks if she's expected to hide who he really is. Both May and Alina assure Levalia that they will keep their lips sealed. Grain and the rest of the soldiers grow tense as they see the young master standing face to face with the griffin. Even from the safe height of the castle wall, the sight is frightening. Grain wonders whether Nox truly intends to fight that monster and concludes that his brother must be out of his mind. On the ground, Nox and the griffin begin their clash. Grain watches with anger as his younger brother bravely engages the creature. Regardless of how he feels, he knows he must follow through with the plan. He orders all his troops to wait until the griffin comes within close range of the fortress walls. Once it does, they are to fire the ballistas upon his command. The soldiers follow his orders. When the griffin flies close to the fortress, Grain gives the order and the ballistas are launched. They manage to hit it in the wing, causing the beast to crash to the ground. Nox understands that in order to defeat the griffin, they must neutralize its absurd flight ability. He quickly consumes the metallization potion, and the system confirms that his stamina has temporarily increased by 1. He feels relieved, knowing he had already made the necessary preparations in advance. He remembers when he first instructed his brother to build the ballistas. Grain had shouted at him for asking him to do something so lowly, arguing they could assign that task to someone else. Nox responded that if that was the case, then Grain himself would have to fight the griffin on the battlefield. Upon hearing that, Grain suddenly changed his mind and asked how many ballistas Nox needed. Now, as Nox approaches the fallen griffin, he thinks to himself that he knew Grain had good instincts. He believes his brother will be useful. The only things left now are the effects of Alina's potion and the chance to prove himself. Suddenly, the griffin tries to take flight but quickly crashes back to the ground due to its injured wing. The young master mocks it, asking whether it feels frustrated now that things aren't going its way. He understands why. It's because normally, such an injury would mean nothing to a creature like the griffin. And since it is the griffin, a high-level monster, it should have shrugged it off. But the ballista that pierced its wing had been coated with massive amounts of the poison that he despises most. Nox tells the griffin to look forward to what's coming next. He warns it that the real pain will begin in about 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is all he needs. As the griffin attempts to grab him with its claw, Nox thinks to himself that this is definitely different from the game. However, he also knows one thing. He won't be the one who dies here, at least not today. He launches an attack with his sword. He signals to his brother. Grain stares in disbelief, wondering whether this is truly the same Nox he once knew. After receiving the signal, he turns and orders the soldiers to fire more ballistas at the monster. Every single shot lands perfectly. Now the time has come for Nox to finish this. The griffin cries out in agony and begins limping toward him. The young master activates his black execution, and with a single powerful swing of his sword, he slices off one of the creature's legs. Without hesitation, he follows up with another slash, cleaving the griffin in two across its belly. The system promptly notifies him that he has gained 60 days after defeating the griffin. His total remaining lifespan now stands at 179 days. Everyone watching from the castle, soldiers, commoners, and his 3 companions, cheers in celebration, shouting his name. Their voices rise together in admiration. Countless other monsters scatter and flee after witnessing the fall of the mighty griffin. He feels quite satisfied now. However, his brother stares in disbelief, trying to understand how such a thing could have happened. The griffin was a high-level monster after all. He questions how such a powerful creature could have been struggling against a mere brat. In his mind, someone would typically need to be at least on the level of an academy professor to handle such a beast with ease. He wonders if he truly has no choice but to recognize that he has no choice but to recognize that his brother's strength. If everything Nox has shown so far is indeed real, then he might end up dramatically shifting the succession rankings within the family. Quietly, to himself, he admits that he must make sure to align with the right side. After eliminating all the monsters, including the griffin, the young master returns to the castle. Just then, Grain approaches him and states that he will personally oversee the safe transport of the griffin's corpse. However, he insists that Nox should be the one to decide how the loot is to be distributed. He encourages him to go and get some rest. Nox smiles faintly, thinking to himself that Grain must have been shaken quite a bit. Now it's time to use the hidden clear rewards. He quickly opens his system menu. The interface displays the item he obtained. It is the heart of the griffin. The system lists all the advantages and properties that come with it. Later, at Alina's laboratory, she examines the griffin's heart and confirms what he had claimed earlier. The power of wind can indeed be found within it. She explains that if they make proper use of this organ, they could create elixirs or equipment that, until now, had only ever existed in rumor. He tells her that he doesn't have the luxury of waiting and intends to use the heart to create an elixir. He then asks her how long that might take. Alina responds that the duration would depend on the circumstance, but with the current tools at her disposal, it could take some time. He assures her that he will provide all the equipment and materials she might require. Taking this opportunity, he makes an offer to both Alina and May. He would like to hire them as servants of the Reinhafer family. May speaks up and reminds him that they are just commoners. The young master briefly wonders if that really matters at all. He tells them that if they possess something he needs, then he will simply make use of them, just as they are free to make use of him in return. However, he warns that he would never tolerate a dog biting its master. In any case, he notes, no one at present is capable of harnessing the core properties of a monster like this, especially since the item was acquired by defeating a hidden boss that was never meant to be beaten. Crafting with such an item would be impossible for anyone except a true genius. Alina reassures him that such a betrayal would never happen. He had saved their lives, and they would place their trust in him for the rest of their days. He likes her answer and smiles. He feels pleased knowing that, to begin with, he has acquired 2 genius-level individuals, Alina and May. He then tells them that they will be departing in 3 days, so they should prepare accordingly. The elixir will be crafted in secret only after they return to the family estate. He emphasizes that he does not want anyone else to see it. He asks if they're seeing it. Both women respond affirmatively. Afterward, he and Lavilia walk away from the lab. On their way, Lavilia turns to him and says that he is truly different from what she had heard. Curious, he asks her what she means. She explains that she had been told he was a selfish person who only cared about himself. But at the very least, she now knows that part isn't true. Still, she wonders if he can promise her one thing. No one knows if he ever finds himself in a truly difficult situation. He should let her know if she can be of any help, even if her status is lowly. She also admits that she doesn't understand why so many people dislike him. He promises her that if that day does come, he will let her know. He then asks if she's planning to stand around out here, because the night is growing cold. He urges her to move quickly, saying it would be unfortunate if they caught a cold. And that's exactly what happens. Now, back in his bedroom, lying on his bed, he rests as Lavilia tends to him. He tells her that he already knows what she's about to say, so she shouldn't say it because it's humiliating. She replies that it's all right. Things like this happen. After all, he's still growing. His system notifies him that he has contracted a negative status effect. Cold level 2, due to frequent illness and also chronic cough level 4. Back at the family estate, a servant announces that both young masters have returned. At the entrance gate, Rodwell wonders aloud if Alina and May are the new servants under young Master Knox. Another servant responds affirmatively. The servants begin whispering among themselves. One remarks that Knox apparently couldn't even restrain himself and brought back 2 women again. Another scoffs, saying that a leopard doesn't change its spots, even if he appears to be improving. The first servant warns her that to be quiet unless she wants to get in trouble. Young Master Knox had a reputation for being reckless with women in the past. Some even believe that his feat of clearing the missing child's forest is a lie. As Knox walks closer to Rodwell, he thinks to himself that no matter what he does, he just can't shake off that good-for-nothing image. Rodwell steps forward and informs the young master that the patriarch has requested a private meeting with him. The young master heads straight to his father's office. His father welcomes him, and Knox asks if it's true that he was called for. Teo confirms that he was and mentions that he has something to discuss with him. He also suspects that Knox has something he wishes to talk about as well. Teo goes on to say that he heard Knox contributed significantly to the safe return of everyone from the Chatters region, as well as to the eradication of the malignant existences over there. He adds that even Grain acknowledged his capabilities. Knox says that Knox asks his father whether his brother really said that. Teo replies with a nod and places his hand on a stack of letters from Grain. He tells him that Grain wrote, if it hadn't been for Knox, he wouldn't have been able to complete his night training. Intrigued, Knox wonders aloud what Grain is currently up to. Teo, however, brushes the question aside and says that he didn't summon him here to discuss such insignificant topics. Teo reminds his son that he once proposed a task that seemed nearly impossible. Knox accomplished it and brought honor to the Rainhafer name. Therefore, as promised, he will uphold his word. He hands him a royal letter, an official document that declares the Chatters region now belongs to Knox. Knox thanks his father sincerely for his immense generosity, but Teo senses that something else is on his mind. Curious, he directly asks what it is. Without delay, he asks Knox if he's interested in his life. Startled, Knox is taken aback by the question and begins to wonder why Teo is suddenly speaking like this. Far away, in another place, someone gazes into a pendant. Through it, he observes all that Knox has done over the past few days. He announces to those nearby that the Griffin is dead and that the Rainhafer bastards have finally begun to act. He goes on to say that, according to what he's heard, the Chatters region has been secured and it was handed over to the youngest member of their family. He then instructs Kremser to prepare for war. His servants look at each other with concern and question whether they will be all right. But he declares that the Rainhafer family stole something deeply precious from him, and that now he has nothing left to lose. The servant bows and immediately follows his command. That same servant later approaches a young girl and tells her that the time is drawing near, the day he takes control of the kingdom and the day she awakens. Back in Teo's office, the Rainhafer patriarch turns to Rodwell. Rodwell cautiously suggests that his master's question might be a bit premature for young Master Knox. He believes Knox understands the value and burden of becoming the patriarch of the Rainhafer family, but insists the timing might not be right. Teo, however, is resolute. He insists that this is the right moment. It must be now. Rodwell, maintaining respect, apologizes but says that he disagrees. More precisely, he doesn't believe that young Master Knox is ready for such a responsibility just yet. He also brings up the existence of the first young master, Garen. Teo responds calmly but firmly, saying Rodwell is not the one who gets to make that decision. Knox then speaks up, telling his father that he has no desire to take on the role of patriarch. He also voices his concern about the many responsibilities that would fall on his shoulders. Teo questions him, asking whether his own son truly fears the position. The young swordsman replies bluntly, saying he doesn't see why he shouldn't. Teo sighs and says that it's fine. He will respect his son's stance for now. But he adds that exceptional talent cannot be hidden and human beings are weak creatures who will never stop testing him. Knox agrees with his father's words. Teo tells him he may leave now, as he must be tired from the journey. Knox thanks him for his concern and departs. He returns to his bedroom, where Lavilia greets him and asks whether his father scolded him. He tells her not to worry. It was nothing serious. It wasn't anything he couldn't refuse. She informs him that the accommodations for Alina and May have been arranged. He appreciates her effort. She responds that it was nothing. She was simply fulfilling her duty as his maid. He then reflects, explaining that if everything in the world had a fixed set of rules about what to do and what not to do, then no one would hate each other, steal from one another, or be driven to conflict. Once again, he thanks Lavilia for her work. He starts to wonder if the time has come for things to get serious. His thoughts shift toward Eldine Academy, the most prestigious knight mage training institution. He is resolute. He must become the best in that place. Meanwhile, Teo speaks to Rodwell, acknowledging that, as expected, it was a difficult conversation with his son. Rodwell tells him that it might, indeed, have been too soon. He believes that, had Knox truly grasped the meaning and weight of his position, his response might have been different. Teo doesn't share Rodwell's view. He insists that the look in Knox's eyes belongs to someone who has already chosen their path. While Knox appears to be afraid of something, Teo is certain it isn't the position itself. Nor is it Teo. It's something far more fundamental. It is the kind of fear one feels when staring into an abyss. Death, Teo declares. Right now, Knox is afraid of death. Rodwell hesitates, but requests permission to speak freely. He admits he may be out of line, but believes what happened to Madame may have dealt a heavy blow to young Master Knox. Teo agrees. It's likely Knox blames him for it. To Knox, Teo is just a pathetic man who failed to protect his son from someone who failed to protect his own wife. Rodwell says there's something even more pressing. He believes that young Master Grain has begun to take action, this time with an even greater move. In the morning, Talia wakes up and gets ready. She asks her maid Emma how she looks. Emma, already tired, responds by asking the young miss if she hasn't already seen that set of clothes more than 20 times. But Talia, lost in her own thoughts, refuses. She even begins worrying about her accessories. Emma wonders to herself if Talia is truly that excited. Talia replies that of course she is, because they're talking about her admission into Eldine. Emma responds, pointing out that isn't what she was asking about. She meant young Master Knox. It's Talia's first time meeting him since he officially became her fiancé. But Talia stays focused on picking her dress, becomes a little irritated with Emma, and questions whether she just answered half-heartedly because she couldn't be bothered. Emma tells her that Knox picks up on things like that every single time. On the other side, the young master walks into Alina's laboratory and finds her looking completely tired and worn out. He gazes at her, wondering what's wrong and why she looks unwell. May informs the young master that Alina always ends up like this when she focuses on something too bad. She reassures him that she'll take care of Alina while staying by her side. Alina, who appears to be slightly drunk, turns to May and calls her the best, then starts laughing. She tells her master to quickly take a look at a potion she's made. The system instantly provides him with all the details. It's called the Elixir of Wind. The system also informs him that its effect had been increased by 200% since it was made by the alchemy genius, Alina. Nox feels pleased that he finally obtained it. Not only does it permanently increase stamina by 1, but it also boosts dexterity, a hidden stat. He knows that dexterity, when combined with Hour of the Genius, creates the perfect combo. He believes it's definitely a wise choice to get this item here and now. As expected of the genius potion maker Alina, things would have gotten tough if he hadn't brought her back to the team. The young master expresses his appreciation for Alina's work, which makes her extremely happy. Without wasting any more time, he drinks the potion. Then he informs them that now all preparations are complete and that they'll be heading to Eldine. Nox and Lavilia arrive at the academy. There, he immediately becomes the talk of the town. Students stare at him and murmur about his white hair and lavender eyes, wondering if he's the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Word had already spread that he would be joining the academy in this batch. Some students even refer to him as a troublemaker. One of them whispers to another to watch his words, warning that he'll die if someone hears him. Nox glances around at the students and casually asks why it's so noisy and whether there's a dog barking somewhere. Instantly, the students fall silent, and some of them run away from the area. Lavilia notices another chariot arriving, and Emma steps out of it. She quickly greets the young master. He remarks that it seems they've arrived early, too. The young master of the system alerts him that the acting genius is temporarily shaken. Emma confirms it, saying that, after all, this is about the admissions ceremony of Eldin Academy. Emma quickly looks toward the chariot where Talia is still sitting and tells her to step down and offer her greetings to young Master Nox. Talia appears slightly confused, but she's clearly excited as well. Finally, she gets down from her chariot. The young lord gazes at her, thinking that she's going to die. The young master, he never expected something like this to happen without his knowledge. He recalls the time his maid told him about rumors of his engagement with Talia, something that everyone seemed to already know. He had shouted that this was exactly the problem. He didn't know anything about it. So after checking things out, it turned out their families had really agreed on the engagement behind their backs without their knowledge. Talia says that the young lord is going to die. Talia walks straight up to him and greets him. Lavilia then asks if this is Lady Talia, the fiancée he mentioned before. The young master quickly reminds her that he had already told her not to talk about it. Talia asks him if he's doing well. He replies that he's been all right, and in return, asks how she has been feeling. Suddenly, another noble arrives at the scene. The swordsman knows instantly that it must be her, one of the genius figures of Eldin Academy, known as the Merchant Star and the head of the Rievelin family, which dominates the entire continent. Her name is Eleanor de Rivlin. She looks at him and says, "Look who it is. Isn't this young Master Nox of the Reinhafer family?" She admits that she had no idea he would be getting admitted into Eldine and tells him it's nice to meet him. He recognizes her at once. She's the woman who held great hostility toward the old Nox. He calls out her name, Eleanor. She confirms that it's her, the noble from the merchant family he had once looked down upon. She introduces herself again as Eleanor de Rievelin and says she never imagined they would meet like this again. He knows that Eleanor is the only child of the wealthy Rievelin family whose immense fortune could influence the entire continent. She is also destined to become one of the continent's most prominent stars, a figure who will later dominate the world. He's aware that her infamous nickname is the Fox of Wealth. His system notifies him that his acting genius is temporarily shaken. In reality, She met Knox when she was younger. At that time, he taunted her, saying that someone as lowly as her calling herself noble was pathetic. He mocked her for thinking she could buy status with money and sneered at the idea that doing so would erase what she get out of his sight. Their strained relationship is part of the karma accumulated by the previous Knox, and he now recognizes that it has become his burden. He can't believe that there are already two people present who seem capable of driving a sword straight through his heart. Eleanor steps forward and asks what is going on, pointing out that he's acting unlike his usual self. He throws the question back at her, asking what she thinks his usual self is like. But she's sure he already has a sense of that. Then asks if he's the type who enjoys hearing the truth from others. He sharply retorts that if she's trying to start a fight, she can get lost. She simply smiles and remarks that, just as she expected, not a single thing about him has changed. He demands to know what she wants and wonders internally if she's after his recognition or something else. She laughs coldly and says there's nothing she would ever want from a member of the Rainhafer family. He realizes now that she harbors zero positive feelings toward him. Deciding to take a closer look, he activates his insight and checks her full status. After reviewing her complete details, he discovers that she has no achievements recorded. As he examines her traits and statistics, he notes that they aren't much different from what he already knew, and that brings him a sense of relief. The middle name D in the middle is Eleanor's father, a merchant, although she despises her social standing. She has no choice but to make use of it. In simple terms, she is wrath incarnate. The former Knox had essentially poked a hornet's nest, and from her perspective, he was undoubtedly the worst person alive. She tells him she'll leave as he wishes, but before turning away, she adds that, unfortunately, she doesn't know what to do. Expectedly, he replies that there's no reason for him to do such a thing for someone as lowly as her. She gives him one last smile and says her goodbye. Turning away, he tells Talia that it's time to get going, since the admission ceremony at Eldine Academy is about to begin. She agrees without hesitation. He reflects on the situation, acknowledging that he can't exactly shake off Talia, who is clinging to the place. Talia says that he'll just have to make the best of this arrangement and utilize her where possible. Determined to stay alert, they enter the academy hall. As expected, he observes that children from many prestigious families are gathered here. He recognizes that some of them will prove useful and notes that he must recruit them in a way that doesn't interfere with the original story. He identifies a few of the stories on his side, but he also worries that doing so might distort the story's original flow. So he reminds himself to approach the situation with caution. Still, it feels like a lot of people are watching him. He starts to wonder if he's just overthinking things. Just then, Levalia informs him that quite a few nobles are glancing his way, and it seems he's become fairly popular. He brings it off, remarking that hostility still counts as popularity. Suddenly, a girl's voice rings out, shouting for everyone's attention. He immediately realizes this is where it begins. She welcomes everyone to the academy. The crowd turns to look at her, surprised that someone so young is standing on stage. Some students murmur among themselves. Others speculate that maybe she wandered here after following her parents and got lost. But he knows that these fools have no idea who she really is. They're judging her by appearance alone, unaware that she's a total monster, someone far beyond their comprehension. He checks her details through the system. Her name is Noah Von Trinity. She is the expansion of Eldine Academy, and she has a lot of great traits and statistics. After seeing everything, he instantly decides he must remain on her good side at all costs. He leans toward his fiancée and warns her to stay quiet if she doesn't want to die. Noah announces that it's nice to meet them all and introduces herself as Noah, the newly appointed dean of the academy. She adds that there's the official start of Eldine Academy's admission ceremony. One student protests, saying they never heard of such a rule. She calmly explains that it's a new rule set by the new dean and it's meant to filter out trash talents. Without warning, she casts a spell on the hall's floor, which begins to glow. She tells Noah that in an instant, all the students vanish from the hall. All of them are transported to a forest, and a man immediately orders them to get up. He calls them a bunch of darn young brats and demands to know how they dare sleep in his forest, declaring that they must be out of their minds. None of the students wake up except for Noah. The man's reputation can't be ignored. He walks directly toward the stranger and starts wondering. It's just as shiny as it looked in the game. In fact, it's so shiny it appears to have a halo. Knox is actually thinking about the man's bald head. He remembers the storyline did mention that the guy had a nickname, Takoyaki Burnin, a fairly dishonorable moniker, all thanks to his baldness. Despite that, Burnin is quite skilled, particularly when it comes to footwork. The swordsman knows that nothing bad could come from getting close to someone like him. Burnin yells at him and asks what's up with the white head. He turns on its nothing and instantly activates his acting genius skill. Burnin then explains that he'll tell him this in advance, so he better keep it in mind. Burnin has sharp instincts, and if the boy dares think any unpleasant thoughts about him, he won't let it slide. Knox politely asks him to please explain the admission and cover his ears, unless he wants them to explode, so Knox obeys him without hesitation. Burnin then releases a burst of magical energy toward the sleeping students. The energy converts into a deafening sound, jolting everyone awake. The students sit up in shock, wondering where that loud sound came from. One student, clearly irritated, curses and asks who the student did it, and asks if the kid has a problem. Then he adds that not only did the student dare to curse at him, but he also had the nerve to frown. He asks him if he's got a death wish. The boy quickly apologizes. Backing down, Burnin then orders the students who are now awake to carry those who are still unconscious to the safe zone. Once that's done, he asks the students to give a summary of the test. First, he tells them that this island is made entirely of magic, and their task is to hunt monsters with everything they've got. As a reward, a colored jewel will drop from those monsters. The less mana contained within the jewel, the more valuable it is. He adds that some might wonder why that is, since having more mana should be better. There are two key things during this admission test. The first is mana sensitivity. That's already been tested and recorded by measuring how quickly each of them woke up after being hit by Noah's intermediate level magic. The second factor is their ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana. Because mages who can do that are the ones who can push themselves to their limits on the battlefield. The young master, and that's exactly what's going on here. Burnin then explains that the location they're currently in is a labyrinth created by the Dean of Eldane Academy, Noah. He warns them that the place is crawling with enemies that weaklings like them can't even imagine fighting. Because of that, he'll make an exception and allow them to move in teams. Suddenly, all of the students receive magical swords in their hands. Burnin announces that the maximum and they'd better start moving quickly. He also informs them that he'll be waiting at the top, and with that, he leaves. Many students still have questions, but he's already gone. The same student who was slapped by Burnin earlier tells the others that the spot on his head where he got hit still hurts. The students glance at one another, sizing each other up. One girl steps forward and asks if anyone would like to assist the princess. Another girl promises that if they work with her to clear this test, she swears upon her family name that she'll reward them. Everyone turns to look at Knox, but he silently walks away alone. He starts thinking about the inner lunatic. He knows that average results and rankings won't be enough to survive in this godforsaken game. The most important weapon here is knowledge. To help this terminally ill body of his grow stronger, he needs to monopolize every possible advantage. So, he heads straight to a save point. He knows that in order to make everything happen, going solo is his only option. All of the students, except for him, arrive at the top. Burnin finds it odd. No matter how hard he tries to figure it out, something doesn't add up. How could a brand new student not only withstand the dean's intermediate magic, but also decide to raid the forest alone? He questions whether the boy doesn't feel fear. But he soon realizes it's not that simple. It's something deeper than that. He understands now why the boy doesn't feel fear. It was in the expression on his face. Burning guesses that even a diamond in a dung heap is still a diamond. He wants to see what this kid is really made of. He refers to him as the hidden dragon of the Reinhafer family. Looking into the system, he checks the boy's talent. By now, the young swordsman has already slain a countless number of monsters and collected a large number of diamonds. While he kills countless monsters inside the cave, a girl silently follows him from behind. At the same time, Talia, along with 3 other princesses, gets surrounded by monsters. Talia wonders where Nox is now, since she was supposed to go along with him. Suddenly, another princess turns to her and questions what she is doing. She reminds Talia that she has been entrusted with the grand task of protecting Princess Penelope, and insists she ought to fight these monsters with a joyful heart. That girl then tells the others that they've climbed quite high already, and she guesses that the purple crystal must be of the highest grade. Still, she doubts it's actually the highest, since this is a test set by Noah, one of the 4 sages. She believes there's probably something more hidden. Penelope agrees with her. She observes the other students and notices that they all seem exhausted. One of the girls informs her that it would be difficult for everyone to continue climbing in their current condition. The princess, however, is determined. She cannot allow that to happen. One of the girls reflects on the promise she made to help Princess Penelope sit upon the highest seat. The current Archime Empire is rotten to its core, and for it to return to its former glory, Penelope must ascend the throne, and for that, she must do whatever it takes to make it happen. Talia tells the princess that she is still doing fine, then asks if she's all right and whether they should gather those who can still press forward and continue the climb. The princess confirms that she was thinking the same thing. While holding the purple crystal, Princess Penelope thinks of her father and urges him in her heart to move forward. They all just need to hang in there a little longer. Meanwhile, the young master is notified by the system that his negative trait, cold hands and feet level 3, is currently active. His movement speed and breathing capacity have decreased, and now he's moving much slower. He already knew this would happen. He immediately ignites his magic, and the system informs him that the penalties caused by cold hands and feet have disappeared due to the activation of basic magic ignition. He realizes that if he wants to make proper use of this troublesome body, he needs to eliminate the coldness within it first. He suspects he should be getting close. As he looks around at the frozen forest, he reflects that this is exactly the kind of thing the frozen, which Noah, would do. He knows he's at the top of a mountain, but the sheer amount of ice here is far too much. He sits down and places his hand on the ground. While it looks like a normal island on the surface, he knows that's not the case. In truth, this entire area, including the artificial labyrinth, was designed by Noah, and everything here is created through her magic. Because of that, all the living things and monsters appearing in this place are also born from her spells. He has no idea how much darn mana she must possess to maintain all of this. Still, he knows it's not something worth focusing on right now. Suddenly, a large group of ice trolls appears before him. He immediately recognizes them. These monsters are infamous for having massive amounts of HP and exceptional regeneration. He also knows that they're among the creatures responsible for killing many newbies. But that means absolutely nothing to him. He draws his sword and launches an attack against the monsters. He's aware that even though Noah is insanely obsessed with talented students, she wouldn't push those who haven't even been officially admitted yet into such a desperate situation. And on top of that, ice trolls aren't weak enough for just any student to handle. They're at least classified as lower intermediate grade. If this were a real situation, it would be the kind of test that perfectly ensures participants get slaughtered. He wonders what exactly that could mean. While he's surrounded by monsters, the same girl continues observing him from a short distance. He starts to notice that the trolls in this trial follow a specific attack pattern. The first troll to appear always goes for a vertical strike and positions itself at the center. The next one performs a horizontal slash. Though this troll has a wider attack range than the first, it is noticeably slower. The last one uses his stabbing attacks. It is the weakest in terms of raw power, and the young swordsman thinks he might be able to parry it like this. After understanding their attack tactics, he proceeds to eliminate the monsters one by one. In the end, he discovers the gray crystal. He realizes now that this is the reason he hasn't even bothered checking the other crystals until this point. The gray crystal is a hidden piece planted here by Noah herself. He knows that it can be exchanged for the scroll he needs more than anything right now. He activates the Hour of the Genius and decides that once this part of the storyline is over, he's going to focus on strengthening that particular skill. On the other side, Eleanor and the two girls on her team are discussing their diamond. They believe that, at this level, they should be among the top scorers in comparison to their peers. One of the girls says she'll be looking forward to seeing that. They're convinced they've done incredibly well, but Eleanor knows they aren't truly the best. She tells them that while it's just as they've said, this should be enough to produce a solid result. She still can't shake off a feeling of unease. A memory resurfaces. Her father once asked if she had gotten into a quarrel with a young master of the Rheinhafer family, and why on earth she would do something like that. He also asked whether he hadn't already told her that their goal was to become a family no one could ever look down upon. They had to rise even higher. He advised her that she should have drawn him to her side, even if it meant giving up everything she had. She knows deep down that he has never once seen her as his daughter. Eleanor begins to wonder, why did Nox disappear on his own, especially when there was nothing to be gained from attempting this test solo? Another question follows. Could he perhaps know a hidden secret related to this test? Turning to the others, she declares that she would like to make a proposal to everyone present. If anyone wishes to climb even higher alongside her, then the rival and family promises to reward them even more handsomely. One of the girls on her team asks if Eleanor didn't like this crystal. Another expresses concern, saying that they might get injured if they go any higher and thinks it would be too dangerous. Eleanor responds that, naturally, greater risks come with greater rewards. A few of her team members agree with her decision. Somehow, though, it leaves her feeling slightly sad as it all boils down to money in the end. She thinks to herself that she doesn't know what Nox is thinking, but checking it out won't cause any harm. Finally, Eleanor and her team members decide to go even higher. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young master, who is already at a very high level, reflects on the reason he chose to take such a massive risk and proceed alone. The answer is simple, because the return is massive. He also knows that the chances of enhancing the Hour of the Genius are close to zero. In fact, it's nearly impossible unless he unlocks the hidden stat, Agility. And even if it draws attention, it can't be helped. Suddenly, someone throws a sword at him. He reacts instantly and dodges it. As he turns back, he sees Paracelsus. Paracelsus tells him that he hadn't expected to meet him again in a place like this. He also says that he's quite pleased they've crossed paths once more, and refers to him as the young lord of the Rheinhafer family. The swordsman finds it strange and thinks to himself, this situation shouldn't be happening. Quickly, he checks all the data within his system. Now he realizes that Paracelsus is one of the strongest characters in Inner Lunatic and one of the 3 Sword Emperors. He starts wondering why such a major character like him is here, especially since he's supposed to fight the protagonist in this chapter and be inspired by the protagonist's kind nature when he chooses to save Eleanor from danger. Nox senses something's off. Suddenly Paracelsus throws a knife at him. He blocks it with his sword. Paracelsus tells him that he's somewhat interested in the thing he's carrying and that he'll need him to hand it over. The young master instantly activates his acting genius. He hurls an insult, calling him a filthy vermin, and charges at him. He thinks to himself that if the protagonist who's supposed to exist in this world isn't here, then it's up to him to stop what's coming. Nox asks if he plans to take responsibility for disrupting the storyline. Paracelsus replies that he doesn't know what Nox is talking about, but something has smelled suspicious from the very beginning because when they met in Chatters, Nox was already wielding that sword with flawless skill. The swordsman begins to wonder what Paracelsus is trying to imply. Paracelsus then says that Nox seems worried about something and suggests he just hand over the sword so they can go their separate ways. He also mentions the black crystal. It appears to be the key to obtaining the highest score. The young master wonders whether Paracelsus will refuse. Paracelsus replies that if that's the case, he'll have no choice but to do whatever it takes to take it from him. Nox responds, calling it detestable, and accuses him of planning this from the beginning. He says that if that's how it is, then it can't be helped now that he's caught on. Nox thinks to himself that he may be on the path to becoming one of the strongest characters, but his talent still hasn't fully matured. He knows that even though his opponent is a genius, he could definitely win if he used the hour of the genius. However, he also understands that he can't use it in this battle. He comes to a conclusion. If the protagonist truly doesn't exist in this world, then it's his responsibility to save Eleanor. It may be a gamble, but it's one he has to take. The young lord tells Paracelsus that he's not the only one who knows the secret. Paracelsus responds by saying that since Nox remembered his name, he doubts he's going to ask him to go easy on him. Nox calls out his name, Celsus. He also knows that Paracelsus enrolled in the academy to uncover the truth behind his master's death. Paracelsus angrily calls him a bastard. The swordsman calmly asks if he's in the mood to talk now. On the other side, Eleanor, along with her 2 team members, arrives at the heights where the air is freezing cold. There she spots Princess Penelope. The princess looks at her and remarks that she knew Eleanor would make it here. Eleanor bows before her and responds that she would never dare to stand in her way. However, there is something she would like to confirm, whether Nox is still fighting with his opponent. And now, they can see the battle playing out right in front of them. The princess acknowledges that she sees it, but states that they won't interfere in senseless combat. Echidna steps in and explains that, objectively speaking, it would be difficult to win against those 2 unless they are seriously injured. Moreover, if the 2 fighters decide to cooperate because they're both in a crisis, the situation could become even more dangerous. She assures the princess that she will follow her orders. Eleanor silently reflects that it's strange. The Nox she used to know was supposed to be a helpless good-for-nothing. She questions how he became so strong. Echidna then asks her if she's watching their fight. She adds that she had no idea the Destroyer of the East would be among the new students, and she believes his name is Paracelsus. Eleanor wonders if Echidna knows the person clashing with Nox. Echidna confirms that she does. It's the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. Even from a young age, he was well known for massacring numerous bandit groups across the eastern regions. But now, Eleanor sees the 5th son of the Rheinhafer family in an entirely new light. Echidna admits she never expected him to be this skilled with a sword. She adds that if he weren't such a lustful good-for-nothing, he could have made an excellent knight. Talia interrupts, saying that she doesn't believe Nox is all that lustful. Echidna, raising a brow, questions how she could possibly know that. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolf, irritated by Nox, curses him and calls him a bastard. He has noticed that Nox is wavering, a natural response. He's aware that Celsus was Nox's only teacher and that the man is already dead because of him back in Mill's Academy. At this point, the Grey Wolf decides he's had enough of being polite and lunges at the swordsman with full power. Nox activates his acting genius and begins mocking him in return. He questions what's wrong with him now and points out that it's not like he's the one who killed his teacher. After a few more strikes, Nox realizes that Paracelsus's attack patterns are becoming more simplistic. Although he's a genius, he's still young. The young master then throws him off mid-battle. Paracelsus quickly attacks again, shouting that they'll see if Nox can still spout that nonsense after this. The swordsman taunts him again, saying he'll keep repeating it. The Grey Wolf notices that Nox's blows are getting sharper, and he knows he can't afford to drag this out much longer. At the same time, Nox recognizes something dangerous. The moment Paracelsus uses his teacher's sword technique, living sword, his own defeat will be unavoidable. There's a reason it's known as the Sword Emperor's signature technique. The Grey Wolf accuses Nox of being distracted. The young lord responds by saying that someone like him, who tries to take from others, is truly a lowly commoner. Just then, the system informs him that Paracelsus's trait, Scorn's Nobles, has been activated. The Grey Wolf retorts that the ones who created this terrible world above them are none other than the nobles. Nox replies that his objections are ridiculous. He simply needed someone to direct his hatred toward, and wasting his time on that is meaningless. The fight continues. The swordsman asks him if he's truly okay with things ending like this, guessing that Paracelsus doesn't want to talk about his teacher. He thinks to himself that he just needs to stall a little longer because the monster destined to attack Eleanor will appear exactly at 9 p.m. Suddenly, the system pings him with an alert. The current time is 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus declares that he can still extract that information from Nox, even if it means cutting off a limb or two. The young master warns him, asking if he truly believes he can harm a noble and walk away unscathed. The Grey Wolf says he'll think about that later and points out that they seem to have a rather large audience now. Nox coolly replies that he doesn't care, since this will be the final attack. Paracelsus remarks that he's awfully confident, so he decides to put that confidence to the test and launches at him again with his full strength. Both of them rush toward one another. This time, Nox also unleashes all his power. He shouts at Paracelsus to get lost. He doesn't have the time to deal with someone like him right now. Eleanor notices that Nox accelerates in an instant. Even though he's up against Paracelsus, the strongest among the new students, he doesn't falter. At the same moment, she senses something approaching, a black shadow moving swiftly, and she immediately suspects that it can't possibly be a Nightwalker. She realizes she won't be able to dodge this one. Fear overtakes her, and a cold thought crosses her mind. She might die here just like that. In terror, she screams that she's scared, but suddenly the young master rushes in and strikes the black shadow, saving her at the last second. He calls the scene a pathetic sight. Nox destroys the dark shadow. Eleanor steps forward and questions him about why he did that. He informs her that he simply cannot believe they couldn't even defeat a single monster, despite fighting together. In truth, this reaction comes naturally because a Nightwalker is classified as an upper intermediate rank monster. What's even more troubling is that this creature never existed in Noah's Labyrinth to begin with. That's because the real monster was the protagonist himself. He's also the one who killed Paracelsus' teacher, and the reason he's involved in all of this likely stems from the fact that Eleanor was originally supposed to die because of him. However, her cold personality had mellowed after the protagonist saved her. Yet now, that no longer means anything because the protagonist doesn't exist in this world anymore. The princess moves forward and comments on his harsh words. She adds that, although he did save Eleanor, what just happened was far from normal. The young man acknowledges her presence and remarks that she must be the princess. He bows his head in front of her. She tells him that the people responsible for the current situation are the instructors of Eldine and Noah. After all, a Nightwalker is not a monster that students can reasonably be expected to defeat. He responds by telling her that enemies don't choose their opponents. Strangely enough, a princess should be the one to understand that best. Suddenly, Echidna steps forward and warns him not to dare insult the princess. She yells at him and demands to know if he doesn't also agree that their situation was clearly problematic, and that's why he stepped in to help. He takes a moment to observe her. Dirty pink hair and vertical pupils. She must be Echidna, the princess's closest aide and the next head of the Llanos family. Her nickname is the Snake of Greed. He knows she's not on good terms with the Reinhafer family. After all, a dark family getting along with a holy one was never likely in the first place. He ponders the idea further. There's no way a development like that could happen so easily, not within the inner workings of Lunatic. Nox replies that he has nothing to say to a dog from Holy Family. Echidna fires back, asking if he's daring to insult the Llanos family. He shrugs and responds, "So what if he is?" Just then, Bernan arrives and tells everyone that the fighting amongst themselves needs to stop. He calls them all bastards. The young master asks if the test is over. Vernon confirms that all testing has been halted. The boy reveals the black crystal. Vernon eyes it with surprise and admits that he never imagined someone would actually come into possession of a black jewel. He notes that the swordsman is far more impressive than he expected, full of surprises even. Vernon then announces the results. The top student of the admission test is Knox. For having obtained the black jewel, those who earn the purple jewels will share second place. He turns to the students and asks if anyone has any objections. Princess Penelope steps up and questions whether the Nightwalker's attack that happened earlier will be taken into consideration. She insists that a monster like that doesn't belong in this place, and they'll need a proper explanation for its presence. Vernon tells her that an investigation will be conducted. He admits that he knows it isn't a sufficient explanation, especially when lives were at risk. He adds that separate compensation will be provided to Cadet Eleanor. He then informs Knox that he will receive a special reward for saving a fellow cadet. The boy turns his back on him and replies that he doesn't need it, because he knows accepting it would only pull him deeper into involvement with Eleanor. No matter how messy things have become, and regardless of the fact that the protagonist no longer exists in this world, this isn't right. More importantly, if he accepts the reward, he'd have to admit that he intervened on purpose. He wants to avoid any more unnecessary misunderstandings, and so he walks away. Eleanor calls out his name and asks why he saved her. He already suspected that things had ended a little too smoothly. The system alerts him that his acting genius is beginning to waver. He tells her plainly that he was merely taking down a monster, and she just happened to be near it. He doesn't like the way she seems impressed by him. He knows that, as her nickname, Fox of Wealth, suggests she's cold and calculative. She believes that everything in this world, including a person's loyalty, can be bought. After returning, she talks to her friend and tries to make sense of it. She wonders aloud why he saved her, especially since he even rejected the reward offered by the instructor. She still remembers his words, and she knows it was such a ridiculous lie. Her friend responds by saying he doubts Knox meant anything by it. He reminds her that she herself already said so, that Knox is just a good-for-nothing, but she counters that she doubts it. She doesn't believe it was a lie. It must have had other reasons. She tells her friend that she thinks she'll have to investigate further. Her servant agrees and offers to help by looking into it himself, but she refuses his offer. She tells him she'll handle it alone, because if the Reinhafer family discovers they're being investigated, they won't let them off easily. Her servant nods in agreement. Elsewhere, Knox sits alone in his room, attended by his maid. She's concerned and asks if her master is truly all right. He looks very pale. She wonders if he's experiencing cold hands and feet again. He explains to her that he was already cured of that condition some time ago. There's no need for concern. Still, he understands her worry. Someone will eventually have to take on the role of the missing protagonist, and doing so is necessary for the sake of recovering his memories and finding out who sent him that mysterious message. He decides he can't afford any more unexpected variables, but the person he's possessed, Knox, is a villain. He closes his eyes and reflects on everything. Then suddenly he stands up and shouts that there is, in fact, a way to make this work. His maid is left shocked and confused, unsure of what her master is talking about. But he knows if he is to play the role of both a villain and the protagonist in this twisted world, then somewhere out there, a battlefield awaits. Countless monsters lie, slain on that ground, and standing among the corpses is a young woman named Luna, gripping a sword in her hand. A soldier approaches her and gives a report. He addresses her as Miss Luna and tells her that the demonic humans have started to move. He adds he will awaken. She informs him that a storm of blood is about to descend upon the continent once more. She tells Death to prepare. They must accomplish their mission, and he already knows what that goal is. As she puts on her jacket, a badge gleams upon it, a moon and star. While walking away, she thinks to herself that all of this is for one purpose: the destruction of the Arkham Empire. Now inside his messy room, Chin is playing a game on his computer. He knows there's one thing that gamers who have played countless games tend to agree on: the fact that a very thin line separates the protagonist from the final villain. And he agrees with that too. Both of them often go through overlapping situations, excluding the boss monster, which stands as an embodiment of absolute evil. In most recent games, the villains who appear usually have experienced trauma or live under harsh, disadvantageous conditions. And it's the same case for the protagonists. Simply put, even villains have reasons for becoming who they are. He also knows that people have always been obsessed with such characters. And of course, this doesn't mean good characters. And villains are entirely the same. A villain is still a villain. They cannot become the protagonist. And that only applies to games. But in a world headed for destruction without a protagonist in sight, the only way for a villain to survive would be to become both the villain and the protagonist. He doesn't enjoy risking his life, but it can't be helped considering what needs to be done. He has no choice but to go through with it. He understands the greatest villain organization in the Inner Lunatic game, a group where those who aim to bring down the Imperial family gather. He makes up his mind that he will go to Lunatic. Back at the academy, all the professors are sitting in a meeting with Noah. Vernon inquires whether this isn't something dangerous and questions if Noah knows anything. Another professor mentions that he was the one who supervised the test, and then questions Vernon, asking if he made some sort of mistake again. But Vernon flares up, calls him a bastard, and defends himself by making it clear that he didn't do anything wrong. Noah lets out a laugh and asks them what they think they're doing right now. Vernon chuckles too and tells her it's nothing, suggesting they pick up where they left off. It's obvious that Vernon is intimidated by her. She wonders if she hasn't already said what needed to be said. Then she reminds them that she already informed everyone of the situation and questions if the two of them weren't paying attention. An old professor explains that the dean is referring to the enemy who appeared during the admission test and pose a threat to the academy. Noah confirms it and elaborates that this individual's objective is likely the downfall of Eldon Academy and even the collapse of the Empire. She emphasizes that Eleanor is just the beginning. She then turns to her team and asks if they know why someone like her, dubbed the star of the finance world, was targeted. One professor replies that it's because the Revelin Merchantry, run by the Revelin family, handles 70% of all goods distributed throughout the Arkham Empire. Bonin adds that if their enemy is intentionally targeting the Revelin Merchantry, then it means the next target must already be decided. Noah agrees with him and states that what happened this time wasn't just an attack. It was both a challenge and a warning aimed at the academy. She advises that they must prepare thoroughly for what lies ahead. All the professors voice their agreement, then suddenly, something crosses her mind. She tells her team that there's one more person who might be considered dangerous, a student who could very well be the most talented among this batch of new admissions. A young professor leans in eagerly, clearly curious to learn who this student is. He even expresses surprise that there's someone whom she acknowledges as gifted, especially since it hasn't happened since the incident with the princess. She informs them that it's Knox. The young professor's expression twists into clear jealousy as he asks if she's referring to the notorious, lustful, good-for-nothing from the Reinhafer family. She confirms it. Then, she quietly wonders if he might actually be stronger than her. The young professor rises in anger and storms out of the meeting room. Another professor asks if he heard her right. The rest appear confused. How could someone with such a worthless reputation possess that much strength? Meanwhile, Knox steps into a bar. The bartender looks at him and questions what he's doing there, wondering aloud if the young man is lost. The swordsman instantly recognizes him. He must be Cairn, the inn's owner to the outside world. But his true identity is something else entirely. Knox walks up to him and utters the phrase, "Moonlight on Talon Feather," then raises a toast for the Empire. Cairn tells him to go ahead and enter, though he admits he has no idea why someone would hand that man the secret code. The young master then asks if he's not going to introduce himself. The man replies that he's called Cairn. That's what everyone knows him as. The swordsman nods and takes his leave. He remembers that in order to access Lunatic's headquarters, he must take a bottle from the shelf and recite the code. 386. Upon doing so, the system notifies him that he's now been exposed to high-level magic, and that his mana will begin to flow in reverse for a temporary period. It also states that his mana sensitivity, his genius-level trait, will be deactivated. The system informs him that the player is now being teleported to the designated location. As he regains consciousness, he notices that his stats are still too low and dizziness overwhelms him. Suddenly, a girl places a sword against his neck and demands to know who he is. He instantly recognizes her as Luna, the leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the three whose face remains unknown. He tells her that he's come for her. She finds it strange that not only does he know where their secret headquarters is, but he also knows who she is. She warns him sternly and says she'll ask one more time. Who is he? He introduces himself as Knox von Rienhofer and declares that he would like to join Lunatic. Late at night, the gray wolf Paracelsus sits in his room, thinking about the young master. He wonders if it's possible that the boy already knew something about old man Celsus's death because he had known from the start that his teacher was no longer alive. Paracelsus harbors suspicion. He doubts that the death of one of the three sword emperors was just a coincidence, or caused by someone else. He can't believe the Rienhofer family would fabricate such a story. The shame of that household disgusts him. He also recalls, even if only for a fleeting moment, how Knox had completely outmatched him in speed, and he has never seen anyone move like that before, except for the old man. It unsettles him. Paracelsus also begins to doubt all the information he received about the boy. He realizes that everything the rumors about his nature and behavior must have been falsified. What torments his sleep is a single question. Why would the Rienhofer family go so far as to hide someone with such extraordinary talent? He doesn't understand the reason, but even so, he reminds himself that it's not his business. He resolves to crush anything that dares block his path, and even more so if that obstacle is a noble. Exhausted, he shuts his eyes and tries to sleep. Memories of his childhood come back. He remembers the day his teacher informed him that the Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Archheim, had lost her sanity and tried to impose rule through sheer tyranny, which fractured the authority of the imperial family. Her daughter, Penelope, gained a reputation as a benevolent princess and began building her own forces, standing in political opposition to the first prince. His teacher had advised him that survival would require choosing a side. He had also urged him to enroll at Eldine Academy and use the time there to consider which faction he would ultimately support. That advice was given as his final assignment. The Grey Wolf recalls it all in his dream. He remembers his mentor telling him that everything he had was passed on to him, but then someone approached from behind and stabbed his teacher. As he lay dying, the old man apologized for departing this world before fulfilling his duty. Paracelsus jolts awake. A red mark catches his eye. It's on the back of his hand. He mutters to his teacher, telling him that if he truly is dead, he should disappear from his life once and for all. He can't understand why someone who's gone keeps appearing in his dreams. Meanwhile, Luna holds her blade against the young master's neck. He opens his system and begins checking her stats, traits, and skill sets. He realizes she's a monster standing shoulder to shoulder with knights who've reached their peak at only 20 years of age. Now he understands. Luna's swordsmanship isn't something just anyone can master. More importantly, unlike the black sword arts that he can only learn by becoming the patriarch, Luna's techniques can be learned if he manages to earn her trust. But of course, that would only happen if he joins Lunatic and proves his worth. Luna asks him why the son of the Reinhafer family would be interested in a criminal organization. Just then, the system alerts him that bleeding level 1 has occurred, because her blade is pressed against his neck. He responds that his motive is to bring down the Archive Empire. He explains that she likely already knows this. The first step in that mission is to dismantle Eldian Academy, which remains under the Empire's control. Only then can they begin tearing down the Empire itself. He offers to become her spy. Luna eyes him and asks if he genuinely believes he's capable of pulling that off. The swordsman doesn't hesitate. He assures her that he does. Finally, she removes the sword from his neck and calls him a bold one. Then she asks for his name. He introduces himself as Knox von Reinhafer. She immediately orders her servant, Duff, to prepare the lunar trial. Duff obeys without question. He hands Knox a robe and instructs him to follow. As he walks behind Duff, the boy thinks to himself that everything is proceeding according to plan. After they reach the center of the forest, Duff stops and explains. Once Knox steps onto the altar, he must eliminate every enemy that appears, and under no circumstances should he allow the robe to fall off. Now he begins to understand the reason behind this condition. Duff explains further, it's the only way to prevent exposure to the berserk effect. The young master understands. The robe is his defense against the abnormal status known as berserk, one of the most dangerous traits. In exchange for driving a person into madness, it boosts their abilities to the very limit. He also knows that once someone is exposed to the Crimson Moon, most end up going insane. More accurately, it's not just insanity, it's full-blown berserk. He recognizes that there are two conditions to pass this trial. First, stand within the red moonlight while remaining vigilant against the berserk state. Second, defeat the wave of monsters that will appear. Originally, the game offered no information on how to clear this trial. After all, in a world ruled by a protagonist, no one would ever willingly attempt to join a villainous organization. He realizes that no one ever knew how to survive this ordeal, but he believes he can manage it. Luna then informs him that once he begins the trial, only one of two outcomes awaits. He will either pass and become a member of Lunatic, or he will die and rot as a corpse. The young lord simply smiles and tells her they'll see which way it goes. Duff then slices his own palm with a small blade and lets a few drops of blood fall onto the center of the altar. Instantly, the ritual activates, and countless monsters materialize. Knox quickly realizes the situation is far beyond his current capabilities. Each monster is a chimera, creatures at least at the intermediate rank, and their numbers are outright absurd. But there is still a way. He casts off the robe. Luna watches, stunned, wondering if he's gone mad. The system immediately flashes a warning. The Crimson Moonlight has triggered the berserk abnormal status. It alerts Knox that he may lose control of his mind, and once he does, he might never be able to recover. But there's more. The system also informs him that all of his stats have now increased by 1.5 times. Duff tells Luna that he can't believe Knox threw his robe away, that it's as good as throwing his life away. He then asks her whether they should try to stop him. Luna disagrees with him and explains that Knox isn't the type who listens to warnings to begin with, and whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with them. Duff informs her that he's from the Reinhafer family. He reminds her about Knox's father, Theo von Reinhofer, saying that if he tries to harm Lunatic, it would bring trouble for them. Luna assures him that it won't happen, and she'll make sure of it. She then asks him, does he really think Theo is the kind of person who's overflowing with fatherly love? Duff agrees with her. He decides that for now, he wants to observe. She knows that young Knox must have a plan. Duff simply follows her lead. The monsters begin attacking the young warrior, and he continues slaughtering them at an unmatched speed. He thinks that the entire world has been dyed red, and that's exactly how the lunar trial is described within the inner lunatic. He notices that several of his stats have slightly increased. But that's not all. His talents, height, and even his shoulders have improved. He's grown taller and broader. He has now reached a level that his peers wouldn't be able to compete with easily. Then there's the berserk status abnormality, one of the worst traits hidden within the inner lunatic. It's also a condition that only appears under a crimson moon, but he came here intending to use it from a very beginning because of the talent he possesses. The system informs him that, due to possessing two specific genius traits, he has neutralized the crimson moon status abnormality. Now he holds the titles of swordsmanship genius, combat genius, and mana sensitivity genius. The system notifies him that the abnormal status has been neutralized, but only temporarily. To him, it's all very straightforward. When viewed from this world's standards, the level of his talents is completely unfair, and he's the one gaining all the advantages. By now, he has already slain countless monsters. He now uses black execution to kill them, with even more efficiency. It's obvious that both Luna and Duff are jealous of him after witnessing the high-level skills he displays. Then, the system notifies him once again. Thanks to the effects of the artifact known as the Black Flame Ring, his lifespan has been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. He turns to Luna and remarks that if she has an issue with that, then she should go ahead and become terminally ill too. He becomes so fast that now he begins cutting down many monsters with a single swing of his sword. He kills all of them, and soon there's a massive pile of monster corpses beneath his feet. He walks toward Luna and asks her if this trial is over. A little while ago, while the swordsman was busy killing the monsters, Luna had said to Duff that she believed they would have to acknowledge him as one of Lunatic's members. Duff responded to her that there are only a handful of people on the entire continent who possess that level of talent. Luna then speaks to Nox and tells him that he has passed and he can return now, but he doesn't stop. He continues killing monsters without hesitation. She wonders if he's been consumed by madness. Duff even suggests that they should kill him right then and there. After covering the floor in monster blood, the warrior finally returns to them. Now both Luna and Nox stand face to face. She informs him that the trial is over. She also adds that Teo has raised a monster. Duff completely agrees with her. The young master feels satisfied that he has succeeded, and Luna finds him to be an intriguing individual. She hands a robe over to Duff. Only noble members of Lunatic are allowed to wear this robe. The system confirms that the equipment has been acquired. It then displays the information related to the item, stating that he has obtained a Lunatic member's robe. Duff presents the robe to Nox, and he puts it on. Now, this is the conquest of Lunatic. He reflects that the passive skill Oath of the Moonlight is also something that will be useful anywhere. He understands it's a pity that it can only be used at night, but even so, it's a passive skill that increases his attack power by 1.2 times. And that's something truly rare inside the inner circles of Lunatic. He quickly checks his stats in the system and notices that he has also gained an extra stat point in willpower. He's gotten the best possible results. Both of them hold eye contact for a few seconds, and she asks if he wants something more from her. He responds that, as far as he knows, no newcomer has ever performed as well as he did during the lunar trial. And with that being the case, he was thinking that he should be treated accordingly. She smiles and remarks that he's not bad. Quite a bold newcomer. Internally, she wonders how long he'll be able to continue acting so audaciously. She then instructs Duff to bring something. He follows the order and returns with a white mask. She explains that this is an artifact Lunatic recently acquired. It's called Moonshadow. As the name suggests, it's an artifact that creates a clone, and it will likely help him as he steps into his role as a spy within the academy. She glances at him, curious if he's satisfied now. Nox bows to her and confirms his satisfaction. He feels genuinely pleased that he has finally gotten his hands on Moonshadow. The system notifies him that he can now use the artifact Moonshadow to create a clone of the player. It then prompts him to input his name, traits, and basic information. He realizes that this is the main reason why he came into contact with Lunatic so early in the storyline. In truth, it's an artifact that allows the creation of a player's clone, and now he can play the roles of both the protagonist and the villain, because this is the very artifact that makes that possible. He thanks her and refers to her as Captain Luna. She warns him and tells him to listen carefully. There are a total of 5 ranks within Lunatic, excluding the captain and vice captain. Members are ranked from 1 to 3. Since this is his first time here, he will start at rank 3. The young master responds affirmatively. She instructs him to remain on standby until he receives his first mission, and she adds that she hopes he won't disappoint her. After he exits, she turns to Duff and remarks that this kid is pretty interesting. She then asks if he agrees with her. Duff nods and tells her that he has no idea how the boy managed to endure the madness of the Crimson Moon. She replies that she understands why he would say that, because those who aren't geniuses can't even last 5 minutes. And even if he is a genius, being able to fight without the robe means he's got enough guts to risk his life. Duff agrees with her assessment. She instructs him to just keep an eye on the boy for now. She wants to see whether he'll entertain them and whether he'll prove useful to their organization. From the same portal, Nox returns to his world, in the same bar form where he had entered. Karen sees him and comments that it looks like he is taking care of his business. Nox confirms that he has. He ponders that others might question why he would do something so crazy, wondering if he really dared to risk his life at the altar. And this is exactly what he did. The only perfect way to resist the Berserk trait is to possess 2 pacifist genius traits. And to put it simply, he's the only one capable of using the full power of the Crimson Moon. Karen guesses that he got what he wanted. The young swordsman then asks Karen if he has any business with him. Karen tells him that it just feels unfair and suggests they introduce themselves. He further clarifies that self-introductions mean telling each other their names. The boy introduces himself as Knox von Rainhafer and asks if they're done now. The bartender nods and tells him they'll see each other again. He adds that it will be tough trying to keep up with the academy schedule. But in Knox's case, he guesses it will be even harder to hide his strength. He also advises him not to stand out too much. While leaving the bar, Knox thinks that it seems like the plan is progressing smoothly. When he returns to his room, he finds Levalia standing there angrily, waiting for him. She demands to know how he could sneak out on the very first day of school without bringing his maid along. He thinks to himself that it shouldn't have been possible. He had checked and confirmed that she was asleep before he left. She asks her young master if he's even listening to her. She reminds him once again, as she has done many times before, that he must refrain from doing dangerous things. Even though many negative rumors have already been circulating within the family, there's still a chance for rehabilitation. He smiles and asks her how her day went. He also mentions that, from what he knows, maids and servants attend lessons as well. She tells him that nothing much happened, but from the way she responds, he can tell that something definitely did happen. He wonders if there's really nothing that can be done about this. After all, those are lessons attended only by maids and servants, most of whom are low-ranking nobles. And since Levalia is now a commoner, she becomes the perfect target for them to pick on. He hands her a pouch and tells her that if she ever runs into any trouble during lessons, she should open it. She grows curious and asks what's inside. He instructs her to open it, only if she's in trouble. He explains that it's an item that will resolve any situation in a perfectly reasonable way. She asks if she can open it now. He denies the request, and she complies with her master's order. She assures him that if she ever finds herself in that kind of situation, she'll open it. He appreciates her obedience and urges her not to hesitate. If she ends up in danger, she must use it. She agrees. The system notifies him that he has successfully joined Eldane Academy. He has cleared the first main story. The system also informs him that a new mail has arrived in his mailbox and asks whether he would like to open it. He commands it to open. He opens the mail and starts reading it. It's a strange message. No names are mentioned. It begins with a simple greeting. Hello, long time no see. If he has received this letter, then it means he has succeeded in getting admitted into Eldane Academy. The sender also mentions that he knew Nox would be able to enter the academy without a problem, and he expresses that he's genuinely glad for him. The young master senses something unusual. The tone of the letter feels as if the writer can see right through him, and without a doubt, this person knows him well. The sender also notes that the trials are only just beginning. He acknowledges that Nox has probably gone through a tough time up until now as well, but what lies ahead will be even more painful and far more difficult to endure. The writer emphasizes that no one else can do this. Only Nox, because only he has the ability to witness the end of this story. He admits that it might sound irresponsible, but still promises to help Nox as much as he possibly can. The letter continues. Even though it might not be much, the sender hopes Nox will accept the item attached to the mail. Nox mutters to himself that the contents of the message aren't particularly helpful this time either. He knows it's time to reorganize his thoughts. He also understands there's a strong possibility that the person who sent him this letter is an inner lunatic GM. The fact that they're able to interfere with the system freely and send him items proves that. That's the most likely conclusion. And so, he decides he must focus entirely on clearing the main storyline, recovering his lost memories, and finishing the game. He concludes that it's no use worrying about problems he can't resolve right now. For now, it's time to check the gift. He accesses the View character system. A list of various names appears, and he's stunned to find Talia's name included there as well. Also present is the complete profile of his father, Tao. It's an incredible feature, he thinks. Originally, an inner lunatic using insight required seeing the target in person. But this system is different. He can now check the status of any character he's encountered at any time. He remarks to himself that this gift is definitely something only a GM could provide. He checks Tao's stamina and sees it listed as 25.2. He's surprised to discover that Tao's stamina increased by 0.2% in such a short period. At his age, Tao already holds the title of Sword Emperor, and yet he continues to grow stronger. As Nox examines the stat increase, it dawns on him. This world might look like a game, but it isn't the actual game. That realization makes everything feel even more complicated. Still, he tells himself he should be thankful that the class selection process went smoothly. Now his next challenge at the academy will be team magic techniques. Meanwhile, Levalia heads to the maid's classroom. Inside, all the maids and servants are whispering about her. They mention that she's the one from the Levalia family who fell from nobility and became a commoner. One maid remarks to another that she doesn't know how Levalia has the audacity to come all the way to Eldine alongside her young master. They express doubts about her motives, suspecting that she's looking for an opportunity to strike it big in life. Others gossip about her pretty face, saying it would be easy for her to bewitch others with it. They mockingly refer to her as the maid of the rumored good-for-nothing son. One maid speaks to her directly, saying she's heard that Levalia's master is known to be very lustful, and obviously Levalia must be planning to take advantage of that. She says it as though it's a given. They even comment that her family isn't influential, so they don't need to worry about consequences. Everyone laughs at her. Levalia reflects that she has endured countless insults hurled her way. As a fallen noble, she no longer has the luxury of expecting respect or consideration. Still, she resolves that she must never allow any of this to cause trouble for young Master Nox. Determined, she walks straight up to the group of maids and politely asks if she may have a moment of their time. One maid steps forward and introduces herself as the daughter of a count, Giselle of the Flores family, currently Serving young Master Kane, she haughtily asks Levalia if she really thinks someone like her has the time to talk to a mere commoner. Levalia calmly replies that she overheard Giselle spreading unfounded rumors about her young master just now. Giselle admits it without shame and asks what of it. She says it's not her fault that there are negative rumors about Nox circulating in high society, and if Levalia expects an apology, she's going to be disappointed. Giselle refuses. Levalia realizes that everything her young master told her was true. Status really does carry weight in this place, so she decides to use the pouch Nox gave her. As she opens it, a digital version of her young master emerges. Everyone, maids and servants alike, immediately recoils in fear. Even Levalia is caught off guard by the sight of her master. The digital version of Nox introduces himself to the entire group. He states that he doesn't know what happened here, but it doesn't matter. If Levalia was forced to use the pouch, then one thing is certain. Someone, or all of them, disrespected her. He threatens them outright, telling the maids and servants that they're all dead meat. He declares that he'll be sending their heads back to their families. With that chilling message delivered, the digital version of Nox disappears. Levalia wonders if this is the object meant to resolve situations peacefully. Strangely, it actually works. Giselle falls to her knees and asks for Levalia's name. All the other maids and servants are now terrified of her. Levalia calmly states her name. Giselle trembles in fear, thinking to herself that even aside from Levalia could now be dangerous. She realizes the Reinhafer family could wipe out her own family from existence in an instant. She lowers her head to the ground before Levalia and begs for forgiveness. She promises never to be disrespectful again and pleads with her to let this go just this once. All the maids and servants bow deeply before Levalia. She feels a sense of relief. It really did resolve itself exactly the way her young master had said it would, but the outcome also worries her. This might only lead to even more negative rumors about him. She quietly wonders what he was thinking. Without saying another word, Levalia simply walks away. At night, Nox and his maid, Levalia, walk along the street. She glances at him with concern and wants to know if her master is all right, noticing how deep the dark circles under his eyes are. He rubs his eyes and responds that he's fine. He knows it's because he managed to complete the class selection. Somehow, suddenly, a young servant approaches them and greets him. The young master eyes him suspiciously, wanting to know who this person is. The boy introduces himself as Rick, Miss Eleanor's servant. Rick tells him that it's an honor to meet Nox. The swordsman silently wonders what's going on. Just then, the system informs him that he is currently shaken, and that the acting genius skill has been activated. A moment later, the system notifies him that he is no longer shaken. He starts to think that a dangerous character from the early part of the story is now approaching him. He also knows that Rick is, in truth, Rock the Deceitful. In the next 3 main story arcs, this very man betrays the rival in Merchantry in order to deepen the plot. Additionally, he serves a demon and is a worshipper of demonic forces. In other words, this is the very traitor who will eventually stab Eleanor in the back. The young master also knows that the saying, "the enemy of your enemy is a friend," is pure nonsense and inner lunatic. He clearly understands that Rick is the worst kind of trash. Getting involved with him would only bring unnecessary trouble. Rick then holds out a small box and says that it's a gift from his miss to him, claiming it's a very precious artifact. Nox coldly tells him to get lost. He's admittedly curious about the artifact, but he knows well that this is nothing more than a poison apple, and he must not accept it. Rick is visibly shocked by Nox's rejection. He stands there, confused, wondering what Nox meant by that. The young swordsman asks if he intends to make him repeat himself, grabbing the hilt of his sword, while glaring at him. With that, Nox turns and walks away. Levalia follows closely behind. She looks at him with worry and says that his body is frail, asking what he would do if he collapsed. From walking too quickly, Nox glances at her and asks just how pathetic she thinks he is. She replies that just recently he had chills, the flu, and cold hands and feet all at the same time. Frustrated, she raises her voice and tells him that she never imagined anyone could be as weak as him. He doesn't deny it, but reassures her that he's all right now and confirms that he's not going to die suddenly. She nods in agreement, though she still feels uneasy. Lavilia adds that he's always right in the middle of every incident. He guesses that in that sense, he's quite popular. But more importantly than just being her master, Nox is the person who once saved her life. Furthermore, if a character possesses the single-minded trait, they naturally become anxious when separated from their master. She can't hold back her curiosity and asks him why he acted that way toward the person just now. He pauses, then wonders aloud if she's referring to Rick. She confirms it, then asks if he was acting more emotional than usual. He tells her to listen carefully. No matter what happens, having Rick anywhere near her is never a good thing. She wonders aloud if it has something to do with his past conflict with Miss Eleanor. Still, she knows Nox wouldn't behave like that without a good reason, and she's certain there must be one. She agrees with her master and promises to keep Rick at a distance, just as he advised. Nox quietly thinks to himself about what might happen in the future. They must start keeping Eleanor at a distance too. Otherwise, they'll draw far too much attention. He tells Lavilia that from now on, they'll have to be very careful. He then heads inside the lecture hall, annoyed, and wonders why he has been facing such trials right from the beginning. Inside, the old professor informs the students that today they will be forming the teams they'll be working with for the next year. He adds that they will also undergo team bonding exercises. The professor explains that when forming a party, the most important thing is to understand one another. That statement irritates the young master. He realizes now that he had been too optimistic about his situation. He hadn't thought that being friendless would actually become a problem, even in a game. The professor addresses the cadets again, telling those who get along with each other to form teams of 4. He gives them 30 minutes to do so. Nox immediately thinks that it can't be done. As a public outcast, it's impossible for someone like him to gather 3 team members. He raises his hand and asks the professor what happens if someone fails to form a team. The professor bluntly replies that he'll receive an F and that repeating the course is not an option, so he should take note. Then the professor snaps at him, shouting that working alone is not allowed. He nods, acknowledging the rule, and wonders what receiving an F truly means. He realizes it's extremely difficult to graduate from Eldine, and if he receives even 1 F, he'll be expelled immediately. That's something he absolutely can't allow to happen. Meanwhile, many students rush to assist Princess Penelope. All around, the cadets begin asking each other to team up, but Nox remains seated alone in his chair, trying to come up with a way for someone like him, a complete outcast, to make friends. One boy approaches Eleanor and offers to team up, boasting that he's quite athletic, even if he doesn't look like it. A girl chimes in, saying she'll join her and even treat her to a special meal that only her family can provide. But Eleanor ignores them both. Without saying a word, she walks straight toward Nox. She comments that it seems he didn't like her gift. Then she asks him whether he'll give her the chance to repay her debt. He looks at her and asks what she's talking about. She then offers to form a team with him. He thinks it sounds rather arrogant, but deep down he instantly knows that he'll end up on the same team as her. To add to that, Talia also comes over to join his team. He sighs internally, thinking that another burden has now joined him. Eleanor understands that Talia is somewhat with him. She also wonders whether or not Talia likes him, but she must feel sad that Nox is her fiancé. Seeing that he is all alone, she wants to support him. The young master mutters that this drives him nuts. Eleanor comments that it's unexpected. The swordsman questions what she means by that. She responds that she finds it fascinating someone like him has a friend. He reflects that based on what he has done so far, he can't exactly refute her words, but strangely, he feels anger rising within him. Talia asks him again if he is going to team up with her. Knox simply smiles, and Eleanor informs him that they just need one more member. Knox questions both girls, pointing out that it seems his opinion doesn't even matter anymore. Eleanor explains to him that it's not like he has any other choice. He responds by telling her that she and her sharp intuition never fail. Knox knows that to recover his memory, he needs to stay in Eldon Academy, and he also has to achieve good results for the sake of the upcoming first episode, where he must place within the top 10 present. The first battle against an archdemon. He understands this will be his first time acting out both the villain and hero's role. A boy named Pell approaches Eleanor and states that he would be pleased to join them. Knox thinks that fortunately, their last member is a normal person. He quickly checks all of Pell's details through his system and becomes surprised to see his skill, the power of blessing, usable only once. Seeing this, he feels relieved. He observes that Pell has mediocre stats, but that is not the main point. The power of blessing is one of the most overpowered skills within Inner Lunatic, forcefully awakening the talents of the protagonist's team members. Although it's unfortunate that it cannot be used on the protagonist himself, still, this is strange. He wonders why a character from the Academy possesses a rare skill that only saints and saintesses from a monastery can have. He decides to think about it later. Pell tells them that he looks forward to working with all of them. First, Eleanor introduces herself and expresses hope that everyone will work hard. Then Talia states her name and shares how glad she is to be part of this team. The young master questions whether there is a need for him to introduce himself and hopes they won't hold him back and will pull their own weight. The old professor announces that it seems everyone is teamed up and hopes they all get to know each other well by next week. He also declares that their current teams will remain the same for one semester. And with that, he dismisses the class. Knox calls him an old crazy man. Talia informs him that she thinks he just spoke his inner thoughts out loud. He replies that he knows and actually wanted him to hear it. She warns him that it's not good to swear at the professor. As he leaves the classroom, he tells her it doesn't matter because the team has been formed anyway. Talia runs after him and asks about his lesson schedule. She also explains that she's not asking for any special reason. He can't believe she just asked him that, and it's obvious what she is after. She tells him she is just curious. He retorts that she's trying to find out what the easiest subject to get high marks in is. He makes it clear to her that she thinks he will tell her that for free. She denies it. He informs her that he isn't letting her trick him into giving free information and clarifies that it's not going to happen. At Academy 4th District in the market, Levalia tells her master that as expected of Eldine Academy, there are quite a lot of things that need to be bought. All the grimoires, equipment, and textbooks. She guesses there is a reason why they say commoners would have a hard time graduating due to money. He simply replies that it doesn't affect him. He thinks in any case, if one has the talent to graduate from this academy, they will be able to gain a lot of sponsors, even if they are a commoner, unless that talent is truly useless. He knows there is a low chance money will become a problem. The marketplace is a little noisy and Levalia doesn't like it. He warns her that this is a district where all sorts of people gather and anything can happen. He also comforts her, assuring her they don't need to worry about them. As he looks at a person, he becomes surprised to see him. A shopkeeper tells this man to get lost if he isn't going to buy anything and asks why he is getting in the way of other people buying. The young master recognizes him as the son of a top 3 dark family, the young patriarch of the Marvis family, and his name is Leon von Marvis. He also guesses that Leon is probably poor right now because his family went broke. Knox mumbles that even so, Leon is a kind person, so he hopes he will get past this. Leon apologizes to the shopkeeper and tells him that he is just trying to make a reasonable purchase. The shopkeeper shouts at him, asking how it's reasonable when he's just lifting and weighing the same items. He tells Leon to Stop with the nonsense and get lost, adding that the standards of Eldine have surely dropped if they took in a beggar. Hearing the word beggar, Leon becomes angry and tells him that even though his family is poor, he can't forgive him for saying that, then casts a magical spell at him. Knox wonders if Leon is out of his mind and runs towards him thinking he shouldn't be doing this. Even if the shopkeeper triggered him, the young master feels anger towards Leon because there are so many people here in the 4th district, and he is using his mana to cast black magic. He informs Levalia that this kid has gone completely crazy, and those eyes look like he is about to cause trouble, so he needs to stop him. The shopkeeper shouts at Leon, calling him crazy and wondering if he knows what he has just done. 2 skeletons appear and start walking towards the shopkeeper. Knox reaches in front of the shopkeeper and tells him to get out of there immediately, unless he wants to die. The foolish shopkeeper shouts at both of them, calling them rascals, and asking how dare they try to climb over his head. He demands to know if they know who he is. He grabs Knox by the shoulder and asks him who he is. The young master turns back and, in a meaningful tone, replies that he doesn't need him to tell him who he is. At night, Talia sits in her room and asks her maid, Emma, if she is saying that even though she teamed up with Knox, he still won't let her know what his class schedule is like, and if this is him being shy because he's going through puberty. She wants to confirm if that's what Emma means. Emma informs her that there is no way she would know what he is thinking. She also advises her to calm down a little. Talia explains that she tried to be as mature as she could, that she avoided judging people easily, and that she tried not to hold Knox back. But despite all that, she still received a cold response from him. Emma believes she will remain dejected for a few days at this rate, and she wonders what she should do. She thinks that if she had known this would happen, she would not have spoken so nicely of Master Knox to her. While traveling in a carriage, Talia asks her maid why her fiancé is so cold towards her. Emma explains that it is because he is undergoing puberty. Talia is surprised to hear that. Emma elaborates, telling her that boys at his age usually act like that they grumble all the time and behave coldly towards others. Emma reflects that looking back, she thinks that was when she started to develop more feelings for him, and at that time, she did not think it would become such a huge problem. She also wonders if she should have been more careful with her advice. She knows for sure that Miss Talia definitely likes Master Knox, and since things have turned out like this, she tells Miss Talia that she does not think this is what Master Knox truly feels. Talia wants to know what she means by that. Emma tells her that since he is already her fiancé, he might be acting this way, so he can keep a clear line between his personal life and her life in the academy. Talia holds Emma's hand and tells her that she knew she was knowledgeable about dating. When they reach her room, Talia tells her that she sounds like a pro in dating and that she will keep asking her for advice whenever she has concerns from now on. Emma apologizes to her and informs her that she has never dated anyone before. Suddenly, Eleanor enters their room, and Emma introduces herself as the maid of the Stillreiner family. She asks Eleanor the purpose of her visit. Eleanor introduces herself and tells her that she is in Talia's team for the Team Magic Combat class, and she was wondering if she was available for a short moment. Emma tells her that if she did not make a prior appointment, then please arrange for one at a later date. Eleanor informs her that she is here to talk about Knox. These words grab Talia's attention, and she moves closer to her. Eleanor remarks that this is the second time they are meeting today. On the other side, the young master stands between the shopkeeper and Leon. He questions the shopkeeper, asking if he needs to tell him who he is. The rude shopkeeper answers that he has white hair and purple eyes. Suddenly, the shopkeeper wonders if he is the one from the Reinhafer family who got admitted into the academy. The swordsman simply tells him that he doesn't like repeating himself. The shopkeeper quickly apologizes, saying he was unable to recognize who he was because of the robe he is wearing. Knox orders him to get lost, saying that this is him being generous, and he hopes he doesn't have to repeat himself for the third time. The shopkeeper obeys and leaves the area. Leon tells him that he was talking to the shopkeeper. One of the skeletons approaches Knox, and he grabs its skull, shattering it into many pieces. And it disappears from there. Knox comments that Leon might as well beg the Imperial family to arrest him. Leon understands, since it is illegal for them to learn magic before becoming adults. And he admits that he doesn't think that far ahead. Leon quickly bows in front of him, apologizing and thanking Knox for helping him. The young master advises him that if he understands his situation, then he should buy what he needs and get lost, and if he doesn't have enough money, then he should use his. Knox throws a bag full of gold coins towards him. Leon looks at the gold and wonders why he is helping him. He makes it clear that if Knox is trying to make him feel indebted, then it won't work. The swordsman tells him that those few pennies mean nothing to him, and he can't say he has no purpose behind it. Leon agrees with him and returns his magical skeletons. He supposes this money is for shutting his mouth. He tells Knox that he feels the unique power used by the Marva's family, who control the undead, coming from him. Leon takes one gold coin and tosses it in the air, telling the young master that he is breaking the deal down. He asks Knox why he possesses the power of his family. On the other side, Eleanor and Talia sit together at a coffee table. Talia recalls that Eleanor mentioned she had something to talk to her about. Eleanor observes her reaction, finding it quite different from what she had imagined, and notes how elegant Talia appears. She also wonders if Knox could truly have feelings for her, but soon concludes that it isn't possible. Someone like him would only see an engagement as a restraint, and she decides she will need to be more straightforward as she speaks. Eleanor suddenly states that Knox is a dangerous person. She explains that, first of all, he is the son of one of the top 3 dark families. Additionally, there are numerous negative rumors regarding his behavior. Talia responds that she doesn't think Knox is a bad person. Eleanor ponders whether other people share Talia's perspective. She calls Talia strange and questions why someone as honest as her would like a good-for-nothing like Knox. Eleanor notices the emotions reflected in Talia's eyes, sensing her hostility and anger towards her. Talia wants to make it clear that while Knox might be somewhat lacking, she doesn't believe he is the type of person who would do something bad, although he is easily misunderstood because he acts coldly towards others. That is only a small part of who he is. She also informs Eleanor that she has heard about the marriage talks involving her and Knox. However, that alone isn't enough for her to support him, and she knows it as well. Marriage discussions between noble families can change as easily as flipping their hands. Talia tells her that this is not the reason she trusts Knox. Eleanor comments that people don't change easily. Talia replies that may be true, but hopes she remembers one thing. Knox saved her, and if he hadn't been there back then, she would definitely have died. She believes Eleanor already knows this too. Talia wonders why she remains suspicious of Knox. Eleanor admits that it seems she has misspoken and suggests they end their conversation here, thanking Talia for giving her time. Talia very coldly bids her goodbye, and Eleanor leaves the room. Outside the hostels, Eleanor stands alone, clearly looking sad. Rick approaches her and wonders if the conversation didn't go well, because it is unlike her to appear upset. She asks Rick what he thinks is the most important trait for a merchant. He replies that of course it would be eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. She reflects that this was what drove her to achieve the nicknames Fox of Wealth and Star of the finance world. She also notices that he has actually changed. In truth, she has feelings for him. She tells herself that there is no way that could still be true after such a long time. On the other side, Knox and Leon stand face to face. The young master instructs everyone to get out of there. He warns them that it's barrier magic, and people begin running away. He realizes the situation has become complicated. He knows that no matter how money-obsessed Leon is, it would be impossible for him to keep the secret of Knox using his family power without anyone finding out. Leon informs him that if he wanted to negotiate with him, he should have brought along something suitable for negotiation. The swordsman wonders if he should have proposed something to him. He explains that this involves his family and doubts Leon would exchange anything for that. Leon asks why he speaks as if he knows him very well. Knox addresses him by his full name, Leon von Marvas, and states that his family is one of the top 3 dark families like the Rheinhafers and among those that had the greatest influence. Leon warns him that he doesn't like how he is using past tense. The young master tells him that he must already know his family has fallen from what it used to be. He explains that he is aware those people used territory to overthrow the patriarch of the Marvas family and took away most of their lands. Leon wants to know if he is trying to use the fact that he has more information than him in consideration of his desire for revenge. Knox clarifies his stance, stating that he doesn't make moves for such goals. As far as what he wants is only the revival of his family. It is for a young patriarch to be recognized and for his family to once again reach the top of this continent. He asks Leon if that isn't his true objective. Leon replies that it's not a bad goal, and it means he knows him well. Leon then questions how he got his hands on the powers of the Marvas family. Knox explains that he obtained it by chance and only recently learned that this power is related to his family. Leon believes what he says. The swordsman asks if he isn't going to question him any further. Leon says he is satisfied because Knox has already given him all the answers. Knox thinks that what Leon wanted to know from the start wasn't how he got his family's power, but how much he knew about him and why he decided to intervene in his matters. Leon tells him he is glad to have his answers and thanks him for his help today, promising to repay him in the future as long as it doesn't involve money. The young master walks away, telling him not to worry about it since he isn't expecting any repayment. The next day, he enters Noah's office. She reflects on his lifeline, light, and resting place. He knows it is the moment to strengthen. The hour of the genius. It is the hour of the genius, and even among the skills of inner lunatic characters who possess the genius trait, it is considered the strongest skill. Right now, Chun is sitting in his room, playing the game on his computer. He could say that this is a kind of downloadable content for inner lunatic. This time his desk and room are clean. The system informs him that he is the first to succeed in completing inner lunatic 10 times, and he has unlocked a hidden trait. It also notifies him that his playable character has been granted the active skill hour of the genius. The system adds a warning, explaining that this is a skill that can only be obtained when his character possesses at least 2 genius traits. For him, it was just a game he liked at first, so he had no idea what was in the DLC when he bought it. If it were not for that decision he made back then, he would have died several times by now, and thinking back on it sends chills down his spine. Now back in the game, he stands in front of Noah, and she remarks that he was really great this time around. She also wonders if his family has been raising a monster this whole time. He responds that he cannot believe she's calling him a monster cell, bluntly, and questions whether she thinks she has gone a little too far. She explains that she did not say anything wrong. Placing her feet on the floor, she asks how else they could explain him being able to fight an ice troll so calmly. She is also curious why someone as skilled as him would be called a good for nothing, and she cannot seem to wrap her head around it no matter what. She speculates whether it is because the Sword Emperor Teo has poor judgment of character. But she quickly denies that idea because there is no chance of it. The young master notices that she is suspicious of him, and he guesses this much was to be expected since the original Nox was indeed a complete good for nothing. He quickly activates Acting Genius. Now, that is no longer the case, and the system confirms that he is no longer shaken. He explains to her that no matter what kind of person he was in the past, he does not think that should matter to her. She agrees, and also informs him that his talent has gotten her excited and he has become so interesting that she wants to steal him away. He tells the dean that he does not think that is something appropriate to say, and states he will act as if he did not hear it. He also knows she followed him from behind after polymorphing herself. She is surprised that he noticed and admits it was her, adding that she wants to see how much longer he can keep things hidden from her. Holding a letter in her hand, he thinks that he is finally getting it. She informs him that this is the reason she called him here. It is a skill-strengthening scroll capable of greatly increasing the efficiency of one of his abilities, and it is an extremely precious item. He tells her it is his first time hearing of such an item. She offers for him to come and take it. He happily steps forward and takes the scroll in his hand. He receives a slight shock and wonders what it was, or if he just imagined it. He assumes it is probably just him getting excited about what is to come. His system confirms that he has obtained a new artifact and begins displaying its information. The system provides him with all the basic details about the scroll and informs him that the skill-strengthening scroll can now be used. The system then asks if he would like to use it. He accepts the offer, and the system requests that he choose the skill he wishes to strengthen. He quickly selects Hour of the Genius. The system confirms he has used the artifact and notifies him that the strengthening of his skill is complete because he has acquired the artifact at such an early stage. He will be given additional effects. His skill's effects have increased by 2 times, and the active duration of Hour of the Genius has been modified to 10 minutes. He knows Hour of the Genius is a skill that is very difficult to strengthen, and, as an overpowered skill to begin with, there are not many ways to make it stronger. One of those ways, however, is by using this scroll. He understands that obtaining this artifact at such an early stage is the best harvest he could hope for. Noah wonders if he got the results he wanted. He thinks he cannot get any more involved with her than this. He replies affirmatively and says that if she has nothing else for him, he will take his leave. She allows him to go and mentions that he might be tired from rescuing his fellow student during the test. Now he knows that hiding the fact he saved Eleanor from the Dark Walker would be meaningless. He simply tells her that it just happened somehow and requests her to ignore it, saying he does not want to attract the Academy's attention. She agrees and tells him not to worry about it, advising him to go back and rest. Before leaving, he sincerely thanks her for her generous heart. She understands that he is a dangerous one, and as he leaves, he thinks that he will have to be careful for the time being. Noah reflects that she looks forward to seeing what kind of monster he will grow into. The next morning, a young professor delivers his lecture in the hall. He tells the students that they need to learn the properties and traits of each element. Nox thinks that this is basic magic of the Empire, and it was never discussed in detail in the original story, but what is important here is not the class itself. He quickly checks the details of Professor Rass and his system. After reviewing all his traits and skills, he understands that Rass will play a critical role in this chapter. He also finds out that Rass is not very strong, but it is good to know all this information in advance. Nox also thinks it is actually impressive that Rass was able to become an academy professor with those abilities. Professor Rass tells the class to begin the lesson. Rass notices that Nox is already acting proud and looking down on his fellow students, and he wonders what kind of incredible talent someone like him could have. He also knows that Dean Noah can be really stubborn. He explains to the class that every single human on the continent possesses elemental mana, not just students of their academy. Today, they will find out what element they have and how to manifest it. The first name he calls is Cadet Nox. The professor wonders if Nox knows what element he has. He replies darkness. The professor asks about the characteristics of darkness. Nox explains that unlike the 4 main elements, it is corrupted and does not mix well with others. However, it is considered to possess a great amount of destructive power compared to the other elements. He further explains that in return it is notorious for being hard to control and only a few individuals or families are able to use it properly. Rass asks about the opposing element to darkness. Nox replies divinity. Ras then questions in that case, if divinity and darkness were to clash, which does he think would come out? On top, he answers that divinity would. The professor reflects that people usually do not speak ill of their family element and guesses that Nox is a special one. Ras tells him he will ask just one more question. If he were to fight someone with divine mana, what would he do? The swordsman explains that while that person was still unaware, he would kill them, and he would make sure it was a definite kill so that it would not create any future trouble for him. Everyone is shocked by his answer, even the professor. Ras mumbles, wondering what the hell he just said. On the other side, Rick is sitting in his room, injecting something into his arm. After injecting it, he feels slightly dizzy. He mutters that now he just has to put in a bit more effort, and he will be able to become a real demon. Suddenly, a demon enters his room and remarks that it is just as he said, Nafer, and he will indeed be able to become a real demon instead of remaining a mere human. The demon continues, telling him that after that, he will no longer need sleep and he will not age, becoming a demon that surpasses the limits of humans. Rick expresses his gratitude to the demon and promises that he will do everything in his power to revive him. He bows deeply in front of the monster, then puts his clothes back on. In the classroom, after Nox finishes explaining his technique, the professor reflects that he would want to pull out the roots before they grow into any future issues. He acknowledges to himself that he was not expecting such an answer. The young master apologizes if that was not the correct answer, explaining that he simply thought it was the most efficient way of doing things. The system informs him that the acting genius has activated powerfully. The professor notices his unwavering eyes, upright posture, and shoulders that do not droop. Now he understands that Nox truly means what he says, and he is starting to comprehend a little why Dean Noah showed disinterest in him. Ras orders his assistant to prepare the imp right away. His assistant looks slightly surprised to hear this command. Ras questions his assistant if he did not hear him, then repeats himself, stating that he is asking him to prepare for the magic adequacy test. Ras thinks to himself that this kind of arrogant attitude needs to be brought down a level, and that in order to obtain a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. All the students gather around the professor as his assistant brings a handcart near him. The students are shocked to see a tiny demon inside a cage. Ras explains that these are the lowest-ranked demons provided by the association and are known as IMPs. He elaborates that while they are very aggressive, they are not that threatening, and because they have low health, cadets can easily kill them. One student complains that it is only their first class. Another student guesses that this must be the level of Eldine Academy. The professor instructs them to stay focused, explaining that they are the elites who got accepted into this academy, and they must remember this. He tells them that their ultimate goal is not to become a knight or a mage, but to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For them to achieve this, they will need to get used to beings known as demons, of which they still know very little. He orders all the students to infuse their mana into the caged IMP to force it into submission. The young swordsman stands in front of the demon's cage, thinking about the process the professor just explained. To force a demon into submission, he wonders why something feels out of place. He thinks that, based on the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the second year. He still feels that something is off. The professor instructs him that after he condenses mana into his palm, he should let it flow into his target. He tells the student that his test will end in 15 minutes. The professor thinks that no matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there is no way they would expect to see an IMP in their first lesson, and a new student would definitely fall for the deception of the IMP and end up drooling uncontrollably. Ras is determined to teach him how things work here. Suddenly, the professor notices that the demon is holding its head and bowing to the ground. He shouts, demanding to know what is happening. Talia turns back and tells Emma that it will not happen again. Not only the demon, But Knox also enters the minds of all the students. One student murmurs that she is feeling something strange. Another student tastes something like a delicious pie. One girl complains that her consciousness is fading away. Talia still apologizes to Emma. The young master raises his hand and asks the professor if he can change his IMP. He also explains to the professor that he has not done anything, but the demon is already trembling in fear. Professor Rash shouts very loudly. The swordsman smiles and remarks that someone is making such a loud noise in the sacred classroom. Ras demands to know how Knox forced that IMP into submission. He explains to Ras that he just said he has not done anything yet. Ras behaves foolishly and admits that he cannot help but feel like a fool for not noticing such great talent within him. The professor calls his talent incredible and tells him that he will give him a chance. Ras repeats that he will give him the chance to become the best student. Knox wonders what he means by best student, fearing that the professor wants him to become his assistant. One student says that he is so jealous that Knox gets to become Professor Rass's best student. However, the young master refuses his offer and tells him that being the best student in name is really just being a slave. Professor Rass becomes furious and shouts at him for refusing his offer. He demands to know what Knox thinks he is saying. All the students are still not fully recovered, and one girl wonders if he is the only one standing up normally. She also wants to know more about Knox. A few hours ago, while walking through the gallery, Mr. Bernan informs Professor Rass that the filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. He guarantees him that Knox is a crazy bastard. However, Rass insists he is just a new student and argues it is too hasty to make any conclusions merely because he has achieved some things. He suggests Bernan should not place such high expectations on new students. Bernan warns him that his problem is being too close-minded and reminds him that even Dean Noah told him to watch out for Knox. He thinks to himself that Knox is definitely talented. And what more could they possibly need when they are talking about a student whose talent has been recognized as the best by one of the four sages? The professor responds that he will need to see him with his own eyes, and once he does, he will not need to care about this matter anymore. Back in the classroom, Professor Rass is shocked to hear that the young master refused his offer to become his assistant. He demands to know why he would reject such an opportunity. Even the students call him crazy for missing his chance to assist Professor Rass with his class, as Rass is the greatest authority on magic education. One student tells another that there are mountains of people queuing up to become his top student, and he cannot believe he just threw that chance away. Another adds that it is exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family would do, saying he literally threw away an opportunity served to him on a silver platter. Another student shouts that this is why good-for-nothings like him should not be allowed here. He remains confident and never changes his mind, no matter what they say about him. He also thinks that Eleanor is already giving him a headache, and he wonders why everyone around him keeps creating trouble. One student raises his hand and asks for permission to speak. After being permitted, he questions why Professor Rass is giving this chance to Rainhafer when there are many more outstanding students, adding that his strength is in magic. He believes that Princess Penelope and Echidna are also worthy of being considered for the top student position. The swordsman dislikes his attitude and notes how desperately he tries to leech off a rising family. But Knox considers him a smart bastard because he knows exactly whom to butter up, deciding he should remember him. Rass announces that the professor is the one who decides who the right person is, but he admits that if he says so, they might not be convinced. There could be negative rumors claiming he is biased towards Knox's talent, so he wants to set the record straight. He declares that he will tell them right now why Knox is the right person to become his top student. At the same time, Knox mumbles slowly that he already told him he is not doing it and calls him a crazy bastard under his breath. Professor Rass explains that firstly, he subdued the imp's mana. The young master thinks Rass's opinion would be something like this. He does not know why, but Knox was able to subdue the imp quickly, and although it might be a low-ranked demon, it was not easy to do. So it is no surprise that Ras is fascinated by it. He possesses mana sensitivity talent to a genius level. He also knows Ras has studied magic for a long time, and someone like him would easily identify who has talent for magic and who does not. Professor Ras declares that, for these reasons, it is only fair for Nox to become his top student. Nox replies firmly that he already said he is not doing it. Ras shouts at him to take his time to reconsider and advises him not to rush his decision here. The swordsman requests him to speak after wiping his saliva and suggests Ras choose a more suitable candidate instead, telling him not to expect gratitude if he gives up on him. Professor Ras feels confused and frustrated. Princess Penelope tells her friend that he is different from the rumors she has heard. Her friend Echidna apologizes for the misinformation, admitting that her information-gathering ability is lacking. The princess thinks she has just gotten a little curious about him. She also wonders whether Nox will become a light to the imperial family or a dark cloud hovering over them. After all this, Nox leaves the classroom, wondering why Ras is suddenly acting like that. He also notices Ras was looking at him, as if he were some food covered in honey or something, and that thought makes him sick. He wonders why there are no normal characters in Inner Lunatic. He feels relaxed that he managed to get Ras off him for now, so he should be able to live in peace for a while. At night, Nox rests in his room, and Lavelia asks him if something bad happened at the academy. He takes a cold breath and says something horrifying. He explains that Professor Ras follows him everywhere in the corridor in the classroom. In class, Ras sits behind him and keeps whispering in his ears to become his top student. In the canteen, he does the same thing. Worst of all, in the latrine, Ras climbs onto the door and asks him to become his top student. And when he comes out of the toilet, Ras again asks him if he is finished considering becoming his top student. Nox tells him to stop it and calls him a crazy bastard to his face. But Professor Ras just laughs and does not mind his harsh words. Ras even tells him that he likes how rough he is with his words and that he loves it. The young master tells his maid that this bastard Professor Ras keeps asking him to become his top student. Lavelia comments that there is a term in there she thinks should not be mentioned alongside a professor's name, but asks if by Professor Ras he is referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory. He nods in confirmation. She says that is strange, as from what others say. She remembers him being a good professor, and she wonders why he would do something like that. He admits Ras is an alright person as well, but also remembers Ras's negative traits. That he can be obsessive, paranoid, traumatized, weak-minded, and cold-hearted. He tells her that the problem lies in those traits he has. Later at night, guards shout to stop someone and not let him go out. One guard orders everyone to stop him, saying it is the Patriarch's command. Another guard tells his companions that they were told not to let Master Garen into the room. Master Garen, holding a bloody sword in his hands, keeps walking towards the guards. Garen tells them that it is so harsh and that this is not how a father should treat his son. After killing all the guards outside the office, Master Garen enters Tao's office, where he finds Tao and Rodwell waiting for him. Rodwell thinks to himself that he cannot even move, and wonders how Master Garen has gotten even stronger in such a short time. Tao says he never thought Garen would come back to the Reinhafer family again. Garen questions what reason he would need to come back to his own home. Tao asks his son if this place is truly his home. Garen tells his father that he is sure. He already told him it is time to give up and that there is not much time left. Tao replies that it is none of his business. Garen informs his father that the demon is lurking around him, and once he becomes weak, it will rise and devour everything in its sight. Tao asks if it sounds like he wants that to happen. Garen states his business here is simple and demands to know where his father hid that sword. He is asking about the first Patriarch sword. Garen repeats his question about the Patriarch's sword. He demands to know where his father Tao hid the Stormbringer of Jean von Reinhofer. Tao grows furious at him for speaking the name of Jean von Reinhofer, the first patriarch, and considers that his son must be completely out of his mind. Garen reflects on whether that is really what matters right now, insisting that what is truly important is becoming stronger and building a more powerful force. He explains that this is what matters most for a noble. His father roars back that he knows nothing of what truly matters. Garen questions him, asking if he knows so well what truly matters, then why did he leave that woman to die? Rodwell clenches his fists in anger and thinks to himself that such a woman must never be brought up in front of the patriarch. Tao freezes as he wonders if his son just refer to her as that woman. He tells him coldly that he has truly disrespected his mother. With those words, Garen declares that his mother is Priscilla von Arl, and she is his only mother. He points at a woman's portrait and states that this woman is his father's mistake, nothing more than a guest within the Reinhofer family. Tao orders his son to leave at once and warns him that he does not want to cut off his own son's head. Garen glares at his father and says that he will regret this, and soon enough he will understand that this family is prepared for his sake. With that, Garen storms out of his office. Rodwell looks at his master with concern and wonders if he is all right. Tao informs him quietly that he slipped up and showed an unsightly side of himself. Rodwell quickly pleads with him not to say that, reminding him that he is someone who swore his eternal fealty to the Reinhofer family. But he admits that if the world discovers that Master Garen is working with a demon, things will become dangerous. He suggests to Tao that it would be wise to decide on a new successor soon. Tao considers his advice, and Rodwell informs him that it just so happens they have received some good news through a letter. Master Knox has been named the top student of this year's Eldeen admission test. Tao shows clear surprise at this, and remembers that the new dean of Eldeen Academy is Noah. Rodwell continues, explaining that one of the four sages has acknowledged Master Knox's talent. Although he believes Knox's growth might still be insufficient if he truly possesses the level of talent they witnessed before, then he has great potential. Eventually, Master Knox might end up sitting on Tao's chair. The next day at the academy, Professor Roz once again invites Knox to become his apprentice. His answer remains the same as before. He does not want to. Roz offers him large amounts of supporting funds and tells him he could graduate from Eldeen Academy without having to pay anything. The young master informs his professor that he already has plenty of money and wonders if he does not know that he is from the Reinhofer family. Roz then offers him immense fame as well. The swordsman looks at him and asks what use fame has for a good for nothing, declaring that it is nothing but a luxury he does not need. Roz begs him once more to reconsider. Knox thinks that his ears are about to bleed from the professor's persistent nagging. That night in Knox's room, Lavilia speaks to him and suggests that even so, shouldn't he listen if Professor Roz is being so sincere? She tells him that she looked into Professor Roz more deeply and discovered that this is not how he usually behaves. She informs him that people say he is an educator who normally focuses on helping students who are weaker. Knox nods in agreement, understanding that this is not something he can just ignore, and no matter how crazy Roz is, he will give up once he knows what he is lacking in. Lavilia agrees with him and admits she also found him a little strange. The next morning, Knox goes to Roz's office and tells him that although he explained things yesterday, he still does not understand why a professor as talented as him would want him to be his apprentice. Roz simply replies that it is because he is outstanding, but the young master insists, saying that he wants to hear the real reason why he needs him specifically and not any of the other outstanding students. Professor Roz asks him if he has some time. Knox shrugs and explains that he has always been told what a good-for-nothing he is, and that means he has nothing but time. Roz laughs and admits that. Knox got him good with that remark. He continues, asking if in that case he would please listen to a long story of his. He assures Knox that he will enjoy the tea he has prepared, as it is the best herbal tea he bought from the rival in merchantry. Professor Roz begins to explain that the reason he needs him is because Nox can complete his research. Nox grows curious and wants to know more about his research. The professor reveals that in order to achieve his lifelong wish, he must find someone weak who cannot use mana. That is why he needs Nox, because he no longer wishes to see anyone die while being too powerless to even struggle, just as his own son died. The swordsman thinks about these hidden stories of each character that he never knew while playing. Through Inner Lunatic, he also notices there would always be an abrupt, new situation that would appear. Professor Roz continues his story, telling him that he was born as the first son of Viscount Celestia's family and had led them. He possessed no outstanding talent, but managed to gain admission to Eldine Academy with just his theoretical skills and eventually became a professor. Despite that, he always received poor results in practicals, and his peers constantly looked down on him. No matter how good he was at written tests, it never erased the contempt they felt for him. He overcame his low confidence through research. After constantly working hard, he finally became a professor and even married a woman. However, there was not a single person who fully acknowledged his achievements as a professor. The accomplishments he made and the theses he wrote were published under another person's name, and everyone continued to look down on him. Even with everything that happened, he was able to have a son with his wife. His one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldine Academy. His son overcame all hardships and graduated from the academy. He had told his father that he would work hard so that people would be able to speak highly of him. Roz was happy hearing that. His son joined the squad directly under the Emperor and went to the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to achieve victory so people would speak highly of his father and raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But on that battlefield, his son died. In fact, it was not even long after the war began. He died after being struck by an arrow that only carried a touch of mana. Professor Roz asks if this explains why he is so obsessed with his thesis and his research for the sake of the weak. The young master thinks that this story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more such stories, but he wonders why. The back of the professor that he saw through the monitor and Professor Roz's back right now seem different. To him, Nox feels as if he is about to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little. Nox apologizes to him, saying that he is even more certain after listening to his story. There is someone better suited for this than he is. Someone who would listen to his story better and more seriously than he ever could. He explains to Roz that he thinks that is the kind of person he truly needs right now. Before leaving the office, Nox tells him that he will see him at the next lesson. After Nox leaves, Professor Roz stands near his son's picture and murmurs that there is a resemblance between his son and Nox. When Nox returns to his room, he receives news that is nothing short of disastrous. He feels shock wash over him and asks Levalia to repeat who came back. She informs him that the first son of the Rainhafer family, Master Garen, has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have already died. That news fills him with rage as he thinks to himself that the first crown prince, Lewis, and the number 1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic have finally started to move. He asks Levalia if she has been to his family estate recently. She replies affirmatively and informs him that the head butler, Rodwell, summoned them, so she went there with Rona. He knows that Garen despises Teo's second wife, Nox's mother, whom Teo truly loves instead of Garen's own mother. He ponders that he has no idea whether Garen hates Nox, but if that is the case, then he might even harm Levalia. He feels curious why Nox has to make so many enemies. He questions his maid about whether Garen did anything. She reveals to Nox that Garen tried to scout her. She explains that when she and Rona were in the hall, Garen appeared there, and as he walked by her, he noticed that she looked extraordinary. Garen asked about her identity, saying he had never seen her around before. She greeted him and told him that she is the exclusive maid of Nox, and her name is Levalia. He told her to drop the formalities, declaring that he wanted her to become his maid, and mentioned that she is capable. He also stated that she has enough ambition within her to satisfy him. She apologized to him and told him that she is already serving Master Nox, and that she is afraid she will have to reject his offer. He warned her that she should know who he is and questioned why on earth she would refuse his offer. He also asked if that Nox brat was giving her a lot of money. She informed him that it is because she wants to serve Nox. He shouted at her, saying it is not something a mere commoner gets to decide. Levalia explained that her master respects her, and while she does not know what kind of person Garen is, above everything else, she wishes to stay by Master Nox's side to see what he will do. Garen grew surprised upon hearing that, and could not believe she wanted to serve a brat like him, finding her a strange one. He even offered to pay her 3 times whatever Nox is paying her. She respectfully rejected him. The young master thinks that although he does have money, the real story has not even begun yet. He knows that he cannot use that much money, but he cannot give up on Levalia. So he offers her a wage raise, telling her he will match Garen's offer and pay her 3 times more. He instructs her not to worry about it and to focus on her work. She laughs at him, and he wonders why she did that. She apologizes to him. The swordsman feels confused and wonders if she just laughed at him. He asks her if she has already decided to work with Garen. She explains that whatever he is thinking of, that is not what is happening. She confirms to him that she will not follow Master Garen, and the wages she is receiving now are sufficient. He asks why she laughed then. She simply replies that she cannot tell him that. He orders her to tell him the reason. She explains that something funny came to her mind, so she laughed. He warns her that she has gotten worse at lying. He thinks that whatever the case, he is fine as long as he has not lost her. He declares about Garen that he will not let him off if he ever catches him. He thinks it will be after he becomes stronger. The next morning, all the students begin their physical workout. In the playground, there are 5 mandatory classes in Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of the Archive Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is horsemanship. The third is the knightly code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. Lastly, there is a subject that Nox has the most difficult time with, the cursed stamina training, running, and chin UPS. Usually, his stamina reaches its limits during the training. His trainer remarks that it is strange, saying he is like a mayfly. The young master wonders what he means by that. The trainer explains that he is exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it feels like he has a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina, and it is as if he is being blocked by a large wall that he cannot overcome. As expected of an Elden Academy instructor, it is just as he says. Because of the terminally ill trait that Nox possesses, his stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. The swordsman asks him if he is not an instructor, then why would he say such discouraging words? The trainer apologizes to him for being rude and explains that it would be good if he took heed of what he said, as if he moves recklessly in this manner, he might end up shortening his life. Nox agrees and confirms that he will keep that in mind. He knows there is a countdown for his heart, and how could he not heed what the trainer said? His system also confirms that because of the trait terminally ill, his lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate. It is quite annoying for him. He did not realize, but Paracelsus was standing just behind him, observing his condition. Paracelsus, the gray wolf, ponders that he cannot figure Nox out at all, because Nox did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, yet he is hiding his stamina now. This is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing. Nox looks at him with a smiling face and calls him an annoying bastard, warning that if they fight again, he will get it good. After his classes, he goes into the marketplace while wearing his robe. He finds Rick there and greets him, saying he did not expect to meet him in a place like this. Rick also recognizes him. Actually, the young master feels angry at him and wants to know why he is doing this to him, calling him a game destroyer in his thoughts. Rick smiles and greets him, saying it has been a long time since they last met. He knows that Rick's real name is Hochschultz den Effer, known as the worst bad ending maker, on par with the first prince. Louis von Arkheim. Knox quickly checks his detailed information on the system. He also knows that Rick will later attack the rival in Merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he is the number one person to avoid. The young master asks if he is the one who came to give him that gift previously and questions what business he has with him. The system warns him about the wavering of his acting genius. Rick responds that it's nothing serious, explaining that he simply saw a noble of the influential Rheinhafer family walking around without a servant, and he was just a little puzzled. Knox tells him it's none of his concern. Rick agrees with him and calls it fate that they meet again, offering his help while he purchases some items, mentioning that he has a lot of free time right now. The swordsman doubts that was the only task the head of the rival and family assigned to him. Rick explains that since the past, great nobles have always turned a blind eye to servants who deviate slightly from their duties. Knox decides he needs to find out what Rick is scheming, knowing there must be a reason why he approached him. The young master warns that he doesn't like people who talk too much. Rick smiles softly and assures him he will make sure to remember that. Meanwhile, in the academy hostel, Eleanor's maid hands her the documents she requested. Among the documents, there is a paper with Knox's picture on it. She wonders why on earth he saved her, as there was no reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Rheinhafer family has pretty much no interaction with the Revelant family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, but he rejected it. She knows the youngest son of the Rheinhafer family, she knows does not have that kind of personality. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently after resolving the missing child's forest incident, but she has no idea what caused this change. She has also noticed that Rick's recent movements have been strange. He is gathering people within the Merchantry, but she believes he probably can't accomplish much anyway. She closes the file and looks outside the window. She remembers the day her father got angry with her for simply having an argument with Knox as a child. She recalls his words when he told her that if it was needed, she should have given everything she had. She also remembers the day her mother died. Back in the market, Rick helps Knox negotiate with the shopkeepers. He advises him there is no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes, as when he becomes a second-year student, he will be given an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle needed for alchemy, he instructs that he needs to buy one's made with a special type of iron. Rick explains that the items will usually be made in the empty chemical room, so he just needs to meet the minimum requirements. He also mentions that the store he sees further down has connections with the Eleanor Merchantry, allowing him to get items at an affordable price. The young master thinks he doesn't want to admit it, but Rick's talent is genuine. The con artist trait and his passive skill negotiation revision are real. He wonders if Rick were not a demonic human, he might have considered recruiting him. After some time, Rick mentions that he thinks Knox has probably purchased everything he needs now. Knox agrees, saying this will be sufficient. The swordsman asks him again, saying he still doesn't know why he was looking for him. Receiving no answer, Knox grabs Rick by the collar and demands to know why he approached him. Rick plays innocent and wonders what he means. Knox shakes him roughly and warns him that wasting time is not in his favor. Rick remarks that it looks like his conversation with him will be a quick one and says he will get straight to the point. Suddenly, the young master feels a barrier appear near him. He recognizes, based on its appearance, that it is magic that blocks out sound. Rick offers him to betray the Rheinhafer family and become a servant of the first prince. Rick opens his shirt and shows his dark chest. Knox states that the one he serves is not the first prince, but a demon. Rick confirms that Knox really does know a lot of information and makes it clear that he doesn't think his master will like that. Nox wonders whether Rick's master will truly grant his wish. Rick remains confident that he will. The young master hopes Rick doesn't end up regretting it. He also warns Rick that if he dares to insult him or his family again, he will kill him. Rick assures him he will keep that in mind. After that, Nox departs from there. In the forest, Vernon gathers his students and informs them that they will begin the class. One student wonders if he is the same crazy instructor from their first lesson. The students refer to him as the bald one. An innocent student advises the others to be careful, explaining that it's fine to call someone who isn't bald a bald head. But if they call someone who actually is bald a bald head, then it's very disrespectful. Vernon knows he cannot crush these young sprouts from the academy merely because of his hair. He proceeds to inform them about the location for today's class first. He describes a place called the Clarial Plains, a famous area within Eldon Academy that contains many extraordinary trees and plants. He explains that they will be learning the basics of horse riding here. He orders them to try riding their assigned horse or the horse they brought with them. One student complains that he hasn't even had a good chance to look around this place yet. A girl notices there are people who have brought their own horses. A few students have never ridden a horse before. One girl wonders why they must come to Eldon Academy just to learn how to ride a horse. Another boy worries that they don't have a choice since it's a mandatory subject, and they will be expelled if they get an F. The young master has brought his horse Carl here. Professor Vernon instructs the students to try riding their horses and advises them to hold on tightly so they don't fall off. He notices Paracelsus and observes that he is quite skilled at horse riding. He thinks that Paracelsus has lived in the East for so long, so he should be able to ride a camel or a horse. Some girls notice Nox's horse and wonder if it's an obsidian, questioning how a good-for-nothing like him could have such a horse. They also mention that while the Rheinhafer house is rich, it still isn't as wealthy as the Revelin house. The young swordsman knows this is the benefit of being a veteran player. Vernon appreciates the students for riding their horses and advises them to slowly communicate with their horse while riding. When he notices that all the students have become familiar with their horses, he informs them that it's time to start the main race of the class. A few students complain that some of them only started riding horses today and it makes no sense. One student even complains that his horse tried to kick him with its hind legs. Some students call it madness. One student wonders if Vernon is angry because some student called him a bald head. Suddenly, Vernon slaps that student and knocks him out. He then explains the rules, stating that each of them will ride their horse to the corner located in the nameless forest at the end of the woods and then return to this place. He declares that the first to get back will be given additional points. He thinks that the rules are as simple as Vernon's hair. Talia comes up to him, but he tells her to mind her own business. He knows that even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place today is very important. It is an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it has been arranged so that the protagonist encounters the demonic human. Rudger, the demonic human that appears in this episode, causes all the students to become trapped in a nameless forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human along with the other Academy cadets. That is the basic sequence of this episode, but here there is no protagonist. In such a place filled with so many strong personalities, he wonders how things will turn out without the presence of a leader. He knows that thinking carefully is important, but actions must also be taken. Talia calls his name and wants to know if he wants to go with her. She explains that she isn't scared. It's just in case something happens, since the forest is quite a dangerous place. Eleanor guesses that Talia is confident enough to worry about others during a race. He tells her not to bother him and to go on her way. Eleanor walks away, and Talia realizes this is indeed a race. She advises him that it would be best to come back as quickly as possible. She also tells him to go first since she isn't very good at horse riding. He informs Talia that the race isn't what is important and leaves. She becomes curious to know what he really means by that. Vernon announces that the race has begun, and all the students start riding their horses. A noble boy tells his friends that he won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today. Suddenly, the system informs Knox that due to the effects of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. The students are shocked to see strange circles on the ground. The young master shouts that it's teleportation magic and advises everyone to stay still unless they all want to die here. Suddenly, all the students get teleported away. On the other side, a very large and strong demonoid human waits for them. He declares that finally it's time for his revenge. A few moments ago, when the circle appeared on the ground, Knox warned everyone to stay still unless they all wanted to die there. He swiftly jumped off his horse and informed Carl that he was counting on him. And Carl immediately ran away from the spot. Suddenly, all of them were teleported from there into an unknown forest. One student complained that her head hurt, and everyone wondered where on earth they were. The students remained confused about their current location. He was certain that this was some kind of teleportation magic. He also noticed that it was different from Dean Noah's, as the formula itself seemed unstable. The princess questioned him, asking if he knew what was happening right now. He responded that he was trying to figure it out, but one thing was for certain. There were outsiders involved who were not with the academy. Echidna moved forward and shouted at him, demanding to know what he was talking about. She insisted that if he knew something, he must tell them now. He merely told her to know her place and reminded her that she was not the princess, and he had no reason to say anything to her. Eleanor confirmed with him, asking if he said teleportation magic, and that it was due to outside influence. He agreed with her. She wondered why he thought so. Talia also felt curious about why he believed that, thinking it could be a test of sorts from other professors too. Knox reflected that this was why people who lived comfortably could not make it, as they were far too complacent. He recognized that this was inner lunatic, and they were within a game that prided itself on being one of the most difficult. He informed them that the magic power looked far too unstable. Quickly, he activated his acting genius and told them this was a disorganized formula, and the fact that it completely disregarded the safety of the target and only focused on the function was proof. Leon agreed with him, saying that the formula was indeed strange. Moreover, if this had been done by the professors, they would never want to endanger them. There was no reason they would do that to so many children from reputable families in Eldine. He also felt Knox was correct and asked for the others' opinions. The princess thought that although she didn't want to admit it, he was right. The formula was definitely unstable, and it was right to think that outside influence was at play. She wondered if this could have been done by her brother. Leon advised that they needed to get out of there quickly. Most of them agreed with him. Echidna shouted that the dark families were trying to take matters into their own hands, and insisted they needed to prove what they were saying first. The princess stopped her and informed Echidna that everything they had said was correct, and if they stayed in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, they would be as good as dead. Leon came to think that the way the magic circle was deployed was indeed strange. His friends agreed with him. He also mentioned to the students that the princess was sharp and had learned magic earlier than they did. Paracelsus, the gray wolf, had been listening to them quietly, and suddenly he drew his sword. Echidna asked him what he was doing. He questioned if she couldn't smell the stench of blood. He explained that this was a monster of intermediate rank or above, and its location was above them. Suddenly, a very large and dark bird jumped down from the tree and attacked them. Knox alerted everyone to get ready and cut down the bird. He informed the others that in this dangerous situation, he would take command of the fight. Many students did not agree with him, and some even called him good for nothing. The princess thought about the ambush of a monster whose presence she had not even detected, and he had been the first to notice it. She wondered how he was suddenly so different. On the other side, Professor Vernon waited for the students at the finishing line. He wondered if the current batch of students was completely talentless at horse riding. He felt surprised that no one had returned yet, and this was the worst time record in history. Suddenly, Raz approached him and informed him that they had a problem. Vernon questioned why he was there, and if he wasn't supposed to be having a class with the second years. Raz warned him that wasn't what was important right now and asked him about the students. Vernon told Raz that they were having horse riding lessons on the plains. Raz explained that a person using demonic magic had been spotted in the academy 3 hours ago, and a huge magic circle had been activated, which they tracked down to those plains. Vernon regretted that of all times, this had to happen when Dean Noah was not around. And now, they needed to get going quickly. Suddenly, Knox's horse Carl approached them, and they recognized it as his horse. They received a message with Carl. Knox informed them that the demonic human had appeared at the Nameless Forest entrance, and they needed immediate assistance. Raz urged Vernon to move quickly. They knew it would take at least 2 days to reach the Nameless Forest, and it was too late to use more teleportation magic. Raz hoped they would be safe. In a Nameless Forest, all the students stood quietly, and Echidna said she didn't want to admit it, but she would. Knox's judgment had been the correct one. However, he told her to forget it, as he didn't need forced apologies. He informed her that this incident was an extension of what had happened previously, and requested that they give him the authority to take command of all the students under the law of the imperial family. She hesitated, thinking it could be dangerous. But finally, she announced that she, the princess, would take charge of the students personally. He knew this would create trouble for all of them. He instructed Pell to tell him the manual that needed to be followed in emergency situations. Pell informed them that the top priority was to protect a member of the imperial family, and that the authority to take command would be given to the most exceptional knight or mage. He told the princess that she was the only member of the imperial family in this place, and that she was also one of the most powerful characters who would be needed to defeat the demons in the future. Because of the lightning mana and power of punishment she possessed, abilities only passed down within the imperial family. He explained that even if everyone died here, they must protect her life, as that was the law of the empire. Knox recognized that he was the one who had been able to make the fastest judgment during the ambush and react quickly to the situation. He requested her again to give him the authority. He demanded control over the life and death of everyone present, including her. Talia believes he wants to become the leader with everyone's lives on the line, and she's indeed right. Knox truly is the role model of knight. She gazes at him with loving eyes. He wonders what is wrong with her. He declares that if there are no other opinions, then he will take charge as the leader. And if they dislike this decision, they can prove their worth through their own abilities. If they manage that, he will gladly relinquish this position. All the students remain silent, and Leon thinks that if something bad happens in the process of taking responsibility for protecting the princess right now, the leader will definitely face severe punishment. Leon considers that even if he somehow does well at the start, something is bound to go wrong later, meaning Knox is drinking poison from a holy grail at this moment. Leon calls him a mindless fool and tells him to do whatever he wants. When Knox glances at him, Leon flinches in fear. The young master then announces that it is settled. From now on, they will follow his instructions, and if they refuse, they will be punished according to the law. He orders them to start moving immediately and keep following him. Talia urges him to wait and wonders if he intends to tell them where they are going. He responds that he is not good at explaining things, so they must follow him closely. Knox thinks that if they knew just how many times he has played this chapter, they would be horrified because he is a veteran of this damned game. Inside a cave, Rugger, the demonic human, keeps watch over the students through his magical marble ball. Suddenly, he receives orders from the demon to devour the humans of Eldine and eliminate all the sprouts that fail to grow. The demon promises that if he does so, he will share his power with him, even though he does not deserve it. Rugger bows to his lord and replies that he will handle this in a way that shall not disappoint him. With the powers bestowed upon him, Rugger decides to kill them all. He whispers to himself that this is the perfect mission for him. He is determined to punish Professor Raz for the sin of abandoning him. On the other side, the students hunt 3 large boars for food. Nox announces that from here on, they will need to assign roles. He orders Leon and Paracelsus to assist him. Paracelsus admits that Nox has defeated him, so he will comply for now. Leon steps forward and informs him that although he is probably lacking in skills, if he can be of any help, he will do his very best. The young master feels glad that he has the strongest new students on his side. He tells them that there are 2 ways to get out of this forest. Either someone breaks the barrier from outside, or they kill the caster who used the teleportation magic within the barrier. The princess asks about the second option. Nox replies that indeed it could be dangerous, but they have no other choice here. It would take Professor Brennan about 2 days to reach this place from the plains, if he travels in a straight line. So their best option is to survive as best as they can while killing the caster. In truth, Nox already knows that this event cannot be resolved with the first method. If they want to escape, they must kill the caster. He also knows that the caster is Rugger, the demonic human living in this forest. He orders the students to gather some food first, and with the 2 large boars they already hunted, they should be able to last 2 days. Paracelsus steps forward and wonders what exactly he is asking them to eat. Nox tells him that this is pig meat and asks if he has any problem with that. Paracelsus shouts back that although he knows Nox is quite skilled, he thinks he has misunderstood something. He must think this is the back mountain of a noble estate used for hunting. But they cannot eat demonic beasts like this because they are poisonous. The swordsman tells him that he is aware of that, and he also knows that the plants in this area cannot be eaten recklessly. Paracelsus stares at him in shock and demands to know why he wants them to eat it if he knows all this. He asks how they are supposed to consume demonic beasts. No matter how starved he was in the East, he never went this far. He also wonders if Nox knows how long their stomachs would be in pain after eating such meat. The young master decides it is best not to get too involved with him. He orders him to shut up and be quiet because he has his own ways. He instructs Leon to summon undead to protect the students from monsters. Leon obeys immediately. Nox then commands Paracelsus to guard the princess, and tells him that except for his cheeky mouth, he actually possesses impressive skills. Paracelsus retorts that he is definitely going to beat him half to death in the future. The swordsman knows it is time to get started. They cut the pig meat into pieces and start fire. After that, he begins cooking it. While cooking, the meat produces strange colors. Some students fear they will die after eating it. Nox tosses some herbs onto the meat, and suddenly one student notices the color changing. He informs everyone that he simply used this plant to neutralize the poison in the meat. The Crimson Rake plant is capable of neutralizing the poison of middle-rank monsters and below, and the horn boar is one of those monsters. A student confirms that she has read about it in a book somewhere. The princess approaches him and asks why. When the Reinhafer family has no reason to starve, he knows such information. He replies that he does not know either. He then asks her if she prefers it rare or medium rare, boldly excluding the option of well done. He knows there was once a mention within the game that well done meat is thrown away. All the students gather around the fire as the smell of cooking meat increases their hunger. While riding their horses, Raz contacts Dean Noah and informs her that the demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above. He also reports that the Academy has determined this to be a grave matter, and they're on their way to rescue the children with Professor Brennan, while the other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions. Suddenly, they hear a sound resembling someone eating snacks. Brennan thinks to himself that he knows she is crazy, but there is no way she would be casually snacking in a situation like this. Raz questions her, asking if she's eating snacks right now. She laughs softly and wonders if they heard that. She tells them there is no need to be so worried, assuring them that the children will come back without any major issues. However, she adds that if they were second-year students, this situation would not be as dire. Brennan shouts back that they are first years and they have not even been studying at the Academy for that long, calling them basically dunces right now. Ras agrees with the statement and adds that they have not even learned basic defense magic properly. After hearing that, she hangs up. Both professors are shocked by her cold attitude. Professor Brennan shouts that he will just do as much as he can and turns his horse back from there. However, Professor Ras worries about his top apprentice, Nox, and is determined that he will never let him die in a place like this. So he continues his journey. At night, all the students rest around the fire after eating their dinner. They notice Nox spilling the hornboar's blood around them. Paracelsus explains to them that if they use the blood of a stronger monster instead, weaker monsters will not even dare to come near them, and that is something they often do even in the East. He also mentions that travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp at night, after all. Princess Penelope approaches Nox and thanks him for keeping all the students safe. He replies that they still have a long way to go, and there are still many monsters around. Plus, they have not defeated the mage yet, and the night is long. The princess confirms that she knows, but the fact that no one has died so far is something she thanks him for again. She also requests him to forgive Echidna's manners. The princess explains that they're just biased against dark families because of the usual negative feelings people have towards them. The young master wonders why she even cares about him, and he does not like how this is going. He tells her that she does not need to worry about someone like him, and she cannot go thinking about a good-for-nothing who was thrown away by his own dark family. He thinks the imperial family would be in shock if they found out. She simply replies that is one way of looking at things, but she thinks differently. She informs him that she can save more people, and even if she has to join hand with a demon, she will do so without hesitation. He remarks that is such a dangerous thing to say. She laughs softly and says she is just kidding. He does not enjoy it and wonders if her switch is turned on. In truth, Princess Penelope is known as the Princess of Kindness. But her biggest flaw is that she is an extreme utilitarian. She is also a dangerous character who would give up her own life for her beliefs. And her nickname as the Princess of Kindness could easily turn into the cold-blooded princess. He orders all the students to team up in groups of 4 to set up the tents. He also has some decent clothes, so each of them can come and take one. He knows having a dimensional pocket is definitely convenient. One student tells another that this is the Rheinhafer family for him, and he heard that when they turn 5 in that family, they are pushed off a cliff. The swordsman wonders how such bad rumors could be going around, but he guesses that is how things are for a dark family. He mumbles to Talia that they better be careful. She asks what they should be careful of. He says nothing and orders them to decide on the night shift rotations and take turns guarding the place. He knows it is time for him to get started too. He recalls that there is a problem that exists in the 2nd episode of the Academy during this ambush. If they do not kill the mage who set up the barrier quickly, it will become impossible to clear this scenario. And that means if no one kills the mage, they will not be able to complete this story. All the students start sleeping. Suddenly Pell hears some sounds and gets up. He shouts and awakens everyone. He informs the princess that they have gotten into trouble, and a huge number of creatures that possess mana are gathering near here. All the students get ready to fight. Echidna urges the princess to get behind her. Paracelsus shouts that they are coming, saying the hornboar's blood does not mean anything in the face of stronger monsters after all, and asks what she intends to do. Talia shouts that Nox is not here. Leon tells them that he has gone elsewhere temporarily, and he has left this battlefield to him. Echidna shouts that Nox was so confident about protecting the princess, yet he went somewhere else. Leon explains that he did not run away, but she doubts it. She tells the others that there are just way too many of these monsters, and this is too dangerous. A girl agrees with her, saying it is impossible for them to deal with them. Leon calms them down and begins his magic spell. The princess observes his magic and wonders how he can have such a ridiculous amount of mana. Leon has become curious about Nox, about what kind of person he is and why he has given him this responsibility. Actually, before leaving, Nox handed him over a magical diamond. and declared him as the patriarch of the Marva's household. Leon starts reading from his book, knowing that the result of this battle will solely be decided by him. Many monsters try to enter his magical circle, but they all die. Numerous magical warriors appear and begin slaughtering the monsters. On the other side, the young master reaches Rugger's cave. His system notifies him that the mana sensitivity genius has neutralized intermediate restraint magic, and due to the effects of the lunatic member's robe, his attack power has increased by 1.2 times. He calls out to Rugger and demands to know how long he intends to remain hidden. Rugger finds this interesting and steps out of his cave, commenting that a mere academy student is not only able to figure out his location, but is also bold enough to stand against him. Nox immediately activates his acting genius. He tells the monster that such words should only be spoken by someone who holds true worth, and remarks that Rugger is the one who needs to know his place. Rugger becomes enraged and lunges at the swordsman, but Nox blocks the demon's attack with his sword and manages to hurl him away. Rugger looks at him in shock, wondering who he really is. The young master replies that there is no need for him to reveal that. Rugger roars furiously and warns him that he will beat the words out of that arrogant mouth of his. This time, Rugger charges with his full strength, but Nox severs his arm with a single swing of his sword. He tells Rugger that what happens from this point is what truly matters. He notices there is no need to even use his skills, as the gap between their abilities is immense, and he far surpasses Rugger. Even though Rugger has borrowed the power of a demon, he remains merely a demonic human. Rugger regenerates his arm and glares at him, wondering if he is so arrogant as to believe he has already won. The swordsman calculates that Rugger is far weaker than his current self. He halts Rugger's attack with his blade and activates swordsmanship and combat genius. The system confirms that he has neutralized his enemy's assault. He taunts Rugger, saying that an attack like this is meaningless, and swiftly reactivates his acting genius. He grabs the monster by its arm and slams him onto the ground. Rugger thinks bitterly that he should have been cautious from the beginning, because the good-for-nothing of House Rheinhafer has ruined his plans. The young master twists Rugger's magically regenerated arm and pins him down. Rugger screams in rage, demanding how he dares to humiliate him, someone who carries the blood of the Archduke. Nox tells him this is farewell and that he has had enough of him. As he is about to finish him off, Professor Roz suddenly appears and pleads with him to stop, revealing that Rugger is his apprentice. Roz apologizes for letting him go through all this, but affirms it is true. He explains that Rugger is his disciple. Rugger snaps at him, telling him not to spout absurdities, and demands to know if he was ever his apprentice, even for a moment. He accuses Roz of abandoning him after he lost his arm in their empire's war. Rugger continues, saying Roz heartlessly drove him out of the academy once he was no longer of any use, calling him deluded for still claiming the title of teacher. The professor admits that he may have abandoned him, but insists it was not as Rugger thinks. He explains that he made those decisions out of concern for him and did not want the same fate as his son to befall him. Expelling him from the academy was his only option, as Rugger was so determined to head to the battlefield. Rugger retorts that they are the ones who choose their own paths and accuses Roz of arrogance, saying the entire continent came to know him as the academy's discarded trash. Roz responds that he never knew such things happened to him, and asks if the magic Rugger so desperately sought truly looks like this. He questions whether this is really the magic they both desired. Rugger answers that he knows it is already too late for him. Suddenly, Rugger slips free from Nox's grip and charges at the professor, declaring that he will at least take him along to the afterlife. Roz shouts, thinking that what has been done cannot be undone. However, before Rugger can reach him, the young master swiftly moves between them and stops him. He warns the monster of his incredible speed, and in an instant, seizes him from behind. The system informs him that acting genius has activated to its utmost level, and his synchronization with the player has increased. The swordsman remarks to Rugger that such emotion is truly inelegant and asks if he agrees. The system warns him that he might lose his mind. With a powerful swing of his sword, he kills Rugger. Professor Roz falls to his knees and begins sobbing over his dead student. Roz questions what he should do now. Knox wonders what Roz truly means by that. Roz reminds him that his research and thesis exist solely for the sake of those who are weak. But now he is no longer certain if there is any meaning to his research. He explains that he is not even able to protect his own apprentice and questions if there is any purpose in continuing his research because he has lost the direction of his life. Knox wonders how he is even related to that demonic human. The young master knows this is a lesser evil, and he needs Ra's thesis to be published, so that artifact creation and the strengthening system can be unlocked within the game. For that to happen, the professor must continue his research. But is that really all, he wonders? The system warns him that his emotions have interfered with the character, and displays a warning that the acting genius is wavering. He informs the professor that something like that is not actually important to him. Knox believes that making use of Professor Roz was the best decision. He tells him that he considers his research worthless. Roz questions him, asking if he has not seen how powerless he is. He responds that he has seen it and thinks he actually looks pathetic. Now he understands. Roz has gotten inside his fence, and that is why Knox is wavering. Every word Roz speaks affects him. The young master admits in front of Roz that he is lazy by nature and requests, and not to assign too many tasks. He also reveals that he does not really like tea. He prefers coffee. Furthermore, he says he does not need money and does not think much of things like fame. Professor Roz looks surprised and asks what he is talking about. The swordsman confirms that Ra's research is different and guarantees that it has value. He thinks maybe, just maybe, a game addict like him is envious of someone like Roz, who contributes to others. He also reflects on the love that exists in this world. Knox lowers himself onto his knees and tells the professor that he will become his #1 apprentice. Roz appears stunned. The young master thinks that nothing has changed about the professor's back, that he is seen only via the monitor. There is only him and Roz, an unorthodox thinker. He asks if indeed he can match with him, if he can stand at the height of his back. As he cries inside while thinking about his son, it is raining in the nameless forest. On the other side, Leon's magic slaughters countless monsters. Paracelsus remarks that Knox is not the only lunatic here. He points at Leon and wonders what on earth is with all those undead, as they are on a completely different level from normal undead. They feel fundamentally different. The princess tells Echidna that it is hard to believe there was an army of undead with that kind of strength. She mentions that the dark families are truly capable of destruction, which is difficult to believe, although she does not want to admit it. It seems the rumor about the Marvis household's return is true. She also states that they will remember Leon. Echidna obeys her and promises that she will pay attention to his activities. Leon holds the highest grade mana crystal in his hands and thinks about Knox, who gave it to him. He admits that if it were not for this crystal, there is no guarantee he could have one. Leon feels as if Knox has seen the future. Suddenly, Professor Vernon appears and asks if everyone is all right. He grabs a boy by his collar and questions if anyone died. The princess informs him that all the students are fine, but someone left the battlefield. He apologizes to the princess for being late with his greeting, explaining that he was in a rush. He wants to know who it was that left. She tells him that it was Knox, but believes he is in no danger, as they could only survive this long thanks to him. Vernon wonders if this is the truth. Leon confirms it and explains to everyone that the mana crystal Knox gave him had helped them. Paracelsus adds that Knox also resolved the tent and ration issue for them, and he basically did everything. Another student confirms that maybe he is not the trash they thought he was. He was problematic when it came to women and acted like a good-for-nothing, and he also treated servants poorly. Another student includes that he heard Knox had bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley before. A different student mentions that maybe he is also problematic when it comes to men. Vernon thinks of him as a white-haired brat because of so many complaints. He also remembers that the barrier has disappeared. In fact, he confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human and the barrier can only be broken from within. He wonders how it happened. He also considers that not enough time has passed for Raz, who has a weakness to have resolved everything here. The next morning in the office, he immerses himself in work and activates ordinary acting. The system confirms that he will not waver. After that incident, he had no choice but to become the apprentice. That night, while all the students were complaining about Knox, Professor Raz suddenly appeared with him and informed everyone about his achievement. Now back in the office after some time, the system warns him that ordinary acting is activated. Professor Raz enters the office, holds his hand, and blows some air on it. He understands that for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future, Raz's research is an absolute necessity. In the game Inner Lunatic, Professor Raz never dies, but things are different now. He also knows if he does not save him, he will be the one to suffer. Suddenly, Professor Raz tries to kiss his hand, and the young master strikes his face with his elbow, throwing him away. He quickly apologizes for hitting him and explains that Raz was bothering him so much that he reacted without thinking because he touched him. Professor Raz, with his nose bleeding, responds that it is all right and that he knows he did it on purpose, so there is no need to act coy in front of him. After saying that, Raz starts laughing. The swordsman remarks that despite knowing him so well, he still chose to bother him. He adds that the Empire has sexual harassment laws in place. Professor Raz retorts that for someone who acts like the good-for-nothing of a reputable household, he is saying some really smart things. After a few seconds, Raz thinks about the Empire's laws and tells him that if he looks at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, he would see that the laws have been broken down for a long time. He counters that he does not think such words are befitting of a professor of Eldine, an institution directly under the command of the imperial family. Professor Raz says it does not matter as long as he does not report him. Knox thinks Raz is seriously insane. Raz then informs him that this time, he has recommended him along with Leon. He explains that he is talking about his recommendation to the imperial family for the two of them to enter the treasure vault of Eldine and take an artifact. He shows him the bracelet. The young master is surprised to see it and wonders if Raz really did that. Raz confirms it and tells him that, as he knows, he can be quite convincing. Doing this much for his top apprentice is not a big deal, so there is no need to feel pressured. He becomes angry and stands from his chair, asking his professor who said he felt pressured. He declares that since Raz went through the trouble of preparing a gift like that, he will gladly accept it. Raz observes that he seems even happier than when he became his apprentice. Knox thinks of Eldine's treasure vault, considering it an unexpected jackpot. As he enters the Academy's treasure vault, he thinks about how this place is co-owned by the imperial family and the rival and household. While there are many incredible artifacts here, he knows which one will have the best efficiency. If he obtains it at this point in time, he will be able to grow several times faster. Suddenly, Eleanor enters the vault and remarks that she would have never imagined him opening the treasure vault of Eldine. She also says it seems he got himself a good teacher. He simply tells her to think whatever she wants. He knows that Eleanor, acknowledged by the rival and merchantry, is going in with him, and he hopes she does not cause any trouble for him. She tells him that he is greatly mistaken if he thinks she does not want to give away the artifacts she donated. She has every intention of ensuring he is properly paid for saving her. He comments that she likes to make things troublesome for him, as usual. She asks if he heard how it worked from Professor Raz. She then takes the keys and opens a large door, asking which artifact he is going to take. He becomes excited and mumbles. She asks what he said he wanted. He asks if she's going to make him repeat himself twice. She wonders why he would want an antique like that, but guesses it is not completely surprising, if it is just a hobby of the son of a rich family. He tells her to give it to him first before continuing their conversation. She stops him and informs him that she wants to test whether he is fit to receive an item from this place or not. He explains that he was not told about anything like that. She says it is her special right as the person who donated the artifacts and the rival, and Merchantry is already fully in control of Eldane after all. Suddenly, she uses some kind of magic, and he recognizes it as space teleportation magic. Remembering he has seen this countless times in the game, she asks if he is not surprised. He replies that he has experienced things even more surprising than this after all. She offers him a seat first. He agrees, and now both of them sit on chairs. She tells him to not waste any more time and begin the test. He knows she is making him work for the artifact, and since it is just a formality, it should not take long. She asks again why he saved her. He wonders if that is the test. She replies that it is up to her to decide what question is asked. He answers that he has told her previously. She suddenly stops him and says she forgot to tell him that lies do not work on her. Her behavior makes him slightly angry, and he thinks there is something he forgot. An inner lunatic, the difference between acting genius and ordinary acting is that acting genius can see through the lies of another person. That means what Eleanor says is the truth. He tells her that she really is such a pain in the ass. She wonders if he did not already say something like that just now. He wonders what he should do now. She informs him that he appears extremely frustrated. He shuts her down coldly, telling her to keep quiet, accusing her of lying about wanting to give him the artifact personally. She questions whether that really matters right now, insisting that what's important is he will lose out if he doesn't answer her questions. He considers that it's far too risky to have come all this way only to lose the artifact. To begin with, she would become suspicious if he tried to get out of this meeting, and it would be better to face it head-on here. Finally, he makes up his mind to answer her question about why he saved her. He responds that it was something necessary for him. She asks why. He explains that he needs her in his plan. She presses further, wanting to know what that plan is. He replies that he doesn't think there is a reason to tell her that much. She requests to ask one more question. The young master allows her. She wonders what happened in the ballroom in the past, asking if he didn't save her because he felt indebted to her because of that. He responds with a clear no. She becomes surprised upon hearing that he didn't save her because of that incident, and realizes she's involved in his plan, wondering what on earth that could mean. He states that everything he has said is true, and she probably already knows it. She remarks that it's not good to have too many secrets. He counters that she is the one to talk. She mentions there are people in the world saying he has changed, and she doesn't believe that. Even though he saved her, she still remembers what he said to her in the past. He tells her to do as she pleases. His attitude is quite surprising to her. He continues, explaining she can blame him and hate him as much as she wants. It's her right to feel however she wishes. He clarifies that she can act however she wants, and her feelings towards him won't change anything. He thinks that it has to remain that way as well. He rises from his chair, implying that if she is done here, now that he has received the artifact, he will be leaving. She thinks to herself that he has truly changed. After that, she goes to her room and, while drinking tea, wonders why he chose that kind of artifact when there are so many other better ones. Even though it's not a bad item, it isn't the best either. Rick comments honestly that he has no clue why a knight like him would need an orb. She simply remarks that she cannot fathom what he is thinking. She thinks again about how there were many items that were better, things like swords, elixirs, shields, and top-quality armors. But instead, he chose an old-looking orb. She doubts he did this to make her feel indebted to him. Rick interrupts, saying he doesn't think she really needs to think so deeply about it, and adds that it's not like he caused her any harm. She wonders if it is really okay to think of this matter in such a simple manner, and it's not like he has any other choice. She inquires about the situation with the merchantry from Rick. He informs her that things are going well, and nobles of the capital and Talon Feather are buying rival and household products in large quantities. He tells her that it is all thanks to her. She shows her satisfaction upon hearing this, and instructs him to keep watching Nox and report back to her if anything happens. He agrees to her orders, reassuring her not to worry about it. On the other side, Nox sits on his bed, holding the artifact in his hand. The system informs him that he has obtained an advanced grade artifact, the Great Sage, a highest grade orb, and it provides him with its complete details. It also displays information about the skill gained due to the artifact. He thinks to himself that to be able to get this at this time, he is really lucky. He activates it, and it begins floating in the air. He muses that Eleanor probably doesn't know that this is a good item, but there's a special way to use it. The system tells him the conditions have not been met, and the artifact is unable to utilize its full effect. To unlock it, he has to say the real name of its original owner, which will upgrade it to the highest grade. The original owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future. She was also one of the characters he frequently took as his teacher in the game. However, it is still too early to activate it, and if he does, it will reveal his identity to her. Since this is only the first half, this level of effect is sufficient. Lavilia wants to know why he chose that orb, when there must be numerous items in Eldine's secret vault, and she also heard there are tons of items suited for knights. He asks her if he has never told her before that he is going to use magic too, so he needs both types of items. She becomes shocked to hear that. Nox laughs, guessing he really didn't mention it, and it looks like he forgot to tell her. She looks scared and worried, wondering just what she should do with him. She wonders if it would not be difficult to learn 2 things at the same time. It is not that she doubts his abilities. He informs her that if it really does not work out, then he just needs to get money from his family and live his own life. She clarifies that she was just boasting to the others about how hard-working he has become recently. He gives a small smile and remarks that he did not ask her to do that. She questions if he knows he can be pretty nasty sometimes. He reminds her that he is good for nothing. She complains that he plays with women a lot. He denies it, saying it is just an accusation. She insists that she has heard all about it, including how Patriarch Teo was also quite the womanizer in the past, and that now he is repenting for his past mistakes. He admits that he is completely unaware of that. He lies down on his bed when she tells him that there is a letter for him. It seems to be from the Imperial family, and they have requested that he read it himself. He quickly sits up, wondering why they would send him a letter. She informs him that Echidna was the one who asked her to pass it to him, and she requests that he take it from her. He questions why the hell the princess is paying so much attention to him. He knows he cannot allow more unknown variables to keep appearing. Taking the letter, he begins reading it. In the letter, she writes that thanks to his previous actions, she was able to keep her life, and on the basis of the laws of the Empire, she would like to give him a reward. She would like to invite him to the capital of their kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive his reward in person. He will be departing in 3 days at 9 p.m. Lavilia hopes he will accept the reward of the Imperial family. He tells his maid that the princess wants him, someone from a dark family, to go to the capital. He wonders what kind of reward this is. She advises him to think about the conflict between the dark families and the divine family. She suggests that this could be a trap. She advises him that she thinks it would be best for him to not go because it is too dangerous. He thinks if they want to, they can summon him anytime. He orders Lavilia to stay there. He knows the place where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction have established their base. It is Talonfeather, and that place is under the control of the divine family, which means it is basically hell for a dark family. He cannot believe the princess is asking him to go there. He mumbles about the princess and what on earth she is thinking. He remembers when he played Inner Lunatic. There were a few important things to note. The first was whether or not the main attribute that was given to the player could be made useful. If he chose the swordsmanship and combat genius, then the path forward would be combat for the sword. If he chose the mana sensitivity genius, however, then the path forward would be a mage. And the second thing was the camps. The player was required to choose between sides that opposed each other, and would have to achieve meaningful results from there. NOC sits with the princess in their carriage, and they begin their journey towards the capital. She asks him what business he has with her. He replies it is nothing, and someone as insignificant as him would not have any business with her. She requests that he not say that, as she would feel hurt. He knows among the camps within Inner Lunatic, the strongest ones would be the Imperial faction, which is led by the princess, and the radical faction that opposes them, which is led by the dark families, such as his own family. Lastly, there is the merchant faction, which, backed by an immense amount of funds, tries to decide what the dynamics of the continent would be like. While each of them has their own way of doing things, there is one thing that is certain, and that is the relationship between the Rheinhafer household, a dark family, and the Imperial family. He does not know the exact details, but he can say that relationship is the worst. She tells him that he is going into the lion's den. She wonders if he is thinking that. He questions if she is trying to feel him out. And as a good-for-nothing, he cannot just back down from that. He apologizes to her and informs her that he is not glad about going there. She laughs at him and comforts him by telling him that there is no need to be too worried. She is just going to the capital with him to reward him for what he has done for her. He knows she is taking her lie a bit too far. She laughs again and says he did catch her. Finally, they reach the palace. He wants to know what she wants from him. When they come out of their carriage, a young man welcomes them, saying he heard a guest was coming, and he was looking forward to it. He tells the princess that this is unexpected. This young man is the brother of the princess, and his name is Prince Louis. Knox introduces himself as the last word of the Rheinhafer household, and presents his greetings to him. The princess asks her brother if she heard correctly, that he was supposed to depart for the war in the north. Louis informs her that somehow it got canceled, and he ought to play host since they have got an important guest visiting. He adds that he will tell the emperor about this visit. Prince Louis expresses his desire to meet Knox often. The young master respectfully agrees with him, but in his thoughts, he feels very disturbed to see this lunatic, and the idea of meeting him often truly disgusts him. He knows Prince Louis is the first prince of the empire, and the only person who is ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne, and he is the notorious bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic. Knox and the princess stand outside the palace as Louis departs with his servants. Echidna approaches her and inquires if she is all right. The princess assures her that she is fine, explaining she was just a little taken aback. She then turns to the young swordsman and remarks that he must have been surprised as well. She invites him to go inside first, so they can continue the conversation there. He complies with her command. He considers how the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis is completely incompatible, just as it was in the game. He decides he will make good use of this situation and survive no matter what. Later that night, he lies in his bedroom, thinking about tomorrow when he will receive his reward. He decides to rest as much as he can for now. He murmurs to himself that as long as there are no crazy assassins coming for him, he will be fine. However, after a few moments, he hears some noises and immediately gets up, gripping his sword tightly. But instead of an attack, someone knocks on his door. It is Princess Penelope, and she softly asks if it is all right with him. Could he open the door? The young master rises and opens it, seeing the princess and her maid standing before him. He questions her, asking what brings her here so late at night. She explains that, as he knows, it is not wise for her to remain standing here in the corridor. And without waiting for his response, she enters his room. Echidna follows her inside and informs him that the princess has something to propose. She adds that she will stand guard since there are many eyes within the imperial palace. The princess gestures for him to sit down, and he obliges. Although seated, he appears clearly worried, wondering what on earth could have brought her here in person at such an hour. He suspects he might have an idea. Calming himself, he listens as she explains she does not intend to take too much of his time, but she needs him to promise her one thing. Depending on his answer to her question, he may never be able to return to Eldine. She corrects herself and tells him that he may never be able to return to the Rheinhafer estate. Again, she orders him, in her name, to pull the strings behind the scenes for her. The young swordsman had expected this. He tells her that she needs someone who can deal with the first prince, and that it would be easier for her to sever any involvement with the Dark family. He acknowledges that he is a tool she could use, and she must have wanted him to become her pawn. She confirms his assumption with an affirmative reply. He makes it clear to her that if she believes he has no choice in this matter, then she is greatly mistaken. The next morning, he visits the king in the court and presents his greetings. The king's name is Esteban, and to him Esteban looks completely drunk or half dead. Esteban barely raises his hand in response. This man, Esteban, once known as the Knight of Light and Lightning, who acquired a brilliant reputation in the past, and who remains a legend of the Outshined Empire, has since lost his intelligence and has even been given a disgraceful nickname, Esteban the Foolish. The princess enters the court as well and presents her greetings to Esteban, the great son of the empire. Prince Louis then speaks up, stating that he heard the young master has a request to ask of his father, and guesses it is probably to bestow an appropriate reward upon the one who saved a member of the imperial family. The swordsman replies that he was simply doing what he had to do. He recalls that Prince Louis became the new head of the house after Esteban's fall from power, and he resolves to remain cautious here. The prince announces that the imperial family shall bestow a gift upon the knight candidate of the Rheinhafer household who saved his dear sister. He inquires if there is anything he desires, instructing him to speak freely. Knox agrees and requests, if it would be acceptable, that he be allowed to enter the Ark River. The entire court is shocked upon hearing this. The Ark River is a mysterious river that only the imperial family and divine households are permitted to enter, as it possesses the absurd effect of increasing stats randomly. Prince Louis comments that it is true he is a good-for-nothing, and yet he acts so impudently. Bastard from the Dark family are all the same. A minister of the court shouts at the swordsman, informing him that such a thing can never be allowed. Another minister demands how the Ark River could possibly be open to someone from a Dark family, adding that even if he did save the princess, it is not the right course of action. One minister wonders aloud if it is not a river reserved solely for the divine households. All the court members agree with him. He had anticipated all these objections. In truth, he made this request precisely because he did not want to say he refused to receive a reward, and this should suffice. The princess suddenly shouts, calling them impudent and demanding how they dare raise their voices before His Majesty. She declares there are no laws stating only divine households are allowed to enter the Ark River in the first place. The swordsman begins to feel uneasy, wondering why Penelope is taking his side when he had already told her he would not go along with her plan. In reality, he had hoped she would have given up on him by now. She warns Sarah that she does not like things to become noisy. He recalls what she said before leaving his room last night, and it still bothers him. Last night, she told him she would leave for now, but asked him to remember this. The time to choose will eventually come upon him. His mind stays clear. If the time comes when he needs to choose between the two factions, he will have no choice but to support the princess instead of the bad ending maker. However, it is also true that he cannot make his choice obvious. He inquires of the prince whether he agrees to his request. The prince remains silent for some time before responding that what his sister said makes some sense, and there are no laws stating that a descendant of a Dark family cannot go into the Ark River. However, he also remarks that it would not be right to break the rules that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long. Therefore, he proposes a test for him. He elaborates that he is suggesting they hold a test to determine if Knox is worthy of entering the Ark River and benefiting from it. The young master does not expect this development. He recalls Eleanor and her test and wonders if all these characters really like tests. He requests the prince to tell him what kind of test it would be. The prince informs him to spar with him. That leaves the swordsman a little confused, and he asks for pardon. The prince states that from what he has heard, he possesses exceptional swordsmanship skills. And in that case, he finds it only appropriate to ask Nox for a spar. He explains to him that the Ark River is their empire's sacred river, so it is only open to those who are competent. The young swordsman guesses that the prince must be thinking he has suggested a good idea, but he does not intend to lose easily. He accepts the challenge. The prince smiles and declares that he will see him at the training grounds in 1 hour, allowing him to bring and use any weapon he likes. Nox bows with respect and promises to do his best. After that, he departs from the palace court. The princess runs after him and demands to know if he really has a death wish, questioning whether he understands what her brother is truly after. She warns him that whether he wins or loses, the result does not matter. He is merely trying to show off. She explains that her brother is attempting to trample on him because he is young, so that his family will be humiliated. The young master replies that he already knows that, and even if he wins, the prince will try to harm him using the excuse that he is the youngest son of the impure dark family trying to harm the prince. And if he loses, the prince's reputation will become even greater, and he will boast that he defeated a rising new talent. That is probably what he will announce to everyone. She becomes curious and asks why he accepts when he already knows all that. He questions her about what she would do if he told her there were other choices. She wants to know about those other choices. He tells her about a choice where he wins and does not die, then asks if she would support that choice. In Prince Louis's office, his maids put his armor on him as he gets ready for the spar. Suddenly, he glares at a maid and orders her very rudely to tell him who he is. She quickly kneels before him and tells him that he is the second son of their empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. He smiles and agrees, saying that is right. He has a solid standing within Talonfeather, and no one would dare to ignore him. However, he notices something wrong with Nox. The maid informs him that she does not think Nox is worthy of his concern, and requests him not to be worried. Suddenly, he slaps the maid and throws her to the ground. The prince laughs at her and declares that he never worries, asking her if she thinks he would do something like that because of some brat from a dark family. The maid begs for forgiveness. He orders all his staff to act smart from now on. Then he asks his staff members about his father Esteban, the one known as the son of their empire, and questions how long they think he is left to live. He adds that the empire and all its honor will soon be within his grasp, and in that case, theatrics like those they saw today will be needed. He asks his staff if they understand what he means. The maid assures him that she will never make that mistake again. He calls his head butler very rudely and orders him to get rid of that maid. The maid begs him for one last chance. The prince laughs and tells her that chances are things only given to people like him. And even if she was born a noble, the blood that flows within her is different from the blood that flows within the imperial family. He asks if she agrees with him. She keeps begging his highness while 2 servants drag her away. The prince thinks about Nox and mumbles that no matter how outstanding he is as an up and coming talent, he cannot overturn a match when his defeat has already been decided. He wonders what kind of face he will make while crying. Right now, in the training ground, both Nox and Louis stand face to face. In the gallery, the king and the princess sit on chairs to watch the spar. All the seats are filled with the crowd. The prince tells him to do their best in this fight. He smiles, thinking that in the end, Nox will have to play along in his show. The referee announces that the first prince of their empire, Louis, will now begin his fight with Nox. Both men draw their swords, and Louis still thinks that Nox will not be able to go up against the imperial family anyway. Regardless of how exceptional he is just some dark family vermin. He charges towards him, believing that he will not be able to raise his sword against him in this place where the divine families, including the imperial family, reside. To his surprise, Nox blocks his attack with his sword. The prince calls him a bastard and demands to know how he dares to raise his sword against an imperial family member. The swordsman addresses him as his highness and throws him away, then reminds him that he was the one who told him to do his best. Nox's power astonishes him. He thinks to himself that this little bastard actually dared to raise his sword against him, the person ranked number 1 in the line of succession. He also mutters internally that Nox is merely an insect from the Dark family. The young master makes it clear that he does not understand what Lewis is saying and is simply following his instructions. Lewis becomes enraged and warns him that if this is how he wants to play, then this is his choice, because now he won't show him any mercy. He calms himself by thinking that even if Nox has a good reputation in Eldian, he is still just a brat, and there is no way he can defeat a prince who has received a high-quality education from the imperial family. The referee announces that the match will end when one of them falls or surrenders, and he also proceeds to explain the rules to them. Once again, the prince charges towards his opponent, and the result remains unchanged. The swordsman blocks his attack effortlessly. Soon he notices that although Lewis might be the bad ending maker, his combat abilities are not that impressive. While his talent is decent, it is not at a level where he can reach Nox. After a few seconds, the young master suddenly halts the fight. Lewis wonders why he has stopped. The swordsman informs him that he has no complaints about the rules or the match itself, but it feels rather boring since nothing is on the line. The prince demands to know what he intends to do. Nox suggests making a bet to see who wins or loses the match. Lewis thinks to himself that this way, he will be able to get what he wants easily. The prince responds that it seems this match won't be boring after all, and agrees. Nox proposes stating the conditions of the bet after the match. However, the prince apologizes and informs him that he has a rather impatient personality, so he will say his terms in advance. The young master replies that it does not matter to him. Lewis tells him that if he wins this match, he wants Nox to serve him instead of the princess. The swordsman wonders what exactly he means by that. The prince retorts that it is pointless to feign ignorance and asks if he has not been bewitched by his sister, suggesting that is the reason he saved her in that forest. Nox thinks Lewis is completely delusional and has got it entirely wrong. He explains that he simply followed the laws of the imperial family to save the princess, and he does not harbor any other intentions, nor is there any reason for him to do so. The prince replies that in that case, it will make things easier, and he offers him the position of his knight. He declares that he wants him to become his shadow, not the shadow of the Rheinhafer household, and to swear loyalty to him. The young master responds that if he wins this match, he will do just that. Lewis contemplates that if Nox were injured here, he would simply put the blame on Eldian, the Rheinhafer household, and Penelope. Lewis tells him to blame himself for his foolishness in failing to realize that this match was already decided from the beginning, and he can tell at a glance that Nox's sword cannot penetrate those artifacts. He launches an attack at him. The swordsman knows that right now, it would be impossible for him to break through all those artifacts and injure Lewis. The system informs him that his artifact, the great sage's highest grade orb, is shining. The system also tells him to state the name of the owner in order to properly utilize the orb, and reminds him that he has only one chance, asking if he will make an attempt. He knows that they will be surprised at how he discovered the orb owner's name, but it cannot be helped, as he needs to survive above all else. Lewis continues his relentless assault while Nox keeps dodging them. He thinks that indeed, there is only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. He utters that the owner of the orb is Astrid von Callowwood. His system confirms that the artifact, the great sage's highest grade orb, is shining, and the username has been registered. Now, the orb will recognize him as its second owner, and his mana begins increasing rapidly for a short period. Lewis demands to know what he is doing. The swordsman simply replies that he said this was a match. A powerful wind blows towards Lewis. Nox informs the prince that there is no rule against using magic. At this moment, the orb floats directly in front of him, and Lewis grows fearful upon witnessing its power. The swordsman explains that he probably knows very well that this is a magic missile. The orb starts circling around the prince and opens a portal in the sky. From that portal, countless numbers of creatures descend upon Lewis. The swordsman smiles and silently hopes that Lewis will be able to dodge them. Long tentacles emerge from the portal and begin attacking Lewis. He barely manages to escape them. At the same time, he notices that something feels off. One of the tentacles suddenly strikes him from behind. Lewis questions how on earth this is even happening, wondering if someone from the Reinhafer household, supposed to be a reputable sword family, should be capable of such actions. Knox taunts him, saying he probably has an idea of what Lewis is thinking right now. He informs him that there are no shortcuts, certainly not when compared to all the armor he's wearing. Enraged, Lewis yells, demanding how a good-for-nothing from a dark family dares to ridicule him like this. Knox responds by asking whether Lewis wasn't the one who started this. Didn't he attempt to mock the dark families and discredit the results Knox had achieved? Isn't that why he requested this sparring match in the first place? He goes on, questioning Lewis's decision to pick a fight when the odds were so stacked against him, and declares that the pride of the Imperial family has now fallen to the ground. Then Knox reveals an artifact hidden inside Lewis's armor, uncovering it for everyone to see. It's a cube-shaped object. He holds it up, making it clearly visible to the audience. The prince shouts at him in outrage and even calls him a lunatic. Panic takes hold of him now. He hadn't intended for anyone else to see this. Knox smirks and asks what Lewis intends to do with that artifact. Furious, Lewis snaps that Knox doesn't deserve to ask that question. He admits he's heard countless rumors branding Knox as crazy, but he never thought the man would actually dare go against him. Once this sparring session ends, he warns, all the Imperial Knights will kill him. Turning to his device, he calls out to his dean, asking if she's really going to let her cute student die in this place. She responds bluntly, telling him that Knox isn't cute, but since it's a formal request, she'll honor it. Lewis recognizes her voice instantly. She is the newly appointed dean. She tells him they've met once before. She repeats that while Knox may not be cute, he is still a precious student of hers. And if Lewis is trying to oppress him by abusing Imperial authority, then, as one of the four sages, she swears upon her honor that she will destroy him. Earlier, before leaving the academy, Knox had met with the dean to inform her that, from what he had heard, the Imperial family was planning to give him a reward. They claimed it was to thank him for saving the princess. She simply laughed. Knox told her that if he went there, he would die, and she probably already knew this. But no member of a dark family ever returned alive from that place. She agreed with him, continuing to munch on her snacks. Annoyed, Knox grabbed the snack from her hand and asked if she was seriously eating snacks at a time like this. She replied that snacks were innocent and tried to take it back from him. He pleaded with her to help him, saying that just one word from her would be enough to make the princess leave him alone. She informed him that, in that case, he wouldn't be able to receive the reward. But if he did something good, then he deserved to be rewarded for it. He responded that not receiving the reward would be far better than accepting it, and returning as nothing more than a severed head. He added that he had no idea how things had gotten so complicated. She told him that magic was quite advanced these days, and any lost limbs could be reattached very quickly, though she wasn't entirely sure if that applied to heads. He wondered aloud if she was really saying something like that for her own student. She replied, asking if there was a way for him to both receive the reward and return from Talonfeather safely. What would he choose to do? Then she showed him the communication device. He was shocked to see it. It was a magical crystal that allowed people to talk to one another, just like modern-day phones. Unlike ordinary artifacts, it was a tool into which mana could be infused and transferred across to the other side. And not even the prince could interfere with the leader of Eldain and one of the four sages. Knox told the dean it was rare to see her being this helpful. Noah, her name, reminded him that she could hear everything he was saying, and if he didn't need her help anymore, she would take her leave. He quickly told her that he still needed her help. Lewis then tried to explain to her that this had all been a misunderstanding. If he had known Knox was a precious student of hers, he never would have done anything like this. She asked him who his dean was and warned him not to act as if he knew her. She clarified that she had been close with his father, not with him. And besides, he wasn't her student yet. She called him a brat and ordered him to beg for her mercy. He immediately apologized and asked what he should do to calm her anger. She told him to beg and apologize to Knox. If he could do that, she would let the matter go. Knox hadn't expected that at all. He smiled at her in amusement. Tears welled up in Lewis's eyes as he turned to Knox and muttered an apology. Knox replied that he would let it go with a generous and magnanimous heart. Noah called Lewis shameless and warned him that she would be watching the fight, and she hoped both of them would finish it fair and square. She also demanded that the barrier be dispelled. Lewis agreed to her terms. As Lewis prepared to launch his next attack, Knox, moving at an incredible speed, appeared behind him in an instant and with a single strike, knocked him out. Lewis collapsed to the ground, face first. From the crowd, nobles screamed that a member of a dark family dared to lay hands on the prince. They questioned how something like that was even possible. Even the princess was in shock. She wondered how Knox had managed to do such a thing. The thought crossed her mind. Maybe Knox had two lives. The princess voices her concerns to Echidna, stating that Knox can't possibly be relying on sheer guts alone. He must be hiding some kind of trump card. Penelope suspects that the authority of the Dark family might even be capable of exerting influence in this place, the Arkham Empire, but for her, that should be impossible. That realization leads her to believe that Knox must have something else he's depending on. She decides that no matter what it takes, she will uncover what it is and obtain it. Echidna nods in agreement and remarks that, though she doesn't want to admit it, Knox's abilities are the real deal. She remembers the time they were in the forest and also during the admission ceremony. And now, after witnessing this fight, it's clear to both of them that he has no intention of joining Prince Lewis. The princess tells her that there's something that needs to be done right now. Echidna respectfully asks if she may know what the princess has in mind. The princess leans in and whispers something into her ear. Echidna reacts with surprise and questions whether she's truly serious about it. Meanwhile, the royal guard gives an order to have Prince Lewis move to the infirmary immediately, stressing that he must not suffer any after effects from the battle. The head butler instructs the maids to act swiftly and warns them that they must not speak to anyone about anything they have witnessed today. The same maid who was thrown aside by the prince earlier now approaches him and attempts to wake him up. The young swordsman Knox quietly leaves the scene. Later that night, Knox lies in bed resting in his room. He reflects on how he barely managed to survive today and thinks to himself that the prince is a complete lunatic. He supposes there's a reason people call him a bad ending maker. He glances at the orb and muses that it will be extremely useful, not only in the first half, but even more so during the middle and later phases. He admits that it definitely made things easier for him when dealing with the prince. And of course, he knows he wouldn't even dream of being this lucky next time. Suddenly a knock echoes at his door. He immediately assumes it's the prince and that he's returned for revenge. He grips his sword tightly and calls out, asking who's there. To his surprise, it's Princess Penelope and Echidna once again. When he opens the door, Echidna informs him that the princess would like to speak with him, alone. This relieves him slightly, knowing it's not the prince. He asks if she wants to meet right now. Echidna affirms that yes, it has to be this very moment. He immediately senses that something troublesome is coming. Still, he opens the door fully and allows the princess to step inside. He asks her what the matter is, and clarifies that if she's here to interrogate him about his fight with Prince Lewis, then he considers that situation already settled. She looks at him and responds by asking why she would even do such a thing. She tells him there's no need for him to play the fool. He narrows his eyes and asks what she means by that. She poses a question instead. Can he even imagine her and her brother sitting down together at the dining table? As she speaks, she calmly takes a seat. He remarks that it's almost midnight and insists that there's no need to talk at this hour. There will be better opportunities for them to speak later. She rejects that suggestion and insists that right now is the perfect time. He wonders how she could just come into his room at this late hour. If rumors begin to spread, he knows he'll be the one held accountable. She asks if he's worried that a scandal might occur. He answers her honestly. That is exactly what he's worried about. The fact that she is inside the room where a member of the Dark family is currently staying is already enough to cause problems. She replies that he's thinking the same way she is. A scandal will definitely break out, and that's precisely the reason she came here. He's utterly confused. In his mind, he shouts at her to explain herself properly. Crazy bitch. But out loud, he holds himself back, and instead politely asks her to explain in detail what she just said. Looking him directly in the eyes, she tells him that she needs him. Then, with complete seriousness, she proposes marriage. At night, inside the lunatic stronghold, Luna is seated in the meeting room of her castle. She asks if it's true that their remarkable new recruit is heading to the Ark River. Def confirms it, adding that it seems the Imperial family was the one who approached him first. Luna is surprised that he trusted them and actually agreed to go. She wonders if he isn't worried about the kind of humiliation he could face there. Marin, one of Lunatic's top executives, scoffs and says this is exactly why kids can't be relied upon. She acknowledges that Captain Luna must have her reasons for bringing him in, but admits that she herself still isn't entirely convinced. Kyle, the vice captain, warns Marin to be careful with her words. He questions whether Captain Luna now needs Marin's permission to recruit someone. Marin shouts back at him, insisting that's not what she meant at all. Kyle warns her again, saying that disrespect is something that cannot be tolerated, especially in organizations like theirs, which are already despised by the Imperial family. Luna orders them both to stop, stating firmly that there has been enough talk about the new recruit. At that moment, Cragil enters the meeting hall. He remarks that, in his opinion, some of what Marin said actually makes sense. He points out that Lunatic hasn't had any new members in a long time, and asks why Luna has suddenly decided to bring someone new into the fold. Luna tells him that it's simply because the recruit piqued her interest, nothing more. Cragil raises an eyebrow and says there's no way she could have developed romantic feelings for a young boy like him. He wonders if it might have something to do with the boy's family background. Luna firmly rejects the idea, saying it has nothing to do with the Reinhafer household. She adds that, while it's true that Tao had worked with Lunatic in the past, the new recruit seems to harbor resentment toward his own family. Kyle finds that a little surprising. Marin then wonders aloud whether they should look into it, perhaps investigate the reason behind the Reinhafer household aiding a criminal organization. She thinks it's something they need to look into. Captain Luna agrees with her, acknowledging that Marin has a point. She suggests a course of action. They will assign the new recruit his first mission. Then they'll see. Either he performs exceptionally well, or he betrays them during the task. Marin reflects on the decision, thinking that not even she received a mission during her first year here. She feels a little disheartened, but concludes that it can't be helped since they need to properly evaluate him. Ultimately, she agrees with the captain's decision. The other members voice their agreement one by one. Captain Luna turns to Marin and informs her that she will need her involvement this time. As the recruit's senior, Marin becomes ecstatic at the news. She's finally a senior now, and she thinks the title has a beautiful ring to it. She thinks to herself that while she doesn't know what kind of person this junior is, she will show him just how amazing a senior can be. She's curious to know what kind of mission it will be. Luna explains the details to the team. Beneath the academy lies a hidden floor. According to a recent report, an executive of Eldine has secretly stashed away the demonic essence stone of Paimon there, one of the 72 demons. Luna explains that while the new recruit is buying them time from within the academy, they will infiltrate the location and steal the demonic essence stone. She orders Marin to provide support to the new recruit and asks if she's capable of handling the task. Marin agrees enthusiastically. Suddenly, Azel enters the meeting hall and congratulates Marin, noting that she is finally no longer the lowest in rank. He encourages her to do her best. Marin confidently replies that she will. Meanwhile, in Nox's bedroom, the princess stands before him with a serious request. She tells him that she needs him to marry her. He looks at her and asks if there's a particular reason she's reached that conclusion. She tells him she's sure he already knows about her position and standing within the imperial family. Now he understands why she made the request. Initially, he had thought she had fallen in love with his face, and for a moment that thought scared him. She begins to explain. The imperial family has split into two factions. Inside the palace, rumors are swirling. Many believe her father, King Esteban, is in poor health and will soon step down from the throne. One of the two factions is led by her brother, Prince Louis, whose forces are currently the strongest. The other faction is hers, Princess Penelope's. He asks her why she's telling him something so important. She admits it's true that her position is weak. Prince Louis has a much stronger legitimate claim to the throne than she does. Not only is he the eldest son, but he also has far more noble connections. She says there are even rumors circulating that many nobles have already begun discussing what kinds of rewards they'll receive once Prince Louis ascends the throne. He asks her if she desires to become the new empress. She confesses that she does, but to be precise, she simply cannot stand by and watch Prince Louis ruin their empire. She reminds him that he knows firsthand how brutal Louis can be, and how he treats people as nothing more than tools. He agrees. He thinks to himself that Louis earned the title of a bad ending maker for good reason. He experienced it personally. She tells him that she needs a force of her own, a powerful one, a group that the prince won't covet and one he wouldn't dare mess with. He wonders silently. Could she be referring to him? She answers without hesitation. Yes, she is. He apologizes internally. He thinks getting involved with the princess won't do him any good, and that he needs to avoid this path. She anticipates his response. She tells him that if he plans to say he's not strong enough, or claim that marriage discussions are already underway with the Stillreiner family, then that won't be a good enough answer for her. The system informs him that he is wavering. His trait of ordinary acting is becoming unstable. He realizes she's already made up her mind. He wonders if there's any way for him to avoid this situation. He asks her if she's really all right with choosing him, someone with such a poor reputation, despite his skills. She tells him that from now on, this is their plan, and she wants him to listen carefully. She reminds him that he saved her in the Nameless Forest. Despite being from a dark family, he did everything he could to protect her. He acknowledges internally that it's true, but something about it just doesn't sit right. She suggests they'll simply say that he was the one who fell in love with her first. Or, if he prefers, they can say that she was the one who fell first. He wonders if she's truly serious. She assures him anything can happen in this world. As she says it, she takes his hands. She also informs him that according to imperial law, a royal family member has the right to choose their own spouse. And then, smiling softly, she adds, who knows? Maybe she really will fall in love with that handsome face of his. After returning to the academy, Knox rests in his bedroom when Levalia comes to see him, demanding an explanation. She holds today's newspaper in her hands, and on the front page, the headline reads, Princess Penelope falls in love at first sight with young knight Knox, the opposing force who saved her life. A large photo of him is printed alongside the article. He gives a slight smile and asks if there's already an article about it. Then he remarks that the princess's ability to get things moving is truly frightening. Levalia says she had heard that various things were happening, but she doesn't understand how everything ended up like this. It completely confuses her. Knox tells her it's actually pretty obvious. He's being used, thanks to the ongoing war of succession within the imperial family. She reacts with surprise. He then explains that the princess wants to make use of him because she has her own reasons to stop Prince Louis from being crowned and to seize the throne for herself. That, he adds, is the reason she suddenly chose him as her future spouse. Levalia informs him that she's heard about how Prince Louis has been gathering many powerful forces to his side recently. But considering the Reinhafer household is a dark family, she genuinely didn't expect the princess to collaborate with them. He He explains that this is exactly why the princess called him a good-for-nothing troublemaker in the first place. Then, with growing anger, he curses under his breath, calling the princess a bitch, because he just realized that she's making use of him, precisely because she knows his family has already given up on him. Now feeling both enraged and desperate, he grabs his sword and rises from the bed. He orders Levalia to stay quiet. He sensed something. He suddenly feels the presence of someone eavesdropping. He moves quickly to the window and peers outside, then tells her that whoever it was is already gone. It's Marin, hiding on the roof of the building opposite them, silently observing him. She thinks to herself that Nox is indeed just as handsome as the rumors claim. But at the same time, she notes that he's still just a boy, one who looks too frail and sickly to ever be acknowledged by Miss Luna. Regardless, she decides that she must confirm it for herself, to see if he's capable of becoming the new face of Lunatic. The following morning, the young knight studies in the library, lost in thought. He wonders why Professor Roz suddenly left. It doesn't sit well with him, and he resolves to do something about it. All of a sudden, the professor appears in the library and informs him that he needs to find the dean immediately. Roz apologizes to Nox for leaving the cleanup duty to him. Nox is about to make a sarcastic remark about the professor, but Echidna cuts him off and warns him not to say what he's thinking. She reminds him not to speak carelessly about a professor. He fires back, asking her if she even understands the kind of struggles a graduate student goes through. She looks puzzled, wondering what graduate student he's even talking about. Frustrated, Nox thinks to himself that becoming the top apprentice is much more troublesome than he had anticipated. He sharply tells her to shut up and be quiet, warning that he's about to lose his patience. She nods and agrees, backing off and leaving him alone. However, he notices that she seems like she wants to say something else. He warns her again that if she's going to say something pointless, he's not going to listen. She quickly clarifies that it's not what he thinks. It just seems like the two of them really don't get along. He tells her to reflect on her own actions. She lowers her gaze and apologizes for everything that happened with the princess, adding that she won't ask him to understand. Her sincerity causes him to grow slightly self-conscious. He looks at her and directly asks what she's trying to do. He reminds her that she already knows he has a marriage partner, and questions whether she suspects that the princess declared she'd marry him, just to make his life miserable. He asks if she's referring to marriage arrangements. He admits he was a little surprised, but then asks why she is the one apologizing. She explains that it's actually simple. She's not asking him, a member of the Dark family, to support their faction. She only wanted to let him know that the princess isn't that kind of person. He comments that she must really care for the princess. He finds himself once again encountering a character that defies the expectations he built from his past gameplay experiences. It's something different for what he had already encountered many times within the game. He starts to feel a growing frustration inside. He wonders whether this sensation is a kind of excitement, or maybe empathy he's beginning to feel as a gamer. He brushes it off and tells her to forget about it. He's sure she had her own reasons for acting the way she did. Then he mutters that all he can do now is clean up these damn books, and tells her to just ignore him. She sincerely thanks him. He waves it off and tells her to act normally and not say embarrassing things like that. While speaking, he pulls a book off one of the shelves. It stands out. It's clearly different from the others. His eyes lock onto the name written on it. Marin. Inside is a message. Contact complete. Mission delivered. He hadn't expected them to reach out to him this way. Turning to her, he tells her he needs a moment to himself. He has something to check out. She tells him to do whatever he wants and walks away. Opening the book, he discovers shocking information. A demon that had been sealed on the night of slaughter, along with Paymon's demonic essence stone, has been hidden beneath the academy, underground. He continues reading. His instructions are clear. In order to steal it, he must first gather detailed information about the academy's internal structure and trap as many faculty members as possible. He immediately recognizes it as a message from Luna. It has finally begun. He knows that this is the start of the first main episode in this hellish game. He thinks about the inner workings of Lunatic. On the other side, Emma enters Talia's bedroom and asks if she is all right. She tells Talia that she has been acting like this for the past 2 days, and if she's feeling unwell, she can call a doctor for her. Talia lies in bed, her face hidden beneath the blanket. Emma silently wonders how Master Nox could possibly be involved with the princess. No matter how handsome he is, no one would have ever expected the princess to choose someone from the Dark family as her future spouse. And more importantly, if the patriarch, who adores his daughter, finds out about it, he will definitely try to kill Master Nox. If something goes wrong, it could even lead to serious disharmony between the two households. She tells Talia that it's time to stop crying. Suddenly, Talia sits up in her bed. Her face, drawn and pale from constant weeping, looks terrible. She tells her maid that she has become an adult today. Shocked, Emma stares at her and wonders what she means by that. Talia explains that she has come to understand something important. It's possible for what belongs to her to be stolen. She remembers what her father once said, that one must become strong so that no one can take away what is theirs. She asks Emma if she agrees with that. Emma, slightly taken aback, says nothing right away but thinks to herself that Master Nox must run away now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Archduke Paimon is revealed to be the central figure, responsible for the Night of Slaughter, the tragic event that led to the death of Nox's mother in the past. He is also the one who reversed Noah's time and turned her into a child. And for the young knight, the first major scenario is to kill him. Nox gets dressed and leaves his room. As he walks, he thinks that it is impossible for him to defeat Paimon using only his own strength. The only fortunate thing in this situation, he believes, is that by being in the Ark River, he can randomly increase his stats. And indeed, he has already traveled there. The system confirms that he has discovered a hidden piece and has entered the Ark River. It also reports that one of his stats has increased by 2 points at random. In addition, he has obtained the dragon's tongue, the lost ancient language of magic. He thinks to himself that had it not been for the marriage discussions with the princess, this would have been a truly worthwhile harvest. When he arrives at the designated location, Marin greets him and comments that he made it on time. She admits she was starting to think he might get lost on the way. He looks at her and asks if she is Marin. She confirms that her codename is indeed Marin, but notes that he speaks rather casually. She tells him to listen up. She is both his senior and his archer, and she pointedly asks if he understands that. In reality, Marin is one of the more troublesome characters within Lunatic. He quickly pulls up her full profile through the system, examining her traits, stats, and skills. He immediately notices that she possesses one of the traits he despises most in Inner Lunatic, her bossy personality. With a proud expression, Marin announces that from this moment on, he is her junior and must speak to her with proper respect. He stares at her and tells her plainly that she is unbelievably bossy. After she hears his remarks, she becomes angry and shouts at him. She tells him that this world has completely gone to shit. The young man doesn't hesitate and replies that it seems she has a habit of being long-winded and spouting nonsense. She fires back, insisting that he needs to show her some respect, because she joined Lunatic several years before he did, and she's also 2 years older than him. He affirms that he already heard her the first time and then asks her what exactly she gains from someone like him who she considers a good-for-nothing, showing her any respect. He begins to mention the rulers within Lunatic, but before she can respond, he stops her and tells her to wait because people are approaching. He suggests they head to the hideout first. She becomes irritated and orders him to just ignore the others. However, she warns him that she's letting him off easy only because it's his first mission. She agrees to move to the hideout as he suggested, but also instructs him to tear up the scroll first. He recognizes it immediately. It's a low-grade dimensional teleportation magic scroll. He thinks to himself that the connection between this world and the game doesn't seem to have changed much after all. Without hesitation, he tears up the scroll and the moment he does, both of them are instantly teleported from that spot to their hideout. After arriving there, she complains that she simply can't get used to that damn dimensional teleportation, no matter how many times she uses it. She commands him to sit in the chair. Then she tells him that although the details of the first mission should have been roughly conveyed to him already, she will go over them again and advises him to listen carefully. He wonders if he's heard of the Night of Laughter. He replies that he has. He explains that Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Celsus, and his own father, Teo, once joined forces and were just barely able to seal Archduke Paimon. That night, when the three of them gathered to defeat Paimon, later came to be known as the Night of Slaughter. She agrees with him and confirms that Paimon is an extremely dangerous being, a master whom even the strongest individuals on the continent could not stop easily. The real issue, she explains, is that during the process of sealing him, the demon essence crystal containing Paimon was lost. Eventually, after much searching, it was discovered beneath the academy. He begins to suspect that Lunatic's plan is for the two of them to draw attention away, while they destroy the demonic essence crystal. She is surprised at how quickly he understands, and remarks that, setting aside how casually he speaks to her, he might actually prove to be useful. He proposes that they put the trivial matters aside for now. Then he asks if a date has already been set for stealing the crystal. She replies that it's almost finalized. During Elden Academy's nighttime self-study period, she explains that his role will be to ensure that the other students and instructors are kept in one place. He knows it won't be too difficult to manage, but he still questions whether it can really be done, especially because if Paimon is revived during the destruction of the demonic essence crystal, he realizes he might be underestimating just how powerful Luna really is. She begins to explain that Luna is the youngest of the three Sword Emperors and the savior of this decaying continent. She assures him that what he fears, Paimon's revival, will never happen. He thinks to himself that while it would be nice if things played out as Marin described, there's absolutely no way they will. He knows this episode. It's the one where Paimon revives. And even though the demon won't return in his full form, any small mistake will result in the total destruction of the academy and everything surrounding it. He is fully aware that this is the opening chapter of the main storyline, known as the Newbie Killer, the Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. He understands that in order to save the others, he must take on both the role of the protagonist and the villain at the same time. He resolves to stay focused. He informs her that he has heard everything he needs for the operation. Elsewhere, in an old building, Rick speaks to the Archduke and reports that all preparations have been completed. Now, all that remains is for the Archduke to raise everything on earth to the ground, just as he did in the past. Hearing this, the Archduke is pleased. He tells Rick that although a complete revival would be difficult thanks to those cursed rats, what they've achieved should be more than enough. The demon looks at him and asks if his name is Rick. Rick answers affirmatively. The demon tells him that if this plan succeeds, Rick will be able to become a true demon instead of remaining as a mere demonic human. He also warns him not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, inside the Academy Hall, Nox stands with Eleanor, the princess, and Talia. The princess turns to Talia and apologizes, saying she hopes Talia will understand. She explains that humans cannot control their emotions at will, no matter how hard they try. Nox first looks at the princess, then turns toward Talia, who suddenly bursts into laughter, appearing like a crazed girl. In that instant, he remembers that he completely forgot to consider how Talia would react. Both girls stare at each other, and he wonders how things ended up like this. Suddenly, a student asks if anyone has heard the news about the top 7 students with the best scores. Another chimes in, mentioning the nighttime self-study period, and says he heard. Those students are also awarded additional points afterward. One student laments that he might have made the cut if he had done just a little better. The first student dismisses that possibility, saying it's definitely out of the question. He didn't even make it to the middle of the pack. The nobles had already taken all the top spots from the beginning. He explains that commoners, like them, can't become one of the top 7, no matter how good their grades are. The other student snaps back, asking if he thinks he doesn't already know that. He admits he was just venting. He knows that nobles only look out for their own kind, yet they're always the ones preaching about equality. They begin to question what the difference even is between this place and the outside world. One of them asks how they're supposed to know what the higher-ups really think. Another student becomes curious and asks who actually selects the 7 students, and on what criteria. One of them guesses it must be based on grades. He adds that grades are the only thing that matter, regardless of status or background. The young master, who had been quietly listening to the entire conversation, finds that last comment unexpectedly sensible. As soon as the commoner students notice his presence, they fall silent. One even sneers, calling him a good-for-nothing child of the Reinhafer family. Knox feels a twinge of sadness upon hearing that. He wonders how conversations always manage to circle back to him, and even though he doesn't want to attract unnecessary attention, at this point, it's unavoidable. He thinks about the so-called newbie killer and reminds himself that when it comes to clearing the Paimon episode, the most important factor is his grades. He is determined to get an A+. He knows it sounds ridiculous, but unless his results are exceptional, he won't be eligible to attend the nighttime self-study event. And if he fails that, he won't be able to keep the other characters from advancing prematurely. Another student insults him outright, calling him an obnoxious asshole, and questions whether Knox thinks he's something special just because he's a little handsome and comes from a powerful family. One of Knox's friends attempts to defend him, but the offended student cuts him off, shouting that Knox is the enemy of all men and that no one should be taking his side. A third student approaches and asks if the others haven't heard the recent rumors that Knox has become the princess's fiancé, and that crossing him might very well result in death. Knox hears every word from a short distance, but remains silent. He knows he cannot afford to let his relationship with Lunatic fall apart. They are the cloak he plans to use to escape from the Reinhafer household. What's certain is that he must prevent Paimon's revival. This time, Knox takes first place in the exams. Leon comes in second. He resolves to act on the final night of the 7-day nighttime self-study period. Inside the academy hall, Knox stands alongside 4 girls, the princess, Talia, Eleanor, and Echidna. He realizes he forgot to check who was ranked beneath him. Now the girls are arguing with one another, and the swordsman wonders if this is the kind of scenario that only happens in dramas, the confrontation between the former girlfriend and the current one. He thinks it's the worst possible situation, made even worse by the fact that he hasn't even done anything wrong. Talia looks the princess straight in the eyes and tells her that she understands. Though it might be rude to say, Knox is a genuinely good person, and she can understand why the princess would like him. The princess thanks her for her understanding. However, she warns her not to think she'll back down so easily, because winning has a special significance in the Stillreiner household, and that applies to people as well. The princess smiles and wishes her luck. She turns to Knox and remarks that she heard their households arranged an engagement. Apparently, someone was taking it more seriously than she had anticipated. Knox turns to Talia and admits that this is not how he had hoped things would unfold. Suddenly, he receives a message from Marin, instructing him to gather quickly at the hideout for more details about the operation. He rushes there and finds her already waiting. Marin is visibly furious over the news of his alleged engagement to the princess. She demands to know if he's lost his mind. He confirms that the rumors are true and admits that he himself has no idea what exactly is happening. He explains that it appears the princess is trying to use him as a political card to keep the prince in check. Marin scoffs and asks if he really thinks she called him here just to hear something so obvious. Knox urges her to focus on the mission instead, but she shouts at him demanding he tell her exactly what's going on because she's also someone who cares about Captain Luna. She refuses to accept someone like him when no one even knows who he truly is. He calmly replies that the decision was made by the higher-ups. Marin makes it clear that she will decide for herself how she wants to judge her junior. She demands to know whether he's truly worthy of joining Lunatic or if he's someone who will eventually betray them. Nox draws his sword and tells her he hopes she won't regret this. Marin pulls out an arrow and hurls it at him. After he dodges it, she immediately throws another. She informs him that she'll go easy on him for now and advises him not to die. He very quickly understands that Marin was not bluffing. In fact, she is a descendant of one of the lost races of legend, the Marine race. She has inherited their blood, and the power of her water shot is unfathomable. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, would not be able to completely stop that attack. He quickly activates the acting genius with full force. It becomes immediately clear to him that it would be best not to provoke her too much. However, he also realizes that, with his current abilities, he cannot gain her trust, and there is a significant chance that this encounter will end in catastrophe. In that case, during this battle, he must achieve a clear and undeniable victory. She tells him that although he might have received the captain's acknowledgement, he is still the lowest-ranked member. She questions what's with that attitude of his and demands a clear explanation about his relationship with the princess and all the strange events happening around him. She wonders aloud if he can really claim that they are all coincidences. He replies that she simply doesn't want to believe what he just said, and if she truly doesn't, then there is no reason for him to explain anything further. She warns him again, saying she will see how long he can keep up that high and mighty attitude of his. She continues throwing her magical water storm at him relentlessly. He asks if she seriously thinks a little trick like this will work on him. With a single swing of his sword, he cuts down her storm completely. The wave that follows from his blade is so powerful that she is barely able to remain standing. She never expected something like that to work in the first place. All she needed was to create a small opening, and when he turns his back on her, she immediately attacks from behind. He instantly activates his skill, the Hour of the Genius. The system confirms that his sense of time has slowed down. The young swordsman doesn't want to reveal the full extent of his abilities just yet, but he understands that it cannot be helped. She launches another powerful magic attack at him, but he manages to dodge it easily. She is surprised to see that despite being less than 10 meters apart, he was able to evade that strike so effortlessly. After that, he changes his position at such an astonishing speed that Moran is unable to track him at all. She wonders in frustration where the hell he went, while he is now standing directly behind her. She objects, saying this isn't the kind of strength a 15-year-old should possess. Then she asks him directly what his objectives are in joining Lunatic. But before he can answer, she declares that it doesn't matter anymore. She will figure out on her own. They continue fighting. Every time she attacks him, he dodges her strikes, and with each counterattack, he throws her back. She finally understands that he is extremely dangerous. Even if he isn't trying to make use of Lunatic, she now knows that his talent alone poses a threat to Captain Luna if he were ever to betray them. What annoys her the most is the unsettling feeling that Nox is holding back. She wonders whether he is doing so because he intends to exploit them, or because she is also a member of Lunatic. He taunts her, asking if she's just going to keep standing there thinking. It's becoming increasingly difficult for him to keep restraining himself. She realizes it now. He is holding back. Furious, she demands to know how he dares to treat his supervisor like a fool. Now she knows she cannot win. She begins to wonder if this overwhelming difference is simply the gap between their talents. But the truth is, she doesn't even know anymore. One thing she is certain of, however, is that if she doesn't give it her all, she will definitely lose. Then she realizes something even more disturbing. every member of Lunatic might end up being taken down. She tells the young master that she cannot acknowledge him as one of Lunatic's members. She accepts that he is exceptional. There is no doubt about that. But she cannot understand the intentions behind his actions. Because of that, she decides to follow the regulations of Lunatic and deal with him as a dangerous individual. She unleashes the secret technique of the marine race. Water shot. He knows instantly. If he gets hit by that in his current state, he will die on the spot, and he's not sure whether he can even dodge it. At this point, there's nothing he can do. Suddenly, Luna arrives and neutralizes the attack with her sword. She demands to know what Marin thinks she is doing, reminding her that she had instructed her to execute the mission alongside her junior. Then she questions what part of that order included trying to kill him. The young swordsman respectfully offers his greetings to Luna. She warns both of them that if they don't properly explain this entire situation to her, she will punish them both. She asks Marin what exactly she is doing right now and reminds her that her mission was to cooperate with the newcomer in order to draw the attention of both the academy staff and its students. Marin lowers her head and apologizes. She explains that she wanted to confirm whether or not he was truly loyal to their organization. Luna warns her that the authority to make such judgments belongs to her, the captain, not Marin. She also notices that Marin's blade is chipped despite the fact that the trajectory of her final attack was already off. Luna narrows her eyes, realizing that with that much power behind the blow, Marin must have been trying to kill him. In truth, she's referring to the knife she herself used to intercept Marin's final strike. Luna wants to confirm whether her suspicion is correct. She says she does understand Marin's perspective. She even agrees that the new recruit hasn't revealed much of himself so far. But despite that, Marin still crossed a clear line. Luna firmly reminds her that there is only one situation in which a member is allowed to kill another, and she's sure Marin remembers exactly what that is. Marin confirms it softly. It's only when someone has betrayed the organization. Luna gives her a sharp warning to never make that mistake again, and she adds that the same warning applies to Nox as well. The young swordsman accepts the captain's words without protest. Luna then suggests they take a walk together, and he agrees. As they walk, she explains to him that she had to reprimand both of them to maintain discipline and order. He responds with a slight smile, telling her that he's done so many terrible things and has sunk so low that a simple warning like that doesn't affect him anymore. He clarifies that he's not complaining. He's just saying it's fine. Marin probably didn't feel he was trustworthy to begin with. Luna tells him that Marin usually isn't like this. It's hard for her to go into details, but there was a reason why Marin acted that way, and she hopes he can understand that. She had one more thing. He owes her his life for what just happened, because if that arrow of Marin's had hit him directly, he definitely would have died. He lets out a faint chuckle and replies that it sounds terrifying. She studies his reaction and wonders aloud why he doesn't seem surprised. He tells her that with the way he's lived his life, he's come close to death so many times that it feels normal to him now. She laughs and calls his attitude rather boring. Then, she admits that she understands why Marin doesn't like him. She explains that it was just an arrow, just one. The reason Marin was able to join the Lunatic was because of that one arrow and the level of destruction that arrow carries. Something she spends a long time preparing is on a completely different scale. She tells him that it's so powerful that not even she can block it entirely if faced head-on. Now he finally understands why his sword was destroyed. It strikes him as strange, though. If Marin is that powerful, why doesn't she appear in the main episode? In truth, Marin is the final descendant of a legendary race capable of mastering both water and bows to their absolute limits. That's how she was able to fire such a devastating shot. He remembers reading in a book that the marine race was one of the special races among those that mysteriously vanished. They did appear in the background lore of the Inner Lunatic, but they never showed up in the Main storyline. He mutters to himself that next time he fights her, he won't give her the time. She needs to ready that arrow. She hears him and calls him a little rascal. Then she pokes his forehead with her finger and warns him that he shouldn't be thinking about fighting her at all. She asks if he has any idea how dangerous Marin can be when she goes on a rampage. She reminds him once again she already told him he could have actually died. He quickly shifts the topic by commenting that this place is larger than he thought. He thinks to himself that one powerful attack like that would probably make a great card to play when the time comes. As he starts walking away, Luna stops him. She tells him that he's strong enough to subdue Marin before she completely lost control. And beyond that, he's cold and rational enough to cut down his enemies without hesitation. He smiles and says she's suddenly flirting with him a bit. Too much. She replies that it's because of that she has a favor to ask of him. She tells him that if, during this mission, he senses that Marin might lose control and go on a rampage, then he must kill her, and that's something only he can do. Back in the Academy's classroom, a professor addresses the students. He tells them that one can only become a great knight or mage by unlocking their upper, central, and lower energy cores. And while being talented is important, in the end, it's only those who truly work hard who succeed in unlocking them. In the classroom, the young master is seated next to the princess. He notices that Talia keeps glancing in his direction. He wonders to himself what the hell he did wrong this time, and why Talia can't at least give him a chance to explain what actually happened. The princess jokes that Talia's glare looks like it really stings. He shuts her down immediately, telling her not to even start with him, and says he doesn't even want to be sitting next to her right now. She explains that since they're practically engaged, if they don't sit together, it'll make others suspicious. Nox argues that personal and professional matters should be kept separate. After all, she's a princess of a nation. She replies that it's all fine. And now, at least Prince Louis won't be able to kill him so easily, now that he's her fiancé. He finds himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Iana von Sater walks up to him. He instantly recognizes her as the next head of the Sater family of succubi. They're infamous for their ability to drain a man's life essence using their charm skill, and they can also amplify their own strength or that of others. He quickly averts his gaze from her. Leon, who sits behind him, tells him that even though they're supposed to be doing nighttime self-study right now, he's feeling completely exhausted. He groans about how they got classes both at night and in the afternoon. Echidna chimes in, saying that from what she remembers, they still have 3 more classes left for today. She wonders if he'll be all right. Notch replies that he doesn't think those classes are going to happen. Leon asks what he means by that. Suddenly, the entire room begins to shake. Everyone panics and scrambles for answers. Try to figure out what's going on. Nox realizes it immediately. The main episode has begun. The subjugation of Paimon is underway. Deep underground, Rick stands in front of Paimon. Rick smiles and says, "It's finally starting." At the hideout, the young master asks Marin if their mission was to draw attention so that Lunatic can destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin smiles, pleased that he understands so quickly. She tells him that once the barriers dividing the areas are activated, this place will become a labyrinth that the students must escape from. She wants him to buy as much time as possible. Meanwhile, at the Academy's lecture hall, the ground begins to shake violently, and objects start falling from all directions. He thinks to himself that Marin is doing a good job. Now, it's his turn to stall for time, because his objective is clear. He warns the other students that staying here will be dangerous. Leon informs everyone that 2 spells are currently active. He explains that the first is a dimensional barrier, which cuts them off from the outside world and keeps them trapped inside. The second is a layer transformation spell, which randomly alters the floors of the building, making escape difficult. The young swordsman is surprised that Leon has figured all of that out so quickly. He asks him if he means they should Focus on breaking the layer transformation spell first. The princess confirms it and explains that, in their current state, it's impossible for them to destroy the dimensional barrier. Iana agrees with her and adds that it seems to be the type of layer transforming magic most commonly used on buildings. He is caught off guard, not only by her input, but by the fact that Iana isn't supposed to interfere with the main incident of this episode. He wonders why she keeps getting involved. Has the original storyline already gone completely off course? Talia agrees with Leon, stating that they need to destroy the magic. Nox also voices his agreement, pointing out that the spells clearly have a specific purpose. The young master isn't. Surprised, Talia figuring this out isn't unexpected, even if she normally hates. Thinking things through, he informs the other students that if they either fulfill the spell's purpose or forcibly destroy it, they will be able to escape. Leon further explains that there is a high probability any powerful attacks launched against the spell will simply be dispelled. Nox tells them they should first check the condition of the building. He suggests they split into 2 teams to assess the situation and then regroup in exactly 1 hour. Meanwhile, Marin, still in her invisible state, rushes into the academy. She thinks to herself that Nox truly is competent, and it's no wonder he managed to defeat her. He wasn't shaken by the large-scale magic and had already gained the trust of the others. She reaches the academy's basement and wonders if it's finally time to begin the first attempt at navigating the labyrinth of the second area. She stands on a large statue, which she believes is called the Labyrinth of Dreams and Delusions. She steps down to the ground and pours some blood from her pot onto the floor. She reflects that the illusion magic, powered by spilled imp blood, steals the minds of travelers and lures them in with their sweetest dreams. Once the blood is spilled, mysterious writings begin to appear on the floor. She thinks to herself that not even the sharpest students from Eldian would be able to endure this easily, and since she has poured out that much blood, it should buy them at least an hour. Now, she needs Nox to get through this somehow. She peers through a magical device and sees that all the students, including Nox, are lying on the ground unconscious. She is confused. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her magic should have been at a level that he could resist. It feels strange to her, and now they have a problem. She realizes she has no choice but to intervene. It is late at night, and Luna and Def are observing the situation. From above, flying through the sky, she tells him that it's time to begin, and Def promptly obeys her command. Both of them land inside the academy. Def asks her if this is really okay, since Noah is extremely strong. Luna agrees with him. Finally, they arrive at their destination, the resting place of warriors. Both of them enter the place. Inside, they find Noah already waiting for them. She tells them that she knew they would come. Noah, the captain of Lunatic and one of the 3 new sword emperors. Luna remembers her well as the final successor of lunar swordsmanship. Luna asks Noah to step aside. She explains that the demonic essence crystal is an artifact that will bring chaos into the world. Noah replies that she already knows what her answer will be. Luna draws her sword and casts a magical spell on Noah, but Noah instantly disappears from sight. She then launches an attack on both Luna and Def, but Luna destroys the incoming strike with her sword. Noah laughs and says she really enjoys fighting strong opponents. She tells Luna that Paimon was the strongest demon she has ever faced. Then she asks if Luna is allowing Paimon to awaken just so she can fight him again and prove her superiority. Noah asks what if that really is the reason. Luna coldly warns her that if that's the case, she will kill her. Noah asks her why she would go that far. Suddenly, both of them attack each other at the same time. Elsewhere, Rick is busy with the process of awakening the demon. Suddenly, he finds himself standing on a beach and wonders where he is. Nearby, he spots an angel. He approaches and tells the angel that he needs to leave. But the angel doesn't respond. Determined, he decides he must go and starts running. He knows that the angel can return to him that which he has lost. Wading into the water up to his knees, he begins to cry. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name and urges him to wake up. He awakens to find himself lying on the ground with Talia sitting beside him. As he sits up, he realizes that he has been crying. Talia confirms it. He was indeed crying, and something must have happened to him. He reflects on the dream and tries to recall what he saw. The memory is hazy, but he clearly remembers seeing a woman. It felt as though she was trying to tell him something. Eleanor and Talia both watch him with suspicious eyes. He looks at them and says he must have shown them a pathetic side of himself. He asks them to forget about it and insists they move on. He has no time to dwell on dreams. He recalls the second labyrinth and everything that happened there, how a large number of ministers appeared, and how they fought them. Leon summoned his magical skeletons to combat the monsters, and they battled fiercely. After closely observing the creatures, the young swordsman realizes that this level isn't particularly dangerous. During the fight, he deliberately strikes Echidna's foot. When she turns on him angrily, he immediately apologizes and admits his mistake, reminding himself not to forget the importance of dragging things out. Once they have defeated all the monsters, Leon comments that they somehow managed to clear the second labyrinth. The princess observes that Leon appears tired. Iana remarks that he's like that because she still lacks the skill to carry her weight. Iana then turns to Nox and asks if he's all right. Annoyed, he snaps that he's fine and tells her not to compare him with these weaklings. Eleanor reminds him that it hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw him crying, and she wonders aloud whether he might be acting just a little too tough. The princess intervenes, stating that she won't allow them to speak that way to her future husband. Eleanor quickly apologizes to her. Echidna, still concerned, asks what they think awaits in the third labyrinth. She expresses her worry, noting that the second one was already quite difficult. The young master replies that he has no idea. He smiles faintly, thinking to himself that it's finally his turn to play his role. In truth, he knows exactly what lies ahead. The third labyrinth is home to the flower boss monster of the labyrinth, and that boss monster is him. Elsewhere, Rick tells Paimon that his revival is finally complete. Just then, Rick receives a call from Prince Louis. He assures the prince that everything is progressing smoothly, and that there's no cause for concern. The prince instructs him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. This is a rare opportunity for him to become a hero. Rick agrees obediently, but in truth, he's deceiving the prince. Inwardly, he mocks him as a fool for believing that defeating the revived Maimon will make him a hero. Rick laughs quietly at the prince's naivete. Louis truly thinks he can slay a demon just because it will be weak immediately after revival. For Rick, this situation is perfect. He hurls a bottle filled with blood onto the demon, and in an instant, the creature returns to life. Rick greets the newly revived being with a twisted smile and introduces himself as a demonic human. He states his true name, Hoschulksteinfer. Paimon, however, is displeased to find himself revived in such a worthless body. He scoffs, calling it a miracle that he even managed to come back to life in this form. Rick kneels before him reverently. The demon sniffs the air and claims he can sense a familiar human presence beyond the wall. That human is one of the three who sealed him. He is referring to no one, and Rick confirms it. The system informs him that the effect of the artifact, Moon Shadow, has been activated, and it begins to create a shadow of the player. The system then prompts him to decide on the appearance of a shadow. He knows this is the final labyrinth they must clear. However, there is no boss monster present here. He starts selecting from various options to design his own shadow. He knows he has already defeated the boss monster, as he was eager to claim the associated rewards. The system displays his complete profile. He receives 0.3 random stat points as the boss monster clearance reward. He carefully examines his traits, stats, and skills shown on the interface. The system also issues a warning. He only has 147 days of life remaining due to his terminal illness. Yet, as a result of this condition, his mana and stamina are steadily increasing, boosting his stats continuously. He recalls that his role as a member of Lunatic is to buy time by making sure the students remain trapped within the labyrinth. That is precisely why the solution he devised is to use his Moonshadow-created doppelganger, alter its appearance, and deploy it to the boss monsters. Former location. Since it is his shadow, it will be even stronger than the original boss. When he rejoins his team, Talia immediately asks where he had been. He currently tells her to mind her own business. Deep down, he knows that he just needs to do whatever it takes to keep them here. Suddenly, a young man steps into their path and commands them to stop. None of them recognize who he is. The young swordsman thinks to himself, while his shadow can act independently and make decisions, it is still fundamentally shaped by his own personality. If it ends up speaking too much, there's a real risk they may start to grow suspicious. Leon wonders aloud how someone with mana that ominous could even be human. Nox is taken aback, surprised that Leon actually noticed it. Echidna shouts that she knew something felt wrong, that the stranger's face had a discomforting, unpleasant familiarity. The young master wonders what she meant by that. Eleanor directly questions the stranger about his identity. In truth, he knows that the man before them is his own shadow. The stranger introduces himself as Shane, claiming to be a wandering mage who happened to be in the area and was caught up in the magic that had been activated. Eleanor narrows her eyes and says that he looks strangely familiar. The swordsman grows anxious. Shane is speaking far too much and unnecessarily at that. He quickly tells his teammates that Shane is merely a monster and advises them not to engage in conversation, but to simply eliminate him. He becomes increasingly worried that, if this goes on, his cover will be blown. Nox draws his sword and charges at Shane, who also prepares to defend himself. Eleanor warns that Shane seems quite powerful. Without hesitation, she activates her magic and hurls a powerful magical ray at him. She remarks that it seems as though he's just swinging his sword slower than expected. Leon summons his skeletal monsters to attack Shane, while Talia lunges with her blade. Shane expertly evades all their strikes and manages to destroy the skeletons. At first, he successfully dodges Talia's blows as well, but eventually she lands a powerful kick that sends him crashing to the ground. Everyone notices that Nox is hesitating to attack. Both Eleanor and Talia immediately question him, demanding to know what's wrong. He realizes that he has overlooked two critical factors. First, the shadow possesses only 50% of his actual abilities, meaning its stats are halved. Second, whenever the shadow is struck, he feels the pain himself. Now, the situation has grown far more complicated than he anticipated. He wonders whether he'll be able to hold on until the right moment. Elsewhere, Luna and Noah continue their battle. As their clash intensifies, a massive explosion rips through the hall as Paimon bursts through the wall and enters the chamber where they're fighting. Luna turns on Noah, furious, accusing her of ruining everything. She demands to know if Noah even cares about saving mankind. Luna then reveals her true strength and charges her sword with an overwhelming power. Noah realizes that Luna had not been fighting her seriously up until now. Turning her attention to the demon, she recalls having made several attempts to destroy that trash before. However, there is only one way to annihilate the demonic essence crystal of a demon archduke: by defeating the demon after it has fully revived. What she hadn't expected was for it to resurrect so quickly. Now, seeing Luna's true capability, Noah knows she'll also need to reveal her trump card. Both women unleash their full power upon the demon. Even Luna manages to strike it directly with her sword, but the blow has no effect at all. The demon roars, mocking them, asking if all they have to stop him is a powerless witch and a little girl. He sneers, declaring that if that's all they've got, then this is where they die. On the other side, all of them continue launching attacks. At Shane, who skillfully holds his ground and fights back with practiced precision, Leon yells that those who wield such ominous magical power will not be allowed to pass, and declares that he'll personally take care of Shane right there. The young master notices that. Shane actually looks quite thrilled by the challenge, though he's relieved to see that. He has successfully bought enough time. Just as he prepares to cast his spell on Shane, the ground beneath them begins to crack. He frowns, wondering what that sudden tremor could be. Without warning, the earth splits wide open, revealing a massive hole. Eleanor slips and plummets into it. In an instant, Shane leaps in after her. He catches her mid-fall and cradles her in his arms, saving her life before bringing her safely back up. Eleanor, surprised and confused, questions why he would risk himself to save her. Shane, concern written across his face, asks if she's injured anywhere. Watching this unfold, the young swordsman silently observes the two of them holding hands. A shadow of unease clouds his thoughts. He wonders if the person who saved Eleanor just now is Yuchan before he possessed Nox. He knows it's him deep down, but can't help thinking how lame that side of him is. Still, there's something else that bothers him more. That rupture in the earth, it's not normal. That kind of energy could only come from one being, the archdemon Paimon. After piecing things together, he abruptly turns and starts sprinting away. Talia, surprised, calls out after him, questioning where he's going. But he understands now things have gone horribly wrong. As he runs, his thoughts race. Where did everything begin to unravel? He knows one thing for certain: if they don't stop Paimon now, it's game over for all of them. Meanwhile, Paimon is giving Luna and Noah a brutal fight. A massive boulder crashes down toward Def, and Luna immediately tries to go to his aid. But Def halts her with a shout, urging her to focus solely on killing Paimon. Both Luna and Noah are battered, their strength waning. Despite her injuries, Luna turns to Noah and says she expects a proper explanation later. But Noah, a voice laced with mockery, calls her a little girl and says she sounds far too calm. He questions whether she truly thinks she has time to be distracted with the demon standing right in front of them. Though Noah speaks with his usual casual tone, Luna knows her mana reserves are nearly depleted. She realizes that the powerful spell she just used can only be cast twice more. The demon sneers, amused by their struggle, and mocks them both. He tells them they're weak, and though playing with them has been entertaining, he now has a much more exciting idea. He gestures toward a distant group and tells Noah that there are plenty of others over there, perhaps her students. Noah's expression darkens. She replies coldly, saying that he's grown even filthier and more vulgar since their last encounter. The demon grins and taunts her further, telling her to watch closely so she can witness firsthand how pathetically weak humans are and how they can never stand against someone like him. Refusing to give in, both Luna and Noah charge the demon again, unleashing every ounce of their remaining power in a desperate attempt to bring him down. But Paimon effortlessly swats them away like insects, sending them crashing back. As she struggles to rise, Noah finds herself lost in painful memories. Back then, she couldn't protect them, her own family. She recalls vividly how many lives were lost that day. Her heart burns with resolve. She can't lose anything else. Not again. Not after chasing this strength for so long, just to keep from losing everything dear to her. Yet she questions, even now, whether all that power is still not enough to reach the demon. Luna attacks again, launching herself at the demon. But Noah warns her that it's too late. Before Luna can land her strike, something unexpected happens. An incredibly powerful spell slams into Paimon, hurling the archdemon away. Both women freeze in disbelief, trying to comprehend what just occurred. Then, the young master appears, stepping into view. He looks directly at his dean and demands to know if she intends to give up here again. He reminds her that she has already lost her family. Will she now lose her students as well? Because if that happens, he warns, she will have nothing left. Noah stares at him, stunned. How does he know that? With unwavering conviction, Nox draws his blade and swears upon the ancient tradition of the black sword that, here and now, he will slay Paimon. A mask materializes in Nox's hand as he examines it, realizing that Shane's safe retrieval isn't the real issue. His mentor follows, noting that Paimon has awakened and warning that Paimon's power rivals. Captain Luna's, leaving them with no chance against him. She pledges to protect Nox as his mentor, but he rejects her resolve, insisting that the Rhine Harbor family never avoids responsibility. Marin argues that the situation exceeds their abilities, prompting Nox to ask if she is willing to let Luna die. He reminds her that Luna once saved her from the lab and questions whether she could abandon someone like Luna. Marin presses for clarification, insisting that Paimon is far too powerful. Nox instructs her to shoot the bow, explaining that Paimon is present and they must work together to stop him. When Marin asks if Luna told him about the bow, Nox insists something more important is at stake and accuses her of hesitating. Marin admits that her water shot already overwhelms her and fears losing control if she fires the bow. Nox counters that she has inherited the full power of the sea folk, accuses her of underestimating herself, and assures her he will not die because of her actions. As Marin prepares, Nox asks if something is wrong, wondering if Marin has grown attached to him. She warns him not to regret his decision, but he assures her he won't. Marin remarks on his refusal to give in just before their powers clash. Stormbringer releases energy, draining Nox's mana as a system message reports the reduction. Marin draws her bow and counts aloud while Nox steadies himself. On 3, both unleash their powers. Water and fire collide as Stormbringer merges with Marin's shot, resulting in a prolonged explosion. Nox holds onto Stormbringer, while Marin summons water to form another arrow. She launches it, and Nox calls out her disqualification as a marksman, criticizing her for firing such an attack at her junior. Marin fires again, forcing him back. Nox dashes forward at a distortion and demands that Iana von Cedar reveal herself, asking if the heir of the 3 dark families has been following him. Iana steps forward, confirming his suspicion, and Nox says he has a request. He instructs her to use enchantment magic to stop Marin. Iana agrees, but asks that Nox help replenish her dark magic later. He accepts and tells her to begin. As Iana casts her spell, magic spreads. Nox steps into the ruins, where a woman waits, barely able to stand, aware that her family is gone. He encourages her. Nox declares his intent to kill Paimon and asks for their strength. Paimon accuses Nox of altering his attack, senses the magic, and notices the sword. He strikes, triggering a system notification. The enemy inflicts fear on the player. Others feel the pressure, while Paimon recognizes that Nox is Teo's son. His system informs him that the trait Steel mentality has neutralized the negative trait fear. The young master fires a powerful ray at the demon, but the demon manages to divert it. He questions him, asking so what if he is the son of Teo, addressing the demon as Archduke Paimon. He remarks that he heard Paimon was one of the weaker demons who had been sealed by his father, and his father told him that Paimon didn't deserve a great title like Archduke. The demon responds that he is spouting some interesting words for a mere brat. The swordsman thinks that he is indeed overly emotional, just like his in-game description stated, and decides to use that to his advantage. His system provides him with the basic information about the demon, including his traits, stats, and skills. He realizes that this demon easily surpasses everyone he has fought so far. He also notices that the hellfire he just blocked fires in a straight line, and its flames steal life force, and that the disaster flame is a type of dot skill where the damage is RNG, making it a dangerous attack. Actually, condemnation is a skill that uses a sword made of flame to attack an enemy. Now he knows that this demon only possesses Monstrous skills. Suddenly Luna jumps in and questions him about what he is doing and why he would come here. He knows Luna and Noah could both easily defeat Paimon, but that is only after they obtain their items, and right now he has to defeat him with what he has. He requests Luna to work with him, assuring her that he has a way to defeat Paimon. Luna then asks him about Marin and whether she is still alive. He confirms that she is alive, just as he promised. The demon becomes enraged and shouts at him, demanding how he dares to be distracted when he is right there, then hurls fire at him. The young master blocks the fire with his sword. The system warns him that the rare genius of acting is wavering due to a large impact. Nox understands that this is the condemnation skill as he stops the demon's fire attack. He informs Luna that he needs Marin for his plan, certain that Marin will be able to overcome her trauma and gain control over her. Strength. Luna charges towards the demon and attacks with her sword, but the demon stops it with his large blade. She shouts at Paimon, warning him not to forget that she is here too. After giving it her all, she agrees with him and tells him that she will leave Paimon to him, because that is better than everyone dying here. He quickly informs the dean that she can use her wide area magic 2 more times and requests her to deploy a wide area barrier spell around the area, ensuring that no one can enter it. She agrees and wonders if he wants to protect the students. He responds rather rudely, telling her that she can think whatever she wants. She tells him that he is so dishonest with himself, and that is why he is so cute. Meanwhile, the demon, busy fighting Luna, calls Noah's magic a pretty trick. The demon then asks Luna if she thinks she can buy time when her opponent is him, before swiftly attacking the young master, who blocks it with his dark sword. The swordsman taunts him, asking if this is all an archduke has to offer, saying this much is nothing for him. The demon laughs and asks him if he thinks he is like his father just because he could block a few attacks. Again, his system warns him that his opponent has cast fear on him. The demon tells him that he is mistaken because his father was several times stronger than this, and even then he could not kill him and had to resort to sealing him away. He warns Nox that he will trample him into the ground in an instant. The demon keeps striking him with his sword. The system informs him that the trait steel mentality has neutralized the negative trait fear. He smiles and tells the demon that they won't know until they try. The system warns him that the artifact Stormbringer has absorbed his mana to its limit. He throws the demon back with a strong push and wonders if Noah's barrier is completed. He knows they're almost done, and this is the only plan that can get rid of Paimon. He notices Luna attacking the demon again and looks at her, thinking that she needs to wake up already, because he is at his limits too. On the other side, Yana thinks about telling Marin that even though she's an extra in the game who is supposed to die and disappear, she does not wish for her to. Then she thinks that saying she does not wish for it sounds funny. Suddenly Nox's system informs him that his remaining mana is low. Then the system tells him that the energy being consumed will be replaced, and his life has started to reduce rapidly. Iana thinks that Marin has a right to live on and the right to take control of her own life. She requests Marin to please wake up. After listening to Iana's request, Marin collapses to the ground and recalls her past. She remembers being confined within a large tube while scientists conducted various experiments on her in a laboratory. The first breath she took after being born into this world was not of clear, fresh air, but of stale air reeking of medicine. Beside her, glass capsules stood lined up in rows, and the experimental tools appeared horrifying. She saw people use those instruments to conduct experiments on children. Knowledge would be forcefully implanted into her mind, and she became aware of this even before she could fully grasp all the information and language that had been instilled within her. This research lab was her home and her birthplace. She had to prove her worth in this place, as it was the only way she could survive. She did not have a name, only a number. They called her H210. One night, someone called her number and ordered her to come with them. It was a scientist who led her to a section of the laboratory where they discarded useless subjects. Now she understands she was one of the test subjects used to manifest the power of an ancient race. She came to know that numerous war orphans had become test subjects because of this. One scientist commanded her to try moving a block. She always smiled brightly and behaved as if she were the most useful test subject there, for she needed to prove she was the best at utilizing the blood of the ocean tribe. She knew she had to do this so she would not become one of the children who vanished. But one day someone came to her. A strange woman told her that from today onwards, she would be living with her. The woman introduced herself as Jay, a lab researcher. After that, Maren began living with her. Naturally, she had no choice in the matter and had to obey whatever was asked of her, like a cow being dragged to slaughter. Jay commented that the research lab was no fun and that Marine must have endured a lot. She even asked her what kinds of things she liked. Jay said that H210 was too stiff a name to call someone by, and since she had blue hair resembling aquamarine, she would call her Marine. Maren held no expectations because until now all these people had treated her like a zoo's monkey, a mere test subject. But Jay was different. She took her home and treated her like a human being instead of a tool. They spent time playing together. One day, Maren asked Jay why she was so kind to her when others called her a monster with the blood of the ocean tribe, and said she was a weapon meant for the battlefield to be abandoned. There, Jay smiled and said that since Maren had shared her secret, she would tell her something as well. Jay explained that she worked here because her family had been taken hostage. Maren immediately asked her if she missed her family, and Jay nodded in response. Jay then asked if Maren would miss her if she ever left. Tears streamed down Maren's face as she wondered if Jay was going to leave her, and she hugged Jay tightly. Jay told her that was what family was like. Maren asked her if that meant she was family to her as well, and if that was why Jay was so kind to her. Jay nodded again and told her there was another reason she wanted to protect her. Jay explained that Maren was still a child, and children were meant to be protected by adults, and that she must always protect those younger than herself. Maren agreed to remember that. As she spent time with Jay, she felt a sense of stability, and she was gradually able to understand how to use the power of the ocean tribe. When she looked back on her younger days, she doubted she could find a time when she was happier. Yet such happy times are always shattered, for the most trivial reasons. One day, all the scientists gathered around Jay and Maren as they cuddled each other. One scientist asked Jay how much longer they needed to wait, informing her that to strengthen the power of the imperial family, they required the power of the ocean tribe. Jay shouted at them not to call her ocean tribe, insisting her name was Maren. Another scientist reminded Jay that she was not human, that she was a weapon, and weapons were meant to be used in times of war like now. One of them seized Maren by the hand and ordered her to stand up. Jay tried to intervene, but they struck her down and commanded the guards to take her away. They declared that since she had defied the imperial family's laws, she would be executed without trial. Suddenly, Maren tore her hand free and told them to stop. A soldier laughed and mocked her, saying that a mere weapon dared to be swept up by emotions. He drew his sword and severed Jay's hand, telling Maren that if she was a tool, she should act like one. He threatened that Jay's right arm would be next. Maren screamed, demanding how he could do such a thing. She insisted that although she might not be human, she was still a person like them, and questioned how they could inflict such suffering on another. The soldier sneered, telling her that a mere weapon had no right to question him, and ordered her to follow him quietly. Maren refused, declaring that they were the weapons, not her. She unleashed her magical powers upon them. Jay tried to stop her, but it was too late. Maren had already fired her arrow at them. After a huge explosion, she wakes up outside the building. She wonders where she is. A woman calls her number and, based on the reports, says that seems to be her name. The woman introduces herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Marin wonders who this woman is and where the research lab is. More importantly, she worries about what happened to Jay. Marin asks Luna about Jay, describing her as a lady with brown hair who looked after her. Luna informs her that Jay is dead. That news shatters Marin's heart. Luna confirms it and tells her there's one thing that needs to be made clear. The person who killed Jay was her. The young girl cannot believe what she hears. Luna explains that Lunatic's current mission was to attack the Imperial Research Lab, which had been kidnapping children and experimenting on them. However, the entire situation was over before they even arrived. Luna goes on to tell her that when she reached the place, she found a badly injured Jay, calling for help and requesting Luna to take Marin with her. At that time, Marin had been sleeping in Jay's arms. Luna asks if Marin was overwhelmed by the power of the Ocean Tribe. Jay tells her it was not the girl's fault, as she was just a child who had suffered under grown-ups who forcefully experimented on her. Jay pleads with Luna to take Marin with her and help her live a normal life because she had done nothing wrong and had never killed anyone. Luna then says she killed Jay and everyone else. Marin starts crying after hearing that. She had relied on the power forcefully injected into her to save Jay, but in the end, she did not save her at all. She had become the very weapon those people wanted her to be. Luna offers her the chance to join Lunatic if she wishes to seek revenge against the Imperial family that caused her to suffer. Little Marin wonders if Luna is a demon because she remembers Jay telling her about them in the past when reading her fairy tales. She thinks that demons would squirm their way into weakened human hearts, offering them sweet deals and temptations. However, she knows she has no place to go, so she decides to go with Luna, even though she knows a heart of revenge will only drag her into the mud. She agrees to join Lunatic. She remembers the feelings of anguish she has towards Jay that pushed her onto this path. So what Luna said was nothing short of salvation to her. Luna tells her to call her captain from now on and informs her that in Lunatic, only her talent matters, and she is talented. Marin thinks, even though that power and talent do not belong to her, Luna tells her that if she learns to control that power even a little, she will promote her rank immediately. Marin thinks she needs to run towards Luna like a moth to flame and make use of her for the sake of Luna, who saved her, and Jay whom she killed. After remembering and thinking about all this, she wakes up in the forest where Iana waits for her. After a few seconds, she remembers what happened there, that she had just fired the water shot. She wonders if she definitely went berserk. She gazes at Iana and thinks about how she is still alive. Iana comes close and tells her she understands if she is very confused. She explains that she used her ability to suppress her, so there's no need to worry about going berserk. This, she says, is the trait of the Satyr household. Marin realizes that with such an ability, Iana would be able to put an end to her berserk state, which is why Nox entrusted her to Iana. She asks Iana where Nox is. Iana informs her that he is fighting. Upon hearing that, Marin quickly runs towards him. Nox contacts her through the device and asks if she is finally awake. He informs her that Luna and Dean Noah are still alive. She replies that it is good to hear he is alive too and calls him Rumi. Nox explains that she is under the charm of Iana, and she must understand her current situation. She wonders what he wants from her. He tells her to shoot him. That surprises her. He explains that Paimon is very fast, and no matter how well she shoots at him, he will easily dodge her attacks. So when he holds him in place, he wants her to shoot. Marin asks him why he is trying to sacrifice himself. He denies that. He is sacrificing himself. She wonders who would ask another person to shoot them in the back if that was not the case. He tells her to just trust him. He won't die. Finally, she reaches the underground building where all three of them are fighting the demon. She asks him again if she can trust what he just said. He replies affirmatively. She smiles and thinks that his words, when he said, "He will live," gave her such relief. She assures him that he can look forward to her, and she will. Make sure to tear that back of his apart. She aims the arrow towards him. The demon warns them that if he had his original strength, they wouldn't even be able to reach his feet, finding it absurd to see them act all high and mighty. Marin releases her arrow at him, and he directs it towards the demon. Luna, noticing this, remarks that unless he's an idiot, he has probably realized it too, calling him an arrogant rookie. She swiftly warns Noah that the defense barrier is at its limits. She observes that it's not just the defense barrier, but Noah has used up almost all of her mana, and she informs Nox that Noah will only be able to block that flame once or twice more. Luna asks him when he plans on executing that great plan of his. He requests just once for her to pierce through the barrier for him. It's a 3-layered barrier cast with advanced magic. He believes the demon's attacks are weaker because of it, to the extent that even he can withstand them. That also means the defense barrier is extremely strong, and if they can't break it, then having a plan is meaningless. Luna hopes that his plan works. The demon shouts that a young girl, who has barely even lived, doesn't know her place, then charges towards Luna. She decides to use her Lunar Sword Art, 3rd technique on the demon. Her attack is so powerful it can split the moon. A very powerful ray of light strikes the demon, but he is far stronger than that, easily blocking it before throwing Luna away. He roars that it's not bad, but it still couldn't reach him. And all she managed to do was break the 1st layer. The young master moves so close to the demon that even the demon asks if he's really trying to die here. Suddenly, Nox commands the archer to do it now, and Marin, using her full strength, hurls the arrow towards the demon. Nox smiles and tells the demon to die. The system confirms that his skill hour of the genius has been activated. He knows the speed of an ocean tribe's arrow, based on the story settings, would be at least 400 kilometers per hour. Since she's pulling the bowstring from the rooftop, the distance is about 3 meters, and it should reach him in approximately 3 seconds. He also knows he's not a mathematician, so that's not an accurate calculation. He takes a gamble here, relying on the instincts that have helped him survive this long in this damn world. He starts counting to 3, and when he reaches 3, he bends down, and the arrow passes right over him, flying straight towards the demon and piercing its chest. The swordsman knows the demon has lost a lot of strength as well. It's inevitable, since the demon has used multiple skills that consume a vast amount of mana consecutively. The demon laughs at him and declares that they still weren't able to break through the last barrier, claiming this as his victory. The young master smiles and asks who said they didn't break through. The system notifies him that he has equipped the artifact Lunatic Member's Robe, and the artifact Stormbringer is absorbing the maximum amount of life force from a user. The system also informs him that the special effect of the Lunatic Member's Robe has been activated, and finally confirms that his attack power has risen. He then activates the skill Limit Break. The system warns him that his enemy is far too strong, and he has sacrificed a tremendous amount of life for the strike required to defeat it. It alerts him that he will not be able to absorb the life force of the enemy he defeats using Limit Break with a black flame ring. The system demands confirmation from him if he wants to use this skill. He responds affirmatively. The demon tells him there's no use struggling now, and nothing will change. The young master charges straight towards the demon and strikes him with such force that even the demon is surprised. Nox employs the Black Sword Art, the 1st technique of the first half. He slashes the demon's head with Shadow Blade Slash, cutting it into 2 pieces. While dying, the demon laments that he finally got the chance to awaken once again, only to be defeated by the likes of him. The system warns him that a tremendous amount of his life has been reduced. After killing the demon, he collapses to the ground. His system alerts him that his lifespan is now less than 30 days. Marin wonders if they are telling her that this is the power of a mere cadet. She recalls how even Captain Luna has mentioned the incredible speed of her arrows. Yet he manages to dodge them at this distance. She questions whether that is something achievable with human reflexes. As her thoughts shift to Nox, she realizes that it feels like an incredibly strong person has suddenly become her junior. She worries that his talent might surpass even Captain Luna's, and is certain that he has already exceeded the abilities of his father, Teo. She feels curious about why he keeps such a low profile despite being so gifted. Marin speculates that perhaps he believes his exceptional talent would one day become a problem for him, and that might be the reason he lets others call him a good-for-nothing, simply to hide his true existence. She also assumes that is probably why he goes almost everywhere accompanied by his maid. While running from the forest towards the underground building where Nox is fighting the demon, she feels happy thinking that he is not only a handsome boy, but also has quite a crafty side. She hopes that together with Nox and Captain Luna, they will be able to bring down Esteban Vaughn, the foolish emperor. However, she wonders if they will have to kill his daughter, Princess Penelope, in the process. Meanwhile, Luna and Noah find the demonic essence crystal, and Luna ponders whether this is why Noah allowed Paimon to awaken, so she could destroy his essence crystal. She finds it very strange because it is Noah who has suffered the most from demons, yet she still allows Paimon to wake up. Luna remarks that if it had only been about revenge, it would have been far too childish of her. Noah acknowledges that it is true she wants revenge, but unfortunately, her abilities were not strong enough, and she confirms it without hesitation. Luna accepts her words, but before leaving, she tells Noah that she hopes she will give a proper explanation before doing anything like this next time. Noah laughs softly and says she hopes that will be the case. Luna warns her to recover her strength as much as possible before they meet again, as even stronger enemies will appear. Noah reassures her not to worry and promises she will make sure to look after Nox. Luna entrusts him to her care and departs, while the young master remains unconscious. Noah sits next to him and quietly thanks him. Suddenly, Brennan and Professor Ras break through the protective wall and enter. They ask Dean Noah if she is all right. Brennan questions her about the demonic essence crystal in the museum's basement being released. Noah chuckles and tells him it just sort of happened. Brennan shouts, demanding how on earth that could have happened. Professor Ras notices Nox and calls out to his top apprentice, telling him to wake up. Brennan wonders aloud, knowing that Paimon would still be powerful even when weakened, and asks who was the one who defeated him, questioning Noah if she managed it alone. She responds by asking what he thinks happened here. From her expression, Brennan understands that she will never let them know who truly defeated Paimon. He then asks how they should report this to the Imperial family. Quickly, he orders Ras to handle it. Ras retorts, asking why he has to be the one to deal with it and why Brennan cannot do it himself. While the two argue with each other, Noah thinks that the seal of the demonic essence crystal would not have been released for no good reason. She also wonders if the Imperial family is behind it, and if so, that would mean they are here. Anger burns within her as she thinks about how dare those demon worshippers bring their foul stench into her territory. On the other side, in the Academy's hospital, Talia asks Levalia if her master is still alive, as he has been unconscious for 3 days, which is truly bad news. She insists they must contact his father immediately to get some medicine for him. Levalia requests her to wait and observe the situation for now. Talia looks at her incredulously and asks why he went to where Paimon was. Leon steps in and pleads with her not to say that, believing he surely had his reasons. Talia disagrees with Levalia and declares she is going inside his room. Levalia tries to stop her. Inside his room, the swordsman hears their conversation and thinks that this is his first time feeling afraid to wake up. He notices that he has recovered at a surprisingly fast rate. His system informs him that the Blessings of the moon are upon him, along with the blessing of ice. He figures it cannot be. Helps since he possesses both blessings. He understands that the academy needs to appear, aligned with the emperor in the public's eyes, and yet a student belonging to a criminal organization. Resides within the academy. He suspects Noah helped with his recovery so she could extract information from him. Deciding to maintain his active sleep, he chooses to buy as much time as he can and drifts off again. When he wakes up once more, it is already night and Eleanor is standing right beside him. He wonders how things have gone so quiet. Surprise flickers across his face upon seeing her next to his bed. He asks her what brings her here so late at night. She questions him about Shane, the person they saw in the labyrinth, and asks if he is related to him. Knox wonders what she is talking about. Eleanor questions him, asking if he knows that. Whenever he lies, his eyes shift and his hands tremble slightly, despite his otherwise calm voice. He is taken aback to realize that his rare talent for acting is not enough to fool Eleanor's genius-level perception. He understands that his subtle tricks won't work on her. And now that it has come down to this, he decides to find out what she is after. He informs her that Shane is related to him. She inquires if they are blood relatives because their eyes look quite similar. She further mentions that she noticed Shane is from an extended family that his household has kept hidden. She adds that she heard the Reinhafer household uses talented people from their extended family as hunting dogs, and Shane must be one of those cases. He smiles slightly and thinks that while the Reinhafer household may be scumbags, they aren't that vile. She continues, telling him that actually she found it strange from the start because he did not seem to intend any harm towards them in any way. He directly asks her what she wants from Shane. She answers that she wants to repay him for his help. She also admits that she has taken a liking to him and wants to recruit him into her merchantry. He asks, in short, if she wants him to let Shane go. She confirms, saying that someone of his talent is worth the effort. The young master grows slightly angry and states that he can't believe she is trying to steal talent from the Reinhafer household and wonders if she thinks it will be that easy. She requests him to ask Shane to come to the rival and merchantry headquarters 1 week from now. After that, she bids him farewell and leaves his room. The next morning, he gets dressed and heads to the academy. Levalia, walking behind him, remarks that he is being too reckless, and, as she has told him repeatedly, he really went overboard. This time, she also warns him that the patriarch is probably worried about him as well. He requests her not to say anything to his family because he does not want to complicate matters. She informs him that she already sent a letter back home because this time it could not be helped, and, as his maid, she has a duty to report his actions and whereabouts. The young master enters his room, alone, and locks the door behind him. He thinks that maybe he should have stayed unconscious a little longer. Suddenly, Ayana appears before him and remarks that she is quite sure he is aware that in order for her, a half-blood succubus, to gain mana, there's only one method, so he will have to help her. He realizes that she has appeared, a succubus, demons known for draining men's energy. But the kind of development people would expect will not occur since the inner lunatic is filled with underage children, and there is no way they could include suspicious scenes with a succubus in the game. In that case, it is a relief for now. He asks her what she needs him to do. She requests if they can hold hands for about 10 minutes. The swordsman replies that it's not a problem, but asks if that is all she wants. She responds that it probably is. However, first he wants an answer about why she was following him. She explains that she is also from a dark household and was simply curious about him. She tells him that he seems to have changed quite a lot recently. In the past, he was a little more. He interrupts her, asking more what, wondering if she is implying he was not like this before. She becomes flustered and hiccups. NOC sits on his bed and instructs her to just restore her mana. She feels slightly uncomfortable but sits down with him. He offers her his hand to hold but she appears hesitant. He observes that while she looks ditzy and naive, unlike a typical succubus, he actually knows the truth since he has played through this game many times, and he knows the other side of Yana. As she holds his hand, he tells her that it will be exactly 10 minutes and no more. After 10 minutes, he stands up and informs her that time is up and he will be leaving. She grabs his shirt and asks where he is going, holding his hand. Romantically, she tells him she still hasn't had nearly enough yet. His system displays details about her traits, stats, and skills. The system also warns him that the character is currently experiencing a status abnormality known as dual personality, and her personality has flipped 180 degrees. Suddenly, she throws him onto the bed and sits on his belly. He thinks that this had to happen while he has not yet recovered his mana. He tells her to calm down and warns her that she will regret doing this. She asks if he doesn't like her, remarking that it is very strange, because she has never met a man who disliked her. She offers to let him dream about the kind of person he likes. He warns her again to stop. She tells him they will kiss for a little while, and instructs him to come close and hug her, saying he will feel much better that way. Suddenly, Marin enters his room and calls him a little bastard, scolding him for secretly fooling around with a girl while she is busy wrapping things up. Yana shouts at her, demanding to know who she is. Marin activates a tint water bubble and throws it at Yana's head. With that hit, Yana falls unconscious onto the bed. The young master wonders what she just did to her. Marin explains that she simply blew some mana into her and assures him she won't be hurt. She then asks him if he is really happy that she is here. He agrees, although he doesn't want to admit it. Marin asks if he is feeling all right. He replies that, as she can see, he did share some of his mana, but he feels fine. She remarks that he saved her. He tells her to forget it and that he only did it so he could survive, then leaves the room. This makes her very angry, and she shouts at him that this obnoxious attitude of his is the problem, asking if he thinks archers are a joke, and reminds him that she is 2 years older than him. Late at night in Nox's palace, Luna stands in Teo's office, and he asks her if she is saying that Nox defeated Paimon, wondering if this is true. She confirms it. Rodwell wonders what storms this incident will bring to their household. Teo listens to Luna patiently and responds that he has no idea what Nox was thinking either. He speculates that if he had to guess, it might be due to the death of his mother. He remembers that on the night of the slaughter, Nox witnessed his own mother's murder. After that, he fell into a half-crazed state and lived like a good-for-nothing, not caring about anyone around him. But now, he must have done this to avenge his mother. Luna counters Teo, stating she believes he is lying. She considers that he might be scheming something, but that power can only be obtained through the bloodline of the Rhine-Hafer household. She thinks about how the void revelation is something that can only be activated when one reaches their own limit. Now that she has accepted Nox and a lunatic, she refuses to let him be played by Teo. After a long pause, Teo remarks that parents don't necessarily know everything about their children. She questions him, pointing out that it's not like he has ever been a warm father to Nox. Then she informs him that his first son is already with the Imperial faction. To be more precise, he is working with the demons. Teo replies that it seems a storm of blood will soon sweep across the continent. She steps closer to him and tells him she hopes he doesn't forget his promise. She warns him that if his son dares to stand in her way, she will kill him. That is how Lunatic operates, and that is his contract with them. She advises him to throw away any personal feelings he holds. He acknowledges to himself that he already knows all of this, and it is all for the sake of destroying the Imperial family and the 72 demons. On the other side, Eleanor informs Shane that, simply put, he has piqued her interest, so she wants him to sign a contract with the Revelin Merchantry, promising to compensate him handsomely. She even places the contract on the table. Shane apologizes and explains that he is working with his family. She responds that in regards to that, She has already heard from Nox, and he has already permitted this, so there's no need for him to be concerned. Shane knows that Nox never permitted anything like that. He thinks about how he took down the boss monster in advance and gained free stats. How could he work for the Revelin Merchantry? She allows him to call her just Eleanor instead of Miss Eleanor, but he insists on addressing her formally. She guesses that is something both Nox and Shane have in common. She tells him she doesn't want to make this into a big issue, but as a collateral family of the Reinhafer household that handles all its dirty work, if the fact that he infiltrated Eldon Academy to execute a secret mission somehow reaches Dean Noah's ears, what does he think will happen? He tells her that he thought she was someone kind who wouldn't make use of other people's weaknesses. She explains that she is a merchant, and there is no reason for her to be kind. He wonders what he needs to do. She asks if he isn't going to sign the contract. Later that night, Shane walks outside the academy holding the Fire Spirit's pendant. He thinks about how it is an overpowered artifact that can only be obtained just before the game's ending. Actually, Eleanor gifted it to him for saving her life. She told him it was her present and also the down payment for their contract. He considers that it is a super cheat item with multiple layers of high-level magic cast on it. But now he realizes that while it's great, it's also being tracked. It seems that Eleanor is truly obsessed with him. Inside Eleanor's room, her servant Rick remarks that it looks like she has really taken a liking to Shane. He adds that he has never seen her personally invite someone to recruit them before. She asks him since when he is allowed to comment on her actions. He quickly replies that he would never dare do such a thing and apologizes, assuring her that she knows he is not that foolish. She acknowledges that he always has a way with words. She thinks about how her accountant Rick and his movements seem suspicious. She wonders if he probably started behaving this way after Paimon was defeated by Dean Noah. While it is too early to draw any conclusions, something feels off. She warns him to be careful with the decisions he makes from now on. He replies that he will bear that in mind. As he walks outside her room, he thinks to himself that he was right. Nox is dangerous, and he needs to get rid of him quickly. He also plans to eliminate that stupid prince at the same time. Regardless of Nox's goals, he believes things won't go his way this time because he will be dead soon. The young master believes that Nox von Reinhofer is a new name he was given in this world. In truth, it had once belonged to someone else, and now he has stolen it. He has grown quite accustomed to playing this role, activating the hour of the genius. He recalls that in the past few days, many events have unfolded. He has slain countless monsters, demons, and enemies. Numerous people have sworn to remain by his side. Yet the more Nox gains, the deeper he sinks into loneliness. The system inquires whether he would like to start a new game. Chun glances around his tiny room where he sits playing. He recalls his room before the possession and wonders whether he would choose to start a new game. Rising from his chair, a sharp headache pierces through his skull. It is obvious he does not desire it, but if he thinks about it for even a moment, everything feels strangely off. He realizes that this situation has become the tragic outcome of someone who only played video games, trapped alone in a room overflowing with trash. He returns to his seat, contemplating this opportunity. He questions himself about his true identity. What kind of connection does he share with Nox, and why did he end up possessing him? While lost in thought, he falls from his chair. He knows none of this ever truly belonged to him. He acknowledges that he has always been aware of it. Unable to escape Nox's shadow, he remains tormented by the pain of uncertainty. Reaching for his medicine, it slips from his grasp and clatters to the floor. In truth, that is what shattered him the most. He finally admits it. Within the game, he gazes into the mirror and reflects that Chun remains an outsider in this world. Despite the bonds he has formed because of them, he has become someone completely different from the Nox he once knew. His father, Tao, questions him about why he risked his life to cut down Paimon himself. Tao suspects it might be related to his mother. On the night of the slaughter, Nox had been forced to watch his mother die before his eyes, and after that day, Tao knew his son had begun to stray from his path. The swordsman wonders if Nox were here, what would he have said in this moment? His father remarks that he pretends not to remember, but they both know that is untrue. The young master keeps pondering how Nox would have acted if he were present now. He decides that he has stopped worrying about such things. He questions his father, reminding him that he had once said he was hiding his true strength. His father affirms it. The swordsman grips his blade and releases a shadow blade slash into the air. He thinks that this name has always belonged to him, even if he is treated as a villain, mocked by others, and fated to be slain in the end. He accepts it. The maids whisper among themselves about the rumor that young Master Nox ranked first at the academy. Even the servants doubt its possibility, unable to believe that such an infamous good-for-nothing could achieve it. Some claim he must have bribed the academy or something similar, wondering what someone like him could ever be good at. Others insist that his victories against young Masters Allen and Hearts were merely because of his equipment, recalling how he barely escaped death when his father counterattacked. Tao instructs him that this is how the Shadow Blade slash should be used. Although he lives on borrowed time, he resolves to continue progressing the story. After evading his father's strike, he swiftly activates his genius trait and counterattacks. He realizes that is why he understands his own desperation so deeply. If there is one thing he must overcome, it is the event that will soon come to visit him, death itself. The system urgently requests that he restore his lifespan immediately. A few days later, everyone gathers in the lunatic world. Luna informs them that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chasers. She questions the swordsman about whether he still intends to keep moving forward like this. He confirms it without hesitation. One of their team members warns him that it is dangerous. More than the monsters, the real threat is the Tajulan Kingdom, sworn enemies of House Reinhafer. He explains to his team that this is precisely why they're doing it. He confirms that from here, he will head towards the Tajulan Kingdom. He instructs Luna to send a letter informing them that the son of House Reinhafer is coming. He actually wants them to prepare for his arrival. His system warns him that he has only 27 days left to live. Nox feels displeased and wonders how things ended up like this. Even after offering his lifespan to Stormbringer to eliminate Paimon, this is what remains. Now, with only a short time left to live, he is approached by Eleanor, who attempts to recruit the awakened succubus, Ayana, and his clone Shane into her guild. He knows that if he doesn't replenish his lifespan immediately, things will get dangerous. He also questions why situations like this keep occurring. His system provides him with complete information about the pendant Eleanor gives to Shane. It shows him its special effects and also warns him that Eleanor will constantly be able to track the user's location once it is equipped. He thinks it's still a relief that the tracking effect only activates after the artifact is worn. Actually, when his mana exceeds 15, a high-rank spirit can be summoned, and once his mana reaches 20 and his stamina exceeds 15, he can form a contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It is a ridiculously overpowered item, but the problem is that it's a bound item, so his clone Shane cannot equip it. And if he wears it himself, it will reveal that Shane and Nox are the same person. He knows Eleanor possesses a genius acting talent that surpasses his own normal acting ability, making it impossible to fool her with a half-baked lie. He hears that the Academy will take at least 2 weeks to settle the situation over there. First, he needs to return and start planning. He packs his bag and leaves his room. As he thinks about it, it occurs to him that it has been a while since he last visited the Reinhafer estate. He recalls Rona, May, and Alina and thinks it has also been some time since he reunited with his unit. Actually, he worries about Teo's barrage of questions regarding this incident. He leaves the academy and sits in the carriage to return home. But what troubles him the most is that he has only 27 days left to live. He decides he must Do something about it. On the other side, Ayanna sleeps on her bed. She sees her mother in a dream and hears her shouting that she cannot believe Ayanna still cannot drain magic from man's body. And yet she calls herself a bearer of House Soder's blood. Her mother also says it would have been better if one of her half-sisters had inherited the demon's blood instead. She calls Ayanna disgusting and orders her to get out of her sight. Ayanna suddenly wakes up from her sleep, worried about what she has done with Nox. She remembers asking him for a quick kiss and offering him a hug. That thought irritates her, and she cannot sleep. She feels angry because she was unable to seduce Nox. While thinking about it, she falls down from her bed. She gets up and sits in front of her dressing table. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she sees a very sexually seductive girl in a short dress. Her reflection tells her that she has finally realized it. On the other side, Nox and Levalia reach their palace. Rodwell welcomes them, saying it has been a while and asking if he's been well. He responds affirmatively and informs Rodwell that he would like to meet with the Patriarch, asking where he is. Rodwell informs him that Tao is in his chambers and offers to escort him. While they walk towards the chamber, he overhears maids talking about the rumor that the young master ranked first at the academy. Another maid says it's impossible because he is good for nothing. One servant mentions to another that maybe he bribed them or something, wondering what a good-for-nothing could possibly excel at. Another says he defeated young masters, Allen and Hartzall, because of his equipment. When he enters Tao's office, he finds him waiting. He thinks that Tao truly is a monster, so much so that he cannot believe he ever dared to stand before him in the past. His father calls his name and remarks that he seems to have grown considerably. For him to remain calm even after sensing his presence, it seems the reports were not wrong. He tells his father that even if he hadn't remained calm, Tao would have seen through everything eventually. And besides, he has already told him he no longer intends to do anything that would harm the family. Tao asks if it is true that he has become a candidate to marry the princess, and that he even took down Paimon. His system warns him that his trait of normal acting talent is wavering. His father questions him, saying he is hiding many things. He informs his father that he only landed the final blow and was just lucky. Tao wonders if he is trying to deceive him right now and tells him that even the family retainers agree he deserves to be punished. He tells his father that if he wishes to hold him responsible, he will accept it humbly. His father then asks if he knows this. The way to suppress and justify all these deceptions and betrayals is to become strong, so strong that no one dares even to look him in the eyes. Tao asks him if he truly has no interest in becoming the patriarch. Nox answers affirmatively. The young master notices his father smiling. Tao tells him that he wants to show him what the position he rejected truly means. He orders Nox to come out and takes him to the training hall, instructing him to draw his sword. The swordsman obeys his father. Tao tells him to begin and orders him to block his attacks. Nox is shocked and tells his father that he doesn't have the skill to do that. Suddenly, Tao strikes at him with his sword. The young master blocks it with his own blade. Tao tells him that he will hold back. Nox jumps away from his father. Tao tells him that this is the Rainhafer family's second sword technique, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. He also asks what he thinks of it and if he is intrigued. Nox smiles and tells him that it's his turn now. The young master fearlessly charges at his father. Both father and son become locked in a fierce sword fight. Tao finds himself clearly impressed by his son's swordsmanship. After a few swift exchanges, Tao throws him to the ground and questions whether this is truly his limit. Suddenly, Rodwell informs Tao that he is pushing things a bit too far, even if it is against young master Nox. He adds that even young Master Garen would have struggled to endure sword techniques of such intensity. Tao acknowledges his words and realizes he unintentionally put too much strength into his blade. He finds Nox impressive nonetheless. Tao suggests ending their sparring here for today. However, Nox demands to know where his father thinks he is going as he rises to his feet. He declares to his father that he has not learned a single thing yet. Tao, who is about to leave, turns back in surprise. Nox attacks him with his full power. Tao easily stops his son's sword. Tao wonders if Nox is asking for further instruction and finds it amusing. Nox responds that he will take this as permission to continue learning from him. Once again, Tao sends his son crashing to the ground. He then asks him one thing. Why did he risk his life to cut down Paimon? Himself, and was it related to his mother? Tao questions this because on the night of the slaughter, Nox had to watch his mother die with his own eyes. Tao explains that after that day, he knew his son had started to go astray. He pretended not to remember, but he knew deep down that it was not true. Nox asks his father about his claim that he was hiding his strength. He strikes him again with a shadow blade slash. Tao blocks his attack and counters with a true shadow blade slash, telling him that this is how it is meant to be used. Tao's attack is so powerful that the young master cannot hold his ground and is knocked back. The swordsman drops to his knees and quickly activates his genius trait. In that moment, he acquires the second technique of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. The system informs him that his understanding of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness has greatly increased from sparring with such a powerful opponent. This time he truly surprises his father. Tao is astonished that he picked up the second technique simply by witnessing it. However, Tao attacks with such force that Nox loses his sword and is thrown to the ground once more. Tao tells him that as his father and as the patriarch of House Rainhafer, he wants him to remember this. One day, he wants his son to use that sword to pierce through his heart and cut him down with his own hands for failing to protect his mother. He offers Nox the position of patriarch, saying he is more than capable of holding it. Suddenly, in his real room, he receives a message on his computer asking if he wants to start a new game. Chun looks around his surroundings and realizes it is his room from before the possession. He is struck by that off-putting feeling. He stands up from his chair, but his head spins. He rejects the thought, because if he considers it for even a moment, it is clearly strange. He remembers visiting the doctor. He recalls how his family abandoned him, how he lost his memories, and how he received a terminal diagnosis. He wonders if it is truly possible for all of this to happen at once, and if all of this is even real. He finds himself unable to remember what his name was before the possession. His gaze falls upon his messy table and filthy room. He collapses to the floor, forcing his mind to remember his name. Suddenly, it comes back to him. His name is Nox, and now he awakens in his palace bedroom as Nox once again. He wonders what exactly it was that he guessed, that he had some kind of dream, something undoubtedly important. He finds all four of his female maids standing next to his bed. He instructs them to speak one at a time. Levalia remarks that truly there isn't a single day that passes without him causing some kind of trouble. At this rate, she says, any maid serving him would end up dying from a heart attack. He responds that things just turn out that way, and that's all there is to it. Alina remarks that he must stop getting himself into such dangerous situations. She holds his hand to her face and questions whether he even knows how worried they were about him. Nox pulls his hand away from her and acknowledges that he understands, telling her to just put his hand down and talk properly. Alina pleads with him to let her hold his hand like this for a little longer. Levalia interjects, pointing out that it seems the young master feels uncomfortable. He notices that Rona is unusually quiet, as normally she would have already rushed over and given him trouble by now. He reflects that, more importantly, there is something pressing he needs to address first. He informs them that since they are all here, he has something to announce. Starting tomorrow, they will all be accompanying him to the Chaser's region. He knows it is part of the plan he has been formulating ever since returning to the family, because after eliminating the powerful beasts of Chatters, he needs to extend his lifespan, and he has not replenished any of it since his fight with Paimon. He also recalls his system's warning that the player has only 27 days left to live. He orders them to understand his words, and then tells them they may leave, as he would like to rest a bit more. Levalia replies that she will begin her preparations. After that, all 4 girls leave his room. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. Unexpectedly, it is Rona who returns and requests his permission to enter, saying she wants to tell him something. He grants her entry. She has tears in her eyes as she comes in and sits on the chair next to his bed. She begins by telling him that on the night of the slaughter, when his mother passed away, he is surprised that she remembers that night. That night, she says, smelled of blood. His mother had taken him and Rona to a safe place to conceal them, but the demons still found them. His mother told the demon that what he wanted was only her life, and she pleaded with him to stop the meaningless killing as she tried to protect them with her light magic. But PingBong told her she could not do anything with such pathetic light, then grabbed her by the neck. PingBong asked whether she truly believed she could drive them away. The demon explained that what they wanted was not only her. While PingBong was strangling his mother's throat, she told Rona to take care of Nox. She also said that he was born with far too much strength, and that was why he would need Rona's help. His mother instructed that even if his memories were erased and he became someone different from the boy she knew, Rona must still care for him so that one day Nox could return to her. After that, PingBong burned his mother alive and killed her. Rona tells him that he already knows what happened afterward. She spread malicious rumors so he could stay as far away from the family's power struggles, like the battle for heirship, as possible. She admits that it was an extremely painful decision for him, but she had to protect him because it was the final promise she made to his mother. But that is no longer the case, and if he has regained all his memories, then someone like her who deceived him and hid the truth has no right to remain by his side. He calmly tells her that it is all in the past now, but she insists that she can no longer stay by his side. He asks her if she knows why he never hated her. He explains that every night, when he was bedridden and suffering, she would stay with him for 2 hours out of worry. She always ended up defending him, saying he was not a bad person. He now realizes that was all because of her guilt. He understands that the one she serves and follows now is no longer him. He tells her to relax. The young master reflects that he knows better than anyone how meaningless rumors sometimes weigh on the heart the most. He wonders how deeply Tao loved his wife, how much Nox loved his mother, and what kind of feelings Rona holds towards him. He really wants to ask those questions. He stays silent as Rona starts crying. He looks at himself in the mirror and wonders why he has to become the villain. Later that day, Tao summons him to the office and formally grants him certain powers. After receiving these official powers, the young master makes an announcement in the block and posts notices across the cities. He declares that, in the name of Rienhofer, as a member of the Honorable House Rienhofer, he has obtained permission from the Patriarch to recruit private soldiers and establish an anti-demon battalion. He states that anyone wishing to follow him should gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week from now, in the afternoon, to undergo a trial. He further proclaims that if they manage to defeat him, or if he acknowledges their skills, the Empire will reward them with a monthly payment in gold coins. In cities and towns, people read his proclamation. Some remark that it seems their troublemaking youngest lord must be bored again and is seeking an adventure. One man even comments that surely no one would actually sign up for this and calls it absurd. However, many others decide to join, motivated by the promise of gold payments, and consider it worth a shot. People laugh among themselves, wondering if there is anyone who cannot defeat young Master Nox. Some say even a 4-year-old girl could give it a try. Suddenly, a man enters and questions whether everyone is enjoying their laugh. He offers to place a bet with them, tossing a bag full of coins onto the ground as he declares that he wagers hardly anyone will pass Nox's trial. A young man rises and remarks that, judging by his appearance, Knox seems like a pampered child from a wealthy household. He asks if the man hasn't heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. The stranger smiles faintly and turns his back on them. An elderly man, puzzled by his demeanor, wonders what is so amusing and explains to the others that they say such things because they are genuinely concerned for him. The stranger lets out a laugh and removes his mask, then shouts loudly, questioning who is worrying about whom now. The crowd gasps in shock upon seeing young Master Grain. One man exclaims that he had heard Grain was away training in chatters. Grain assures the crowd that he will keep everything spoken here a secret and confirms that his bet still stands. People notice that his wager amounts to about 50 gold coins. After that, a large number of people gather at the palace gate where the swordsman stands with his blade at his side. Onlookers wonder if he is truly the infamous youngest son of Tao. Some gossip that he supposedly graduated at the top of his class at the academy, but it seems his entire demeanor has changed. Others suspect it might all be a lie and doubt his capabilities, thinking he must have pulled off some kind of trick. He ponders why this has suddenly turned into such a big deal. Although he did post a recruitment notice for soldiers to subjugate monsters and chatters, he did not expect so many people turn up. He wonders if his reputation has suddenly improved, or something similar. Then he notices his brother among the crowd and realizes that it is his brother who has stirred things up and is taking actions he was never asked to. He turns to his servant and inquires if everyone had arrived. The servant informs him that a total of 1192 men and 126 women have registered. He thinks to himself that perhaps this is not all bad. With so many people, there are bound to be some capable ones among them. Suddenly, a very strong-looking man in the crowd raises his hand and questions what kind of trial they will undergo. Exactly. The young master smiles as he gazes at him, pleased by his arrogance and perfectly built physique. He also senses a vast amount of mana radiating from the man's body and realizes that someone like him would not come simply to enlist as an ordinary private soldier. He wonders if this man is from Garen's faction. Knox feels pleased that his brother has begun to keep tabs on him, though he knows it is not a good sign because someone with only that much power is no match for him. Finally, he addresses the crowd, stating that the rules are simple. They may use any method they wish to attack him as if they are trying to kill him, and even if they succeed in killing him, they will not be held responsible. The powerful man senses that something feels off. Knox is supposed to be the trash of House Reinhafer, and when Lord Garen hired him, he assumed it would be an easy job. Yet Knox's confidence unsettles him. Now, both the strong man and the young master stand face to face as the referee instructs them to take their positions. Suddenly, the referee shouts for the match to begin. The strong man charges at him with his full speed, thinking that Knox will not even be able to react, and wonders how someone like him dares to form a battalion. He wants to demonstrate to the young master what true strength looks like. To his surprise, however, Knox effortlessly dodges his attack and remarks that his movements are far too wide. He questions if this is how he normally fights. The strong man grows furious and attacks again, but this time Knox strikes his sword, sending it flying far from him. The swordsman tells him confidently that he will grant him another chance and advises him to come at him seriously this time. If he does not, Knox warns that he will send one of his arms flying. The young master kicks the strong man to the ground and demands if he can't hear him. He orders him to pick up his sword. The strong man apologizes and begs for forgiveness, but Knox drives a powerful punch into his face, knocking him out cold. The swordsman gazes at the crowd and declares that cowards lacking even this basic level of courage are of no use to him. He challenges them, asking who dares to step forward next. No one musters the courage to move. Garen feels a flicker of surprise, seeing how much his brother has grown, realizing there is nothing more left for him to teach the younger Reinhafer. Last night, when he placed that bet with the village people, He thought it would probably earn him a nice profit. But at this moment, that isn't what matters to him. Garen understands Nox is the only rope he has within the Rheinhafer. Family. He recognizes that his brother has begun revealing his true strength, and from here on, things will be smooth sailing for him. As Nox's reputation rises, Garen knows his own will naturally rise alongside it. People apologize, admitting they were arrogant to think they could become soldiers and decide they will just return to farming. Suddenly, Nox orders them to stop. Right there, he questions who told them they could leave and informs them they have already applied to become his soldiers. The young master warns that if they give up and try to return now, he will ensure their lives become worse than hell itself. He swears upon the name of Nox von Rheinhafer. The crowd trembles in fear. Without warning, he charges into them and starts striking them one by one. When he stops before a young man, he informs him that he has passed. The young man looks up at the swordsman and asks if he didn't just get flung away in a completely embarrassing manner moments ago. Nox replies that it's his call and warns him not to be too happy about passing, because from now on, he will push them all to the brink of death. Another man mutters that he thinks coming here was a terrible mistake. The next morning, all four girls, Lavila, Rona, May, and Alina, begin their journey in a carriage with their master. The young master rides alongside them on his own horse, Carl. Alina turns to him, saying there is something she wants to ask. He instructs May to sober her up first, and then she can speak. She obeys immediately, quickly giving Alina a potion to drink. After sobering up, Alina repeats that she wants to ask something. She inquires about the reason for returning to Chatters, mentioning that she heard he bought land there. He informs her that he intends to develop that land. She questions him, pointing out that the land is barren, unfit for farming, and crawling with monsters. He assures her there is nothing to worry about because he already has a plan. She blushes, calling him stubborn and saying she finds it very cool, adding that he is very gallant. May swiftly presses her hand over Alina's mouth, telling her she has really overdone it today. The young master reflects that he understands why the others are tagging along, but even Rona, the family maid, came with them. He wonders if perhaps she still feels guilty about his mother. He remembers how much Rona likes his horse, Carl, and recalls her saying, when will she ever get to ride on that gallant back of his? He thinks perhaps he was worried for nothing. One way or another, the private soldier recruitment for the monster subjugation seems to have gone quite well. One soldier remarks that, to be honest, he didn't know much about the Chatters region. But after Professor Raza's latest paper was published, he realized something. Young Master Nox truly resembles the Patriarch and possesses the same sharp insight. He calls his master an amazing leader. Nox tells them not to all speak at once. By the way, that young soldier's name is Christopher. Christopher is a knight over 2 meters tall and apparently highly skilled, but he is annoyingly talkative. When they finally reach Chatters, May notes that the area has developed quite a bit and is different from last time. Alina agrees with her observation. However, Christopher doesn't seem pleased with the progress. He remarks that he was expecting more, but guesses it can't be helped, since development only really started recently. Now that it has become the land of a dark family, it will be hard to attract people here. The young master agrees with him, explaining that this is why he brought soldiers here. Christopher finally understands the reason behind recruiting new troops. Nox confirms it and says there is something that must be done before they can revitalize Chatters. Christopher wonders what that might be. The swordsman explains that it's the monsters in this region. They need to reduce their numbers first. In truth, Nox knows this is only a convincing excuse. To be honest, it is not the real reason. He isn't particularly interested in the development of Chatters. Suddenly, the system warns him that he has only 10 days left to live and suggests he restore his lifespan immediately. Right now, his only priority is saving himself first. The young master, accompanied by his convoy, enters the castle, where his brother Garen greets him. Garen presents him with all the gold he had won in the bet, and mentions that he meant to give it to him. He tells Nox that he has earned this reward, and expresses his gratitude for his efforts. At first, Nox had thought it was unfair that he did all the work while the money went to Garen, but now, seeing him handing over everything, feels like too much flattery coming from him. Nevertheless, he feels pleased because he had intended to make use of Garen from the beginning. He inquires about how the development of the Chatters region is progressing. Garen informs him that there aren't many settlers yet. After Professor Ra's announcement, quite a few young men have considered migrating. But with the poor soil, where crops fail to grow well, the presence of dangerous monsters, and unpaved roads, people remain hesitant to move based solely on potential. Nox assures him not to worry, explaining that this is why they dispatch the anti-magic corps. Seeing the large army, Garen brightens and states that if the youngest says so, he feels reassured. He asks when they're moving out and suggests that they should rest a day since they have traveled a long way. However, the young master declares that they will be moving out immediately and announces his departure without delay. A few days earlier, when Tao had asked Christopher why a knight as exceptional as him would want to follow Lord Nox, he had also mentioned that he was certain Christopher was treated well by this house, and, from his perspective, saw no reason for him to leave. Christopher had explained that it was because he saw the light, the overwhelming talent that Lord Nox displayed. He had seen the clue that could help him perfect his swordsmanship, and that was why he now wished to refine Lord Nox's swordsmanship. He had also admitted that it wasn't for anyone else, but for himself. Tao had pondered if he meant the northern sword technique, and Christopher had confirmed that he was right. Finally, Tao had agreed and granted him permission. Christopher intends to mold Lord Nox into the greatest knight, but finds himself surprised to see him using magic. He asks Levalia if she knows anything about it. She explains that recently Nox has shown interest in magic, but to see him grow this much is a surprise for her as well. By using magic, he attracts a large number of monsters near the castle gate and strikes them with a powerful ray of light. May feels shocked to witness the young master becoming even stronger. Within just a few months, Alina begins praying for her master's safety. His system notifies him that he has defeated a gnoll and his lifespan has increased by 2 hours each time he kills another gnoll. His system gives him the same message. He feels worried that he is gaining only 2 hours with each kill, knowing that a gnoll is a fairly strong mid-tier monster. According to Black Flame Ring, the stronger the opponent is in comparison to his own strength, the higher lifespan he will receive as a reward. After waiting a little longer, he releases an enormous ray of light and eradicates them all. His system informs him that his remaining lifespan is now 14 days. He feels dissatisfied because even after killing so many, his lifespan has only increased by 4 days. Determined, he resolves to find a solution. When dawn breaks, the young master returns to the castle. Alina quickly hugs him and tells him that he is amazing. Christopher remarks that he had thought Nox was only skilled in swordsmanship, but seeing him proficient in magic greatly surprises him, and he wonders just how far his limits extend, realizing they didn't know about his magic skills. Nox leads them inside the castle and informs them that he learned all this from Professor Raz. Since Raz possesses immense theoretical knowledge, and if they don't like it, then they don't have to believe him. Levalia suggests revisiting the issue later and reminds them that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chatters. She asks if he plans to continue moving in this direction. The young master confirms that he will be heading northeast. Christopher warns him that it is dangerous since stronger monsters reside in the eastern region. Suddenly he laughs and states that this isn't the real concern. Rather, the greater issue is the Tajilan kingdom, which remains hostile towards House Rainhafer. He advises that it would be better to avoid it. Nox responds that this is exactly why he intends to go there. He then orders Levalia to send them a letter informing them that a son of House Rainhafer is on the way and they should prepare. Accordingly, early in the morning in the Tajilan kingdom, Prince Kushan wakes up and looks at himself in the mirror. His servant informs him that the infamous youngest son of House Rainhafer is expected to arrive soon, remarking that his arrogance must know no bounds. The servant speculates whether he believes his father's influence extends all the way to Tajilan. Prince Kushan questions his servant, asking if he knows that Tao killed his own father and brothers. On that day, Kushan still recalls every person who stood by his side and protected him. He tells his servant, Kramzer, that although people criticize him for being a mere regent, he knows the truth, that Kramzer bore some of the prince's duties when he was overwhelmed with grief after losing his family, all for the sake of lessening the burdens of his responsibilities, even if only slightly. The prince confirms with him if his name was Nox. He states that once he kills him, Tao will finally understand how much he suffered and how he managed to endure that hell. The servant bows to his master and replies that he understands and will prepare accordingly. Kramzer adds that now this heavy decision has been made, he must rest easy. At the palace of the Tajilan kingdom, a guard orders a group of strangers to state their identity. It is Nox, and he questions the guards if such a formality is truly necessary. The guards quickly apologize to him. The young master remarks that standing in this heat for too long has made his blood boil too, the point where he feels like killing someone. The frightened guards immediately tell him they will escort him inside. As they enter the palace, his system informs him that he has only 9 days left to live and suggests that he kill monsters to restore his lifespan. He thinks that crossing the desert really messed up his remaining life, but it is fine. That is the whole reason he came to Tajilan. Once he retrieves the item from the ancient ruins in northern Tajilan and deals with a special monster, he will not only gain more life, but also become stronger at an even faster rate. Suddenly, his system warns him that a penalty applies if his lifespan falls below 10 days. It also notifies him that the negative trait dead count has been applied, reducing all his physical abilities by 20%. Moreover, the activation probability of the negative trait, lingering ailment, increases exponentially. He starts sweating heavily. Lavelia asks if he is all right. He thinks that now he has to worry about all these damn debuffs too. He instructs her to keep this a secret because he came here to improve his body's condition. When they enter the palace court, Christopher reminds him that he already knows this. He must remain cautious. He assures him that he will serve him faithfully, so he has absolutely nothing to worry about. Nox stands with his 4 maids and Christopher before the prince. The prince states that they have received his letter. The swordsman draws his sword and with a single strike, breaks the floor. He tells the prince that he is merely a prince and not even the ruler of a vassal state. Nox threatens him, asking if he wants his nation erased from the map. He orders the prince to kneel here and now, warning him that otherwise he will erase him first. Meanwhile, at the Rheinhafer estate, Rodwell asks Tao why he did not stop the young master from heading to Tajilan. Tao wonders what he means by that. Rodwell questions him, reminding him that he chose Nox as his heir and states that if Nox goes to Tajilan, he could end up in grave danger. Tao replies that he believed Nox could handle that much. He also acknowledges that Rodwell's insight is unmatched. To think he would read his thoughts so clearly. Tao admits that he is right and reveals that he has decided to name Nox as his heir and place him in that seat. That is why attracting too much attention before he is ready is dangerous. Tao explains that until he reaches a certain level, he will not be able to protect himself. Rodwell agrees with his master, realizing that is why he assigned the Black Sword Knights to guard him this time. Tao states that he has always preferred certainty in situations like these, and if any threat were to arise, those elite knights will act immediately. Rodwell concurs with his master. That day when Tao and Nox practice swordsmanship together, Tao tells him that as his father and as the patriarch, of House Rheinhafer. He wants Nox to use that sword to pierce through his heart and cut him down with his own hands for failing to protect his mother and to take the position of patriarch for himself because he is capable of it. Tao informs Rodwell that he must also know this, that his end, the end of Tao van Rheinhafer, draws near. Rodwell responds to his master that he will always stand with him. Meanwhile, our boy is busy drawing his past life game knowledge, contemplating that there are two key tips to figure out a guy's personality in a game. The first is when equipment enhancement fails and explodes. The system even issues a prior warning stating that enhancement has failed, and this does not require much explanation. The second tip arises in situations exactly like his current one, when a mediocre character, unaware of his own limits, acts out. He truly despises situations like this. Now Nox stands before the prince and commands him to kneel. He is aware that the prince is a character who lost all his family except his younger sister to Tao. He also understands that the prince may harbor resentment towards House Rheinhafer, but even so, a mere prince of a vassal state dares to express his emotions like this. Since he has decided to obtain the hidden peace in Tegelin, he needs to bring this prince over to his side. However, before that, Nox must break his spirit slightly to make him more manageable. The young master yells at the prince, demanding if he intends to make him repeat himself. The prince leaves his seat and positions himself directly before Nox, remarking that it seems he was displeased with him sitting in the presence of a guest of honor. He then kneels before him. The swordsman quickly checks all his details on his system, reviewing his traits, stats, and skills. The system warns him that Kushin's hatred towards House Rheinhafer is currently at its peak. Afterwards, Nox smiles and grants him permission to take a seat. Sitting right in front of him, he reflects on the prince's main flaws, that he is overly self-critical and emotionally immature. He recalls that in his 27th lunatic playthrough, the prince was completely deceived by Karmzer, who was not only his regent but also secretly a demonic human. He never discovered the truth, leading to his ultimate ruin and self-destruction. He knows he can prevent all those tragedies, and that is precisely why he came to Tegelin. The prince, in a very respectful tone, inquires why he has come to the Tegelin kingdom. The young master responds that he is here for tourism and exploration of ancient ruins, and that is all he needs to know. He warns the prince that until he leaves, he must behave properly. Nox asks if he understands what that implies. The prince confirms his understanding. Kushin orders Karmzer to make arrangements for Lord Nox to tour the kingdom and instructs that if he requests anything else, he should be treated with the utmost hospitality. Nox interrupts and tells him to change the guide for the tour. He points at the young princess, stating that she will personally attend to him and show him around the kingdom. Kushin attempts to stop him, but Nox locks eyes with him and questions if there is a problem. The prince replies that there is no issue and orders his sister Arya to do her best to assist Lord Nox. She obediently accepts her brother's command. Rona grows worried and remarks to Levalia that it seems the young master has taken an interest in a woman. Levalia wonders what she means and replies that she does not have a manual for handling this kind of situation. Alina insists that they cannot allow the young master to get close to another woman. Absolutely not. The young master feels concerned that the situation is descending into chaos. He honestly thinks that even he would misunderstand this, but that is not what truly matters here. He can sense that the princess has already been affected and is extremely dangerous. He orders the princess to come along immediately and instructs the others to go and rest. Calling Alina's name, he feels happy when she quickly asks what he wants. Nox tells her that she is coming with him, along with Christopher. Christopher promptly obeys his master and prepares to accompany him, declaring with joy that he shall gladly escort him and feels deeply honored. Levalia, still worried, comments that her young master seems to have taken an interest in a woman and asks if he will be all right without her. Nox tells her that she is being overprotective and assures her that everything is moving according to plan, so she should not worry too much. The young master departs from the palace with his team. As they walk, Alina inquires about the princess, but before he can respond, Christopher explains that she is Arya Adrian, the only sister of Prince Kushan, and is famous for her exceptional beauty. The swordsman asks him to get to the main point. Christopher clarifies that the princess is currently under the influence of illusion magic, and Nox is planning to dispel her curse. He wonders if it is truly possible for her to be afflicted by such a high-level dark magic curse. He also warns Nox that if anything goes wrong, Tajlin will not take it lightly. Nox advises them to move somewhere out of sight first. After covering some distance, they enter a shop. A girl welcomes them, apologizing and saying that this place is unsuitable for noble guests. He thinks there are 3 things he must accomplish here. First, he must break Arya's curse. Second, he needs to awaken Alina's powers. As he ponders the third, he smiles and asks the girl how the preparations for the rebellion are progressing. Suddenly, the innocent-looking girl in the shop pulls out a knife and attacks him. Christopher swiftly stops her, scolding her for swinging a knife without warning and telling her that she lacks manners. Alina warns her to stop bullying the young master. Nox tells her that he thinks it would be best if she listened to what he has to say. He understands that this is the point of contact with a special character named Lies. He recalls Professor Raza's lecture, where the professor explains that the dispel spell is based on reverse engineering the formula that constitutes the magic. He likens the process to untangling a tangled mess of strings. However, he emphasizes that reverse engineering and neutralizing magic is by no means an easy task. Raz also cautions his students that it's best not to attempt it on their own. He then gives another example, mentioning the rare race of elves. Now, in the Tajlin kingdom, the young master instructs his team to sheath their swords. Christopher interjects, claiming that she attempted to attack him. However, Nox orders his subordinates to leave them alone. He wishes to speak with her in private. Christopher, although reluctant, urges everyone to obey their master's command. The young master tells him to wait outside, but Christopher protests, insisting he is Nox's personal bodyguard. Nox allows Alina to stay, telling her that if anything happens, she should protect him. She cheerfully complies with her master's request. Lies glances at him, wondering if he truly knows who she is. He informs her calmly that she is an elf who once actively participated in combat, a member of the Estelle tribe, and a high-spirit mage. Upon hearing this, Lies transforms into her original elven form. Since he already knows her identity, she sees no reason to keep hiding it. The swordsman praises her wise decision. She remarks on his hair and eyes, noting that he must be the youngest member of House Rheinhafer, Nox. He confirms her assumption. He then tells her he's aware that she has been organizing a resistance, and that the headquarters is located beneath the inn. Lies stares at him, puzzled, and asks why he has come here. He points to Arya and tells her that he wants her to lift the curse on the child. Lies reacts with disbelief, stating that she is someone preparing to rebel against the kingdom, yet he wants her to save the kingdom's princess. The young master replies that if a rebellion is launched, Tajlin will be completely destroyed. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, the nation will ultimately fall into the hands of the Empire. Lies repeats her question, pressing him on what he truly wants. He tells her that this is an ending that both she and he would eventually arrive at. She questions him further. Why would House Rheinhafer, the very family responsible for Tajlin's collapse, want to break the princess's curse? The young nobleman understands her curiosity, but since he cannot reveal his true objective, he decides to steer the conversation elsewhere. Just then, his system notifies him that his trait normal acting talent has been activated. He tells her that he understands what Tajlin means to her. She looks confused and asks what he means by that. He observes that although she is pretending to remain calm, she is visibly shaken. He knows exactly why. A high-spirit mage like her, being stuck in a place like this is not without reason. Now begins the side story of the desert. Thief, Saren, and Lies, the high-spirit mage. Even among the elves, who are known for their innate sensitivity to mana, Lies displayed unmatched talent since childhood. She had communicated with countless spirits and, by the age of 16, had formed a contract with a top-class spirit, earning her the prestigious title of High Spirit Mage. But sometimes unrestrained talent can become a curse. Born into the minority Estelle race, Lies was never properly protected. She wandered across various countries for years. Although spirit magic had many applications, despite its limited combat ability, it was coveted by many. As a result, her life became a cycle of constant pursuit and escape. Eventually, when she reached Tageline, she was ambushed by mercenaries and left on the verge of death. That was when a woman, who had been hiding in the area, extended a helping hand. She offered Lies a place to hide and promised to tell everyone that Lies had fled elsewhere. Her name was Saren. Thanks to Saren's help, Lies was able to settle here. Saren was a natural-born leader and the idol of the street children. Lies admired Saren greatly for the way she took responsibility for the children and managed to feed all of them. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel worried. One day, Lies asked Saren if they really had to keep stealing and wondered if there wasn't another way. Saren told her they had no choice. If they didn't do this, the children in the slums wouldn't survive. Lies knew that stealing was both dangerous and a crime, but she chose to follow that path for the sake of the children. She then started searching for a way to support Saren through other means. She began using magic to develop the slums. Though it was a modest endeavor, her goal was to create a small inn, but that dream never came to life. Saren was executed, hanged at the gallows. Nox speaks solemnly, telling her that this country is rotten to the core. However, if she tries to overturn it through rebellion, the Empire of Arkheim will consume it entirely. Lies asks him why he thinks Tageline has become so full of orphans forced to live in slums. She then explains the real reason. It's because no one has taken the throne of Tageline. Ever since the throne became vacant, the nobles have only looked after their own interests. If they had seized the opportunity to restore order, things would never have deteriorated like this. For the first time in the conversation, Lies becomes emotional and shouts at him. She says she misses Saren. Saren died because of those nobles. The swordsman quietly agrees with her. Lies snaps at him, demanding to know what he means by that and what he's implying by agreeing. He calmly advises her not to let herself be consumed by vengeance and risk ruining everything. He urges her to think carefully about how to truly protect everyone because her current methods are insufficient. Nox tells her that he knows she once had a human friend who saved her, and he's also aware that child died because of the war. However, he insists that her current methods are only making things worse. She demands to know what exactly he plans to do to resolve the situation. He calmly explains that he intends to place the prince on the throne. If the prince rises to power and fulfills his responsibilities, then the nation will gradually begin to recover. She completely disagrees, stating that it's already far too late. If he'd had the courage to act earlier, things would never have deteriorated to this point. The young man understands that she wants to burn everything down, but he knows she wouldn't have done it. He reminds her that Saren loved this place. She recalls Saren's words when she asked her, "Don't you think that someday Tageline could become a beautiful city?" Saren understood it. Wouldn't be easy in the beginning, but until the day came when they could rest peacefully beneath a glorious sunset under the king's protection, she didn't want to abandon this place. She looks at him puzzled and wonders how he could possibly know what Saren truly wanted. He challenges her, asking if she really believes Saren would have wanted this country to fall into ruin. Then he states firmly that he'll ask her one last time, Does she truly believe that this cursed child is cause of her suffering? Meanwhile, back at the palace, Prince Kushin anxiously asks Kramzer what he is supposed to do if he loses Arya on top of everything else. Kramzer tries to reassure him, advising the prince not to worry, because they are doing everything within their power to locate the princess and ensure her safety. Still, Kramzer reflects privately that this man called Nox, he had assumed he was just some lowly thug. But now it's clear that Nox is far more dangerous than he had believed, and he must be eliminated to free Duke Gremory without harm. Prince Kushin begins to question himself, wondering if he is a coward for having handed over his own sister. He believes that even if it had cost him his life, he should have protected her. Kramzer suspects there might be a specific reason why Arya was taken. Kushin mutters that when Ser Nox arrives tonight, he will poison the banquet, but his servant, Kramzer, presents him with a knife and informs him that this weapon once belonged to the late king. He urges the prince to use it to eliminate the youngest member of the Rheinhafer household. He insists this is the only way to truly exact revenge. When Nox returns, Kramzer intercepts him and respectfully invites him to come along, as dinner has been prepared. The swordsman eyes him and asks about his identity. Kramzer introduces himself as the court mage, sent by Prince Kushin to serve him. He also inquires about Lady Arya's whereabouts. Nox informs him that she is staying at a decent inn nearby. At the dinner table, Nox's entire team begins eating. Lavilia affectionately strokes a parrot perched on her shoulder. She tells Alina that parrots are truly the most meticulous and astonishing creatures she's ever encountered. She's absolutely amazed because the parrot repeats every single word she says. She tells May that if she ever gets the chance, she'd love to bring one back with her. May mentions that there are also a number of rare materials and herbs that grow exclusively in the desert. Meanwhile, Rona asks her young master how he's feeling. He replies that he's fine. Kramzer laughs warmly and says he's glad they enjoyed their time in Tagilin. Then he announces that they've prepared a dish that will make the experience even more delightful. He asks Nox if he would like to try it. It's the tail of the silver-faced scorpion, a delicacy reserved for only the most honored guests. In a tone laden with meaning, Kramzer adds that he sincerely hopes it suits his taste. Late that night, after everyone has gone to sleep, Prince Kushin silently sneaks into Nox's bedroom. He keeps repeating in his mind that one stab with this knife and everything will be over. He wants to avenge his father and brothers. He hopes that Kramzer's plan went accordingly. If it did, Nox should now be heavily poisoned. And if he wants to finish this in one strike, then now is the perfect moment. Kushin approaches the bed, knife in hand, whispering that Nox should blame his father for what's about to happen. But the young master isn't asleep. He's been waiting. In an instant, he dodges the attack and demands to know what Kushin thinks he's doing before forcefully throwing him aside. Kushin launches himself, again with all his strength. This time, Nox slams him into the ground and lands a powerful punch. Stunned, Kushin stares at him in disbelief, wondering how this is even possible. Smirking, Nox tells him that if he's curious how he's still able to move after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, he has no reason to share that information with someone who just tried to kill him. Our boy was already aware that this is going to happen. To get a little context, we cut back a little in the past when he just left the inn. While returning from the inn, he informs Alina, this is the venom of the silver-faced scorpion. Normally, it isn't poisonous, but when combined with certain foods, it becomes lethal. Kushin will attempt to assassinate me using this. He instructs her to prepare an antidote in advance. Alina, puzzled, asks how he could possibly know such a thing. He doesn't answer directly, but reflects to himself that he has seen this exact scenario unfold dozens of times in the game. Turning to her, he asks coldly when she was ever allowed to question his words and orders her to follow instructions without complaint. She mutters that he's so forceful and always so cool. Even if soldiers are dispatched, He believes it won't make a difference. He has already anticipated this. His thoughts drift to the Black Sword Knights, Rian Hafer's elite unit, and he wonders whether Teo has sent them in secret. The sheer affection Teo shows for his youngest son is overwhelming, almost tear-inducing. He knows the Black Sword Knights possess top-tier stealth capabilities. Even within the game, they were unmatched. But their skills are meaningless in front of his eyes. Eyes that have already cleared this scenario countless times. As long as they are with him, there is no reason to worry, even if an entire army descends upon them. Later, in his bedroom, he looks directly at Prince Kushin and remarks how foolish it is to attempt to assassinate a direct descendant of the Rain Hafer household. He silently questions whether the prince truly believes that killing him would serve as revenge for his father. Infuriated, the prince warns him not to speak of his father so lightly, then charges at him. This time, the young master sidesteps the attack with ease and speed. Kushin recalls the rumors that the youngest son of House Rainhafer was merely a spoiled brat, but now he can't understand how someone like that could wield a sword at such a high level. None of his attacks land. Every strike is effortlessly dodged. The swordsman smiles slightly, assessing the prince's skills. As a royal, Kushin at least has a grasp of the basics, but his actual level is no more than intermediate. At this stage, there is no need to even use a skill against him. Finally, the young master grabs him by the throat, throws him to the floor, and demands to know who ordered the assassination attempt. Kushin insists that he acted of his own volition. The swordsman narrows his eyes. Unconvinced, he questions whether the prince intends to conceal the truth until the very end. Calling for his guard, he summons Christopher. At once, Christopher leaps into the room and bows. "I, your loyal servant, await your command. If it is your will, I will step into fire itself." The young master replies bluntly that his first command is to shut up and his second is to make the prince kneel. Without hesitation, Christopher grabs the prince and orders him to kneel before his master. The young master examines the prince's expression and comments on the look in his eyes, one filled with blame. He then asks Kushin what he thinks destroyed his kingdom. Was it him, or was it his sister? The prince doesn't answer. The swordsman follows with another question. Is the prince truly sitting in the place he was meant to be? Kushin asks bitterly what the young master could possibly know to say such a thing. He was born the youngest of a powerful house, never having borne any burden. But the young master answers calmly. There are things he can still understand, even without having been burdened before. He then asks if Kushin knows why he hasn't been killed yet. He tells him that the throne he holds, though fated, still has value. Kushin scoffs at the idea and calls the throne worthless. He claims he never wanted it. The swordsman replies that even if Kushin doesn't want it, he was born holding it, and if he refuses to carry its weight, then who else can? Who could possibly replace him? He offers the prince a chance. Become the vessel for Tagilin, and in return, the truth will be revealed. But before that, the young master chooses to unveil one truth of his own. He did absolutely nothing to Kushin's sister. The prince is visibly shaken by this revelation. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a group of men enjoys the sight of dancing girls in the bustling market. One of them turns to an older man and asks why Nox has come to Tagilin. The older man responds that he has no idea. Despite all their networks, they couldn't uncover anything, not even a single leak. Even if Nox belongs to a great family, showing up with private troops is an insult to Tagilin. Another older man, wiser and more composed, joins in. He asks what can be done. This is House Rheinhafer, and Tao himself is involved. For now, he says they could do nothing but watch. The others agree, silently. At that moment, Kramzer walks into the gathering and declares that this might be an opportunity for all of them. One of the elders looks at him and asks what he means. Kramzer elaborates that now might be the perfect time to deal with the prince. This may be the right moment. Some of the men exchange puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. Another man suggests it could still be too early. Kramzer challenges them by asking whether they all didn't witness the prince's humiliation. A prince of a kingdom kneeling before a noble, it was disgraceful. Now that the people's dissatisfaction has reached its peak, he suggests they take this opportunity to eliminate both the prince and Nox's faction. One man expresses concern, pointing out that they are talking about the youngest son of House Reinhafer. Kramzer calmly reveals that he has already poisoned Nox's meal and that the prince himself has vowed to take Nox's life. An old man chuckles darkly, stating that they will blame Nox's death on the prince, then plunge the region into war amid the resulting chaos. He praises Kramzer, calling him the only one capable of devising such a plan. Unbeknownst to them, Nox and Prince Kushin are hiding behind curtain. Having listened to the entire conversation, Nox turns to the prince and quietly asks what he thinks now that the truth stands before him. The prince, voice filled with disgust, mutters that it is vile, absolutely disgusting. On the other side, Lies begins the healing process on Princess Arya. She asks her why she thinks the late king and queen passed away and whether she truly doesn't know why Tajilin has collapsed like this. She then tells the princess that it's because of her incompetent older brother, a feeble coward who doesn't even have the resolve to inherit the throne. The princess, who feels as though she is drowning in deep water, rejects this claim. She insists it cannot be true and calls it a lie. Lies calmly advises her that letting go makes everything easier. She urges her to leave it all to her, saying that from now on, she need only spend the rest of her days in a long, happy dream, even though they both know it's all just an illusion. Arya responds weakly, saying she can no longer move her body, nor can she speak. She wonders if this truly is the end. Lies gently asks if she can still hear her voice. Suddenly Arya awakens and calls out, asking who she is. She pleads with her that if she can truly hear her voice, then please get her out of there. Lies assures her that if she genuinely desires it, then she will do exactly that. In fact, she was planning to do it regardless. All at once, Arya feels strength, slowly returning to her limbs. She wonders what is happening to her as she opens her eyes and looks around. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prince speaks to the young swordsman, saying he believes everything Kramzer told him about Tajilin politics, ethics, and even the state of its people's lives. Nox responds, blaming the prince's own weakness, pointing out how he has always left judgment to others. The prince now understands this is why it all hurts so much, and he wonders aloud how he's supposed to fix any of it. The swordsman gestures toward Arya and Lies, telling him to ask those two instead of him. Arya calls out to her brother, who rushes to her side. They hold each other's hands tightly. He asks if she's really all right and demands to know what on earth happened to her. Nox answers, informing him that she had been under Kramzer's brainwashing. The prince is stunned to hear this. He wonders if Kramzer could truly be a demonic human. The swordsman confirms his suspicion and explains that Kramzer is indeed a demonic human who worships demons. The prince struggles to accept it. Nox tells him that he himself was also partially under Kramzer's control, and now that he's aware of the truth, the spell is breaking. That's what's been causing his headaches. It will ease with time, he assures him. He also tells the prince that soon he will come to realize what it is he truly must do. Suddenly, Lies leaps forward and punches the prince square in the face. She furiously tells him that if he still cannot make a proper decision now, then she will have his head displayed atop the royal tower. She accuses him, saying that because of Kramzer's tyranny and his own cowardice, all of this has happened. The young master reflects that, just as expected, Lies is livid. Everything started with Kramzer's fabricated sob story. Through insidious brainwashing, the court Mage ruled as regent and corrupted the kingdom from within. He is in fact a demonic human. His true aim is to resurrect Gremory, one of the 72 demons. That's why the brainwashed king and queen of Tageland turned against the royal family. And just as Kramzer had planned, the enraged Arkheim Empire ordered House Rainhafer to directly subjugate Tageland. In the end, Teo, Rodwell, Christopher, and the merciless Black Sword Knights claimed the life of Tageland's king, along with countless others. Nox thinks back to when he first learned of this devastating twist. It had hit him hard. He also understands now that Lai's rage and Kushin's weakness are just the aftershocks of that one tragic event. He tells the others that both Lise and Kushin suffered from the same root cause. There are no winners or losers in war. No one is purely innocent, and no one can be completely condemned. The swordsman tells them that, at the very least, they must not misplace their resentment. Lise shouts that it's already too late. She urges Nox to look at the prince, who still cannot gather his resolve. If he had even a sliver of courage to sit on the throne, she says Saren and the children of the slums might still be alive. The young warrior gently advises her that, even if it's too late, if they don't revisit the past, humanity will never grow. Even if the reality before her is tragic and repulsive, she must find the strength to move forward. Looking at Nox's face, Lise sees Saren's shadow. She realizes something. She always knew, deep down, that he is just like her. Tears stream down her face as she thinks to herself that he understands the helplessness of losing everyone he loves, the crushing weight of duty, and the desperate desire to run away, to hide, to disappear from the world. Arya turns to her brother and tells him that this time, she will move forward with him, because there are still things in this world worth protecting. The prince thanks his sister. The system notifies him that the trait loyalty in Kushin Adrian has blossomed. Kushin's loyalty toward Nox has skyrocketed to 100%. From this moment on, Kushin will show unshakable and eternal devotion to the player. The prince declares that he will no longer run away. The swordsman is pleased. He has secured both Kushin and Liseri, and they will now become two of his most powerful units. Just as he did with Marin, he will support them. Lise expresses her gratitude, saying she believes her fury has finally found the right direction. She also tells him that he is not the man the rumors made him out to be. Arya looks at the young man and tells him that he saved both her and her brother. She thanked him sincerely for that. He responds by saying he simply cleared the path. The rest they did themselves. However, a new issue arises. A large crowd has gathered outside the palace gates. They demand the dethroning of the incompetent Prince Kushin in the beginning of a new era. The mob also insists on crowning Lord Kramzer as the new king. The young master smiles and says it's a bit too early to be thanking him just yet. He informs them that from this point forward, they must prepare for the real war, the battle against their true enemy. A large number of protesters gather all across the city, shouting that there is no kingdom left to be handed over to an incompetent prince and princess. They demand that the prince and princess be found first, claiming that the only one who can save them now is Lord Kramzer. Meanwhile, Lord Kramzer reflects on how long it has taken to reach this moment. His thoughts drift back to his childhood, back when he was just a boy, homeless and destitute. He believes that while a rare few are born with exceptional talent and noble blood, most people live their entire lives without ever tasting such fortune. He himself had been a low-born commoner, possessing nothing. One day, a woman approached him and told him bluntly that he was weak, but she also said she could see the desire burning in his eyes. Yet she warned that his pitiful talent and humble origins would only drag him down. She declared that he would never achieve his dreams, and that he would wander aimlessly, only to be forgotten and buried in the sands of time. She called it unfair. Opportunities, she said, should be granted equally. She then offered him a chance and advised him that, to rise from worthlessness, one must do whatever it takes, even if it means stepping on others, even if it means selling one's soul. And now, he believes the time has finally come for his desperate prayers to bear fruit. With the great power bestowed upon him by Duke Gremory, he had made a decision on that very day. He would not only become someone extraordinary, he would seize this entire kingdom. In the city, protesters question one another, asking if the prince has been found yet. An old man steps forward and commands the others to locate the prince immediately. Suddenly, Prince Kushin appears before them and announces that there is no need to search any longer. Lord Cramser is caught off guard by the prince's appearance. Kushin questions him directly, asking what he is doing here. Cramser is bewildered by the situation. He finds it strange. The prince who had once been consumed by vengeance, who had been barely distinguishable from a cripple, cowering in fear until only recently still trapped in his shell. Now, he's standing tall, exuding an aura of brilliance. Cramser also realizes that the brainwashing that had once clouded the minds of both the prince and the princess has vanished. He begins to wonder, what exactly is going on? The prince looks at him with deep disappointment. He tells Cramser that he had once trusted him like family, but in the end, Cramser had not tried to protect the kingdom of Tohallan. Instead, he had only ever sought to steal the land that Kushin's father and ancestors had built. Despite the accusations and the exposure of his true intentions, Cramser remained unbothered. With a smug smile that he made no effort to hide, he responded condescendingly. He claimed that His Highness still failed to grasp the reality of the situation. He mocked Kushin for wasting the past 2 years and pointed toward the furious crowd, insisting that the citizens now stood behind him, enraged by the prince's incompetence. Did Kushin no longer have the eyes to see the sorrow in their faces? Even the late king, Cramser added venomously, must surely be cursing his son from the grave. And as the two men clashed in words, the crowd's roar did not cease. The chants and protests continued, echoing through the streets with unrelenting fury. Cramser was inwardly delighted, thinking to himself that, at this rate, the furious crowd would kill the prince, and he wouldn't even have to dirty his own hands. However, just then, Nox intervened. Although he claimed he wasn't particularly fond of meddling in another family's affairs, he asserted that there was one thing he had to point out. The moment Nox's voice rang out, everyone present froze in place. Standing atop the fortress wall with a bright smile, he began to openly criticize them. Referring to various individuals as mere clowns, Cramser and his faction were caught off guard. Feeling insulted, gritting his teeth in anger, Cramser inwardly cursed Nox, dismissing him as a brat emboldened by a fortunate bloodline and a dangerously inflated ego. Still, outwardly, he looked up respectfully and addressed him as Nox von Rienhofer, questioning what business the esteemed heir of House Rainhafer had with him. Nox remained silent for a moment before responding with a calm smile, accusing Cramser of being the one who had instigated the war 2 years prior and was now betraying Tohallan's late king. He even went so far as to call Cramser a dog of the devil. The moment the word devil was mentioned, Cramser's expression turned ashen and a visible unease took hold of him. The crowd, overhearing this, began to murmur among themselves, confusion and suspicion spreading. Looking down at the people, Nox compared them to festering parasites and mocked their ignorance, accusing them of committing treason without even realizing it. He urged them to think. When had the royal couple of Thalen begun turning against their own people? When had relations with the Archime Empire started to deteriorate? It had all begun, he reminded them, after Cramser had taken his position as the court mage. As Nox's words exposed long-buried truths, the attending nobles began to look at Cramser with eyes full of doubt. Strangely, the crowd also began to feel something was off. Depressed memories started to resurface, accompanied by splitting headaches. Confused voices cried out, wondering what was happening to them, some even clutching their heads in pain, saying it felt like their skulls would burst. Witnessing this, Kushin realized the horrifying truth about how widespread the brainwashing was. He thought to himself that the headaches were a sign the mind control was breaking down. Not only had Cramser brainwashed him and his siblings, but he had also manipulated many nobles. Seeing the tide turning, Cramser panicked and hastily tried to justify himself. He warned them not to be deceived, accused Nox of being the one who truly brought down Thalen, and questioned whether they would really believe the words of House Rheinhafer, demanding proof that he was aligned with the devil. He threatened Nox, claiming he couldn't guarantee his safety if such rumors continued. Nox responded with a scornful tone, mocking the word guarantee as amusing. Without hesitation, he leapt down into the crowd below. This reckless act caused both May and Christopher to panic, warning him that it was dangerous and that enemies awaited him below. Yet despite descending from such a height, Nox landed unharmed. He turned to his worried companions and dismissed their concerns, saying that the situation was in fact the opposite of dangerous. He pointed out that although he had come down alone, not a single one among the armed crowd dared to strike him. He condemned them for being deceived by Cramser's empty promises of eternal wealth and for exploiting the common people. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, and a surge of purple aura radiated from him. Enraged by the insults, the crowd's fear turned into fury. They shouted back, demanding to know how someone from House Rheinhafer could dare say such things, and questioning his right to judge them. One particularly foolish man among them decided to act, shouting that Nox was alone and that if they killed him now. However, Nox merely looked at the man like he was a fool, not even bothering to acknowledge him. In the next instant, his blade sliced cleanly through the man's torso. Blood sprayed out around them as Nox spoke coldly, declaring that if someone had drawn their sword, then they had better be ready to be cut down. The others recoiled in fear, panicking as one of them exclaimed that he had really killed him. Cramser shouted in outrage, saying that even if Nox was from House Rheinhafer, such interference in the kingdom's affairs was unforgivable. But Nox stood firmly, resting his sword upright before him, his gaze fixed on the cowardly crowd. He told them to understand clearly who it was that had pointed their sword at him, and more importantly, who it truly was that had blinded their eyes. Cramser, watching the scene unfold, was furious, yet he didn't dare act recklessly. Then Nox turned and called for Kushin. The latter immediately descended in response to the command, with a calm but commanding tone. Nox told him that a new king would be born in Thalen tonight, and that he was to show it with his own hands. Kushin nodded without hesitation and answered, "Of course, Sir Nox." Without delay, he rushed toward the nearest enemy and began slaughtering them. The clash above triggered a powerful explosion, sending shockwaves through the lower levels of the city. The citizens below were thrown into confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the battle erupting above, Lise realized this was the signal they had been waiting for. She turned to her allies and cried out that the time had come. They were to attack. With that, her group charged forward and began cutting down those loyal to Cramser. The entire area was soon plunged into chaos, turning into a battlefield of carnage and madness. Cramser, like the coward he was, stood off to the side in irritation, shouting that lowly scum dared to act against him. But what unsettled him more than anything else was the terrifying strength of Nox's subordinates. As Lena and May hurled enchanted potions from a distance with relentless precision, Christopher remained at the vanguard, leading the charge with unwavering might, while Princess Arya stood behind him, casting spells in support. Cramser's face grew pale as sweat beaded down his temples. Panic set in, and he muttered to himself that the situation was turning dire. They needed to regain the upper hand somehow. Just then, his eyes locked onto Jitri, who was fighting alone. Seizing the opportunity like a true coward, he launched a surprise magical attack aimed at killing her. Jitri, unaware of the incoming danger, didn't react in time as the spell closed in. But in that critical moment, Nox intercepted the attack. He stepped in between them and blocked the incoming magic just in time. He now stood protectively before her. His eyes locked on Cramser, no longer dismissive, but alert and serious. After all, The one standing before him now was no mere man, but a true demon. At that moment, Jitri realized she was safe and immediately grew concerned for Nox, who had taken the attack in her place. Nox, however, simply turned to her and instructed her to step back for her own safety. Meanwhile, Kramzer was seething with rage. Internally, he was in disbelief, unable to accept that his magic had been shattered with a single strike. He fumed at the thought that someone he considered a disgrace to House Rainhafer had managed to defy him so effortlessly. The other men allied with Kramzer found themselves in peril as they were being hunted down. In desperation, they ran toward him, pleading for his help, but Kramzer had no intention of saving them. With a snarl, he unleashed his magic upon his own subordinates, shouting at them to get out of his way. A wave of demonic energy erupted from him, spreading terror across the field, accompanied by the anguished screams of those who drew near. Witnessing this horrific act, Kushin cried out in shock that Kramzer was attacking his own allies. Looking beside him, Lisa's face was filled with dread as she pointed out that a portal was forming. He was trying to escape. She insisted they had to stop him. Just as Liz had realized, Kramzer was indeed attempting to cast a teleportation spell to flee the scene. Inwardly, panic began to rise within him. He believed that if he could retreat and regroup, he might still stand a chance against Nox. But his escape plan was thwarted. A beam of magical light suddenly shot toward him at incredible speed, slicing through the air like an arrow. When it collided with the teleportation circle, it exploded on impact. Kramzer's face twisted in fear and disbelief as he questioned aloud what was happening to the portal. On the opposite side stood Nox, watching with a scornful smirk. He mocked Kramzer, questioning if that was truly the skill of the famed court magician. Magical energy still gathered in his hand, ready for another long-range attack, as he sneered at how sloppy and pathetic Kramzer had become. Sweat streamed down Kramzer's face as he anxiously wondered whether Nox had actually reverse-engineered his magic circle just by observing it. And all in such a short time, Nox began approaching him, remarking that thanks to a certain professor who had once worked him to the bone, dismantling such spells had become second nature. Inwardly, he mused that the professor had been a maniac obsessed with magic, though right now, that madness had proven useful. Soon, Nox stood right in front of Kramzer. He grabbed the man by the collar and called out for everyone to watch closely. What he was about to do, he said, would be undeniable proof that this man was, in fact, a demon. He immediately began casting a spell to expose Kramzer's true demonic form. Realizing the danger, Kramzer screamed for Nox to stop, but it was already too late. Nox's mana surged into Kramzer's body, causing his veins to rise and darken, black mist to seep from his skin, and his eyes to turn a terrifying shade of red and black. He coughed up blood, a sickening dark fluid that only demons bled. The onlookers were stunned. Someone cried out that his mana was backfiring, and another gasped at his monstrous form. The truth was now evident. Court magician Kramzer was a demon. Nox didn't hold back his contempt, declaring Kramzer a vile piece of trash, and adding that those who had followed him were even worse. Pressed and enraged, Kramzer tried to fight back. He cursed Nox, calling him a disgrace to Rainhafer. Then, with a twisted expression, he revealed the name of the demon he served. Gremory, one of the 72 demons in a Grand Duke, he proclaimed himself Gremory's most loyal servant, and warned that once Gremory found out what had happened to him, they would all suffer. But Nox didn't let him continue. Without a word, he thrust his dark sword straight through Kramzer's chest. The demon screamed in agony, his voice rasping as the blade pierced through him. His entire body trembled as fear overtook him, and he began to beg desperately. He pleaded with Gouache to spare him just once, promising to give him everything: wealth, fame, Thaland, and even the Grand Duke's power. But Nox showed no interest in his words. Ripping his sword tightly with a cold demeanor, he swung it across Kramzer's body. His eyes, more terrifying than any demon's, remained fixed on his target as he coldly declared that he didn't need any of it. Cramser's body was split in two and began to dissolve into the air, vanishing without even the chance to scream. Despite having known what was coming, Kushin was still deeply shaken upon witnessing the horrifying scene. Looking beside him, Nox calmly explained that Gremory was a devil who, in exchange for granting demons overwhelming power, claimed both their bodies and souls after death. According to him, even those powerful beings were nothing more than her discarded remnants. He added that unless they eradicated them completely, Thaland would never see the light of dawn. Without pause, he turned to the others and instructed Kushin and Lise that it was time to end the rebellion, receiving the order with serious expressions. Both Kushin and Lise acknowledged it. What followed was a merciless purge. Everyone affiliated with Cramser's faction was ruthlessly eliminated. During the bloodshed, system notifications echoed repeatedly, declaring, "Enemy eliminated." Lifespan increased by 4 hours. As Nox continued cutting down his enemies, he reflected bitterly to himself that although these people had indeed committed atrocities under Cramser's orders, the act of killing his own kind merely to extend his life by a few hours felt utterly repulsive. He cursed the vile affliction he was suffering from. By the time dawn broke, a faint morning light returned to Thaland, though the city was still soaked in the stench of blood. At that moment, the Rienharfer family's knights arrived, dispatched to protect Nox. During the aftermath, all of them were astonished. The leader of the knights silently thought to himself how he had rushed there to protect Lord Nox, only to find that the chaos in all of Thaland had been quelled in just a single night. His gaze then shifted to Kushin, and he was surprised to see that Kushin was present as well. Recognizing him, Kushin called out his name, asking if he was Rodwell Durnark. Rodwell, however, cut him off, stating there was no time for greetings. He demanded to know where Lord Nox was, and warned that if any harm had come to the young master, none of them would survive the wrath of the Black Sword Knights. His eyes gleamed with killing intent, and he already had his sword drawn, awaiting Kushin's answer. At that moment, Nox appeared and instructed Rodwell to lower his sword. Upon seeing him, Rodwell immediately called out his name in relief, exclaiming that the family had been very worried. Nox responded dryly, saying that he could tell, especially considering how many Black Sword Knights had been dispatched. Rodwell replied that it was only proper to bring elite troops when it came to protecting the bloodline of House Rainhafer. Upon hearing those words, he questioned the man before him, asking whether he hadn't considered the consequences. He couldn't believe this was something his father would have done. Surely, this decision had been made solely by the man himself. If any punishment were to come from it, he instructed the man to simply say that it was he, Nox, who had summoned him and left him with no other choice. Rodwell, clearly moved by Nox's attempt to protect him, seemed emotionally shaken for a brief moment. But regaining his composure, he calmly clarified that it had indeed been the patriarch, Nox's father, who had made the decision. Nox, caught off guard by this revelation, expressed his surprise, to which Rodwell confirmed once more that it was true. Hearing such a firm answer, Nox found it hard to believe and silently questioned whether Theo had really done that. It was unexpected. Then, Rodwell asked Nox why he was with Prince Kushin. Before Nox could respond, Kushin himself stepped forward and answered that it had been his decision. He struck his chest with a clenched fist, symbolizing his loyalty, and declared that Lord Nox had saved the kingdom of Tohallan. To him, being pulled out of that hopeless pit by Nox was akin to receiving a divine blessing, something he could never repay even in a lifetime. With those words, he dropped to his knees and humbly offered his loyalty to Nox. Nox, visibly pleased, let out a laugh and remarked at the irony of it all. The king of Tohallan pledging allegiance to someone considered a disgrace of House Rainhafer. He then asked Kushin whether he could endure the mockery that might come from his people because of this decision. Kushin, without hesitation, affirmed that he could. His loyalty, he said, was not to House Rainhafer, but to Nox and Nox alone. At that moment, Lise also stepped forward and voiced her agreement, turning to Princess Arya for confirmation. Arya, standing beside her, smiled gently in response, silently affirming her support. Observing this newfound group of allies, Nox smiled to himself, mentally noting that 3 units were now secured and that everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Rodwell watched Nox's mature figure in silence, reflecting inwardly. For a long time, he admitted he had harbored a faint sliver of doubt about the young master. But now, that doubt had vanished completely. Witnessing Nox take responsibility for the actions of his subordinates and gradually earning their unwavering loyalty, Rodwell felt certain. The young master, before they had even realized it, was beginning to embody the presence of a true sovereign. But just then, a red alert rang in Nox's ears. A short-term negative trait had been activated. The trait, labeled Dead Count, was now in effect. Immediately, his body weakened significantly, nearly causing him to collapse. Another notification soon followed, informing him that his physical abilities had decreased by an additional 5%. The system explained that the trait would only be removed once his remaining lifespan increased by more than 30 days, eyes wide and lips trembling. Nox held a hand to his mouth and wondered why the negative trait had activated when his remaining days were under 10, but now required over 30 days to be removed. A sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Should he have filed a complaint to the developers asking for a patch? Focusing his unusual expression and unstable condition, Jitri grew alarmed and cried out in concern, asking if he was all right. Though clearly weakened, Nox forced a smile and reassured her not to worry. Deep inside, however, he reminded himself that soon his remaining lifespan would increase significantly, and the one he awaited was the real demon, the being responsible for turning this place into a twisted and manipulated domain. The group had begun their journey to hunt down the demon, traversing a vast desert filled with sand and wind. As they moved forward, the system displayed a chilling message. Players' remaining lifespan 9 days. Nox, still recovering from the recent battle, was visibly weakened. He kept coughing, his health clearly affected, and the rapidly diminishing lifespan only made matters worse. Internally, he cursed himself, lamenting that among all the traits and inner lunatic, he had chosen life-limiting. He knew this disaster was entirely of his own making. Sweat dripped down his face as he muttered silent profanities. Alina, quick to notice his deteriorating condition, shouted out with concern, asking if he was feeling unwell, and pointed out that he hadn't taken any rest before plunging into the desert. But almost instantly, her expression shifted disturbingly. With a flirtatious grin, she offered him her lap to rest on, her tone disturbingly suggestive. The sudden change made Kushin, who was riding nearby, visibly uncomfortable. Nox, unfazed but irritated, immediately refused her offer and resumed his internal monologue, thinking how he couldn't even admit he was sick. Being the villain, he thought, was such a tiring role. Elsewhere, Christopher was having a completely different reaction. Full of energy and enthusiasm, he began setting up camp with the other followers. He confidently instructed his subordinates to pitch tents and declare that the young master need not worry. His over-the-top behavior made Nox sigh and ask him to tone it down a bit. Annoyed, Nox couldn't help but think that his companions were all a bit insane. So frivolous, so unserious. And yet, not everything was bad. He reminded himself of the demon he sought. Gremory, the demon of honesty and sorrow. Among the 72 demons, she was the only one who didn't interfere with the main storyline. Hidden deep within the desert and protected by a magical barrier. Most players never even realized she existed, but Nox saw an opportunity. If used well, Gremory could become a powerful asset, not just to extend his lifespan, but to serve as a crucial trump card in desperate times. Eventually, the group stopped their march as a mysterious wall loomed ahead. Nox turned to the others and told them not to act on their own, instructing them to follow his lead from this point forward. Christopher quickly responded with military-like obedience. Lushan echoed the sentiment, reaffirming his loyalty to the young master, Alina. Cheeks flushed and tone dripping with affection, eagerly promised to obey whatever Nox desired. Nox paid her no mind. Focused, he began casting a spell. Advanced barrier as expected, the presence of Gremory was confirmed. She was indeed hiding within. He turned to Alina and asked if she could activate the magic. Her face lit up with joy as she confirmed she could. Closing her eyes, Alina began chanting. Gnome, earth spirit, and fairy, answer your master's call in this place. A radiant light, shimmering like a rainbow, began to emanate from the point where her magic was cast. At that moment, the system also began to reveal more details about Alina herself. Alina is a 21-year-old half-elf whose main elemental affinity is wood. She is known for her cheerful demeanor, often radiating positivity in any situation. A genius in potion-making and a prodigy in the spiritual arts, Alina possesses an open-minded nature that allows her to embrace new ideas with ease. She has recently awakened the blooming state of the law of spirit contract, hinting at her growing potential. Despite her talents, Alina often displays a dreamy, air-headed disposition, accompanied by a naive charm that makes her both endearing and unpredictable. She tends to fall in love easily, swept away by emotions without much thought. However, her innocence is paired with a lack of awareness about the world around her. Adding to her flaws, Alina is also known to indulge in alcohol a bit too freely, which sometimes leads to irresponsible behavior. At that moment, everyone was able to witness Alina's true potential. Above her, a radiant light, believed to be from a spirit, began to shine, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Simultaneously, the system issued a notification indicating that the unit would receive additional buffs when contracting with wood-type spirits. Nox then began to explain certain aspects of the game lore. According to him, the game offered various combat styles and corresponding traits. Among them, Spirit Arts stood out as a special ability. While it lacked firepower, it required extremely high stats, which made even seasoned players reluctant to use it. Nox believed that if Alina were developed with Spirit Arts as her subclass, she could potentially grow into a prodigy. This was the reason Alina had been one of his favorite units. In terms of raw stats, Liz's fire element Spirit Arts were stronger, but in this desert, where fire elements were difficult to use effectively, Alina had the advantage. He also noted that Liz would become more useful once he unlocked stats related to Spirit Arts. At that point, the green light above Alina began to concentrate, forming a small orb, signaling the near completion of the spirit summoning ritual. The system then confirmed the contract. Contracted spirit gnome. As the light dispersed, it revealed a pure white, adorable gnome. Christopher, intrigued, sat down and watched the newly summoned spirit with fascination. Nox verified its identity and internally reflected on its nature. Gnome, spirit of the earth. Traditionally, it would appear as a white-bearded dwarf wearing a hat. But in Inner Lunatic, it had been redesigned with a cute appearance. Having completed her task, Alina beamed with joy and spoke playfully, claiming she had done well and affectionately addressing Nox as darling. Nox, uninterested in her antics, began tying a rope around himself to prepare for the next phase of their mission. He eventually turned back and acknowledged her efforts with a brief compliment, saying she had done well now that she was sober. Despite the praise, Alina wasn't satisfied. She responded with frustration, saying she had hoped to be recognized for her hard work studying Spirit Arts. Nox sighed and stood up. Then, to her surprise, he stepped forward, patted her on the head, and repeated his praise with a bit more sincerity. The sudden gesture caused Alina to blush and grow flustered. While she was still lost in her own thoughts, Nox approached the other two and instructed them to wrap the thread around their wrists. The thread would allow them to keep track of each other and to pull on it in case of danger. After some searching, the group finally arrived at a location that seemed to be protected by a barrier. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, you've entered the domain of the lesser demon of honesty and sorrow Grimoire. You're trapped in the maze of death. If you cannot find the path, the player will die. Nox warned everyone to be cautious and avoid getting caught in the sandstorm. Right after he spoke, whirlwinds began to rise around them. He silently analyzed the situation, realizing that it was a sand-out phenomenon intended to obscure their vision. What made it worse was the fact that the entrance to the ruins shifted every hour. However, he believed that Gnome could solve this problem. Suddenly, the spirit Gnome noticed something. It let out a sound and rushed in a specific direction. Alina seemed to understand its meaning and urged the others to follow, excitedly calling Nox darling again. However, her expression made Nox visibly uncomfortable. Irritated, he told her to let go of his hand before speaking. Without further delay, the entire group followed Gnome's lead. Eventually, Gnome stopped at a location that appeared to be a dead end. The group halted with caution, staying alert to what might happen next. At that moment, the group encountered a massive pit ahead. Christopher, upon realizing what it was, reacted with alarm, recognizing it as a type of sand dune with a dangerously steep drop. One misstep could cost them their lives. The gnome suddenly grew more agitated, gesturing excitedly toward the depths below. It seemed to be trying to tell them that what they were seeking lay at the bottom. Alina, catching on to the creature's intent, began to feel a hint of unease. Christopher, curious and slightly concerned, approached her and asked what the gnome was trying to say, but instead of answering, Alina, displaying her usual recklessness, offered no explanation. Without hesitation, she leapt into the abyss with the gnome, leaving the rest of the group behind with only a single sentence. That they should simply follow. Nox, witnessing the impulsive act, found himself speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself that this version of pathfinding was nothing like he had imagined. Left with little choice, the rest of the group followed her lead and began sliding down the steep sand dune. Christopher, far from nervous, wore an enthusiastic expression as he exclaimed that the experience reminded him of a training exercise he once did with his squad during night class. Apparently, they had enjoyed his company so much that they had pushed him off a cliff. An experience that, according to him, this moment vividly brought back. Nox, on the other hand, felt no such excitement. Inwardly, he scoffed, thinking that Christopher's story clearly described bullying more than camaraderie. After an intense descent, the group found themselves suspended midair near the bottom of the dune, only to realize they were falling straight into a cavern below. The fun quickly vanished from Christopher's face as he shouted that they were about to crash into the ground. Nox, however, remained calm. He swiftly activated a mana shield, a technique he had learned from Professor Ross. Violet mana surged from his hands and formed a protective barrier around the group, allowing them to land safely. Reflecting on the situation, Nox acknowledged that while the spell was still difficult to manage in combat, it was perfectly suitable for situations like this. As the group composed themselves and began scanning their surroundings with caution, Christopher exhaled in relief and remarked on the vastness of the ruin before them. He praised Nox's keen insight, claiming to be thoroughly impressed, but before the mood could settle, Kushin seemed to sense something unusual. He swiftly signaled Christopher to keep quiet and warned the group to be on high alert. Something was coming. The noise in the distance grew louder and was steadily approaching. Soon, the source became unmistakably clear. Monstrous insects and bug-like creatures, terrifying not only in appearance but also in sheer size. Within moments, the group found themselves surrounded on all sides, forced to stand back to back in a defensive formation. Nox had anticipated a confrontation, but even he hadn't expected such an overwhelming number of enemies. Christopher gripped his sword tightly, his expression growing tense as he declared that those bugs had no right to approach the young master of House Rainhafer. He assured that there was no need to worry, for he, Christopher, would take care of them before his master even needed to act. However, before he could finish, Nox interrupted him with a serious expression, stating firmly that he would fight as well. At that moment, he had already drawn his black sword, and a terrifying surge of dark purple mana radiated from his body with overwhelming intensity. Internally, Nox acknowledged that although it wasn't much, every bit of his remaining lifespan was precious. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the labyrinth, a woman sat alone, reaching her hand toward the faint rays of light that filtered into the cavern. She complained that she had intended to use Kramzer for a greater cause, but because of some brat who had appeared out of nowhere, everything had gone to waste. She was clearly referring to Nox's group, accusing them of daring to set foot in the domain of the Great Gremory. She swore they would be taught a lesson. Her voice then turned eerily mystical as she announced that they would now have to face the trial of that ruin, one named Honesty and Sorrow. While the battle against the massive insect monsters raged on, the system suddenly notified the players. The players' remaining lifespan had been restored to 14 days. However, it also issued a warning that the negative trait was still in effect. In order to remove the effect of the trait known as dead count, the player's lifespan needed to be extended beyond 30 days. Nox quietly reflected on this, recognizing that dead count was a debilitating trait that restricted a player's actions in various ways. It reduced stats by a certain percentage, imposed multiple penalties, and created additional disadvantages. Even after defeating numerous enemies with the debuff still active, his lifespan hadn't increased beyond the 14-day limit. After a long period of relentless combat, the monsters were finally wiped out, their corpses now piled high around the battlefield. Kushin confirmed that things had more or less settled. Nox, while assessing the battlefield, silently acknowledged not only Kushin's combat prowess, but also the exceptional swordsmanship of Christopher. It was, after all, the sword of the night so dearly valued by Theo. He recalled the moment they unleashed the technique Frozen Blade, a sword art of immense destructive power and precision. The technique comprised 9 forms, categorized into the first phase, middle phase, and final phase. At first, Nox had thought Christopher was merely a talkative old man, but now he realized that the captain of the Black Sword Knights was something else entirely. He then turned to Alina and praised her, saying she had done an excellent job, especially with her progress in learning spirit arts. He told her she had contributed in many ways this time. Alina, pleased, remarked that perhaps all the training she had done with Mage during their free time had finally paid off. Nox inwardly remarked on Mage's incredible self-sacrificing nature, getting hit by Alina's potion, healing, and then taking hits again, only to heal once more in endless repetition. He thought to himself that she truly was a hero in her own right, and that he really ought to give her a raise. After that, Gnome guided them forward, leading the group to a massive gate. When they pushed it open, they were met with a chilling sight, towering statues of monsters that looked incredibly lifelike and terrifying. Kushin observed that, as expected of a demonic ruin, monsters seemed to spawn endlessly. Christopher, concerned, asked Kushin to step aside, declaring that he still had enough strength left to swing his sword. Without hesitation, he struck the leg of one of the statues. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the damaged portion quickly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Shocked, Christopher exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how it was possible when he had clearly seen the statue being struck. It was then that Nox calmly instructed everyone to remain still, explaining that most of what they were seeing were illusions. Christopher, still unwilling to accept it, asked if that meant they weren't actually fighting real enemies, and then wondered aloud how they could distinguish reality from illusion. Nox thought to himself that what lay ahead required knowledge that only a seasoned player would possess. Normally, one would have to struggle through the maze and defeat the beast within. However, with the right trick, the whole ordeal could be bypassed effortlessly. Yelena, still uncertain about Nox's decisions, hesitantly asked how he could be so sure of the correct path. Nox merely smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The first trick, he recalled, was to keep moving in the direction toward which the skull decorations were bowing. That path would lead directly to the boss room. Then, standing before a massive skeleton, Nox drew his sword and announced to everyone that they should prepare for battle, for the beast that would appear in this room was no illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a relentless assault on the surrounding statues, all while thinking to himself. The second trick was simple. One could determine whether a monster was real or not by checking if the skull wore a ring on its index finger. The unique magic power within the ring attracted beasts. It was a trial designed to blur the line between illusion and reality, gradually severing the challenger's connection to the outside world. But to him, it was meaningless. The trials of honesty and grief only appeared to those who strayed for the correct path. He had no intention of making such mistakes. He was only following the true route. Eventually, the group stood before yet another door. They pushed it open, and there, seated in the center of the room, was a lone figure waiting for them. It was a skeleton. It addressed them with a chilling voice, calling them foolish creatures and declaring that they had finally reached this realm. There was no longer any reason for it to hide. Then, with a sudden scream, it let out a deafening cry, commanding them to sleep along with this trial. At that moment, a thick cloud of dust spread rapidly throughout the room, engulfing everyone. The group fell into panic, their minds racing with fear and confusion over what was happening. Nox, however, remained calm. He assessed the situation with a cool gaze, mentally noting how flashy this so-called final outburst was. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the player had seen through the illusionary scenery. The poison status would be ignored, and no damage would be taken. His eyes lit up with determination. In one swift motion, he swung his sword, cutting through the surrounding dust. His voice rang out clearly and forcefully as he shouted that enough was enough. He declared that it was time to end these meaningless, boring trials and demanded the being to rise. The skeleton appeared enraged. It let out a dreadful laugh and remarked that an interesting kid had entered. It acknowledged that Nox's defeat of Cramser had not been a fluke after all. Those who had accompanied Nox were visibly shaken by this revelation. In their panic, they stammered and questioned aloud whether this could truly be what they feared. Nox answered them with composure. He confirmed that it was exactly as they suspected. This was Grand Duke Gremory, one of the 72 demons, the very beginning and the end of the tragedy tied to the Todulan kingdom. The female demon, wearing a twisted smile, expressed her fascination. She admitted that he was the first human she had seen in these ruins who hadn't succumbed to her illusions. She was genuinely curious about how he had done it. Kushin, filled with fury, called her out, accusing her of being the demon who had brainwashed Cramser and conspired to devour Todulan. He declared that the deception would end now, but the demon only scoffed at him. With a mocking tone, she questioned his use of the word deception. She reminded them of her nature. She was the demon of honesty, as long as humans existed, and with them, the divisions of class. The downfall of Todulan was no lie. Reality, she said, was often more cruel and devastating than any illusion. All she had done was reveal the truth and the natural order that resided within her. Once he addressed him directly, calling him Little Prince, Kushin lost his composure and demanded to know why such a thing had been done. But before he could say more, Nox quickly interrupted him, telling him that it was enough. He explained that there was nothing more pointless than asking a demon for its motives. With a mocking smile, he added that perhaps it was because of resurrection. The demoness, beautiful and composed, responded with a gracious smile, noting how surprisingly knowledgeable the young boy was. Far more so than the prince, she confirmed his guess, admitting that he was right. Nox, seemingly satisfied with having steered the conversation in his intended direction, chuckled inwardly. Then he offered to share even more knowledge, mentioning, almost casually, the archangel who had once sealed the demoness in the past. That revelation visibly stunned her. She asked how he could possibly know that. Nox replied calmly that yes, he was just a human, but one who knew all her weaknesses. Infuriated, the demoness shouted back at him, questioning his smug tone and reminding him of her rank as a Grand Duke. She insisted she could crush a mere human effortlessly, but Nox remained composed. Closing his eyes, he addressed her by name, Grimmery, and told her to end the pathetic charade. He revealed that he had known everything from the beginning and had merely played along with her meaningless trials. Then, without hesitation, he cut his own hand, letting the blood flow down his sword. The unexpected action confused and unsettled the demoness. Nox continued, stating that due to her contract with the Archangel, she was unable to harm a human within the final sealed chamber of those ruins. And just as he said, that chains materialized from nowhere, binding the demoness tightly and preventing her from resisting. Thrown down by the chains, she cursed the contract and shouted in frustration, trying to twist the logic, claiming that Nox had attacked her first. The onlookers, witnessing the astonishing scene, could hardly believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in disbelief that a demon unable to harm humans was unheard of. Suddenly, all the strange behavior made sense. The Grand Duke-level demon had never fought directly, but relied on illusions and trials. It became clear that young Master Nox had known her weakness from the start. Now, with the demoness firmly restrained, Nox pointed his blood-streaked blade at her and coldly demanded full cooperation. If she answered everything he asked, he promised to spare her life. His first question was simple: the name of the angel who had sealed her. The demoness scoffed at the request, claiming she wouldn't remember the name of just any angel. When Nox's eyes narrowed, his voice hardened as he recalled slaying a demon like her once, one who had also been too slow to understand their situation. He wondered aloud whether that demon's name had been Paimon, pressing the tip of his sword against her throat. Frightened now, the demoness hastily offered to describe the angel's appearance instead. Nox gave a faint smile, expressing how much he appreciated her sudden willingness to cooperate. He then ordered her to tell him everything she had seen and everything she knew. Despite facing Nox and feeling a deep sense of discomfort, the female demon seethed inwardly, unable to suppress her indignation. How dare he subject her to such humiliation? And yet, something about his tone, his gestures, and especially his eyes. She was certain she had seen them before. A chilling realization crept in. This man was dangerous. Avoiding his direct question, she tried to divert the conversation, claiming that the angel had large white wings, each about 2 meters wide. Nox was unimpressed. He swiftly raised his sword and retorted that such a detail was nothing more than common knowledge, akin to saying demons had horns. If she intended to waste his time with such trivialities, he warned coldly he would kill her on the spot. The gleaming tip of the blade, so close to her face, made her flinch in fear. In a stammering voice, she called him an insolent brat. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke again, her tone shifting. She claimed to remember now. The angel had looked just like him. He possessed eyes that were truly gem-like, strikingly beautiful, and violet in color. That answer made Nox freeze. Everything suddenly felt far more uncertain and obscure than before. Within the depths of his thoughts, Nox reflected silently. He contemplated the concept of angels, beings widely known as the embodiment of good, often portrayed in stories as symbols of righteousness. Traditionally, they stood in eternal opposition to demons, who represented evil and served as their complete moral counterparts. In the world of Inner Lunatic, angels existed as well. However, one puzzling question lingered in his mind. If demons were so prominently featured throughout the main storyline, then why were angels never shown directly? Even when they were mentioned, it was only through hidden references, Easter eggs, or cryptic item descriptions. Driven by curiosity, Nox had dug deep, scouring through documents and in-game texts, until he came to a realization. These beings, these angels, might be tied to a tremendous secret hidden within the lore of Inner Lunatic. What was known for certain was that Grimmery had once been sealed away by a great archangel and had remained imprisoned in the ruins for an extraordinarily long time. That fact alone suggested she must know at least something about the nature of angels. Returning to the present, the demoness' voice broke through the silence. She claimed that her memory had returned, that the angel who had sealed her looked remarkably like Nox. She described his gem-like, stunning violet-colored eyes, which shimmered with a haunting beauty. Nox, initially expressionless, muttered a simple remark, indicating his understanding. But his demeanor quickly shifted. His face twisted into something terrifying as he raised his sword toward her, demanding whether she meant to imply that her knowledge was ultimately useless. Fear overtook the demoness, and she tried to calm him with a nervous protest, asking if he could perhaps put away the ominous blade. She argued that if she truly had any useful information to offer, she would have already found the angel herself. All she could recall, she claimed, was a vivid image, a blinding light tearing into her world of darkness, the scent of sunlight, and then a woman descending from the sky with massive wings and violet eyes. The woman had struck her, and from that moment on, Grimmery's demonic powers had been suppressed. Bound and in pain, the demoness cried out in frustration. She demanded to know why Nox was keeping her alive, urging him to just kill her already. She couldn't understand his intentions. According to her, the angel had spoken only one thing before vanishing. "One day, your chance to repent will come." Those were the final words she remembered. Listening intently, Nox processed every detail she offered. He thought quietly to himself about the mention of violet eyes, an extremely rare trait in Inner Lunatic. Only members of House Rainhafer possessed such a color. That connection stirred something within him. Theo, Rainhafer, the angel. Could there be a link between them? Then, breaking the silence, Nox spoke again, signaling it was time to move on. The demoness, terrified and pitiful in appearance, asked with dread whether there was still more to come. Without a trace of emotion, Nox solemnly declared his next demand. He ordered her to grant him access to the trial of honesty and grief hidden within the ruins. Having fully subdued her, he began analyzing her information in greater detail. A series of data windows began to materialize before him, each revealing specific insights about her. Grimmery was known as a female demon, whose true age remained an enigma. She belonged to the demonic race, yet wielded the divine element as her primary force. Among her many accomplishments, the most remarkable was her association with the legendary 72 demons. Her abilities were recorded with notable precision. Her stamina reached a level of 27, mana stood at 23, luck was relatively low at 7, but her will and charm both measured an impressive 20. Those who spoke of her described her positive traits as a natural talent with the sword and martial arts, combined with an unyielding honesty, unwavering loyalty, and a generous spirit. Her mouth was often referred to as the mouth of truth, for she rarely spoke falsehoods. However, her nature was said to be intertwined with pure evil, a neutral yet defining aspect of her being. On the darker side, she carried traits of sorrow and grief, often marked by tears and sad moments of frivolity that contrasted with her otherwise commanding presence. After reading all of Grimmery's information, Nox smiled with satisfaction. In his mind, he reflected on what he had just learned. Her most valuable trait was something called Mouth of Truth, a demonic curse that made her completely incapable of lying. On the surface, it seemed like a worthless trait, one that any demon would be ashamed of. But to Nox, it was perfect, the ideal tool to exploit. Without hesitation, he ordered her to explain the details of the trial. Grimmery responded with a gentle smile and began to clarify. The trial of honesty, she said, was rather straightforward. Upon entering the chamber, the participant would be asked a single question, to which they must respond with complete honesty. They were free to offer whatever they chose as a wager. And the greater the value of their offering, the greater the reward in return. Her explanation, however, unsettled Christopher. The fact that a demon could speak so calmly about something so deceptively simple made him uneasy. He turned to Nox and voiced his concern, saying it all sounded a bit too easy. And suspiciously so, Grimmery heard his comment and, in a darker tone, explained further. The question, she said, would be deeply personal about someone closely tied to the participant. And most crucially, the answer given would not be kept secret. It would be delivered directly to the person in question. She then gave a chilling example. If she were to ask, "Did you ever want to abandon that loud man over there in the middle of the desert?" And the truthful answer was yes. Then that honest reply would be carried to the man's ears in the form of a demon's whisper. The mere thought of such a scenario left Christopher frozen in fear. He stammered Knox's name in disbelief, his face pale with dread. Even Knox, usually composed, wore a look of frustration and powerlessness as he realized how the labyrinth truly operated. He then asked Gremory what exactly caused someone to fail the trial. She answered bluntly, lying. The greater the wager, the harder the question. But likewise, the rewards would also be more significant. Despite the simplicity of the rules, Knox couldn't shake his suspicion. In his mind, he considered the real danger. On the surface, it sounded like an easy trial. But the difficulty wasn't in the question itself. It was in the implications. Do you want to kill the Emperor and take his power? Do you wish to poison your lover and replace her with someone new? Do you secretly plan to assassinate your brother and steal your family's honor? If the answer to any of those was yes, then the intended recipient would hear it, and the consequences could come faster than death itself. He understood then. The true trial lay in the exposure. To bare one's soul on this wretched continent. To reveal secrets, betray emotions, and hand over weaknesses. That was the real challenge. But Knox was no stranger to high stakes. True gamblers never walked away from a table just because the risk was everything. If the trial demanded everything from him, then he was prepared to offer it all in return. At that moment, a system announcement echoed through the air. The trial of honesty and grief had been activated. To proceed, the player would need to wager something of immense value. The system asked him directly, "What will you bet?" With a blank expression, Knox responded coldly. He would bet his life, every remaining moment of it. Outside the trial chamber, Alina cried out in alarm. She had heard his declaration and was gripped by worry, calling his name desperately. But no one could stop him now. As he stepped forward, the black gate before him opened, releasing a wave of deathly mist. Without hesitation, he passed through. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out once again, loud and final. The player has wagered himself, Knox von Rienhofer's own life. The trial's difficulty has increased to maximum failure will result in death. At that moment, Knox had already entered with Gremory into a strange and indeterminate space, shrouded entirely in darkness. Gremory remarked that he had wagered far more than she had expected, warning him that a single question could very well lead to his death. She asked if he wasn't afraid. Knox turned to her with a skeptical gaze and told her to go ahead and ask, smiling. Gremory extended her arms in a welcoming gesture and declared that the trial would now begin. She then posed a question in a tone laced with suspicion and danger, asking whether he would be willing to kill his father, Theo von Rienhofer, if it were truly necessary. The moment he heard that question, Knox's expression changed, and he fell into deep contemplation. He reflected that before the trial had begun, he had tried to predict what the question might be. He had anticipated something along the lines of, "Do you want to overthrow the royal family? Or do you truly trust your people?" Things he was mentally prepared for. Even if he were to be hated for his answers, he wouldn't have cared. He reminded himself that for the sake of others, he had to see this story through to the end. After all, he wasn't really Knox the good-for-nothing, but rather Yuchon playing a role. He had already accepted the possibility of being hated and had grown accustomed to it. Not a question involving Theo, Knox's father. That was different. He began to wonder what Theo had truly meant to Knox. Or more importantly, what the word father even meant to him personally. Caught in a web of doubt and internal questioning, Knox remained silent, unable to answer. Rimori smiled and urged him again to respond, repeating the question, would he kill his father, Theo, if necessary? Knox found himself in an agonizing dilemma. He closed his eyes and thought to himself that this question had, in fact, reminded him of his true purpose. He was, after all, a stranger to this world. He needed to find his memories, to understand why he had been brought here, and above all, he had to eventually find a way to leave this world. With that in mind, he finally responded that yes, he could kill Theo von Reinhafer even if he was his father. If anyone stood in his way, he would kill them. His answer was met with heavy silence. Months later, a surge of black energy engulfed Nox, and both he and Gremory were transported out of the sealed chamber. Though his response had not been the one he had hoped to give, his sorrowful expression revealed the emotional weight of choosing a path bound to the harsh current of truth. At that very same moment, far away in Theo's office, the man was in the midst of writing a letter. Suddenly his hand began to tremble as if he had sensed a terrible omen. Rodwell, the head butler who was present at the time, addressed him, asking if something was wrong. Theo's face had gone pale and tense. It seemed he had sensed something terrible had just occurred. His eyes darkened more than ever before. In Theo's office, while he was writing a letter, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It declared solemnly that he, the patriarch of House Reinhofer, Theo von Reinhofer, would be killed by his own child, Nox von Reinhofer, if necessary. The words struck him like thunder. His expression darkened, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Sensing the shift in Theo's demeanor, the butler asked with visible concern if he was all right, noting that he didn't look well. After a brief pause, Theo managed to collect himself and replied that it was nothing, as if nothing had happened. But in truth, his mind was still spiraling, consumed by the words that had invaded his thoughts. He questioned internally why he would feel shaken now. Hadn't he always known a day like this would inevitably come? He reminded himself of the secret and the curse that every head of House Reinhofer was burdened with, passed down from one generation to the next. Even his father and grandfather had been unable to escape the tragic fate. And to break this endless cycle, to bring it to a definitive end, Nox, his child, would have to kill him one day. Though he had always presented himself as a cold and composed man, his hand began to tremble at the realization that he was destined to be slain by his own son. Despite knowing this fate, Theo found himself wondering. Every time he watched his child grow stronger, so full of ambition and potential, if it was truly impossible for him to hand over the position of patriarch willingly, like the heads of other families, instead of by dying. He admitted to himself that he had lived by suppressing emotions unbefitting of a Reinhofer. And perhaps, he thought, he was starting to grow soft. Seeing the pen fall from his hand, Theo turned to Rodwell, the butler, and told him that they should take a walk. The two of them strolled together down the hallway until Theo paused before a window, gazing out at the rain pouring from the gray sky. He asked Rodwell how long he thought it would take. Rodwell, puzzled, asked what Theo meant. Theo elaborated that, since Rodwell had just returned from a mission, he should have some sense of it. He explained that Nox must harbor deep hatred toward him, the father who had failed to protect his mother, making Theo, essentially, the boy's sworn enemy. Theo then asked how long it would be before Nox drove a sword into his heart and succeeded him as patriarch. Rodwell, taken aback and visibly anxious, stammered that he wasn't sure, but if he had to guess, it might happen much sooner than expected. Hearing this, Theo responded with a calmness that seemed almost unnatural. He remarked that he understood and that there wasn't much time left. Outside, the rain continued to fall, like the weeping of a father burdened with a grief too profound for words. Back with Nox's group, after receiving his answer, Gremory gave a satisfied smile. She commented, even as a demon, that she still couldn't understand how a child could be so cold toward their own parent. Nox tensed at the remark and demanded curtly that she hand over the reward. Startled by his coldness, even Gremory grew wary. She snapped her fingers, and his reward materialized before him. At that moment, the system announced that he had obtained the artifact known as the Mirror of Sealing. The item was called the Mirror of Sealing. It belonged to a unique category, classified simply as Other. It was of the highest grade and had no specific attribute attached to it. The mirror could not be stacked, nor was it bound by any equipment restrictions. Upon receiving the reward, Nox picked it up and examined it. Seeing this, Gremory spoke up again, a hint of concern in her voice. She warned him that the artifact was extremely dangerous and urged him to handle it with care. Nox simply looked at her and smiled faintly, clearly knowing better than anyone just how dangerous it truly was. And as his cold, piercing eyes glinted with silent understanding, the system issued one final message: special effect, seals the subdued target into a mirror world. The target loses most of their power and cannot escape until the owner permits it. Gremory sensed the danger in Nox's eyes, and fear overtook her. She stammered in disbelief, questioning what that look meant and whether he was truly intending to use it. But Nox remained indifferent. Without hesitation, he activated the mirror, turning it toward her. He declared that he was using the mirror of sealing and identified the target clearly. It was one of the 72 demons, the Archduke of Honesty and Grief. Gremory. A system notification immediately followed, announcing that the artifact had been activated. The mirror of sealing had begun the process of sealing the designated target. Gremory. Within seconds, dark energy resembling invisible chains erupted from the artifact, binding Gremory's body. She struggled violently and screamed, demanding that he wait and calling him a maniac. As panic set in, another system message confirmed that a negative trait, dead count, had been removed. It reported that by using the artifact, Nox had gained 131 days of life, bringing his remaining lifespan to 145 days. Moments later, Gremory's figure had been completely absorbed into the mirror. Nox, unfazed, calmly confirmed that she had been captured. He then handed the mirror to Kushin, telling him that this piece of trash had nearly destroyed his kingdom, and from now on, it would serve as a pawn in their fight against demons. From within the mirror, Gremory howled in fury, demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing to her. Nox ignored her curses and lifted the mirror toward the sunlight. The light irritated her, and she began shouting obscenities from within. Seeing that she had quieted down a bit, Nox smirked and remarked that things were peaceful now. He warned that if she made noise again, he would double the heat next time. Kushin, witnessing the scene, was left speechless by Nox's ruthless behavior. He couldn't help but wonder who the real demon was. Christopher, still concerned, hesitantly voiced his thoughts. He reminded Nox that even if Gremory had been captured, a demon was still a dangerous creature. He questioned whether bringing her back might cause trouble at the estate and suggested that it might be better to dispose of her immediately. Nox brushed off the concern with a simple explanation, stating that as long as no one found out, it would be fine and that the discussion should end there. Alina came running over with relief and joy. She expressed that all she cared about was Nox's safety, and that if it was something he was doing, she would trust it no matter what. Encouraged by her words, Christopher chimed in as well, echoing the sentiment and saying that they felt the same. Nox, paying no mind to his overly enthusiastic servants, turned inward in thought. He reflected that although Gremory had lost much of her power and wouldn't be of much help in direct combat, she would still serve excellently as a compass for future demon hunts. He noted that the black flame ring granted the most lifespan not from beasts, but from demons, and thanks to Gremory, he had gained enough time to breathe a little easier. He then concluded that it was time to return. The Tagelan rebellion had come to an end with the great reward of his extended lifespan. He had already ordered Kushin, Arya, and Lise to concentrate on stabilizing Tagelan for the time being. Once everything settled down, he intended to integrate all three of them into Elden as soon as possible. He also considered integrating individuals like Alina and others into Elden as well. Although each house was officially granted only 3 entry passes, he reminded himself that with enough money, the rules could be bent. After all, that was the true essence of nobility, finding loopholes when needed. At that moment, Kushin, clearly in high spirits, told Nox that he would wait for his orders as previously discussed. Knox responded by saying that was good and promised to send word as soon as he could. Inwardly, however, he admitted to himself that even the mere sight of desert sand now made his skin crawl. He thought that once he returned, he would take a hot bath and collapse into a soft bed. Finally, he could relax a little. After a long journey, Knox and his group had finally arrived at the family estate. However, what awaited him, there was something even more terrifying than any demon. The moment he stepped foot inside, the loud voice of a woman called out his name, startling him to the core. It was Talia, a beautiful red-haired girl who hadn't shown up for a long time. Her face carried a hint of awkwardness as she greeted him, saying it had been a while. Her sudden appearance took Knox by surprise, and he asked in disbelief why she was suddenly there. She hesitated, beginning to say something, but before she could finish, a stern voice rang out from behind. The voice addressed him directly, confirming that he was indeed Knox von Rienhofer. As Knox heard it, he turned toward the source and immediately recognized the approaching man, his expression quickly filled with dread. The man went on to say that he had heard Knox had completely swept his daughter off her feet. He then remarked that Knox really was quite handsome, and added that the boy reminded him of himself in his younger days. As Knox recounted it, this man was Robert von Stillreiner, the most influential of all the dukes, widely known as the White Flame Knight. He was also the father of Talia, whose engagement to Knox had previously been broken off. Knox quickly bowed respectfully and asked what had brought Robert there, but Robert's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he stated that he had come to discuss the progress of the marriage proposal they had talked about before. Those words froze Knox for a few seconds. Once he processed what was happening, his expression turned into one of nervous humor as he mentally cursed himself for having completely forgotten about the engagement with Talia. He then responded by pointing out that the matter was serious and that Robert should perhaps have discussed it with his father, rather than with him directly. Robert replied that he had already spoken with Theo, his old friend, and insisted that they now have a nice, long talk. Still confused, Knox questioned whether the engagement hadn't already been called off. He added that it wasn't as though he could refuse marriage talks with a royal princess. Robert's expression soured further upon hearing this, and with an increasingly threatening aura, he asked if Knox was deliberately trying to avoid the discussion by becoming the princess's groom as a way to escape marrying his daughter. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Knox found himself at a loss for words. Internally, he panicked, realizing he had truly messed up. Robert von Stillreiner was infamous among gamers for being absurdly powerful. Knox feared that if he said the wrong thing now, he might actually be beaten to death on the spot, and could end up losing all the lifespan he had earned from sealing Gremory. However, Talia, standing behind, quickly spoke up to stop her father. She questioned why he was making things so difficult for Knox. Her tone filled with frustration, being publicly confronted by his beloved daughter. Robert's expression changed almost instantly. His demeanor softened as he gave a friendly smile and remarked that if his dear Talia said so, then she must be right. Knox, observing the scene, recalled to himself that Robert was a complete idiot when it came to doting on his daughter. He had expected something like this to happen, especially after the Penelope proposal. Still, the other party, being a princess, complicated matters. Pushing forward with an engagement involving their family instead wouldn't be easy. He couldn't help but wonder what had convinced Robert or swayed Theo to support such a change. Seeing the pitiful gloom on Knox's face, Talia began to feel guilty. She quietly admitted to him that although she had initially said she would just be stopping by casually, her father had insisted on accompanying her. She insisted that she hadn't had a choice in the matter and swore she hadn't planned for things to go this way. Knox, after hearing her explanation, concluded to himself that it didn't seem to be a lie. Robert, turning his attention back to his daughter, affectionately told her that he had only come to see what kind of man Knox was. He then reassured Knox not to worry or feel tense, adding that he understood Knox hadn't chosen the princess on his own. However, his gaze suddenly shifted, becoming intense and threatening, as if he intended to devour Knox whole. With that ominous expression, he stated that he just wanted to have conversation. That was all. Not wanting to get beaten to a pulp, Knox reluctantly agreed. Inwardly, he could only think that returning home had led him straight into the biggest event yet, and he had no idea how he was going to survive it. Later, Knox returned to his room and found several letters already placed on his desk. One of them read, "Greetings, young Master Knox. This is your butler, Rodwell. I urgently send this letter with important news. The head of house, Stillreiner, has arrived at the Rheinhafer estate with Lady Talia. They came to discuss the previously broken engagement with you. Since the initial cancellation of the engagement was quite unexpected, the atmosphere seems tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible." G-Try explained that Rodwell had sent the letter immediately after their return from Tagelan. She added that even before their arrival, the heads of both families had already decided to cancel the engagement with the princess and instead proceed with the original engagement. Knox gave a strained laugh and commented that with one side being a royal princess and the other a duke's family, it might be safer for him to simply run away at this point. G-Try responded that it didn't seem like House Stillreiner would let things go so easily this time. Knox agreed, noting that she was right. G-Try concurred, saying that their first priority should be emphasizing that the cancellation hadn't been Knox's decision. Until then, she would ensure the servant stayed in line to maintain Lord Rober's trust. Grateful Knox thanked her and reflected inwardly that, as expected of G-Try, her composure was exactly what one would expect from a support genius. She recalled that support genius was an extremely rare trait, found in only one or two characters across the entire game of Lunatic. It usually appeared only in the late game, which meant that G-Try was basically unmatched at this point. Just as she had said, if the engagement with the princess had been due to royal command, then ideally Theo would accept that House Rheinhafer had no choice in the matter. The real problem, however, was that Theo had probably heard rumors that Knox might be capable of killing him. The thought alone made Knox hesitant to even face the man. At that moment, Rona teasingly remarked to Knox, questioning just how many girls he had been involved with. She exclaimed that at this point, trying to count them all seemed entirely meaningless. Hearing that, Knox was instantly enraged. He warned Rona with a chilling threat, implying that she must be eager to see what hell looked like first, and that he'd be right behind her, urging her to pave the way like a proper servant should. Only then did Rona realize that she had crossed a line, but by then, it was already too late. Just then, a knock came at the door calling for Knox. It was Talia. She introduced herself somewhat hesitantly and asked if he could open the door. Jitri leaned in quietly and asked Knox what he planned to do. Knox responded that there was no other choice. He needed to go out. As he walked toward the door, he thought to himself that the key to resolving the current situation lay with Talia. He reminded himself that he had also prepared a trump card for this scenario. Now was the time for Knox to let his face shine. He needed to use his good looks to win her over and create an escape route. The moment he opened the door, his expression was calm and cold, yet undeniably handsome. He asked what was going on so suddenly, feigning indifference. Talia, clearly captivated by his appearance, grew shy and suggested that, if he didn't wait, perhaps they could go for a walk and have a little chat. Internally, she found herself thinking how handsome he truly was. Knox, caught off guard by her proposal, questioned whether she really meant to go for a walk, especially at such a late hour. Neither of them realized that someone was secretly watching them from the shadows, his expression filled with displeasure. Knox, however, had sensed the man's presence. He wondered whether that madman Rober was planning to burn down the entire estate. From a distance, Rober watched the two walk away and cursed Knox under his breath, calling him a little rascal. As they strolled, Talia, still a bit shy, commented that the moon was especially bright that night, and the stars were twinkling beautifully too. Knox responded with a somewhat awkward tone, and in his mind, he lamented the situation. He couldn't even tell whether the stars were beautiful or not. Things were getting bad, despite his efforts to diligently play the villain. The public perception of Knox was beginning to shift. They had only gone through one major story arc, Yet already he was suffering the consequences of not severing ties with characters he should have kept at arm's length. Eventually, Nox asked Talia whether she was truly okay with the situation. She looked confused and asked what he meant. He explained that if both of their parents agreed to proceed with the engagement, wouldn't that mean they were essentially disobeying a royal command? Talia fell silent upon hearing those words, her expression contemplative as she sank into thought. Elsewhere, sometime earlier, a thunderous voice could be heard. Rober was fiercely questioning Theo. He accused him of humiliating House Stillreiner, saying that even if it had been under the princess orders, House Rienhafer's continued silence was suspicious. Hearing these accusations, Theo's expression grew stern, and he turned his gaze toward Rober with serious eyes. Rober then turned to his daughter and reminded her that they needed to speak in private. He instructed her to step outside for a moment, and Talia obeyed without question, quietly leaving the room. Standing in the hallway, she began to wonder to herself what the two men might be discussing. Knowing her father's temperament, she considered the possibility, albeit half-jokingly, that they might even be fighting with swords. After a while, the conversation between the two household representatives concluded, and a butler called out to Talia, thanking her for waiting. He informed her that the engagement would proceed as planned. Shocked, Talia asked her father in disbelief if it was really true. Roder, brimming with confidence, reassured his daughter, reminding her that he had said everything would return to normal. Overjoyed, Talia ran to embrace her father, thanking him exuberantly and exclaiming that she would gladly tie his necktie 1,000 times over. But only seconds later, her mind began to swirl with questions. She recalled how, at that moment, she had been so happy that she couldn't even think straight. But soon doubts crept in. What had become of the engagement with the princess? What exactly had her father and Lord Theo discussed behind closed doors? Her turbulent thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Nox, who told her that the most important thing wasn't the royal decree or their family status. It was her own will. He asked what it was that she truly wanted. With a hint of sorrow, Talia admitted that she didn't really understand complicated matters and knew she had many shortcomings, but confessed that she didn't hate the engagement. Nox, maintaining a calm expression, simply acknowledged her response. Inwardly, however, he recalled the version of Talia from the game. That Talia had been like a disaster. She had gotten Nox killed, and in the end, with hollow, vacant eyes, had driven a sword into his heart, driven by a twisted longing. They had been cursed to be a tragic pair, forever haunted by the bond they shared. But that had only been the Talia he remembered from the game. At that moment, Talia spoke up, telling Nox that he had something he needed to do. Nox was surprised by her question. She continued, saying that she could feel it. She mentioned that she had watched him working tirelessly at the academy, studying all night in the library and endlessly swinging his sword at the training grounds. Observing him like that had made her realize something. He was chasing after something with all his heart. She said he had no time to think about others. But even so, if he could occasionally talk to her and share moments like this, just the two of them, that would be enough for her. She even brought up how she had been given the title of Nox's fiancée, claiming with a hint of playful pride that she was in the lead now. Nox's expression turned a bit somber. He admitted to himself that he could no longer deny it. There was a subtle but undeniable gap between the Talia from Lunatic and his memories and the one standing before him now. He silently remarked that she was far too naive. Talia said nothing in response to his thoughts. Instead, she simply followed him closely from behind. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arm around his in a gesture so sudden and intimate that he couldn't even react in time. She began speaking again, telling him that he probably already knew she had an older sister. Someone very strong, though perhaps not as strong as him. For some reason, she said, her sister harbored a deep hatred for her. Talia admitted it might sound silly, but she still wanted to talk to her sister to understand the reason behind that hatred. To do that, she felt she had to become strong, stronger than her sister. Unlike their father or her sister, she claimed she lacked talent and was rather foolish. Even so, She believed that she could grow stronger one day. She said she wouldn't give up, not on her sister and not on Nox either. Later, back in their room, Talia was helping her father fix his clothing. She asked him, almost incredulously, whether he really still remembered what she had said when she was a child. Rober, in tears, told her that it felt like only yesterday when she was crying and begging to marry him. He then asked, with deep concern, whether that boy, Nox, had truly not done anything to her. He confessed that Nox had a terrible reputation as a scoundrel, and if he ever before he could finish, Talia cut him off, insisting that Nox would never do such a thing. She declared that Nox was far stronger, more amazing, and more determined than her father thought. Rober looked at Talia with eyes full of affection. Then he gently held her hand and called her name softly. He told her not to let her sister's feelings hurt her too deeply. No matter what happened, he said, both she and her sister were his precious daughters. Her sister was just a bit tired, and with time, things might change. Talia nodded, telling him it was okay now. She said she would become strong enough to earn the chance to speak with her sister. And then, in her mind, she recalled what Nox had once told her, that if she wanted to chase after her sister, she should go. He had told her to forget the pain, clear her mind, and that he believed she would overcome it. His words of encouragement had taken her by surprise. As he turned to leave, he added that the Talia von Stillreiner he knew was a strong person. Back in the present, Talia continued her conversation with her father. This time, she beamed with joy and mentioned that she now even had a husband who truly believed in her, giggling as she said it. Hearing that his beloved daughter had allowed another man to take her heart, Rober grew visibly irritated. That unpleasant look returned to his face, and he silently resolved to himself that it wouldn't do. He would really have to strangle that bastard with his own hands. Talia overheard this remark and immediately tried to calm him down, pleading with him not to lose his composure and addressing him both formally and as her father. At that moment, Rober was walking through the corridor. Unfortunately, he happened to run into Nox there. With a calm and composed voice, Nox greeted him respectfully, bowing slightly. He apologized for the trouble that had arisen due to the engagement matter. Rober was somewhat surprised by Nox's attitude and responded that since Talia believed in him so deeply, he would say no more about it. He then noted that Nox's father, Theo, was the leader of the Dark Families and that he was well aware of Theo's plan to rebel against the royal family. Rober added that he sincerely hoped Nox would succeed, because if the royal family fell, then Nox and Talia could be together, couldn't they? With that, Rober walked away, laughing heartily. Nox let out a sigh of relief and thanked him. Internally, he reflected that this must have been the private conversation between Theo and Rober that Talia had mentioned earlier. It was now clear to him how Stillreiner had likely caught wind of Theo's rebellion plan, the primordial god. Pardon was said to have created humanity, and it was in that place that the engagement took place in secret. Talia, standing beside Nox, whispered an apology to him, saying that she had not thought her father would demand such a formal engagement ceremony. Nox reassured her that it was fine and that it wasn't something she could have foreseen. The priest conducting the ceremony then called upon the children of both houses to exchange the sacred symbols of engagement. Talia slipped the engagement ring onto Nox's finger, and as he looked at it, he reflected to himself that it was the symbol of a vow, an enchanted ring infused with mana that temporarily restored about 10% of one's power. He thought that he might not wear it immediately, but it could prove useful in an emergency. Christopher, visibly excited, declared that it was just as expected of the young master. He said that witnessing such a beautiful engagement filled his heart with emotion, and praised Lady Talia for shining so brightly, insisting that their love was beautiful. G-Try, standing beside him quietly, tried to remind him to restrain himself, but his foolishness prevented him from understanding. When her expression darkened, Christopher grew frightened and quickly fell silent, standing rigidly in place. From above, Nox noticed this exchange and wondered what G-Try could have said to make him react so strongly, since he had only asked her to keep Christopher quiet. Rona, meanwhile, burst into tears, lamenting that she had always known the young master would grow into a man of dignity, yet she still felt upset. Ji-Tri tried to reassure herself, saying that he would be fine, though what troubled her was that the entire engagement had been arranged in secrecy, hidden from the imperial family. Rona laughed through her tears and teased Ji-Tri, saying that she still did not understand the young master. She argued that he would never be the kind of man to love only one woman for his whole life, and that he would probably take at least a few concubines. Hearing this, Nox grew irritated and silently vowed that Rona would be punished later. Lena, clutching a wine bottle in despair, sniffled about her husband, while May, standing beside her, pleaded with her not to drink, at least for that day. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony was interrupted when Carl, Nox's loyal horse, galloped into the hall with a flower in its mouth, offering its own congratulations to its master. Rona, delighted by Carl's appearance, greeted it joyfully. Nox, however, thought to himself that even Carl had shown up and that Theo must truly be holding a death ritual for him. Yet, strangely, he felt an odd sense of pride about it. As the ceremony drew to an end, Talia's father, Rober, stood up and thanked Nox for accepting his request. Then his face darkened as he warned him to take good care of his daughter, Nox. Uneasy, reluctantly agreed, but wondered inwardly if Rober could at least put his sword away before speaking in such a manner. Rober went on, telling Nox that he would eventually fall in love with Talia. Even if he had not yet, he certainly would, because she was that kind of girl. Nox realized then that Rober already knew the truth, that he did not yet love Talia, that his thoughts were still clouded, and that his heart remained unsettled. He understood that if he was to protect her from heartbreak, he would need to see this story through to the very end. At last, Nox turned to everyone and instructed them to begin preparing to leave, telling Talia as well that they would head to the academy. Talia, overjoyed, smiled brightly. After some time back at the academy, the professor was overjoyed to see Nox's return. He exclaimed that his top apprentice had finally come back and told him there were countless topics he wished to discuss. He added that he had presented a paper at the last conference and that the results had just been released. Nox smiled and remarked that the professor had not changed at all. Inwardly, he reflected that this moment marked the beginning of the second chapter of the main story. He knew he had to endure all sorts of classes to prepare for the dark clouds that lay ahead. For at its core, Inner Lunatic was an academy story. To raise his stats, he would have to survive the hellish lesson starting now. He also reminded himself that he needed to quickly get his characters enrolled at the academy. The professor, still enthusiastic, mentioned that, along with the announcement of their paper, there had been unexpected news. The dwarves had reached out through magical communication. Surprised, Nox asked about the dwarves. The professor then elaborated that, as expected in a fantasy game world like Inner Lunatic, there were many races, and the dwarves were especially renowned for their smithing skills. He added that there was another surprise. Several dwarven shops had already opened in Sector 4, the Academy's commercial district. Thanks to their research, the dwarves were now able to extract materials from monsters and use them to forge or enhance artifacts. Not long after, Nox found himself in the merchant district. Seeing the bustling shops, he thought to himself that the crafting and enhancement system had finally been unlocked. Looking back, he admitted that his luck stat of 10 had felt nearly useless up until now. But at last he could say goodbye to the days of suffering from cursed RNG and begin benefiting properly from equipment. Jitri then remarked that thanks to his paper, Sector 4 had undergone dramatic changes. She added that it seemed like he was finally maturing, and as someone who served him, she felt genuinely relieved. Nox teasingly asked if she was worrying about him now, though inwardly he admitted that it was good to hear her words. He noticed that her face had brightened recently, and he reflected that if he hadn't saved her, Jitri might have become a tragic victim. He was truly glad that he'd saved her, yet despite the changes in the future, he reminded himself that he still had to keep up the act of being a scoundrel during the main story. Later, They arrived at a smithy where a dwarf was busy forging weapons. Nox greeted him, but the dwarf turned to them with an unfriendly look and demanded to know who they were. Nox thought privately that the way the dwarf spoke was incredibly rude. Using to ignore the attitude, he stated that he had come because he wanted equipment made. The dwarf gave him a skeptical look and scoffed, saying that he surely wasn't the first arrogant noble brat to visit. He asked if Nox thought weapons appeared out of thin air upon command, then pointed out that he didn't even have any demon materials. Unfazed, Nox emptied his bag, laying out a pile of rare ingredients and items that stunned the dwarf. The smith stammered in disbelief, exclaiming that such rare materials in such quantity were almost unheard of. With this much, he admitted something could indeed be crafted. His tone softened, and he invited them inside. He then introduced himself, saying his name was not Dwarf, but Arson, and asked them to remember that, since calling them merely by their race was highly disrespectful. Nox, however, brushed it aside and mockingly referred to him as Dwarf again. Enraged, Arson shouted that Nox could call him whatever he liked: ugly, shorty, bearded gnome. It didn't matter. Nox smirked to himself, thinking that Arson was exactly as he remembered. He had truly wanted to meet him, for dwarves were the best race for roasting. Their reactions were dramatic, their tempers explosive, and the impact always entertaining. Even among players of the game, many continue to call them by their race name for that very reason. To most characters in the game, dwarves were treated as nothing more than crafting stations anyway. Shifting to a more serious tone, Nox addressed him by name and remarked that he knew he wasn't the only noble from the academy to visit this workshop. Arson admitted that was true, but added that Nox was only the second to bring actual materials. Then he paused, confused, and asked what Nox had just called him. To smooth things over, Jitri interjected, explaining that their young master was a man of reason and that what had happened earlier had merely been a joke. Brightening, Arson exclaimed that perhaps the young man wasn't so bad after all, then eagerly asked which noble house he was from. Nox answered simply that he was from House Reinhafer. At once, Arson's expression shifted to fear. He stammered, repeating the name of the house as if confirming it, before nervously asking what kind of equipment Nox wished to have made. Puzzled, Nox questioned the sudden change in attitude and asked if something was wrong. The dwarf hastily insisted that this was how he always spoke, forcing out a strained laugh. Following Arson's sudden shift in attitude, Nox immediately understood the reason. A few years earlier, his father, Theo von Ridgehofer, had brought an end to the war started by the Dwarf King, utterly defeating the dwarves. Though it had not yet been revealed in the story, Arson was a descendant of the former Dwarf King. Naturally, the mere mention of the name Ridgehofer was enough to provoke such a reaction. Afterward, Nox presented a blueprint of armor and suggested that, if there was no problem, they should continue. He asked Arson if he could craft armor based on that design. When Arson saw the blueprint, his eyes lit up with excitement. He exclaimed that the listed materials were extraordinary. 2 griffin hearts to maximize wind power, 3 feathers for mobility and speed, and golem cores, both stone and iron, for balance and defense. He admitted it was lavish, but at the same time, brilliant, something most dwarves would never even imagine designing. Nox, however, thought to himself that such a thing was natural. The design was his custom-built, in-game tier early to mid-story armor, created through trial, error, and over-the-top gameplay. More importantly, it raised the hidden stat of agility to 10, which extended his key skill, Chore of the Genius, to 10 minutes. Excited, Arson affirmed that there should be no further delays and urged that they begin crafting immediately. Yet before they could proceed, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that the transaction was void. The speaker was Eleanor. She explained that the rival in merchantry had been the first to request such a deal. Both Nox and the dwarf craftsman were startled by her unexpected appearance. Arson, visibly uneasy, protested that he wished to be the first to craft the item. Eleanor countered by pointing out that Arson's father had already signed a contract. She added that, since her side had placed a bulk order, Even if Arson were to submit his request immediately afterward, production would not be possible until 3 months later. She remarked that it was unfortunate for him. Hearing this, Knox realized the situation was troublesome. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his earlier interventions, since in the original story, contact with the dwarf would not have occurred this early. He then reviewed the personal details of the craftsman. Arson was a 24-year-old dwarf of royal blood, aligned with the element of earth. Renowned for his genius in artifact crafting and handiwork, though the latter had been reduced to level 1 by the Dwarf King's blessing, he was optimistic yet obsessive. Quick to change stances and sometimes simple-minded, he also displayed darker flaws, bullying the weak, yielding to the strong, and being plagued by insecurity, burdens, and forgetfulness. His stamina will both reach 14, while his mana was only 2, his luck 9, and his charm 6. Blessed by the Dwarf King, his active skills included hammer swing and heavy strike. At that moment, Arson, embarrassed, admitted with difficulty that he had completely forgotten about the agreement. He urged that it should not be misunderstood, insisting that his race was normally very intelligent. Before coughing awkwardly, Knox, dissatisfied, thought that the foolish dwarf posed a serious problem. Without Arson, who possessed both the genius of artifact crafting and handiwork, the equipment would not even be possible to produce. Eleanor then remarked that it seemed Knox also wished to commission Arson to craft an item. Catching the look in her eyes, Knox reflected that she had the uncanny ability to immediately recognize extraordinary talent, always showing keen interest in abilities that shone like gold. Yet, her dislike for him persisted no matter how great his talent might be. When he responded by asking what of it, she proposed that they should have a constructive discussion. She suggested that as Knox Merchantry sell the bulk monster materials he had acquired to her group. In exchange, she would allow him the first opportunity at equipment production. Hearing this new title, Knox felt irritated. He wondered what Knox Merchantry was supposed to mean, and suspected that Grain had once again acted on his own without orders. From her demeanor, it seemed she was only pretending to remain calm, while in reality, she had yet to secure the actual materials and had merely signed the contract in advance. Thinking back, he realized that it had never made sense from the beginning. In the early and mid-game, nearly all monster materials came from the Chatters. With the Raihafer family holding exclusive control, it would never have been possible for Eleanor to produce equipment in such large quantities in the first place. After that, Knox, wearing a cold expression, turned back to the blacksmith and told him to sit, since the conversation might take a while. He added that the same went for Arson. Hearing this, Eleanor became uneasy and questioned in surprise whether Knox had just called the dwarf by his name. They then moved inside to continue their discussion. Eleanor remarked that she had never expected him to name a merchant company after himself, and even more so to pass the notoriously strict merchant approval process. Knox replied that it had simply turned out that way. Eleanor continued, saying she had not anticipated that he would own a merchant company on top of annexing the entire Chatters region, and admitted that her own information-gathering skills as a merchant might still be lacking. Knox, feeling irritated, thought to himself that this was just her prejudice. Eleanor went straight to the point and declared that the Revelin Merchant Company would purchase all the Chatters monster materials he had listed on the market. She emphasized that they would pay the full price, for their honor was at stake. Knox reflected silently that when it came to profit, Eleanor always threw herself into matters with great passion. The hunger for love she had never received from her father, the wealthy magnate Clarkson, had twisted into a relentless desire to seize more and more to shake people by controlling resources. To Knox, she was a tragic figure in many ways, and it did not help that he himself was tied to one of her deepest traumas. He resolved inwardly that he would never sell all monster materials to a single family, since allowing one family to monopolize resources would make it harder for others to produce artifacts, slowing their growth. He reasoned that if his only goal were immediate financial gain, then selling everything to Eleanor's company would indeed be the best option, But what mattered most to him was the average growth statistics of his characters. That was why, before returning from Chatters, he had instructed Grain never to sell too much at once, only small amounts at a time, so that no family could monopolize, and their trade share would remain below 15%. If artifacts became widespread, countless lives could be saved. Moreover, in the later stages, where capital would be crucial, this approach would also be of great help in the merchant storyline involving Eleanor. He finally voiced his stance, saying they could not release everything on the market, and that exceeding 15% was not possible. Eleanor was displeased and asked why, adding that she already knew he possessed far more monster materials stored both in Chatters and in his warehouse, and insisted that selling only a small amount would not cause any problems. Knox answered that it did not matter, since he was not doing this for money anyway. Eleanor pressed him, asking how it was possible that, after cultivating the barren Chatters, money was not his goal. Knox told her that money could not buy everything, and that she would not understand that yet. Those words left Eleanor upset, though she could do nothing about it. She admitted honestly that the Knox she had once known had changed far too much, to the point she no longer understood what kind of grand plan he was pursuing. She addressed him formally as Knox von Rehofer and asked what it was he truly wanted. Knox responded coldly that she did not need to know. Confused, Eleanor repeated his words, questioning whether she really did not need to know. Knox then told her that if she could not accept his offer, she could do as she wished. Whether it took 3 months or 3 years, he would simply find someone else. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this was a game he could not afford to lose. Eleanor did not know that he could craft the armor he desired through arson. In merchant negotiations, he reminded himself, the one with the advantage was always the one who held more information, and Eleanor's answer had already been decided. At last, Eleanor conceded. She said she would buy 15% and give up the production order since, without the materials, they would be unable to produce anything anyway. The blacksmith was overjoyed and asked in excitement if that meant he would be allowed to craft the gear first. Eleanor confirmed it, instructing him, as dwarf number 1, to begin with their client's order. That immediately ignited the blacksmith's enthusiasm, and he exclaimed that his artisan's spirit was burning, demanding to know what everyone was waiting for and urging them to come straight to the crafting table. But Knox interrupted, telling him to wait and to hold off on production for the moment, explaining that they would first begin with equipment enhancement. Arson's eyes widened as he noticed the mana crystal in Knox's hand. He recognized it as an enhancement crystal, a rare blue gem with a very low drop rate for monster hunts. He also understood that, at this stage with no reliable success rates, a single careless enhancement could waste precious materials. Alarmed, he protested, urging them to stop the young master, warning that if Knox's hand slipped and the gear broke, his own safety might be at risk. Jitri calmly reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. She insisted that their young master was a gentleman, and that he was surely thinking of a plan none of them had even imagined yet. Eleanor, hearing her flowery words, found the statement amusing, while Knox silently thought to himself that being praised so much was making him self-conscious. Nevertheless, he reflected that the moment had finally come, the one that had made countless gamers from beginners to veterans laugh and cry, equipment crafting and enhancement. He then handed the blacksmith a uniform, telling him to start with that one. The blacksmith took it, recognizing it as the Eldian Academy uniform, and remarked that with this, a single enhancement crystal should be enough, but Knox countered by ordering 100 enhancement crystals to be used first. The blacksmith froze in shock at the demand, and Eleanor herself was stunned, crying out in disbelief. She asked if she had heard correctly, whether he truly intended to use 100 enhancement crystals on nothing more than a school uniform. She insisted that it was impossible, and pointed out that even for him, a newly formed merchant group could never have so many stockpiled. Knox, however, with a cold expression, stated that he would pay the full amount up front, and ordered Arson to enhance them continuously. Reluctantly, the blacksmith, clearly overwhelmed, said that if Knox insisted, then he would begin. He immediately threw himself into a frenzy of hammering, the sound of metal striking metal echoing through the room. At the same time, the system notifications began to chime, announcing Enhancement +1, then quickly climbing higher with each strike. Jitri and Eleanor, watching from the side, were astonished as the blacksmith continued his relentless work without pause. Finally, a new system message announced the success. Eldine Academy Uniform, Noble +3 Enhancement. The item appeared, and the blacksmith held it up triumphantly, declaring that they had just witnessed a magnificent sight of success. Yet Knox, in an icy tone, simply remarked that there were still 97 left. The blacksmith froze on the spot, unable to utter a word. Knox, smiling with a twisted grin, raised a handful of additional crystals and declared that there were still plenty left, urging them to continue enhancing. After Knox requested equipment forging, Arson exerted himself to the utmost, sweat covering his face as he carried out the final steps. At last, the item began to glow, and in his astonishment, Arson exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could be possible. At the same time, the system announced that Knox had succeeded in enhancing the Eldine Academy uniform, Noble 2+15. Overjoyed, Arson declared that this was truly a masterpiece and questioned whether enhancement could really be this easy. He remarked that the young master must be extraordinarily lucky. Knox simply smiled, thinking to himself that of course it appeared that way to Arson, since the latter did not understand how the system worked. He reflected that with Arson's natural talent as a blacksmith combined with his own luck stat of 10, success was guaranteed up to +7, though the chances decreased by 5% with every stage beyond that. At the very last stage, +25, the chance fell to merely 1%. However, that rule only applied to top-class artifacts. For something like an academy uniform, the maximum enhancement was +15. That meant the uniform was now fully enhanced. He considered that it was always best to fully enhance equipment he would use frequently, and noted that simply equipping it already increased both his physical and magical attack power by nearly 30%. The system then announced that he had achieved maximum enhancement on the artifact, and that, as a bonus, one additional skill slot had been unlocked. Knox rejoiced inwardly, thinking it was perfect, for now he could learn another skill. He immediately began considering which item would be the next target for enhancement. Arson, thrilled, confessed that it had been a long time since he had felt such excitement in his chest. In response, Knox asked whether he truly intended to stop at this point, smiling as he remarked that enhancing a mere uniform hardly suited the dignity of a master blacksmith. Arson, puzzled, asked what he meant, but then his expression shifted to shock as he realized what object Knox had revealed. He stammered in disbelief at the sight of such an expensive-looking item. Eleanor, too, shared the same astonished expression when she saw it. Meanwhile, Knox secretly laughed to himself, noting inwardly that Eleanor surely recognized it, the highest grade orb of the great sage which he had acquired from her armory. Arson resumed his work, this time focusing all his skills on enhancing the orb that Knox entrusted to him. After much effort, the great sage's highest grade orb was successfully enhanced to +10. Delighted, Arson exclaimed that he realized just how many successful enhancements he had accomplished that day with the very hammer in his hand. He said he could feel the electric thrill of it and praised the young master as truly extraordinary. Jitri, equally elated, laughed and remarked that today's luck was indeed extraordinary, though he warned that Knox would not allow this streak to tempt him into gambling his fortune away. Knox only smiled calmly and replied with amusement that perhaps such a thing might not be such a bad idea. Jitri firmly objected, insisting that it was absolutely out of the question, declaring it nothing more than beginner's luck and warning that gambling led only to ruin. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, still overjoyed, eagerly asked if the young master had any more treasures, saying he felt as if he could enhance every orb in the world that very day. Eleanor, who stood silently to the side with a dark expression, muttered in disbelief, wondering how Nox could so recklessly enhance such priceless artifacts. She questioned how he could attempt such things so casually, knowing that even a single failure could completely destroy the item. Nox laughed to himself, thinking that he liked that unhappy expression. He considered it punishment for Eleanor's constant attempts to read his thoughts every day. He then stated that the items in his possession were not even originally his. Since they had been given to him, he was free to use them however he wished. Afterward, he remarked that if the others had seen enough, they should excuse him as he wished to discuss artifact crafting with Outshined. Eleanor's face tightened in displeasure at being ignored, while Nox silently assessed her. He admitted to himself that he could not yet consider her an ally. Unlike Talia and the others, recruiting Eleanor to his side would be complicated due to their current relationship. Even so, he had no intention of making her his enemy either. Her Ravalian merchantry, after all, did not align itself with any faction. In the final stages of conflict, they simply chose whichever side would benefit them most. Someday, he knew he would have to prove his value and bring them over to his cause, but now was not the right time. Eleanor then remarked that she would be leaving, adding that it was uncomfortable for her as well to listen to a business discussion that he clearly did not intend to share with her. Jitri immediately offered to escort her out, addressing her as Lady Eleanor. She laughed lightly and teased him by asking if Jitri was really his name, saying he need not try so hard to act before her since she could easily see through any attempt at deception. After she departed, Nox observed her with a thought that it was exactly as expected of Eleanor, the so-called genius of acting. In his mind, he concluded that Jitri's performance had likely only deepened her suspicion. Turning back to the matter at hand, Nox told Outshined that they should return to their true topic, artifact crafting. Outshined responded with a grin, declaring that he would use the young master's materials to create a genuine masterpiece, and assured him that he could be counted on. Nox, however, grew more serious, drawing out the black sword and requesting one more thing before they began. It was then revealed that the blade was Stormbringer, the weapon of the first patriarch, one that Nox himself had never even seen before despite being a veteran of Inner Lunatic. He explained to Outshined that the weapon had been passed down to him by his father, describing it as a peculiar blade that absorbed the wielder's mana and released it explosively. He said he wished to know more about it. Outshined took the sword in hand, examining it carefully. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked Nox if he had ever heard of the White Dragon. Nox echoed the name in puzzlement. Outshined then explained that it was a being from a distant past, once revered as the ruler of the skies, but whose traces had completely vanished, never to appear again. Nox reflected on this, noting that even after countless playthroughs of Inner Lunatic, he had never encountered such lore. Outshined went on to explain that the sword appeared to have been forged from the scales of that very white dragon and, judging by its craftsmanship, had likely been created by his own ancestors long ago. Nox realized that the blade was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Outshined affirmed that indeed, with such material, only a dwarf could have forged it, yet he also remarked that upon closer inspection, the sword was in terrible condition. For the edge of a blade made from such scales to be chipped this badly, it must have been wielded in a massive battle, otherwise it could never have ended up in such a state. Nox spent a moment in deep thought before finally taking the sword in his hand. He thanked Outshined for examining it for him and reflected that it was no wonder he had sensed something unusual. He resolved to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Questions stirred in his mind about why Theo von Rienhofer had entrusted this sword to him. His thoughts wandered to the first patriarch, the White Dragon, and also to the lavender-eyed angel that Gremory had mentioned. Later, back at the academy, the sunset painted the rooftops in fading light. The students were gathered together, and the professor addressed them. He asked if everyone had assembled and declared that it was time to introduce himself again. He announced that his name was Burnin, and from that day onward, he would be their swordsmanship instructor. He explained that he would be teaching them the basics of Archime Imperial swordsmanship. describing it as a style that was agile, fast-paced, and precise. He claimed that seeing was believing and declared that he would now select cadets for a demonstration. Indicating it to individuals he described as suspicious-looking, he ordered them to step forward immediately. Hearing this, Knox and another boy reacted with some surprise and curiosity. Vernon then called upon another student with red hair, remarking that among these sword-wielding delinquents, she at least seemed the most human. Startled, Talia replied nervously that she understood. With 3 students now standing before him, the professor quietly considered his own choice. He admitted to himself that although he had called them out, they were a frightening group indeed. In his mind, he identified them one by one. Paracelsus, the prodigy swordsman who was shaking up the ranks of commoners. Talia, the second daughter of House Stillrainer, who, though overshadowed by her elder sister, still possessed remarkable talent. And finally, Knox von Rienhofer, the genius heir of one of the 3 dark families, who had firmly secured his place as the top student. Burnet's expression grew grave as he realized that each of them was exceptional in their own right. Excitement gleamed across his bald head as he addressed the group once more. He urged the cadets not to miss a single move and commanded them to watch closely as he delivered judgment upon those who seemed to have everything. He ordered all 3 to attack him at once, insisting that the fastest way to learn was by enduring a beating. Paracelsus responded with eagerness, thrilled at the idea, while Talia appeared anxious but not truly afraid, admitting to herself that this might actually turn out to be fun. Vernon then shouted for Knox to begin. He immediately directed his attack toward him, but Knox calmly parried the strike. Knox's thoughts lingered on the sound of the wooden sword cutting through the air. It was nothing like ordinary wood. Yet, when compared to sparring with Theo, this duel seemed trivial. He admitted it had been some time since he had stretched his muscles. He recognized that the professor's strike was difficult to block, even for someone as skilled as Vernon. In the next moment, Knox unleashed the black sword art, executing its first technique, Shadow Blade Slash. A violet aura enveloped him, and his eyes blazed with madness as he swung fiercely toward the professor. Confronted with the terrifying force of Knox's technique, Vernon's face twisted with dismay, and he cursed under his breath. Their swords clashed, but the sheer force behind Knox's strike overwhelmed the professor, causing his attack to rebound. A satisfied smile crossed Knox's face as he reflected on the result. He noted with confidence that the technique worked well, even against instructors. Though it was still only an intermediate-level skill, his countless sparring sessions with Theo had clearly borne fruit. He mused that a character possessing the trait of genius wielded destructive power that surpassed imagination. Even without guidance, such individuals would naturally ascend to the top, often gaining sudden insights and pioneering new realms of mastery by themselves. That he understood was the true meaning of the trait known as genius, or brilliant talent within the inner lunatic. Yet he also acknowledged that some geniuses had fragile childhoods, just like the 2 others standing beside him. It was Talia's turn. She leapt forward with confidence, letting out a loud shout as she launched a powerful strike against the professor. Yet he blocked her attack with effortless ease. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved behind her. Talia desperately tried to keep up with his speed, but even so, she could not react in time. He only managed to duck at the last moment to evade his counterattack. At the same time, Paracelsus seized the opportunity and swiftly maneuvered behind the professor, preparing to strike. However, with a calm expression, the professor accelerated, creating afterimages, and parried Paracelsus' assault just in time. Both Talia and Paracelsus were forced to retreat, their expressions grim. From outside the battle, Knox observed that they were struggling considerably, especially Talia. He noted that while her natural ability was nothing more than ordinary talent in swordsmanship and combat, she was, in the long run, the only one with the potential to surpass even those born with genius traits. The professor's face then twisted into one of frightening anger as he declared that all of them were so talented, clicking his tongue in annoyance, and remarking that the world always seemed to revolve around those blessed with a full head of hair. But when his gaze shifted toward Knox, his expression changed, and his thoughts darkened. He considered how that white-haired boy looked far too relaxed. Vernon must have realized it too, that he had not yet revealed his full power. He told himself that exposing all his cards now would cause more harm than good, especially since within Eldine, there were still extremely dangerous individuals lurking in the shadows. Followers of demons who were waiting for the right moment to strike him and his students. For that reason, he admitted silently that he could not reveal his final trump card. That was something he would only use in the most desperate of situations. Afterward, he turned back to Knox and remarked that the white-haired brat had grown far more than the last time they met. He confessed he did not know what Knox had gone through, but acknowledged that the young man's reflexes had already become impressive. Knox responded calmly, asking whether that was really so. The professor then shifted his attention back to the duel and addressed the two who had crossed swords with him. He asked them why they thought he had been able to follow their movements and evade their attacks. Talia admitted hesitantly that she had not seen it clearly, but it had felt, if only for an instant, as though his sword had disappeared like an illusion. Paracelsus added that it was probably because, from the beginning, the professor's focus had not truly been on the sword itself. With a displeased look, the professor affirmed that their observations were correct before demanding that the white-haired student explain. He asked Knox how he had managed to track their movements and catch them from behind. Knox, still composed, replied that it had been because the professor used a footwork technique. The other students who had been watching outside began commenting among themselves in surprise. They questioned what footwork was supposed to be, wondering if it was that flashy movement style the royal swordsmen were rumored to use, darting about with a swoosh as they moved. They exclaimed excitedly that it was indeed footwork and that they were finally getting a proper lesson for swordsmen. Some expressed relief, saying they were sick of endless theory classes, while others remarked that at other academies this kind of technique was not even taught until the second year. The professor confirmed that what had been said was true. He explained that, normally, footwork would not be taught so early. But since this was Eldin, where the very best students gathered, the training curriculum needed to advance more quickly. The first of these was the basic footwork, known as Step of Light. As the name suggested, this technique belonged to the royal family. Although it was only a foundational level method, he stated that when enhanced, it could be developed into various derivative styles. Before teaching them the Step of Light, the professor declared that he would first test their skill levels objectively, since confirming their growth was the first step to learning. However, he remarked that evaluating each student one by one would be boring. Instead, he announced that from that moment on, each cadet would choose one of the three who had just sparred with him and fight them. They would see how many students those three prodigies, the so-called stars, could defeat, and conversely how other cadets would find a way to bring them down. He then called upon Leon von Marvis, ordering him to step forward and choose his opponent. Leon, looking uncertain, admitted that he was not confident with the sword. The professor, raising his voice, demanded silence and ordered him forward, questioning whether Leon was suggesting that mages should be spared from sword duels or that enemies would patiently wait until the very end to attack him. He exclaimed that such thinking was nonsense, for on the battlefield the ones targeted first were always the mages and healers. At the very least, Leon had to learn a final measure to protect his own body. Hearing this, Leon reluctantly agreed and responded that he understood. The professor, watching him go with a faint sadness, admitted that though he may have spoken harshly, fairness would still be considered. As long as Leon used a sword, he would permit any form of battle. After hesitating, Leon turned his gaze toward Knox and declared that he would choose Knox von Rienhofer. Knox was taken aback, unable to comprehend what the boy had just said. Leon's face lit up as he repeated his choice, holding both a sword in one hand and a magic book in the other. Dissatisfied, Knox quickly turned to the professor, calling for a timeout and protesting that what Leon was holding was not even a sword. The professor, however, angrily retorted that it still counted as a sword and that the book would be considered merely a support tool. Annoyed, Knox thought to himself that such reasoning was absurd. He then confronted Leon, asking if, of all opponents, Leon had really chosen him for a duel, and if he looked that easy to defeat. Leon opened his magic book with a smile and explained that it was nothing like that. Rather, he had simply thought that Knox was the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, the boys summoned undead, each wielding a sword. Seeing this, Knox grew furious and demanded to know if, in a sacred sword duel, the instructor was truly going to allow his opponent to summon undead. The professor, completely unconcerned, replied that he permitted it. Confused, Knox pressed further, asking why such a thing would be allowed. The professor, now enraged, shouted that it was simply because it was entertaining. He cursed, calling Knox a white-haired brat, and admitted that Leon was irritating as well, but insisted that Knox was far worse than anyone he had ever taught. He ranted about Knox's rich, lustrous hair, his strange and dazzling eyes, and his infuriatingly handsome face, coupled with an attitude that seemed to see through everything. As his body suddenly ignited in flames, the professor declared that Knox was the enemy of all men. Annoyed, Knox wondered to himself what kind of insane character he was dealing with. The professor then ordered that if Knox understood, he should begin the duel at once, and commanded all the students to pay close attention. Knox thought that since the challenge had been made, he would not back down. He did not care what methods or rules were used. Afterward, he smiled with confidence, his entire body flaring with a purple aura as he warned his opponent not to cry if Leon von Marvis were to lose. The undead immediately grew restless, their frenzy erupting as they charged toward Knox with a terrifying presence. The professor, who observed the battle with a cautious expression, admitted to himself that while he had indeed told them to use any means necessary, he had not expected Leon to summon the undead so quickly. He reflected that it was only natural for someone of the dark families, and what struck him most was that every single one of the summoned creatures possessed at least the strength of an intermediate knight. To summon dozens of such beings freely, without restrictions, one would need to command an immense reservoir of mana, a power that, in his estimation, could only be wielded by Princess Penelope, the direct royal bloodline of the Arkham Empire. His thoughts drifted toward House Marvis, recalling how it had revived itself from near annihilation during the territorial war, once ruled by a young patriarch. He speculated that this duel might lead to an unexpected turning point, then again, perhaps not. After all, House Marvis had once been counted among the three great dark families alongside Rienhofer and Satyr. Yet as soon as signs of decline had appeared, lords and nobles alike had conspired in betrayal and secret pacts. Because of that, Leon's father, Rune von Marvis, had been executed, and following the eruption of the Great Territorial War, the house had quickly fallen into ruin. On that day, the young and naive Leon had witnessed the true face of nobility, and that revelation had shaped in him a perspective utterly different from other aristocrats. For the sake of victory, he no longer cared whether his honor was tarnished. He would always find a way to prevail, regardless of what sacrifices were required. That desperation, coupled with his sharp judgment, had been what allowed him to achieve victory in the last territorial war and preserve his household. The professor admitted to himself that if it were Leon, then even the white-haired one might struggle against him. Yet soon, disbelief began to cloud the professor's eyes, for the sight before him overturned his expectations. Leon's undead were fierce, their madness driving them to swarm Knox with overwhelming force. And yet Knox cut them down with terrifying ease, shattering their bodies into fragments one after another. Each undead that rushed toward him was cleaved apart, and the image he projected was that of a war god, cold, merciless, and terrifying. At that moment, a thought seemed to resonate with the situation. There was always someone stronger. Beyond the sky, there was another sky, and above every talent, and even greater talent existed. The professor realized that Nox's swordsmanship was utterly different. It was like a sword dance. It gave the impression that Nox was not fighting merely to win, but fighting to survive. All the students present could only stare in rapt attention, their expressions filled with caution. In the end, they were all forced to admit the same undeniable truth. Nox was overwhelming. After finishing off the obstructive undead, Nox quickly set his sights on their controller. He charged toward Leon with blinding speed. In that moment, Leon felt powerless, his face betraying growing fear. Just as Nox closed in, Leon managed to cast a spell, erecting a barrier to block the attack. It had to be admitted that Leon possessed remarkable talent and magic, for even Nox's powerful strike could not shatter the shield. The observing students were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in shock that Leon had actually blocked the blow. Because of the rebound force from the barrier, Nox was pushed back, his expression turning grim. He inwardly acknowledged that this was Leon's true strength. His eyes caught sight of the artifact Leon was using, the Necronomicon, a grimoire belonging to House Marvis that had not been wielded for generations. Nox recalled that in the past, when even Leon's retainers had abandoned him, Leon had awakened its power and secured victory in the final territorial war through a contract with the Black Lion Marvis. Gathering all his magic into his sword, Leon spoke with renewed confidence, admitting that Nox was truly impressive and that he had miscalculated in thinking such efforts would suffice against him. He requested another match. Hearing this, Nox smirked with excitement, thinking to himself that Leon was insane. Dealing with undead of that caliber, he reflected, would already be difficult even with only the first technique. Yet this was precisely the challenge he had been longing for. He had long wished to test himself against a worthy rival, and Leon might be the perfect opponent. Leon, noticing the inhuman grin on Nox's face, grew intensely wary. At the same time, he sensed something unusual. He questioned inwardly what was happening, realizing that Nox was not suppressing his mana, but rather draining his own strength. Leon could not understand why, since in this fight Nox should have been amplifying his power instead. Meanwhile, Nox's true intentions became apparent. Behind him, a massive orb of dark purple magic was forming, steadily growing larger as it absorbed the surrounding mana, an ominous sight befitting a descendant of the Dark Swordsman's lineage. Leon did not know what Nox intended, but he remained cautious and did not underestimate his opponent. He ordered his gigantic undead to charge forward and attack, while thinking to himself that he had no idea what judgment Nox was making, but that it would be best to attack quickly. The massive undead, wielding a sword wreathed in deadly miasma, hurled itself toward Nox with terrifying force. But Nox showed no intention of moving. His face grew so grim it was frightening, and in that moment he unleashed a technique he had never used before, the Black Sword Art, second technique, Dark Severing Flash. At first, the scene appeared deceptively ordinary, but only a second later, the strike created a compressed purple sphere of energy from which an immense surge of mana burst forth, tearing apart Leon's massive undead bit by bit. The professor, who was observing, found the sight nearly unbelievable. He told himself there could be no doubt that the sword dance was the second technique of the Black Sword Art. He reflected that there was not a single sword instructor across the continent who would fail to recognize the supreme Black Sword Art. However, he also knew that to master the second technique, one normally had to surpass a certain age. If someone gained overwhelming power too early, it became dangerous, and the direct bloodline naturally inherited greater strength. Yet this boy, at barely 15 years old, was perfectly wielding the second technique, and with nothing but a wooden sword. The giant undead could no longer maintain its form, and began to disintegrate. Leon's face darkened as he remarked that Nox truly was different. Nox, brimming with confidence, retorted that if Leon wished, he could crush him even further. Realizing that he had already exhausted everything else, Leon resorted to his most mysterious trick. He quickly began gathering power beneath his feet. Nox observed him and thought that Leon was fated to become one of the strongest figures in the future. In this world without its destined protagonist, he reflected, if the only one who could burn with competitive spirit was himself, then so be it. At that instant, a massive skull was summoned beneath Nox's position, and its gaping maw opened wide, attempting to swallow him whole. But Nox still smiled brightly, thinking to himself that just as with Paracelsus, he could only give Leon the same answer, that Leon would eventually come to realize his weakness, and Nox would become the goal he strove toward, as the villain, and the one who had to reach the end of the story in the protagonist's place. Without hesitation, he cleaved the skull before him into fragments, and immediately charged at Leon with a look of delight, striking directly at him. Leon, nearly drained of mana and unable to form another magical barrier, could only defend himself reluctantly against the assault. The collision of their auras created a shockwave that threw the air into chaos. Inwardly, Nox declared that he would overwhelm and crush everything before him. When the dust and smoke finally began to fade, the battle was over, and Nox had emerged victorious. Leon's sword had broken in two, though he still managed to stand for a few moments longer. Looking down at his own hand, Leon admitted defeat, telling Nox von Rainhofer that he conceded and that thanks to him, he had learned much. In response, Nox remarked that Leon's use of the undead in combat was not a bad choice. Surprised, Leon expressed his gratitude to him. Then the instructor raised his voice, announcing that the sparring was over and that the winner was Whitehair. Hearing himself called by that nickname, Nox felt annoyed, muttering in his thoughts that his name was Nox. The instructor continued, declaring that the next matches would proceed and urging everyone to choose their sparring partners. The other students, after witnessing the battle, hesitated and whispered among themselves that rather than face a monster like Nox, they would prefer to fight Paracelsus or Talia instead. Looking quietly in a corner, Paracelsus overheard their disparagement and, angered, drew his sword and shouted that if that was how they felt, then all of them could come at him at once. Meanwhile, Nox adjusted his stance, thinking with satisfaction that with the overwhelming difference in power he had shown from the start, those reckless enough to challenge him blindly would likely not appear for some time. At that moment, Princess Penelope stepped forward toward the instructor and stated that she too wished to select Nox von Rienhofer as her sparring partner. Her declaration left the rest of the students astonished that she would dare to challenge such a monster. Some tried to dissuade her, yet the princess herself remained calm and composed, as though she had some hidden intention. The princess, wearing a confident expression, stated that he was all right with the situation, reminding him that the rule allowed one to fight anyone designated as an opponent. The professor beside her had already begun sweating in worry. Around them, the other students whispered among themselves, speculating whether Her Highness had deliberately chosen Nox von Rienhofer, expressing their shock and wondering if it was because of the annulled marriage engagement, or perhaps because Nox had caused so much trouble that the princess intended to punish him personally. Nox, grinding his teeth in irritation, commented that he could not understand at all the reason she had chosen him. The princess smiled and remarked that she possessed a rather keen sense of hearing. The system notification then announced that the trait normal talent of acting was violently shaking. Nox observed her and wondered to himself whether she might know something about his engagement with Talia. The princess quickly drew her sword, preparing herself, and instructed him not to worry, but to give it his all, though only to the extent that the Empire would not arrest him on charges of attempting to assassinate the princess. Nox, feeling awkward, thought that even if she asked something that ridiculous, her sword stance was completely wrong. He reflected that the princess was a mage, not a swordswoman, and had no talent whatsoever in swordsmanship, so he questioned how on earth he was supposed to fight her. Seeing that both had agreed, the professor raised his hand and loudly declared that the duel should begin. Nox then quickly rushed toward the princess, thinking to himself that whatever happened would happen. But suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that due to the effect of the trait frequent sickness, he had acquired nervous breakdown level 1, 5, that his tension level had exceeded its limit, and that his consciousness had briefly blacked out. Upon receiving the notification, Knox was rendered speechless, his face turning pale, his eyes rolling back, and his body nearly immobile. The princess, seeing his expression, assumed he was mocking her and warned him to stop fooling around. She then swung her sword straight at Knox's head while he remained unable to resist. With a single strike, the princess defeated Knox, knocking him to the floor and leaving her confused at what had just happened. The other students, equally shocked, whispered to one another in disbelief, asking if they had seen what had just occurred, remarking that the princess had defeated Knox. Another retorted that anyone could see he had let her hit him on purpose. Though Knox could hear their words, his immobilized body left him unable to respond aloud. He could only protest inwardly that there was no way he would ever do that. The professor's voice then announced the winner as Princess Penelope von Outshined. This result left the princess in disbelief, while the other students felt delighted, commenting that when faced with Her Highness's graceful beauty, how could anyone swing a sword at her, speculating further that perhaps he still loved the princess. Knox, lying flat on the floor in frustration, thought to himself angrily that this was not the case. Some time later, Knox was brought to the infirmary, where he lay in bed and slowly regained consciousness. His face pale. He tried to sit up, thinking to himself with irritation that of all times he had to collapse at that exact moment. From within the seal, Grimmery's voice rose, exclaiming how long he had slept, claiming she had thought he had really died, and demanding how someone with such a frail body could have sealed her away in the first place. Knox, annoyed, told her to be quiet because his ears were ringing. She grew angrier, lamenting why she had to live like that, constantly fearing that the one maintaining the seal might die at any moment. Knox told her to stop grumbling and pointed out that she had recovered a lot compared to before. She responded that during the fight, he had looked like a monster, and she asked why he had suddenly collapsed. Knox answered that it was nothing, just the effects of frequent sickness. Grimmery laughed and remarked on the trait, teasing that he actually had a hidden weakness and offering to cure his illness if he would just let her out of the mirror. But before she could finish, Knox flung the mirror aside, frightening her. He told her that, as expected of a demon, she was always scheming to escape, and assured her that even if he died and went to hell, he would take the mirror she was sealed in with him. Grimmery cursed at him, saying that if only she could be freed from the seal, she would. When suddenly another voice called out, asking for Knox von Rheinschäfer's attention. Hearing it, Knox signaled Grimmery to stay silent and picked the mirror up. The princess stepped inside and remarked that since he had woken up, she had let herself in, asking if they could have a conversation if his body was fine. Knox replied that if Her Highness wished it, then so be it, while thinking to himself with relief that their conversation with Grimmery had not been overheard. The princess, with a slightly displeased expression, asked in order why, during the sword duel, Knox had let her win. Knox, troubled by the question, wondered how he was supposed to answer it. He thought he could not possibly reveal that it had been because of the terminal ill debuff. At times like that, he reasoned, it was better to say it had been his own choice. He then replied that, at that moment, he had thought it was the best decision and apologized if it had displeased her. The princess questioned further, saying that at the very least they should have exchanged a few proper blows. Knox answered, with all due respect, that she did not have the ability to exchange even a few strikes with him. If he had gone easy and forced the fight to continue, he said, that too would have only been deception. He recalled then that it had been harsh but true. Penelope had no talent for the sword whatsoever. Even if she had faced Talia or Paracelsus instead of him, she would have dropped her sword within a single strike. Hearing his reply, the princess said she understood what he had been thinking. She believed it had likely been for the dignity of the imperial family. At the same time, she remarked that by yielding, he had withdrawn support for the prince and instead declared support for her. Knox thought to himself that he did not know what misunderstanding she was under, but he had better keep quiet. The princess added that still, the next time, she hoped he would not hold back again, since she too had entered Eldon, not as a princess, but as a proper student. Knox replied that he would keep that in mind. The princess then said there was one more thing she wanted to mention. She had heard about his engagement to Talia von Stillreiner. At that, Knox grew somewhat uneasy, thinking that the time had finally come. The princess spoke of a love that had blossomed despite family and the world's opposition, even going against imperial order itself. Yet, she added, she had no intention of judging his so-called true love. After all, she claimed, she was past the age of believing in such things. She explained that she had only approached him to use him, for pure faith alone could never make one an emperor. Knox, bewildered, thought that an imperial princess speaking of true love and such things sounded laughably novelistic. He reminded himself to hold it in, to keep his expression in check. He then answered that, despite thinking carefully, in the end, he had caused her trouble and felt ashamed. The princess, pleased, said that regardless, she thanked him for that day and appreciated the thought he had shown in looking out for her. Since he had put on such a splendid act, she said she too would wish him a swift recovery, though she doubted he was really hurt. Knox, watching the two girls leave, thought to himself that he really was hurt and wished they would hurry up and go. Every time he came to the academy, his frailty of mind and body passive never went away. Once the two of them had left the room, the princess began to sigh, her expression now looking far sadder than before. She reflected inwardly that Knox von Rienhofer truly had a strange charm, that calm detachment that drew people's attention, his disregard for others' opinions, and even his genius talent. No matter how hard she tried not to be interested, she admitted to herself that it was difficult to go against her heart. Echidna, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, noting that the princess seemed much more at ease now that she had gotten everything off her chest. Echidna suggested that this time they should not scold Knox too harshly. The princess turned back with a radiant smile and said that just this once she would forgive him. Elsewhere, the eccentric professor cried out with joy when he saw Knox, declaring that he had heard everything and asking if Knox had truly been stricken by lovesickness. He exclaimed that Knox was indeed a born romantic and urged him to let that fiery passion fuel his studies as well. Knox, however, snapped at him to be silent, clearly irritated, while inwardly thinking that he had no time for the rants of a mad professor or the princess's delusions. What mattered was that he quickly mastered the Step of Light, and several more black magic spells for the second main storyline was soon approaching. His attention then shifted to a design sheet on the desk. Picking it up curiously, he examined the costume sketch before a wicked grin spread across his face. He told himself that the easiest way to break through the second episode was with money. Vast amounts of it. It was about time, he thought, that he went gold farming. It was explained that basic empire magic was a subject designed to help students develop their primary elemental affinity and improve their magical accomplishments accordingly. Since most students were unable even to identify their attributes, the first class always began with a test to discover their primary element. Standing at the podium, the professor instructed the class that each of them would come forward one by one and infuse their mana into the crystal of judgment. He explained that the core element they were most attuned to would then materialize within the orb. Whether it manifested as light, color, or something else entirely, they were to share what they saw and felt, and this would be used as reference for their personal curriculum. He then called for the students in the front row to begin. Meanwhile, Knox sat idly, lost in thought. For someone like him, who already knew not only his attributes, but also his talents, the exercise seemed tedious. From the beginning, noble heirs had their elemental attributes determined by family lineage and birth. He wondered to himself that if, by some chance, the divine element suitable for healers were to manifest for him, it would be incredible. But he knew that such a divine attribute was monopolized almost exclusively by the House of Gynos. Above all, as someone born of a dark family, it had nothing to do with him. At last, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the orb as instructed. Immediately, dense black-violet colors began to swirl within it, so rich and overwhelming that even Nox himself was caught off guard. The mana surged outward in all directions, filling the hall with a suffocating violet darkness. When he finally withdrew his hand, he stood there in silence, confused and unable to make sense of what he had witnessed. The professor, however, praised him for doing well and asked what the orb had revealed. Nox replied curtly that the professor already knew. It had shown nothing but dense, dark violet shadows. Yet inwardly, Nox was unsettled. He had noticed a faint trace of pure white light seeping into the shadows. On his status window, no such white light was listed. That brilliance was unmistakably the holy element monopolized by the House of Gynos. It did not match any of the data he had gathered thus far. Something was amiss. There had to be something in his past, something even he, despite all his gamer's knowledge, could not see. He resolved that he would need to investigate further. When a magic class ended, it was time for combat training with the bald professor. The man explained that footwork techniques required immense mental strength, but once mastered, they allowed a fighter to move beyond ordinary perception. To demonstrate, he suddenly vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside the nearest student in the blink of an eye. He told them that with such mastery, one could slip entirely out of others' awareness. The students, stunned by the speed, burst into exclamations of disbelief. Some muttered that it was far too fast, that they could not even trace the trajectory of his movement. Professors wondered aloud how anyone could possibly track an opponent at that speed. Nox watched the technique intently. At the same time, he activated his active skill, Hour of the Genius Plus. Time around him slowed dramatically, which allowed him to study the professor's technique in minute detail. He observed that everything seemed to slow as if frozen in time, while a single figure moved swiftly to close the distance. The professor had chosen Nox as the subject for the demonstration, but Nox could clearly see every motion the professor made and thought that the man was merely looking for a chance to land a blow on him. There was no reason to allow it. When the professor's blade descended, Nox managed to dodge in time. The students were stunned and murmured in alarm, asking what had just happened and remarking that Nox had apparently evaded the instructor's sword-using footwork. Some admitted they had not seen how it had occurred and wondered aloud how it had happened. With a composed expression, Nox said that he understood. So that was what footwork truly was. The professor, feeling slighted, muttered insults and grew angry. Talia, shocked, demanded to know how Nox had done it and when he had even learned footwork. The professor told Talia that she had seen it wrong. Nox had not actually used footwork, but had simply read his movements and reacted. Even so, the professor judged that the fact Nox could react like that without training was remarkable, and he ordered the white-haired student to stay after class for personal instruction. Hearing this, Nox felt uneasy and thought that the situation seemed like déjà vu. The other students whispered among themselves, wondering why the best student in the class would need extra training. With his face twisted in anger, the professor declared that he only ever favored the chosen ones and told anyone who was jealous to learn footwork themselves. Otherwise, he warned, even lesser monsters, not just demons, would cut them down. A frightened student apologized loudly. Another observed that, as expected of the bald instructor, he was an expert, though his personality was a little off. After overhearing the comments, the professor grabbed one student by the head and promised that he would help awaken their talent as he had with himself. The same, he said, would apply to everyone. He announced that he would explain the step of light once more, slowly. He then began teaching them step by step. He explained that the step of light consisted of 3 stages in total. The first step, he said, began with mana transmutation, converting part of the caster's attribute into divine energy and channeling it into the legs. The second step was tensional flow, in which the transmuted energy interacted with the ground to create a smooth current. The final step was blink, which used the momentum built by the previous steps to make the caster vanish instantly from the opponent's sight. He added that since most of the students were only now learning their elements, they could not even stabilize mana properly, let alone transmute it. Therefore, he announced, they would spend the entire day practicing only mana transmutation. Nox watched and smiled inwardly, thinking that it sounded fun and wondering how quickly he could master footwork. Paracelsus looked at Nox with irritation, muttering inwardly that Nox von Rienhofer was a bastard. His mind drifted back to his youth, to a time when he had once asked his teacher whether the 7 stars of the continent were truly that powerful. His teacher had affirmed that they were, saying their strength was overwhelmingly so. Back then, Paracelsus had pressed further, asking the old man if he himself had not been one of the 7 stars, and if so, how his own sword ranked compared to theirs. His teacher had only laughed and admitted that his own talent had been the most lacking by far. He had explained that Theo's supreme black sword, the lunar sword art, and the heaven-destroying sword art were on an entirely different level. Though he himself had once been called a sword emperor, their talents had been far greater than his own. Paracelsus had protested, insisting that his master was the strongest person he had ever seen, and wondered aloud how it was possible that someone like him was still not at the top. His teacher had answered that when he compared himself at Paracelsus' age to the boy standing before him, he had been far inferior. That he explained was what talent truly was, something so transcendent that it could not be surpassed by time or experience. He had added that he could see that same overwhelming brilliance within Paracelsus and urge him to stop with the nonsense and devote himself even harder, calling him a genius boy. At the time, Paracelsus had reflected deeply on the notion of talent. He had thought that he knew exactly how strong his master was and how high he stood. If someone like that called him a genius, then just how terrifying must his strength truly be? He had wondered whether he could ever hope to catch up. His master's words about an awe so overwhelming that one could not even imagine surpassing it had finally begun to make sense to him. He had smiled to himself, thinking that his master was far more insane than he had ever believed. Talia, who stood nearby, had only looked at him in confusion, unable to understand why the eccentric man was laughing to himself. Inwardly, she had reflected that this was exactly as expected of Nox. Inward to him, she felt so small and insignificant that it was almost embarrassing. Still, she had resolved that if she continued to train steadily, then one day she too might reach greater heights. After some time of training, the students were all exhausted. Panting heavily, Talia had remarked that even just transmuting her attribute into divine energy demanded such intense focus. The professor had responded that this was natural since some people could not even progress past that stage and failed to learn footwork at all. He had then turned to Nox, calling him white hair, and demanded to see what he had practiced. Asking whether he had completed the mana transmutation step. Hearing this, Nox had smiled with cunning confidence. From his palm, he conjured a concentrated sphere of energy, declaring it as mana transmutation, his expression brimming with self-assurance. Then he raised his leg, initiating tension flow. A moment later, he stomped hard against the floor. In the blink of an eye, his body shifted. His movement flowed with an elasticity as if he were pressing down on a rubber mat, unfolding so swiftly that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. The students whispered in astonishment, wondering how, in less than half a day of lessons, Nox had not only mastered transmutation, but had also fully learned the technique known as Step of Light. The professor, instead of being proud, grew furious, though paradoxically, his anger stemmed from Nox's overwhelming brilliance. He demanded to know how the white-haired boy had managed to complete the entire lesson so quickly. Meanwhile, Nox ended the technique with a commanding presence before the eyes of everyone present. Back at the Rheinhafer estate, inside Theo's study, he sat in deep thought over the matters soon to unfold. A voice called from outside, asking for forgiveness for disturbing his rest and conveying that the mistress urgently requested his presence. From behind came the figure of a woman, who told Rodwell to dispense with formalities, remarking that it had been far too long since they concerned themselves with such courtesies. Theo, upon seeing her, remarked that it was rude of her to appear without notice. She calmly replied by asking when they had ever stood on ceremony with one another, and insisted they get straight to the point. Her expression then darkened as she declared that the matter concerned his child with that woman, Knox von Reinhafer. Theo sat in his patriarch's chair regarding Lady Priscilla with a cold gaze before telling her to speak. She said she had heard that his youngest son, Knox von Reinhafer, was achieving good results at the academy. At that, Theo's expression hardened as he asked what she was trying to imply. Lady Priscilla urged him to pay enough attention to Alan and Hartz as well, reminding him that they were his sons too. Theo responded by stating that she must surely know Eldane Academy only allowed up to 3 children per family, and that was why they were arranging for Alan and Hartz to enter another academy. She admitted that she knew, but countered that other academies lacked both the right environment and proper support. She insisted that Alan and Hartz also had room to grow, yet Theo still chose to pass down even the second form of the Black Sword solely to Knox. Theo declared firmly that such matters were for him, the head of the house, to decide. Lady Priscilla pressed further, asking whether he thought the other retainers felt the same. Theo dismissed her concern, saying he did not care what they thought. Growing agitated, Lady Priscilla demanded to know why he favored that child in particular, pointing out that Knox had once been the shame of the family, someone no one had cared about. One person remarked that even if Knox had won Theo's favor with nothing more than petty talent, it was only temporary, and went on to question whether Theo's recent favoritism was because Knox was the child of that woman. At this, Theo warned Priscilla to watch her tongue. He observed that she seemed rather agitated, and told her that it would be best if she left for the day. Lady Priscilla glared at him, then turned to leave, declaring that staying any longer would not make him listen anyway. As she departed, Rodwell the butler watched her go and politely bid her take care. Inwardly, Rodwell reflected on the circumstances. He recalled that Lady Priscilla had been married to the Lord through an arrangement made in his early youth, and that from this union came young Masters Garin, Grain, Alan, and the twin daughters. Yet the one the Lord had truly loved had only been his second wife, the mother of young Master Knox. That did not mean the Lord neglected Alan and the twins, but talent, Rodwell mused, always leaned heavily to one side. He knew that not everyone could recognize true talent. He wondered whether Lady Priscilla, if she witnessed young Master Knox's path herself, might come to understand, yet concluded that she was not a woman capable of such realization. Others had begun to spread that Lady Priscilla had even bribed the Council of Elders to win their favor, and Rodwell appeared deeply concerned, warning that such actions could lead to bloodshed. He remarked that the time for a decision seemed near. Theo, his expression resolute though somewhat lacking, acknowledged Rodwell's words and stated that it was about time he informed the council and the retainers of his will and successor. He added that he would need Rodwell's help. Rodwell bowed and assured him that he would be ready to follow his command at any time. Meanwhile, Lady Priscilla spoke to her sons, the twins, telling them that they must find a way to make the opportunity return to them. One of the boys asked how they could possibly defeat Knox, pointing out that he was already at the top of the academy and that even the new king of Talahan had sworn loyalty to him. Priscilla, smiling with sinister confidence, told them that she had thought of everything and that all they needed to do was train as instructed and wait for the right moment. At Eldane Academy, the principal smiled with satisfaction, for at last the freshmen had entered their first mission period. Professor Raz then informed her that some of the freshmen had already applied for a red mission and that he had come to request her approval. Another professor immediately stood up in shock, exclaiming that it was madness for Raz, who was known to care for students more than anyone, to allow such a thing. He stressed that the difference in difficulty between yellow and red missions was vast and questioned how such a task could be given to freshmen. In response, Professor Raz explained that in the Eldane economy, missions were divided into 5 levels of difficulty: yellow, red, blue, white, and black. He reminded them that the subjugation mission of the Charter's grain from the past had been only a yellow mission, the lowest level, but that this year was different. Among the newly enrolled cadets, he added, a top 5 would be acting as a team. Once Raz finished, Instructor Baldy nodded in agreement. He remarked that with names of such caliber, it was understandable why they had been entrusted with a red mission. Moreover, he added that with that troublesome white-haired student among them, he doubted there would be much of a problem. The other professor eventually conceded that if everyone else acknowledged the matter, he would have no objections either. However, he reminded them that for freshmen to take on a red mission, the headmaster's approval was still required. In response, Professor Raz turned to the principal and explained that he had brought no fewer than 26 cadet analysis reports, requesting that the headmaster review them. The principal, with a dismissive wave of her hand, stated that she approved. Professor Raz was left stunned, unable to believe how easily the approval had been granted. He thought to himself in disbelief that Paracelsus and Lady Talia were knights, while Leon and Lady Eleanor were mages. To that, Knox was someone capable of wielding both sword and magic. With such a lineup, he reasoned that even if something were to happen, they could rest assured. In his mind, there could be no team more perfect than this. Before the meeting concluded, one of them added that there was still one last thing to be said. Suddenly, the room became filled with a chilling aura, leaving the professor shocked. The principal, wearing a sinister smile, remarked that she could no longer tolerate it. Professor Raskol looked at his colleagues and warned that he did not know how long they thought they could continue hiding there, urging them to conceal themselves more thoroughly so that no gaps would remain. The principal then added with a wicked grin that Maine exuded a distinct, filthy smell. Later, a carriage traveled across a desolate, war-torn landscape in the eastern extralial region, which had suffered from long years of conflict. Its destination was Abelard, a massive casino in the center of the territory that served as a decadent playground for well-fed nobles. It was known as the place where the children of nobles from various countries squandered wealth and traded slaves illegally. Before the second main episode could begin, a new mission was assigned to the lunatic as well. Knox read through the mission details, which stated, Marine period, Abelard Casino, Red Mission, Demon Extermination. Reflecting on this, he realized that their task was to eliminate a demon hiding within Casino. Inwardly, he thought that he suddenly felt the weight of belonging to the lunatic. Paracels then asked him why, as a noble, he had not arranged for a fine carriage to be sent for him, and instead had chosen to ride in the wagon of a merchant caravan. Knox responded that there was no need to advertise that they were traveling to a casino where their identities had to remain hidden, and he reminded Paracels that the eastern region was his homeland, telling him to stop grumbling. Paracels retorted that it was exactly for that reason that he disliked it even more, complaining about the oppressive atmosphere and the humid stench of the place. Leon intervened and told the two not to fight, urging them at least to look around. He remarked that although the air was humid, the undeveloped surroundings still carried a certain charm. Elmo remarked that having wide surroundings and visibility was not entirely a good thing, since it could also mean one was in a state that made them easy prey for others. As the caravan continued on its way, one of the villagers suddenly shouted for everyone to look ahead. They all saw a group of armed men blocking the road, and someone cried out that it was a band of thieves. The leader of the caravan immediately gave the order that the Elden students should be protected first. Talia then screamed for Kia, and right after those words, Knox turned to Paracelsus and told him to go out and fight. Paracelsus, visibly annoyed, asked why it had to be him. Knox retorted by questioning for whose benefit Paracelsus was complaining, and asked if he was calling him a commoner simply to please the nobles. He added that if the thieves were to hurt the horses, then they would all end up walking together, wouldn't they? He also reminded him that Abel Art was still half a day's ride by horse from there. Paracelsus glared at him for a moment, and then muttered that he would just go. Leon turned to leave as well, and Nox declared that they would go out too. Thalmus then stood up, grabbing her sword, and insisted that she would join them, saying they could not allow others to be harmed because of their carriage. Nox, however, leaned back with a yawn and told them to do as they liked, as he was going to take a nap right there. The others looked at him with irritation, wondering why he gave orders, and then claimed he would rest, calling him a young master with a hint of contempt. Jitri, however, smiled at the scene. Nox closed his eyes, thinking to himself that all of this would be their experience points. While what they really needed now was rest for the sake of their future schedule, he reminded himself that one of the most important events awaited them in Able Art, where they would soon obtain the auction's top item, the masterpiece he had long been seeking. The scene then shifted to a dark stone room, where a figure with animal ears and a tail was revealed, chained and huddled on the floor.